Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to the finale of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as Gaara of the Sand with the gamer system. Let the tale begin. Chapter 41, He's fucking fast, was the first thing May thought the moment the fight started. Nary a second had passed since Ao dropped his hand to begin the battle, but in that time, he'd closed much of the distance between them, and coming straight at her face in a closed jab. Taijutsu first. Of course, it was Taijutsu first. They always thought themselves so clever. Oh, she's a ninjutsu specialist, let me close the distance so I can punch her in the face and end the fight quickly. Idiots. She leaned back, easily avoiding the jab while completing her jutsu at the same time. When her mouth opened, it was to release a storm of acidic steam, prepared to melt the skin off his bones. The boy jumped backwards the second my jutsu activated, but even that wasn't completely enough to save him, she noted. The skin around his fists had a reddish tint to them that they hadn't had before the fight began. She smiled, a savage, smug thing. First blood was hers, and they both knew it. This time, the boy moved slowly. Slow enough that she could see his every action. The scroll on his waist was opened and he began by unsealing the very first of the swords. Himurakai, the twins' word. She didn't need to rack her mind to figure out what exactly the sword did. Like every child that attended the Mist Academy, she could recite the names and functions of every single one of the 7 swords with ease. Himurakai's power, chakra storage. The ability to store vast amounts of chakra and unleash it by either increasing its size or changing its shape. The first Mizukage, Seize Keep his name, had famously used the sword to cut through the shell of the three-tailed turtle and gave it that famous scar across its eye. Luckily for her, Mangetsu Ozuki was nowhere near as strong as that fabled weirder. The sword in his hands had a bright blue glow, and when he slashed it at her, she had all the time in the world to dodge the arc of blue chakra that followed the blade's movements. Of course, it had been a feint. She'd seen it coming miles away. When he attempted to close the distance this time, he found himself to be just a hair's breadth too slow. She completed her seals before he could take that crucial first step, and she did not hesitate to bathe the ground between them with steaming lava. He was forced to jump backwards again, playing her game, and only hers. Multiple balls of lava followed his path as he tried to do his best to block them by cutting across them with the twins' word. He landed, placed a hand on each of the sword's handles, and separated it into 2 separate blades. That was where the name, twins' word, had come from after all. Too little, too late, the Terumi heiress spoke before blanketing much of the field between them in mist. They call you the second coming of the demon, she said, disappearing into the mist. But do you even know who had the privilege of being on a team with Zabuza Momochi? I fought by his side more times than I can count, and he was a monster of a man. Dangerous with or without his blade. The mist is lesser for his absence. But you? You are nowhere near that strong. Her voice sounded from every corner of the mist, boxing Mangetsu Ozuki in. He felt it for perhaps the first time in years, that chaotic feeling. The feeling that made one's heart beat like a drum. The feeling that brought men to their knees. Fear. He clenched his fingers around the blades in his hands. He was the last of the mist swordsmen. The last of the 7. Some Kekiai Genkai bitch that had everything handed to her would not be the one to beat him. Her stayed still and concentrated, using his hearing to try to pick out her approach. There. He thought to himself as he caught a passing flicker. He jumped with all the force his body could generate and brought both blades down on the form of Terumi, smiling in victory. It was not to be as the blades passed right through her before he landed on the ground. A strange sound caught his attention, and it was all he could do to jump backwards and cross the blades in front of him to block much of the force of the explosive tag on the floor. She was a crafty one, he thought to himself. But she wasn't winning. Sure, he hadn't killed her yet, but the only reason for that was this pesky mist. If she could have taken him head-on, she'd have done so. He picked up the scroll and sealed the twins' word while unsealing the blast word this time. The goal: use explosive force to get rid of the mist. If he knew some wind style, this would have been easy, but his only element was water. He could have sunk into the mist and challenged her in silent killing, but she was Zabuza's teammate. No one was as good as the demon when it came to silent killing, and he wasn't going to risk it against her. 8 points, larynx, spine, lungs. Her voice began to echo all around Mangetsu, and he swept the blast sword in an arc, explosions drowning it out for a second as he cleared a bit of the mist around him. It was pointless, and the mist rushed back in again. Liver, jugular, subclavian artery. Her voice returned with the mist. He could feel himself suddenly beginning to feel drained. What the hell was this? Kidneys and heart, she finally said, her voice never changing pitch as she listed all the killing points to him like she was reading out from a list. He swept around again, rotating his body and activating the blast sword as he did so. The explosions, just like before, sent the mist away, but it was quick to return. This time, however, he'd gotten a glimpse of her. He knew where she was. That was why he sealed the blast sword back before unsealing his latest acquisition, the Kiba blades. The lightning blades with jagged teeth hungered for his chakra, and he was more than happy to feed it to its fill, pointing the blades right at where he knew she was. Dai, he shouted. Meiterumi watched the boy flounder about with a smug smile on her face. He never even noticed her chakra enter his with the mist that scarred his hands. The second Mizuki's notes had been extremely instructive on the matter. He controlled his mist-based jinjutsu like an artist, weaving it and tailoring it to the recipient while subtly altering their chakra with his own and making his way inside. Her way could not have been more different. Where he was cautious, she was bold. Where he was subtle, she was brash. She used her boil release to control the toxic mist that she wove with her chakra. Right from the beginning, when she burned his hands, she'd gotten in. It was only a matter of time for her to skirt past whatever natural defenses he had and begin to fool his senses. She'd done well in jinjutsu classes in school, and even under her sensei, but what she just did would never have been possible without Zenitsuzuki's help. That was why she was going to give his descendant some measure of dignity, even if the boy was a little piece of shit. When he sent the massive blast of lightning at the sky, he fell to his knees, surely almost drained of chakra. That was when she removed her jinjutsu. She could see his confusion as his view of the situation instantly changed. It took him nearly a minute to figure out what had happened, and when he did, the scowl on his face was a sight to behold. He knew it was lost. He'd exhausted himself fighting an apparition. Nothing more than a ghost. While she was fresh and untouched. He'd had little chance against her when they were both fresh, but now he had to know it was impossible. Credit to him, though, he didn't give up. He got to his feet again. He was finished. He had to know it, but he had to have this last act of defiance. May allowed him close the distance, swords raised above his head, all the form he'd learned forgotten in his present state. He brought the both of them down on her, and like the mist her people hid in, Meiterumi slipped between his attacks before slapping one of the Kiba blades out of his hand before punching him in the midsection, knocking the wind at him before slipping his legs out from under him in a quick leg movement and then placing her foot on his neck before he could stand. Yield, she asked. Nay commanded. I yield, unruly ay. Faster than ever, Brother B said, completing the rest of his transformation as he returned from human-tailed beast hybrid to the brother he knew and loved. Still not fast enough, I replied, knowing that he was right. He'd logically known that he wasn't the strongest ninja in the village since he mastered the beast within him, but he'd at least thought that the gap was smaller. The past few months had done nothing less than thoroughly remove that thought from his head. Every sparring session they had, B beat him into the ground. But it was getting better. He was getting stronger and faster. Before, B had been able to do it with just 4 tails. Now, he needed to go into the second version of the transformation and call upon 6 tails to put him down. It was progress. Slower than he wanted, but still progress. Perhaps the worst part was that he knew that the difference between one tail and the next was not merely additive, it was exponential. The 7th tail would be orders of magnitude stronger than the 6th, and after that would come the full transformation. Would he ever be strong enough to contend against the entire 8 tails in its full glory? His father had done it, but his father was a ninja beyond compare in virtually every respect. Sure, he wore the same lightning armor that his father sported, but they were different in virtually every way. His father adapted his for durability and power, while Ice was focused on speed. There was a reason he bore the title of fastest ninja in the world. That was the goal now, get even faster. Level 2 of the lightning armor was powerful, but not absolute. It could not be his ceiling, surely there had to be more he could do. Look up, brother, you are stronger than you've ever been. With the two of us together, there's nothing that will be our equal in the world. Kumo is safe. There's no need to overwork yourself like this. B said, for the first time in a while not even bothering to resort to his terrible raps. That was one way he could tell that he was being serious now. I'm fine, B, he said, shrugging off the hand his younger brother placed on his shoulder. His brother was taller than him now. His little brother. This was how he knew he was aging. He'd seen one war from the beginning to the end, and now he was certainly about to see another one. Those he'd fought with on the front lines? Now most of them were either dead or retired to raise families. This war was not for his generation. It was for the next, and that scared him. Almost like his thoughts had summoned him, a messenger came running up to him. Kazekage-sama, the man said as he covered the distance at snail's pace to Ice's eyes. What do you have? He asked, voice gruff. He noticed from the corner of his eyes that B was similarly tense. Any news at this point was likely to be important. Gaara, the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, has declared war on Iwagakure. He's sent it on messenger birds across the nations, he said. And so it begins, I grimly thought to himself. Once more the children of the storms would fight and bleed for the glory of Kumo. Gaara of the desert. I closed my eyes as I came to terms with what I was about to do. This was it. The beginning of everything. If there was anything that would ever have made me hesitate, it was the thought that I was about to become just the kind of person I'd have criticized in my past life. A warmonger. But I'd still much rather be a warmonger than the kind of man who failed in his duties, and that is what would happen if I failed to cripple Suna now. For some reason, Konoha was not attacking. And they also weren't going to be attacking anytime soon. Our spies had been particularly useful in sussing that out. There was no mass mobilization indicative of a wide-scale attack or invasion. And I'm sure what you wondered now was what I was going to do if they planned an attack like just the one I was doing now. Well, there was a reason most of Suna's greatest resources were contained in my inventory now. I was essentially leaving everyone behind to die if things went wrong, but I was confident in my senses. Even beyond that, the game had blessed this mission by giving me a quest. The game had never led me astray before, so it was the final piece of data I needed to take the risk. I had safety measures in place, of course. Kankuro and Tamari were here with me. Shira slept peacefully in my inventory, still recovering from the surgery, and Mabuki had orders in place to help her make a quick escape if anything went wrong. Even beyond that, I had seals littering the walls of Suna and much of the surrounding area. Any invading force would find out for themselves that Suna was no easy target. I'd even made the decision to make sensory barriers for Suna that extended well beyond the village's walls to ensure they had ample forewarning of any impending attack. The goal was to ensure that we were ready for whatever happened, and I'd done my best to make sure they were. With that settled, I had to be in the here and now. The mission objectives were sevenfold. 1. Assassinate the Yondaime Tsuchikage to further throw them into chaos. 2. Capture members of every bloodline clan in the village. 3. Steal their scroll of forbidden jutsu. 4. Steal their academy training regiment. 5. Destroy the hospitals and whatever recovery capacity they had. 6. Steal all their ninja records including mission statements and their ninja database. 7. Free whatever prisoners they had within the village walls. The goal here was to strike hard, strike fast, and leave chaos in our wake. Luckily, or unluckily, for us, neither of their Jinchuriki were likely to be within the village. It was good because I get to avoid a large-scale fight and being bogged down in combat with a person who was either my equal or close enough in ability. It was bad because I wouldn't get the chance to test myself against another Jinchuriki to see how I measured up. And I wouldn't even get the opportunity to kill one of them to toss a wrench into whatever plans Akatsuki had. A tailed beast, when its host was called, would take exactly as many years to reform as it had tails. So killing Son Goku or Kokuo could grant me anything from 4 to 5 years of extra time to prepare for the Akatsuki. It was moot at the end of the day. We made good time to IWA, only taking about 4.5 hours to cover the distance. We couldn't move at full speed since I'd been forced to take the platform well beyond the cloud cover to ensure that we weren't spotted on the off chance that someone did actually decide to look upwards. The downside for us at least was that we wouldn't be able to see or know when the time came for us to stop. We couldn't see through clouds after all. Not most of us, at least. I turned to the man I'd brought for precisely that purpose. "Yomi-san, please have a look," I said, stepping a bit to the side for the man to take point. One of the first things I'd done after my return to the village was track down some of the people I'd known to have useful abilities from the anime. One of them was Shira's teammate in the anime, Yom. Luckily for her, she had a father who was in border patrol who shared her abilities. If she hadn't, she'd have found herself conscripted into my service automatically. The ability was too useful to not have in the direct service of the Kazekage. It was one of the many ways my father dropped the ball when he held the role. Abilities like this should have been rewarded and studied. Like how I knew that what he and his daughter could do wasn't just a hidden jutsu but a full-blown jujutsu. He'd explained it to me more times than I could count, how to manipulate the chakra and everything, but nothing I'd done allowed me replicate it. Even more interesting was the fact that I could isolate a clearly biological component of their abilities. Work was being done to figure out his origins since he was an orphan who didn't know his parents, but I was willing to bet that there was a Byakugan or two in his ancestry. Speaking of the great Jujutsu, Kakashi Sharingan remained in stasis in my inventory while his body was now being actively studied back in the village. We'd removed the eye, but left him alive in the meantime. He'd barely survived Idara's explosive death, but keeping him in my inventory was enough to prolong his life long enough to get him medical attention. Now, he was still alive as his body revealed secret after secret under Chiyo's masterful knife skills. We're about 10 kilometers away from being directly above the village's centers, he said to me, and I nodded. At present speeds, we'd be there in about 5 minutes. I nodded at him and began the last preparations. From my inventory, I took out backpacks. Each of them was lined with seals to act as a parachute. Not just that, but the rest of the features wouldn't matter if everything went well. "Do me a favor and hand these out, EY?" I asked him and he nodded before walking across the platform handing one bag to each person. When they'd all put theirs on, I turned to them to speak. "We're about to go. Once I give the signal, we all jump. On your backs are what I'd like to call parachutes. They'll slow down your descent when you get close enough to the ground. Remember your teams and your individual objectives. Do not forget that all we do for the glory and safety of Suna." "May the winds fare you well," I said to them. "Winds fare you well," they all chorused. Most of them looked resolute, ready. Of course they did. These were the best ninja in Suna, after all. The strongest, sharpest, and most skilled of our jounin. Well, with Kankuro and Tamari, but they were with Ebizo, so I'd leave their safety in his hands. A traitorous part of me whispered that it might even be better for me if I allowed them perish here. Whatever threat they presented to my reign could die here. I shut it up coldly and quickly. They were family. The rest of the ride was agonizingly slow as I trembled with anticipation. I'd been training in between my efforts at wet tinkering, and I knew that this was going to be a fight I'd enjoy. Just me and a Kaguya-level opponent. No pressure, no frills. Maybe he'd even be enough to get me to go all out. But the best part was that I was finally going to be doing something with my energy. I wasn't just sitting around waiting for the shoes to drop. That knowledge alone was worth more than I'd ever expected. "We're there," Yomi said to me, and I stopped the platform's movement. "Let's go," I said to them as I jumped out of the platform, and I wasn't disappointed when they all followed. Down to Naraka, we go. Chapter 42. I felt the wind rush through my hair as we free fell down the sky. I resisted the urge to scream in exhilaration as we covered the distance so quickly. There was some sort of joy that came with falling. That breathless feeling from being unable to inhale any meaningful breaths of air. It was something else. When I judged the distance to be close enough, I released a pulse of chakra that activated the seals on the backpacks I'd had them all put on. They beeped twice and then activated. Ropes and cloth shooting out from the ether before being caught by the wind and slowing down all their descents. Don't forget your goals, I told them as I used my wind release to release even more wind behind me, accelerating towards the ground. The pulse of chakra could not have gone entirely undetected, so virtually every sensor in the village was going to know something was up. That was why I was making double time to achieving my own goal in this attack. Distraction, the best way for me to get the Tsuchikage off the board was to get him to come to me. My Fuinjutsu skills were excellent, but only an idiot would face a Kaguya right at the seat of their power. Instead, I'd move the battle here. Right in the center of Iwabikyu's population center. As I got closer to the ground, I could see more and more things become visible and distinct. The first was that my aim was a bit off and I was going to end up landing a bit farther from the Kaguya Tower than I'd intended, but in the end of the day, it was going to prove to be advantageous since I was going to be landing right on top what our maps indicated was the ninja residency area. Good, I wouldn't be killing innocents today. I flipped in mid-air as I got closer to the ground to bleed off a bit of my momentum before I braced for landing, and slammed into the ground immediately after I turned my lower limbs into sand. The landing was perfectly cushioned and my sand began to burrow into the ground, eating through it and creating more sand for my use. This was going to be a marathon, not a sprint, so I had to make sure I was prepared for that. Now, where were they? It took 42 seconds, much longer than it should have, for me to get confronted by anyone even though I'd been basically blasting my chakra into the air to attract attention. They were a team of 3, their vests marked them as Chunin. None on the bingo book, so as they jumped forwards while yelling at me to surrender, I just breathed in, filling my lungs with air before emptying my lungs of said air and multiplying it as it passed the tenketsu on my throat. When I breathed out, it was a storm of cutting winds that sliced through the 3 ninja with ease. If this was what IWA had to offer, then this was going to be a very disappointing attack. I allowed the man who snuck up on me to stab the blade into my chest before holding tightly onto it with the sand that said chest had been transformed into right before he made contact. He was quick enough to let go of his weapon and jump backwards, but not quick enough to avoid being tapped by one of my fingers as he retreated. His retreat ended instantly as he collapsed to the ground after having his right spontaneously multiplied 100-fold. I'd still not been forced to move from my position. In the time it had taken me to take care of my first 4 assailants, I'd been surrounded. Now, by Jounin. A cursory glance told me there were at least a dozen of them here. Wasteful, I thought to myself with a tisk. I was supposed to be a distraction for the Kage and their strongest ninja, allowing the rest of the team to move with impetus, but I didn't actually want to slaughter my way through the entire village. If I left them too weak, Danzo would take an IWA as a whole with no resistance and would be in a position to fight a war on 2 fronts with us. A bold ninja tried to take control of the ground before me to impale me with spikes, but I crushed the pitiful attempt with my chakra before I slammed my foot into the ground. If they wanted earth release, I'd show them earth release. Spikes taller than me, at least as tall as a few of the bungalows around us, rose from the ground with no warning. Dozens of spikes, but only 3 of them ended up catching any of their targets. The rest of them had dodged out of the way the second I'd made contact. I felt it then, a strong chakra signature. Strong enough that even my shit chakra senses were able to identify it with ease. The man walked forwards, stepping around my spikes to meet me face to face. Or face to chest rather. I was tall for my age, but the man dwarfed me with ease. Kitsuchi, go dame Tsuchikage of Iwabikure. Finally. I thought I'd go through puberty standing here and waiting for you, I said with a sharp smile on my face. This was going to be fun. Kuro was right. Your arrogance does indeed know no bounds. I would have sought you out in time, removed your skin from your bones to avenge my father's death, but you've done me the favor of presenting yourself before me. Prepare to die, boy, he said, tone calm and bellying the words he spoke. Just like his father, Kitsuchi embodied the will of stone. He'd break before he bent, and even more likely, he'd break you before you managed to make him do either. I could feel it standing in front of him. There was no fear on his face. This was a man who had been a ninja for even longer than I'd roamed this world. He's been killing and almost getting killed for decades. Of course, he wasn't scared. Wary, maybe. But not scared. I was sure Kuratsuchi had told him exactly how I killed Inoki and he was underestimating me for it. He thought he was my better. I'd see how long he managed to hold on to that delusion before despair sunk in. I smiled at him before slamming both my hands together, clapping and holding the position as if I was offering a prayer to some god. The apartment buildings around us, massive things with hundreds of shinobi within them scrambling to equip themselves to reinforce their village under attack, suddenly began to sink. Their foundations turned to sand as my newest jutsu came into effect. Hidden jutsu, primitive return to nothingness. I said the grandiose name as my chakra enhanced the ability of my sand to weather down stone. Now, my sand ate stone to become sand, and that same sand did the same over and over, _ad infinitum _ as it spread through the sinking buildings, capturing and burying hundreds alive. I leaned backwards from a punch that threatened to pulverize my skull and spread my brains over the floor beneath us. I'm going to make you regret that, I heard him say as I backpedaled from the punch's natural follow-up. I led him in a dance as he struggled to hit me while I acted like the wind of the desert, impossible to catch or even pin down. Eventually, he left an opening that I took advantage of ruthlessly. He punched at me, and as I leaned backwards, I lifted one of my feet and slammed it into his midsection in a brutal Spartan kick. A Spartan kick that my opponent took with only a grunt to show his discomfort. He didn't even move backwards. This was one strong motherfucker, I thought to myself. And then my senses screamed at me to move before I died. I jumped backwards, hurling myself through the air at speed to avoid the flaming missile that landed right where I'd been standing only a second earlier. It was difficult to make out the person through the aura of flames, but there was only one person who that could be. Rashi, Jinchuriki of Sungoku, S-rank ninja of IWA. Where he had landed, all the sand had been instantly glassed. What the fuck was that? It was an almost instant reminder of who I'd be facing now, a true Jinchuriki. Not one like me with only a granted ability and no other benefits. This one could use his tailed beast chakra with abandon. Said chakra choked the air around us with miasma. I could see why the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki that housed them were looked upon as demons now. When I looked at Rashi, all I saw was death. You thought IWA would be easy pickings? Kitsuchi said with a scoff. The second I was named as Tsuchikage, I reached out to my old friends Rashi and Han from the war. Thank you for coming. I trust Han is still on his way. His last sentence was not addressed at me, but I got the very strong feeling that it still was. The threat was unmistakable. I have one Jinchuriki here, and another is on its way. You have one tail, we have a combined 9 on our side, I was sure, he said mentally. If all I was a Jinchuriki, I'd even be frightened. Maybe the three of you working together will manage to give me the fight your father failed to, I said with a savage smile. I was going to be delayed here, so there was no chance of me accomplishing any secondary goals. I just hoped the others made the best use of this distraction. First things first, I dispelled the clone I had back in Suna, returning my chakra back to me. It was necessary for the safety of the village for the most part, but my life was more important. While I did that, I passed along instructions to my clone posing as the daimyo to retire for an early rest and find a way to dispel himself. I'd need every drop of chakra I could get if I wanted to stand a chance here. Rashi and I moved at once. He blurred at me while I gestured towards him, palm outstretched. Physical gestures made my sand move even faster, responding even more readily to my will, and that was why it was just barely fast enough to slam into the Jinchuriki of the four tails with all the force of a train before he could reach me. Even more sand piled on, pushing him backwards and attempting to bury him in its weight. I lifted both hands, commanding all the sand that surrounded us to rush towards him before I was suddenly tossed off my feet from the force of a shockwave. Transforming and reforming in seconds, I found my feet. Now, Rashi stood atop a mountain of sand, most of it being actively melted into liquid glass with his chakra choking up the air around us even more. Behind him, I could make out two tails that looked to me made of pure lava. Fuck. I guess it was too much to hope for a quick conclusion here. He widened his stance while snarling at me. In the span of a few seconds, he spat out several balls made out of pure lava. Lava release was really fucking annoying. I thought to myself before instantly cooling every single ball into dry earth in one breath with wind release, allowing them to fall to the ground after failing to reach their target. I allowed my head turn into sand as a fist wreathed in stone punched right through it. I couldn't see, but I could feel my surroundings with the sand that made up my essence. I took advantage of the position of Kitsuchi's fist to surround his arm with sand before crushing down on it with a quick application of will. Blood dripped down on my sand as I felt him rush backwards. I couldn't hear anything, but I knew he didn't scream. I was intimately aware of what the posture of a screaming person was. Trying to force my sand to flow up his body was useless as he pushed it away by flaring his chakra. I reformed my head to see a flying comet heading for me, Rashi. I breathed in before breathing out a massive gale of hurricane-force winds. I expected the wind to toss him backwards, but the man planted his feet on the ground and braced himself. He did not move, even as I fed the jutsu a shit ton of chakra. Even as the winds continued behind him to level buildings and kill ninja that weren't even targets of the jutsu. I ran out of air before he ran out of endurance. He tanked the entire attack with nothing to show that he'd even been hit. This time when he ran at me, I had the good sense to retreat again. Once again the space I'd occupied was now filled with glass. I wasn't in much danger of running out of sand, but the fact that he kept glassing up so much of the essential resource was nothing short of annoying. I had 3 elemental affinities: wind, earth, and fire. Considering he was literally made out of lava, fire was a bust. If I somehow managed to burn him in that state, I'd shave myself bald and join the Wind Temple as an acolyte. That left wind and earth. I had nothing in my earth release arsenal that would stand a chance of hurting him unless I massively weakened him first. Wind could either blow or cut, and blowing had done a good deal of nothing, so let's see how this aura of his would do at preventing him from being turned into mincemeat. Rotation, power, containment, wind, I recited to myself as I formed the wind release, Rasengan in less time than it took him to cover the distance between us, and this time instead of leaping backwards, I ran right at him. Rashi of IWA. It was all he could do to keep the damn monkey out of my way as he fought off the Achibi brat. Shukaku the monkey shouted in his head, almost upset at his choice of words. Rashi shoved the monkey's voice down for the 10th time in as many minutes with a blast of irritation and continued to run at the brat. This time, instead of retreating, he was running forwards. A stupid move, I could already tell. He'd spent all his time fighting against humans, and that was where his mistake lay. He thought that by beating a few humans over the years that he'd be able to call himself Rashi's equal with a weaker beast in his stomach and less chakra in his whole body than Rashi could have had in a finger. While running at him, he began forming a jutsu in his hand. His left hand. TCH. He still fought like one of them, Rashi thought to himself, using jutsu and ninja techniques. He thought he was human like they were. Limited. It was a pity that he would die ignorant of what he truly was and his true potential. When they were about to clash with each other, Rashi smiled as he knew what the brat was planning but had an even better idea up his sleeves. He screamed, tapping into the consciousness and mind of the Yonbi, Son Goku had shouted in his head. The scream was a trick that he'd learned from Han. And just like it did when Han had used it against him, it sent the boy reeling. He stumbled, faltering in his approach and struggling to move forwards. The boy almost dropped to his knees, but didn't get the opportunity as Rashi ran forwards and punched him with a lava-sheathed fist, sending the boy flying at least a mile away, chest caved in. He could hear the supposed Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi, let out a breath of relief at that, clearly believing the boy had been taken out. Foolish. That hit would have killed any man, Rashi knew. He'd been killing men since the day he was born, but the Achibi brat, Shukaku, was no man. That was a demon, just like him, and he knew that something like that wouldn't get anywhere close to killing him. He was proven right a few seconds later when Sand rose up from the ground and attempted to rush right at him. Foolishness was doing the same thing over and over again while expecting the same result. We are monsters, not idiots, Rashi thought to himself with suspicion, wondering what the brat was up to. He pulled at the beast in his stomach and increased his chakra flow, turning all the same around into glass in a second. He was the worst possible matchup for the chibi brat. Maybe his harebrained attack on a hidden village would have gone better if he wasn't around, and Han wasn't on his way. By the time Han got here, he'd be disappointed to see him still fighting against a brat with 3 less tails, Rashi thought to himself. When the brat revealed himself again, he was unharmed, only the blood dripping off his clothes showed that he'd even taken any damage. That was even faster than his own healing, Rashi thought to himself before noticing a slight green aura around the boy's hand that was placed on his slide. Medical ninjutsu. With an aura that faint. It was either he was a complete novice with it or he was so good that he was only using precisely as much chakra as he needed to and so was wasting little of it in that aura. The latter was more likely, but that meant he was still fighting like a human. Trying to conserve chakra, Rashi scoffed to himself. Pull on that beast in your belly, boy. If you want to have any chance of taking me on, Rashi shouted across the space separating them that was littered with molten glass and sand. Much of the IWA city center was being torn apart in their battle. The brat had done most of the damage before he'd even arrived, but Rashi already knew he'd get a good portion of the blame. Humans like to think of themselves as logical creatures, common sense, and all that. But when it really got to it, they were beasts just like he, Han, and the brat. They just showed their bestial natures in different ways. In the way they treated him when he was a child. Anyway, they somehow managed to find a way to blame him for everything that went wrong. He wasn't the only one to lose to the damn Yellow Flash, but he was the one who got the blame for losing the war. Even the Nine-Tails had lost to the bastard. What did they expect him to do with his lowly 4? Oh, you have no fucking idea, the brat shouted back at him before jumping right at him, this time with a blade held in his left hand. A sword, Rashi nearly guffawed. He was still fighting like one of them. He allowed the boy close the distance, not even bothering to dodge out of the way of the blade, preferring to catch it in his palm like the toy it was, but then something went wrong. The blade cut through the Yanbi's chakra and began to cut into his skin. What? He shouted in his head before pulling his hand back, noticing that the exposure to his lava-clad form had done nothing to the blade where most other weapons would be nothing but slag at this point. He backpedaled, dodging out of the way of the blade as it came lashing for his neck. The boy was skilled, that went without saying. So it was almost expected that with an advantage like that sword, he'd be able to keep him on the back foot. Not for long though. The Yellow Flash was the only human Rashi would ever lose to, and until he pulled on his tailed beast, this brat would remain a human in his eyes. That was why he released a scream as he increased his chakra pull from the beast again. He was knocking on the door of entering the second version of the tailed beast cloak, where he actually became too dangerous for anyone to fight. Han would never let him live it down if he let a brat push him that far. The next time the blade came, he let out another scream laden with tailed beast chakra, but this time there was no reaction from the boy, beyond a smirk as he tried to take advantage of Rashi's seeming distraction to skewer him with the sword. Rashi just smiled and ramped up his speed before kicking the boy in the chest. The boy's body collapsed in sand before reforming with the sword still clutched in his left hand and aiming for Rashi's neck with a lunge. Rashi spat, a concentrated ball of nothing but lava that forced the boy to retreat as Rashi released even more, bigger, lava balls that tore chunks out of the battlefield and ruined much of the sand around them. Might as well get rid of the brat's pesky ammunition and keep him running, Rashi thought as he spat out more and more lava, watching the boy run across the field like a headless chicken before one brat suddenly became 2. One kept running, the other scattered in the winds. He kept a careful eye on the clone as it ran to the other end, miles away, and began to run through hand seals while the original remained God knows where. Don't let him use jutsu, the accursed Suchikid shouted at him, still clutching the crushed remnants of his hand. Rashi would have killed him where he stood for his presumption that he was in any danger from human techniques, but Inoki's-san had made promises, and Rashi would be damned if he didn't hold him to them. He'd give him no excuse or reason not to keep up with his end of the deal, and so that was why Rashi jumped in the air after bending his knees a tiny bit to increase the strength in his jump. He covered miles in seconds, crossing the distance between him and the clone in less time than it would have taken any human except the yellow flash before lifting his hands to the sky and bringing them down with him as he landed on the clone, destroying it. No, he amended. The clone wasn't destroyed, just turned into sand like the original and scattered into the wind. Fucking coward, he thought to himself. Before the ground all around him began to glow as invisible seals etched in the stone itself began to light up. You see, you're powerful as fuck. Strong, but you fight stupid. It was easy to lure you here with some bullshit handsets while my clone, invisible to you, etched these seals into the very ground around you. Stand tall, Rashi of IWA. For this is your burial ground. The brat had suddenly appeared at the edge of the glowing seals, looking smug. Rashi almost laughed. Fuinjutsu. He thought he could seal him? The foolishness of the young merged with the arrogance of humanity was not a good combination at all. Rashi covered the distance between them in less time than it would have taken him to blink, tailed beast chakra increasing and swelling within him. He slammed against the purple barrier with all his strength, expecting it to budge, only for it to hold strong. This is something I prepared months ago for in case I ever had to face off against a rampaging nine-tails Jinchuriki. I expect that it will be more than enough for you, the brat said with a smirk. Rashi wanted to scream in frustration as he punched at it, slamming hit after hit into it with no effect. There was no give. He increased his draw on the tailed beast chakra, bearing the pain with a grunt as he felt his skin being burnt to ash and healed again by the corrosive heat of the Yanbis. Sangoku the beast screamed once again, chakra. He felt a skeleton form above his own as he tapped into the very limit he could approach. Only one human had forced him this far, and it was the damned yellow flash. Instead of the boy to be justifiably frightened or scared at the transformation, he only looked amused. Rashi was still being mocked. Not for long, he thought as he walked backwards. He retreated to the very edge of the barrier, before running forwards, half on his legs, and half on his hands. He felt the world blur around him until he slammed into the barrier. Rashi felt true despair for the first time when the barrier still did not move. Won't work. His ears could barely make out the boy's words over the sound of him hitting the barrier over and over again. It still didn't move. He was beginning to feel lightheaded. He swayed on his feet for a second or two before he caught himself and kept still. You're feeling it now, EY? There's no air in that barrier. By exerting yourself like you just did, you just made sure you won't even have more than a minute left before you run out of oxygen. The boy's smirk was infuriating. He wanted to march forwards and smash the barrier to nothing, but that was exactly what the boy wanted. It would achieve nothing. Nothing beyond shortening his time. He was beaten, and he was going to die, Rashi thought to himself. Yanbi, he finally said internally when he felt his grip on consciousness beginning to slip. He'd lost, but this brat was going to pay for his insults one way or another. If you want my help, you will say my name, the great ape said within him, voice stern as ever. If I die, you die with me, he said, trying to appease the beast with logic. I will reform again, free of shackles. What is a few years to one such as I, had said. Fine, Rashi conceded, losing against the beast within in a battle of wills. Son Goku, he shouted within himself, and he felt his body become flooded with chakra. His skin gained a red tinge as it began to swell. He felt his will be supplanted as the great ape took charge, and the tails at his back turned from lava to flesh. His point of view changed as he rose higher and higher, standing taller than even the tallest buildings. I am free. The Yanbi's voice was not within his head this time, it spread across the world as the great ape screamed its victory. Chapter 43, well, fuck, I thought to myself as I stared at literally the worst case scenario right now. The whole entire fucking Four Tails and its whole entire fucking glory. This was just some bullshit. There was nothing in his files, or history that recorded that a move like this was even possible, and beyond that, even something he'd ever resort to. There were records of fights between Han and Rashi, and Minato from the Third War, and even when he ran circles around them, never once did they transform into their full-tailed beast forms. There was only one perfect Jinchuriki out there, and if IWA had one of their own. then they'd have started the next war with Konoha much earlier. And if Rashi had the power to transform into the fucking Yanbi, where had he been during the Konoha invasion? These were just some of the completely irrelevant thoughts that took over my mind as I turned tail and fucking ran. They said panic cleared the mind, that fear made it easy to focus on only one thing. I guess my brain didn't get the message, hitting 1,000,001 thoughts at once as I felt myself go from wondering about where Rashi had been hiding a trump card like this to commenting on the coloring of the Yanbi as it jumped clear in the air and landed in front of me with a snarl on its face. "You're very red, Yanbi-san," my mouth said before I could control it, and bless his soul, when the monkey opened its mouth it was to laugh and not Baijidama me out of existence. Fuckity, fuck. And to make things worse, with my improved chakra sensing, I could feel the strong chakra presence that just entered my range. Anyone with even a modicum of ability would have felt the Gobi Jinchuriki as it stepped into the village perimeter. If Rashi had shone like the sun, Han was a fucking supernova. He was fucking everywhere. Nothing compared to the nuclear reactor in front of me, but the fact that I could feel his chakra even in the presence of the Yanbi told me all that I needed to know. That was one free one, brat. Next time you call me that, I'll blow you to dust. The name is Son Goku, nothing else, it said, not saying any more. Of course, it wasn't. It probably didn't honestly give a fuck about whatever I could come up with to either escape or beat it. It was so comfortably above me on the scale, in its estimation, that it was fine just laughing and talking to me. I'd missed this air, you know. It can get really stuffed up in that cage. It said, stepping back and beginning to stretch, just enjoying its freedom. I could honestly imagine what Kitsuchi was thinking now. He brought Rashi in to secure his village or prepare for war or whatever, and now that same trump card was going to burn down IWA. In much the same way that Kyuubi hadn't needed much incentive to attack Konoha, I was sure the Yanbi considered it his solemn duty to ensure that all that remained of IWA was slag. The beast stomped its right foot down once, and it was all I could do to transform my feet into sand and fly upwards. Where I'd stood, there was nothing but lava. Not just where I stood, the entire block Rashi and I had been fighting in. I agreed to kill you in exchange for Rashi's seating control, and I'll get on that, but only after I have my fun, he said. And then he stomped his foot again, making the lava rise and encircle him for a few seconds before exploding outwards, landing on a building blocks away. I hope none of my ninja got caught up in that. At this point, my mission was an uncontroverted success. The bulk of Iwa's forces had been converging on my position since my fight with Kitsuchi began. Now that the Yanbi was out and about, even those elements that hadn't bothered to approach were now committed either to civilian evacuation or attacking the Yanbi. Needless to say, those who took the latter path didn't get much time to regret their decisions. There was something about the way the Yanbi fought. It wasn't malice or rage, it was just a calm flow, one move bleeding into the next. Every movement he made killed dozens, but he somehow managed to make it look like it wasn't personal. I saw why he called himself the Monkey Sage now. He was something else. Some fool part of me wondered what I'd be able to achieve if I had him as a tailed beast instead of the Ichibi. Along with another traitorous part of my body whispered. I actually considered it. 2 tailed beasts. I already had a compatible affinity with fire release and earth release on the table for me. Along with that, I could already visualize all the improvements I'd need to make to be able to accommodate a second tenant with my body. Gamer's body would even help in that it would manage to prevent me from actually crippling myself if things did go wrong. The worst that could happen is that it just wouldn't work. But on the other hand, I had to think about the possible downsides that would come with it even if it did succeed. My chakra control would be shot to all 7 hells. The recovery time would also be something else. Not medically, but returning all my skills. I also had no idea how the 1 tails and the 4 tails would react to inhabiting my body together. Even sealing it would be an immense bother. I had no idea if I could manage to keep a clone active while having that kind of upheaval with my chakra network. If the clone popped halfway through, then the Yanbi would be unleashed, then I'd be a very dead man. And finally, and perhaps most notably, I had no way to take out the fucking beast of mass destruction. None that I could think of right now, at least. I should escape. I probably should just call it a day with my mission accomplished and fly off into the sunset with all the things I needed. But I was greedy. Even though I knew it was stupid, I wanted the fucking Yanbi for myself. I wanted Sage Mode, and who better than the fucking monkey sage to teach me? My body had been unconsciously salivating for this fight. I could feel it. I could tell as many lies to myself as I wanted to, but the truth of the matter was that I relished the challenge. Beyond it all, I wanted to fucking fight. Mind made up, my legs became legs beneath me, rested on a sand platform I created with sand from my inventory. Sand manipulation was going to be next to useless against this creature. It was my natural counter in plenty of ways. But that also made it the worst opponent to be faced with me right now. It wouldn't get the vanilla and boring shit. It wasn't going to be fought in tried and true ways. No, I'd have to get inventive. And that would be fun for me, but so fucking painful for it. Prepare yourself, Yanbi, I shouted, staring right down at it. You dare? Its roar nearly knocked me off the platform. I'm coming, I screamed as I jumped down, heading right for it. I didn't do it unconsciously, but I could feel it form of its accord. Everyone who looked at me as I dropped must have thought me to be insane. I was smiling. Bright as could be. From ear to ear. Temari. What the fuck is he doing? She heard her brother curse behind her as they watched from a rooftop, miles away. The rest of the team had separated across the village, and with Gaara basically drawing every ninja above the rank of Jin into his position or to react to his actions in one way or the other, the rest of the mission was going perfectly. More than perfectly, in fact. They'd been given the mission of capturing 2 users of the explosion release and stealing some worms or whatever from the Kage Tower, and they already have 4 users sealed up in scrolls. We can't worry about that. Trust Kazekage-sama to know what he is doing and focus on the mission, Ebizo-sensei said to both of them before he jumped to the next rooftop. They'd all stopped what they were doing the second the fucking Four-Tails appeared on the scene, with his bloodlust stopping everyone in their tracks, but now their sensei seemed to have got over it completely. He's fighting the Four-Tails, Kankuro hissed back at their sensei as he jumped right after him. She followed next. The only reason they managed to remain undetected was the stealth seals applied to the bags they wore that allowed them to communicate but prevented anyone else from hearing them. They also erased their scents and sounds from the environment, while applying a small chameleon effect that made them difficult to spot when their enemies weren't paying attention. That was why they'd been able to take all 4 members from an explosion core team without anyone even being any the wiser. He's fulfilling his part of the mission. He's causing a distraction to allow the rest of us to move unhindered. I assure you that none of the other teams are sitting around watching him fight. Our Kazekage is doing his job, leading and being the tip of the spear. I would not want to make that all for nothing by failing in my own comparatively easier mission, Ebizo-sensei said. I nodded along with his words, trying to bury the lump of worry that came with the territory of watching your brother dive right at a giant creature of rage and malice with the power to wipe out a whole ninja village. Now, pay attention. This is the hard part, he said before he bent his knees at the last rooftop and jumped straight onto the Tsuchikage tower. Her landed on the glass with no sound, and both her and Kankuro followed his lead. Kankuro wasted no time in opening his bag and taking out the lock-picking set Gaara had placed in it. Out of the box came a simple circular wooden puck that was lined with seals on every visible part of it. He placed it on the glass, and it stuck. When he gestured for them to join him as he moved backwards, she and Ebizo-sensei did not hesitate. A single handset later and the seals flashed for a second before the circular device began to do its job. She watched as a circle, large enough for all of them to squeeze through one at a time, began to be drawn on the glass with the puck at the center. Kankuro breathed out for a second, and the glass in the circle just disappeared, seemingly erased from existence. Kankuro caught the falling puck and dove insides. She and Ebizo followed suit. Their map of the Tsuchikage Tower was over a decade old already, but still, they could recognize where they were and knew where to go next. Gaara was right, Kankuro said with a chuckle before he followed Ebizo-sensei's lead and began walking across the room. She brought up the rear, looking backwards every few seconds to make sure they weren't being followed or watched. It took them less than 5 minutes to make it to the vault. Follow my lead and don't touch anything, Ebizo-sensei reminded them. A bit needlessly in her opinion, as that was precisely what they'd been doing since the beginning of the mission. Gaara had made them swear to before letting them on the mission, after all. For the vault, it was blocked off by a steel door that looked to be at least several inches thick. It wasn't something that the average ninja could break through. When Ebizo-sensei walked closer, and they followed, she could make out the seals on it. She could see the circles that marked them out as Uzumaki seals. Each seal began with a spiral that led into the next and into the next. It was beautiful, just like Gaara had said. When the rest of the world was stumbling in the dark, our ancestors made art, she heard Kankuro whisper. It was his voice, but they were Gaara's words. She agreed. She didn't have Kankuro's talent for Fuinjutsu. She didn't learn it instantly the way Kankuro and Gaara could, but she still knew enough to know this was beauty. Fuinjutsu was in her blood, after all. Their birthright, Gaara called it. Can you open it? Ebizo-sensei asked, and Kankuro's scoff in reply was expected. Even Ebizo-sensei cracked a smile at it. Since Gaara started teaching him, there was nothing Kankuro took more pride in than his Fuinjutsu skills. They stole this. It wasn't theirs to steal, and it definitely wasn't made for them, Kankuro said. They managed to copy it, probably from a vault in the ruins of Yazushio, but they didn't understand it. Not truly. I don't even need to break it. It was made for me to open, Kankuro said, walking forwards and placing a hand on it. She wanted to advise caution, but it was all for naught. The seal glowed for a second or two, and then it fell open right before their eyes. Their seal masters had some talent for at least managing to copy this. But not enough to get rid of the automatic override. Any Uzumaki could open this just by placing their chakra against it, he explained to them. She nodded, and followed him as he walked in. This time, it was the shocked Ebizo that brought up the rear. When they entered, it was to a sight they'd expected, but was still no less surprising. They'd recently begun to expand the mining in the mountains that made up their border with Tsuchi no Kuni, but even then, they were already finding gold in droves. Of course, here that it's been happening for centuries, they'd have lots more. Iwa's vault was overflowing with gold bars. There was probably more gold in this vault than the daimyo of Kaze no Kuni had ever seen in his life. To sit on wealth like this, Ebizo-sensei commented with scorn. Well, they won't have it for long, she replied and got to work, taking out the scrolls from her bag. She could already see the worms that Gaara had asked for deeper in the vault, and sign Kankuro was moving for it. She might as well do her bit. Gaara did say they should feel free to empty out the vault if they had the time, and from what she could hear, they'd have more than enough time to do as they wished. Sabaku no Gaara. The Yanbi paid no attention to me as I dove towards him. No attention at all, and that changed in seconds. I gathered the winds in my hands and forced them to obey my will as I fell right at him. By the time he looked up, it was too late. I landed right on his left shoulder and planted my hands downwards, cutting rents into his flesh. Disappointingly enough, the cuts didn't go nearly as deep as I expected them to. Still, the scream of pain I got was well worth it. The Yanbi moved to dislodge me, and I happily jumped off his shoulder to land on a brand new sand platform. You'll pay for that, it screamed to the heavens. The winds from his voice threatened to send me flying, but a quick assertion of chakra made them bend right around me, falling into my control with no hesitation. I had 3 affinities: wind, earth, and fire. When it came to the latter 2, I had no doubts that the Yanbi had me comprehensively beat in those regards. That left only my wind release on the table. I couldn't make fire hot enough to burn a creature that took baths in lava, and whatever earth release I would have attempted was easily invalidated by the fact that much of the ground around us was literally lava. In the same way as he could turn my sand to lava at will, he could do the same with the earth release I'd attempt. It wasn't just my nature releases that were, for the most part, taken off the table by the Yanbi's very presence. My taijutsu and kinjutsu that I spent hours working on daily were useless. No matter how sharp I made _dark sister _ by channeling wind release into her, she'd never cut deeply enough to do any damage. It was like trying to kill a human with a toothpick, except 1,000 times harder because of his tough armor-like fur, and the fact that his skin had a leathery quality to it even behind the fur. Fuinjutsu was similarly useless until I could find a useful receptacle to use in placing the seals on his person. It was going to be a bitch and a half to hijack the seal already in place, but I had an idea or two that could prove useful at the end of the day. But only after I managed to weaken the Yanbi enough. All those thoughts flashed through my mind in less than a second as the Yanbi reached out for me with his hand to swat me out of the sky, and my sand platform carried me well out of his grip. Placing my hand in front of me, I bent my chakra and the wind around me to my will in record time. The Raisin Shuriken announced its presence on the battlefield with a telltale whine. "Let's go," I said with a smile, getting more ideas added to my arsenal for ways to deal with the worst-case scenario. Chapter 44. I smiled right at it, a savage, bloodthirsty smile, as I prepared to do what few had done before me. Defeat a whole fucking tailed beast right in its element. The longer the fight went on, the more of a Wagakure's landmass was consumed by the lava that the four tails spawned with every step of his. The lava spread around us in a circle, melting and consuming everything in its path with little resistance. "That looks like a Baijidama," the Yanbi said, shocking me with its astute analysis, as well as with the fact that it could talk without screaming my head off. I nodded and shot forwards, diving right at it. The tails lashed out, attempting to swat me out of the air like a troublesome bug. I spun in the air, barely having the first tail miss me by a hair's breadth. The second one was mistimed, so it was easy to dodge it. For the last two, it was all I could do to dodge the third, and for the fourth I made the right choice of substituting with a clone I'd formed at the last SEC, and before it was about to hit me. With my new position, right above the beast, I reared my hand backwards for a second before I tossed it right at him. The spinning disk of chakra and wind weaved through the air, dodging around all the balls of lava he tried sending at it to detonate it, as I controlled it using the same chakra principles Kankuro and Chio used to control their puppets. When it finally hit, it was with an astonishing explosive sound, slamming into the beast's jaw right as it was about to try forming a tailed beast bomb to head it off once it saw nothing was working. Microscopic blades of wind tore through the side of the tailed beast's face, leaving bloody tissue in their wake, but beyond that, I could tell that the attack had not penetrated deep enough to cause meaningful damage. What little effect it had begun healing right before my eyes. And it was angry. Fucking pissed. I'd have called it quits right then and there if a voice did not ring out suddenly towards the fourth tails. "Rashi, what are you doing?" Han asked, clad in two tails of his own tailed beast chakra that allowed him to walk right on top of the lava with seemingly no ill effects. The rest of the village around the three of us was being evacuated. "It's Son Goku, boy," the monkey safe replied to the five tails Jinchuriki, who merely snarled in reply. "If so, I command you to return to Rashi now and cease this madness." "You command me? You? Me? I am Son Goku, the monkey sage." "No one commands me," he screamed, tossing me backwards with the force of the scream while Han maintained his position by bracing against it and upping his tailed beast chakra output up to 3 tails. With so much chakra, it was difficult to have my senses active or concentrate on them. In the span of seconds, Han was off. The 5 tails Jinchuriki moved with speed I'd never seen any human capable of, and took the Yanbi right in the face with a punch that caused a shockwave but failed to move the larger creature. Its tails lashed out, smashing Han right back into the ground and leaving him there. "It is only for Kokuo that I do not kill you where you lay," upstart Son Goku said, clearly not taking the host of his older sister seriously. When he turned back to me, it was with murder in his eyes. I guess he didn't like Shukaku as much. He walked forwards, the ground shaking around him as the lava sloshed from right to left under his command. When he felt he was close enough, he lashed out, testing at my reflexes. It was all I could do to spin backwards from the slap that would have turned me into paste. The next attack, a tail swipe, was blocked as a shield of sand formed around me with sand from my inventory. Just having the Yanbi's tail touch it was enough for the sand to lose consistency, as a good portion of it was instantly turned into glass. The longer the fight went on, the more I could see it. Tailed beasts. Natural disasters. I could see the reason behind the looks the villagers had tossed at me, with no justification. A tailed beast was a natural disaster given flesh, and Jinchuriki had the power to toss out those disasters whenever they wanted to. I felt a beep on my vambrace and nodded to myself. That was the 7th squad announcing mission completion. As it stood, my people would be done with IWA in a few minutes, and by then the Yanbi would be down. I just had to figure out how to do it without having to resort to the N-nuclear option. I crossed my fingers in a hand sign familiar to every Naruto fan and increased my numbers threefold. Plan Alpha, I said to my clones as we all took to the sky. 3 of them used the Tsuchikage weight reduction technique along with wind release to glide in the sky while I surfed on my sand platform. The goal was to confuse the Yanbi while preparing our jutsu. All of his attempts to swat us out of the air were dodged with ease, as each of us moved much faster than a creature as large as the giant 4 tails could ever hope to react to. In my left hand formed the jutsu, a sphere of pure chakra surrounded by blades of wind, before it began to flatten with a telltale whine into the familiar Raisin Shuriken. All around me, I could hear the same thing happening. The clone above me was the first to move in as he flew right at the Yanbi. He had an easy time dodging hands and tails and weaving right through, until it was met with the Yanbi's smiling visage. The tailed beast opened its mouth and roared, sending us all flying back and popping 2 of my clones as they lost control of the jutsu. Keeping 3 different jutsu active at the same time while trying to control them all was no mean feat. It was only me and my last clone remaining, so we flew at the same time, me from the left, and him from the right. Another powerful roar made my clone lose concentration before his body was smashed to smoke by a lashing tail. When the Yanbi turned to me, I didn't wait for him to use its roar, as I just tossed the Raisin Shuriken right at it. It seemed to have learned its lesson this time, though. The roar, teeming with red-tailed beast chakra, sent me flying backwards and unraveled the Raisin Shuriken, forcing it to explode harmlessly without ever reaching its target. The Yanbi suddenly screamed in annoyance and I looked over to see Han smashing a fist into its knee before jumping off to avoid the retaliation and landing right on the back of the Yanbi's hand. I just remained where I was, laying down on my sand platform watching the fight. My head was pounding. It felt like every thought I had was a drum banging against my head. I just wanted to rest. Surely, I could. I could just close my eyes for a few seconds. Temari. Sealing up the contents of the vault had taken less time than even Temari had expected. After it was empty, they began making their way to the room they'd used as their entrance. At least, they were, until she spied an open door that led into what looked like a large amphitheater. Kankuro followed her eyes and walked into the room before she could say anything. It had a large window that gave them front row seats to the fight between Gaara and the Yanbi. She watched as her brother formed the clones and prepared multiple instances of one of the most powerful wind-release jutsu she'd ever seen him use. No, she heard Kankuro whisper behind her in shock. She could share the sentiment. Why the hell was Gaara just laying there, not standing up? Surely, he wasn't dead or unconscious? The sand that carried him was still floating. That couldn't be it. She wanted to yell out his name from their position, but that would have given up everything. Who the fuck are you? She heard a voice behind them. Even Ebizo-sensei had been so distracted by Gaara's fall that someone had been able to sneak up on them. She dropped a knife into her hand before she turned around, keeping that hand out of sight. We're just maintenance people, a little lost, she said, already cursing herself for her terrible lies as she met the coal-black eyes of the Tsuchikage daughter, Kuratsuchi. You! The older girl said in shock but was quickly interrupted as Temari's wind-enhanced knife made its way for her neck. She cursed within her as the Tsuchikage's daughter merely leaned out of the way of the attack. Considering the girl was wearing a blouse and loose trousers, she could guess that she wasn't really on duty now. Even off-duty, a ninja was a ninja, Temari grudgingly admitted. I wanted to get a crack at that brother of yours, but the 2 of you here together is just a perfect opportunity, Kuratsuchi said, black eyes falling on Kankuro. She probably thought they were still Chunin-level ninja. She thought them weak. They'd show her and all those who thought them lesser. Temari took her stance as she saw the girl begin to weave hand signs. She mentally went through what she knew of her. _Kuratsuchi of IWA. Strong lava release, middling taijutsu, and no Jinjutsu. Use wind release to nullify lava release attacks. Trust Kankuro to derail her fire release if she decided to whip it out, and do your best to give Ebizo an opening to take her out in close range. She heard a voice that sounded like Gaara's speak to her in her mind. They'd gone through so many strategy sessions with each other that she'd begun to think in his voice sometimes, especially when she was coming up with plans on her own. The girl was almost done with her signs, so Temari brought her hands together, slapping her wrists with the opposite hands, left with right and vice versa, unsealing her new weapons. 2-hand fans, with frames made of chakra metal that had the telltale whirls and circles of Gaara's sealing script. He'd made them for her a few weeks ago, and they still made her warm at their sight. Special weapons as worthy of the name as the 7 Swords of the Mist, and Gaara deemed her worthy of them. That was what family meant. The handguns appeared right in time as the girl across from her unleashed her jutsu, a barrage of balls of molten lava. Temari widened her feet to give herself more of a base as both Kankuro and Ebizo-sensei jumped behind her. She held the fans in front of her and then waved them right at the oncoming attack with a violent slash. She didn't have to spend the time consciously shaping or transforming her chakra into its wind nature with these fans. They did it automatically for her by default, like the Thunder Swords of Kiri. And even better, when she did go through the trouble of performing the conversion herself. They amplified her results exponentially. Where she would have just barely managed to cool the lava attack to become solid before, now she cooled the balls into stone and sent them flying right back at their creator. Kuratsuchi jumped right out of the way, but was faced with a shambling mass of wood. One of Kankuro's new puppets, the Death Dealer. She hadn't even seen him get unsealed. Crafty. Kuratsuchi leaned out of the way of the puppet's blade hands, barely avoiding getting scratched by a poison that she'd seen turn a prisoner into a sobbing mess in second. Gaara called it a neurotoxin. Whatever he and Chio cooked up in that lab of theirs still gave her chills because apparently this was one of the least effective ones. Kuratsuchi made the mistake of standing still for a second too long, and the Death Dealer's midsection opened up. Blades upon blades, all poison to the teeth shot out. She slammed her hand down on the ground at the last second, upsetting the puppet's aim with a small earthquake and lifting a stone wall to protect herself for those attacks that still managed to remain on target. Your jutsu must accomplish more than one goal, Gaara would always tell her when they trained, and she could see it in Kuratsuchi's movements. Her fans flashed out as she waved them again, cutting straight through Kuratsuchi's earth wall, and the clone that she'd left behind it apparently as it collapsed in mud. Ebizo-sensei didn't quite shout out, but he did jump behind her urgently. She was unable to react as he used his kunai to block an attack that she hadn't even seen coming. He and Kuratsuchi remained in a deadlock before the girl snarled and spat a ball of lava at him. He kicked her away and jumped out of the attack's path in the same motion. She felt her heart beat out of control as she realized that she'd almost died right then and there. She would have, if Ebizo-sensei hadn't stepped in the way. The Death Dealer pursued Kuratsuchi as she ran backwards, but this time she fended off the offbeat puppet with the knife in her hands with apparent ease. Temari could recognize the knife, anywhere, as she saw the ceremonial hilt and design. That was her knife. The knife Grandpa had given her for her birthday after Gaara got them back in contact. She scowled at the thought of that knife remaining in enemy hands. Not for long, she consoled herself. Kuratsuchi would be dead in a few minutes, and she'd pry her knife from the girl's cold dead hands if she had to. She waved her fans again, sending a storm of cutting winds at her once all her attention looked to be taken up by the puppet. Kuratsuchi turned to her with a smirk before, almost faster than she could track, she jumped forwards, kicking right at the Death Dealer, somehow avoiding all the blades that littered its frame and sending it backwards. She spun into a backflip and formed a single seal. Katon, Great Fireball Jutsu. Temari didn't need to hear the jutsu's name with how often Gaara had pulled it out when he sparred with her. Kankuro, she shouted with what she would later deny was alarm as the fire release technique came into contact with her own attack and multiplied in size, threatening to completely cover the entire room. It was impossible to dodge. A puppet dove right in front of the attack out of nowhere. She recognized this one as well. Glutton, it opened its mouth and the entire attack flowed into it as it ate the powerful fire release technique. There was an audible belching sound as the puppet belched up smoke after that. Fuinjutsu is fucking broken, she thought, quoting Gaara to herself with a smile as she saw the look of confusion on Kuratsuchi's face as her attack failed to achieve anything. Kankuro's fingers twitched again as a third puppet joined the battle. This one looked more manlike than any other puppets she'd seen him use. Iron Man _ Gaara called it. The adult-sized suit would raised its hand and fired off a concentrated beam of chakra that Kuratsuchi was lucky to dodge. Behind her, the blast had torn through the wall of the room they were in and continued past the wall of the next room. Would have been a killing blow for sure if it managed to hit. After dodging the attack, it was all Kuratsuchi could do to parry Ebizo-sensei's flurry of hits as he engaged her in a furious taijutsu exchange. Even a non-taijutsu master like Temari could see it. She was trained well, but nowhere as good or fluid as the likes of Ebizo-sensei or even Gaara and Shira. The only thing that let her keep ahead of Temari-sensei and prevented him from ending the fight instantly was that chakra enhancement could only go so far. The man was so old that his body was lagging behind. He wasted no time in proving Temari wrong, however, as he baited Kuratsuchi in with a feint that he quickly capitalized on by leaning backwards and kicking her right in the midsection, sending her flying. It was with no small amount of awe that Temari watched Kuratsuchi get sent flying, only to keep flying upwards as she floated towards the high ceilings of the room they'd found themselves in. The three of you are strong. Not as strong as your brother, but strong enough that you will be worthy foes to hone my jutsu against before I use it to claim your brother's life, she proclaimed grandly, almost making Temari facepalm. She held her fans in a tight grip before stepping forwards and waving them in unison, creating a storm of cutting winds. Once again, Kuratsuchi countered with fire release, but the Tsuchikige's granddaughter was forced to abandon her position as the winds cut through the fire this time. Wind is the greatest of affinities, Temari. Do you know why that is? Gaara asked, staring at her as she unfurled his gift for the first time, because we can do the coolest stuff? She replied, giving a reply that Kankuro would have, since she knew that whatever a swear she had would be wrong and Gaara was going to give her a lecture either way. Her genius younger brother was cute like that. No. Because wind is the only affinity that is also strong against its elemental superior, fire, he said, What? How? She asked, shocked, There is a secret subset of wind release techniques only practiced by absolute masters of the art that I have been able to discover. It is called vacuum style. And what is that ? You know how regular wind release is dedicated to either blowing or cutting, right? She nodded, Well, this form of wind release is aimed primarily at countering fire release. Just like us, fire breathes. It needs air to exist. Vacuum techniques use wind release to remove the air in an area. That's a gross oversimplification, but that's the basis. What makes your fans special is their secondary ability. They can use vacuum techniques by default. They'll take more chakra, but I'll teach you how to activate the seals. The Tsuchikige's daughter looked flabbergasted as the stone behind her was scarred as Temari's technique tore large rents into it. Chapter 45, Kitsuchi the Earthshaker. If someone had warned him that this is what would have happened if he involved Rashi and Han in this fight, then he'd probably have let the Kazekage brat do as he willed and left it that. Because as bad as it could have been, it would never have got this bad if the brat was left alone to his own devices. The brat fought like a regular ninja. A regular ninja, strong enough that even Kitsuchi knew he had no chance against him. But at the end of the day, a human was a human. What had been unleashed on the village hidden in the stone was no human. There was nothing human about it. The Yanbi had done what 4 great ninja villages across 3 wars had failed to do. It had brought the great stone low. Before him, he could see another building sink into the lava as the fight between Han and the 4 Tails continued to rage in what had become the ruins of his father's legacy. His right hand had been crushed to a pulp, so he was well and truly out of the action, but he knew that even if he'd been whole, fresh, and rested, this fight would have been leagues beyond his pay grade. He knew he wasn't ready to beat Tsuchikage. He knew he didn't have the strength to compare with the S-rank monsters who wore the hat, and now it was obvious to not just him, but his entire village. The Yondaime Hokage had died, sealing away a rampaging Nine Tails. The Yondaime Tsuchikage stood at the top of a building, watching his village sink into lava as a rampaging Four Tails proved that he'd be no match for it. The comparison was obvious, and it irritated him to no end. Kitsuchi had lived with the shadow of Minato Kamikaze hanging over his head like a sword poised for an execution. And even after succeeding his father, that shadow would never leave him. Because he could already tell that regardless of what happened, history would remember him as the Tsuchikage that lost IWA to their own weapon. And what made it worse was that whatever Gaara of the desert had come here to accomplish was probably still happening without any delay. Kitsuchi ground his teeth watching them fight, and then the devil began to whisper in his ear. He could see it there, the sand platform that carried the unconscious body of his enemy. He ached to jump upwards and take revenge for his father's village with his own two hands. He wouldn't be able to save IWA, but at least he could give them the head of their enemy. Rather, he would have been able to if the bastard hadn't crippled him. Some ninjas could learn to work with only one limb, but that was after years of training and experience. Head, he said, acknowledging the man who dropped from the air and landed next to him. The attack from the Kazekage was a distraction. Several ninja have come in contact with shinobi of the hidden sand hidden around the village. None were captured, but we have a good enough idea of their targets, he said, making my scowl deepen. Something had been foul about this attack from the beginning. I'd assumed it was the arrogance of youth who believed in his own invincibility, but now I could see that he was acting like the Raikage of old. It was a strange way to play the game. Putting the king out in the open and using him to cause chaos and draw enemy attention, while the rest of the pieces moved on the board undetected and unnoticed, free to do as they placed and achieve the goals. What are the probable targets? The Ninja Academy, the morgue, the hospital, and the Explosion Corps headquarters were all broken into during their raids. We know that at least 2 users of the explosion release have been captured and that the ninja archives were looted to the end. An operative was able to observe the Kazekage's siblings and their sensei in combat with Jonin Kuratsuchi, and the Kage vault was also empty. He said, making Kitsuchi clench his one remaining fist. This attack had been specially designed to cripple their means of waging war. And even his daughter had got caught up in the madness. He knew she'd be fine. She was already stronger than he was when his wealth of experience wasn't taken into account, and all their reports suggested that the Kazekage's siblings were lesser versions of their younger brother, failing to be anything more than average chunin at the last estimation. Switch to first-person POV Send a team to Kuratsuchi for backup. Ebizo of the Thousand Fists is not one to be underestimated. After that, assemble a team of the best jounin. Scramble them across all the priority targets in the village. Hunt down the Suna operatives. We might not be able to do much about that clusterfuck at the center of our village, but we can still make sure the Suna brat doesn't achieve all that he hopes to. We are the stone. We have the will of stone. We will break before we bend, and some brat from the sands and a mindless monkey will never manage to break us. They've enjoyed the initiative, but that ends now. Our counterattack begins now. I said, tossing a kunai into the ground as a symbol, and all the ninja who had been around me, from Jinin to Chunin, to Jounin and Umbu stood a bit taller at those words of mine. I might have been the lesser son of a greater sire, but father was gone. I was all the stone had now, and I would not see her break. Not while I had breath in me. You should take it easy, Tsuchikage-sama, the medic that had been tending to my hand, whispered as she bandaged it up. I haven't the time, Psycho, I said, using her name with an easy smile on my face. I will take it easy when I'm dead, I told her before walking forwards abruptly and jumping off the rooftop, heading for the next one. Her shouts for me to slow down were left behind. Shoulder and knee followed me as I jumped through the village, heading for what many would consider the priority target one. The academy. I'd take over the evacuation efforts on that end, while keeping an eye out for any sand bastards. While I wanted to be at the front lines, keeping my people safe and hunting down every invader, I knew Psycho was right. I couldn't rob Thu village of a Kage in its present condition. That had definitely been one of the reasons why the original attack had been so close to the Kage tower. He'd aimed to draw me out to kill me. Staying alive would have to be the vengeance I exacted on the Suna brat for his actions. Just the knowledge that the one who the Kazekage had intended to kill above others still remained alive would be enough for me. It would have to be. Apart from the academy, the other priority targets would be left to the others. Han was doing a good job of isolating the fight with the Yanbi and preventing the beast from causing any more widespread chaos. My earlier thoughts had proven to be a bit dramatic. If the fight ended now, a good portion of IWA would survive. The repairs would be expensive, and the knowledge that the Kage vault had been looted brought me no small amount of fury, but Kuratsuchi would handle that. I had to have enough confidence in my daughter for her to do that little, at least. Especially with a full team of ANBU agents at her back. Sasori of the Red Sands. He paid careful attention to his surroundings as he and his new partner made their way through the mountainous region that housed the village hidden in the clouds. He spied a look at the boy once again, and just had to wonder how he found himself in this situation in the first place. He could remember most of it, of course. It was easy enough to track the decisions that had led to this. Choosing to fight that woman, Conan, instead of attempting to escape all those years ago. And then there was deciding to join her little organization for what they promised. Those were some of the earliest decisions that had placed him on his path. For the most part, he had few regrets. What Akatsuki had promised, Akatsuki had delivered. They'd even given him a fun enough partner to banter with until the idiot had gone and got himself killed in a fight against the Kazekage. Gaara of the desert was clearly more dangerous than his predecessors, he knew. But still, it had been a disappointment to lose Deidara. While the man made too much noise for his own good, Sasori had begun to appreciate not being left to his own thoughts all the time. And their debates about art had been amusing, at the very least. Even if it was obvious that Satoru's view had been the superior one. The puppet master was the one left standing now, wasn't he? He was the one who had the capacity to affect the world, while Deidara's last explosion had been forgotten in the storm of things that surrounded the Konoha attack. Victory felt hollow to Sasori. In certain ways, at least. One was his new partner. Noelle of the Storm Release, S-rank missing mean of Kumogakure. One of the few truly dangerous shinobi to escape Cloud's famous storm. The hunter-neens that ensured that anyone who dared betray the village found themselves a quick death and an unmarked grave. If Sasori didn't have a thorough hatred for organized ninja villages, then he might have even managed to be impressed by their effectiveness. How much farther? He asked, giving in and being the one to break the thick silence that had blanketed them from the moment they'd left the village hidden in the rain to begin this mission. Not much, his partner said with a grunt, and Sasori resisted the urge to lash out. To poke a senbon into his partner's leg. Maybe when he got to feel Sasori's newest invention, he'd find his voice. His taciturn partner was not the only downside to being a member of the Akatsuki, however. This mission was another. He'd been summoned by the enigmatic leader, and basically told to abandon his preparations and training for fighting against the Kazekage. He was, instead, to be sent after the Two Tails. Niujito. If he were being completely honest, he could understand why that mission was being allocated to others. Like he'd said, Gaara of the desert was a dangerous fellow. Dangerous enough that Sasori had been wary of when they'd finally clashed fists. Even with his partner at his side, he'd have given them barely winning odds against the Kazekage. Noelle of the Storm Release had already lost to the boy once before, and that had been a while ago. A while in which they'd both grown stronger, but given that the Kazekage had been named Kage and then gone on to slay not just Deidara, an established S-rank ninja, but also the Sandaime Tsuchikage, a bastion of the old world. A man who epitomized what it meant to be a shinobi, while Noelle had gone on to become a jounin of exceptional competence, but still one who'd lost in combat to the Yandaime Reikage. If he had to pick a winner, he'd give it to the established Kage killer. It was clear that he himself would be the difference maker. But he also had no idea if any of the ideas he had for countering the Kazekage's skill set would be enough to grant them the win. That was another benefit of being in the Akatsuki, he guessed. Apart from his own information network, membership of the organization granted him access to so much raw data that he had already theorized that whoever wrote the bingo book had at least some connection to the organization. If it weren't for that information network, he'd have felt even more unsure about the fight he was about to step into. Niujito was a powerful Jinchuriki. Only an idiot would think otherwise. She'd not participated in the last war, but that had been because of her age. Apart from that mark against her, she had a perfect record. The bingo book recognized her as an S-rank threat in the same vein it recognized both himself and his partner. The difference between them was the fact that Kumo's outer-facing Jinchuriki had never failed a mission. Not once in thousands of missions. Assassinations, searches and rescues, protection details, and all sorts. Not once had she ever been forced to fill one of those dreadful mission failure reports. That fact alone made him wary. It meant two things, unfailingly. 1. She was smart. Smart enough that she'd never been outsmarted by either enemy ninja or even the environment itself. 2. She was powerful. She'd never been overpowered on a mission before, and that was telling. Especially considering that she most often went on protection missions with some of the most sought-after people on the planet. Kumo was not shy about lending out her services, and the Raikage charged a premium for it. It was why they'd been able to track her here. Somehow, the leader had been able to ensure that she'd be sent on a mission to escort a merchant lord to his castle on the other end of the region. She'd be as far away from Kumo's famed village guard as possible. That meant that they'd have the opportunity to get to take her out without any risk of her counterpart stepping in. Sasori had no doubts that if Killer Bee showed up, that was going to be the end of it. He was many things. A liar would never be one of them. Especially when it came to himself. He would not lie to himself that he had anything resembling a chance against the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. The famed perfect, Jinchuriki, the guardian of Kumo. Considering each tailed beast was as powerful as all the ones that came before it combined, facing off against a fully realized Hachibi was extremely low on his list of priorities. He had no desire to find out how his attempts at immortality would survive against a tailed beast bomb. "We're here," his partner said, and Sasori nodded. Like it was not obvious. He could see the giant castle built right into the mountain just as clear as the Kumo native could. "I'll take her on first. Do not interfere unless I fall," he spoke again. Oh, the great mute one could speak in more than just two-word sentences, could he? Sasori said none of the words that ached to fall from his lips in favor of merely continuing to move forwards. If Noel Yatsuki wanted to get himself killed in battle, then there was nothing Sasori of the Red Sands could do to stop him, he decided. Niujito, his partner, spoke as the woman entered the main hall of the castle, where they'd chosen to wait for her. Noel Yatsuki, the blonde woman said in recognition, chest heaving with invisible fury. "The Raikage will honor me when I return with your head," she said, making his idiot partner laugh, even as blue chakra began to surround her. The fact that the chakra was visible to his naked eyes told Sasori all that he needed to know, and he wasted no time in stepping backwards to give his partner the space he needed to get himself killed. "Submit, woman. You stand no chance against." Noel was unable to complete the sentence as he was forced to move his head out of the way of a set of claws that threatened to rip out his throat. Sasori had barely been able to track the woman's movements. "Shut up and die," she said, another swipe of her hands almost tearing his fellow Akatsuki member in two. In the idiot's defense, he was doing a good enough job of staying ahead of the woman's attempts to kill him. Noel Yatsuki leaned out of the way of another swipe before he counterattacked. His punch was waved aside, but he took the opportunity to step into her guard, and then they began to dance. Because that was all Sasori could describe it as. Every so often, he regretted never spending more time polishing his taijutsu. This was one of those times. Two taijutsu adepts, fighting it out in what looked like a carefully choreographed dance to any outsiders. They trained in the same academy, and in the same fighting style, and it showed. It showed in the way each of them could predict the other's moves before they made them. The Jinchuriki had the advantage in speed, but his partner was clearly the better taijutsu practitioner. It showed in the way, while slower by a small margin, none of his opponent's attacks had come close to landing while his opponent struggled to keep his methodical counterattack at bay. The woman, in one single movement, lashed out with a powerful axe kick that his partner had to cross his hands above his head to block. That proved to be just what she wanted because she wasted no time in using said hands as a springboard to fly backwards while weaving hand seals. In much the same way as Sasori had been able to tell that she was inferior when it came to taijutsu, she'd been able to see the same. Now, she was switching gears. Noel would have to hope that he had what it took to keep her at bay when it came to ninjutsu. If the bingo book's score of 5 was any indication, then it would be a tall ask. Chapter 46, she finished her jutsu first. Sasori was not surprised. Noel was skilled, but she weaved seals faster than anyone he'd seen except from Itachi and Kisame. That team of absolute monsters could weave seals so quickly it was like their fingers were blurs even to his eyes. Niyujito was only a bit slower than that. Her jutsu's completion was marked by her fingers rising towards her mouth while in the ram seal. She spat out several balls of bright blue flame that scorched the air as they flew right at his partner's form. They bathed the hall in an eerie blue glow. His partner's voice rang out next, "Suetun, Suijinhiki," he said as he spat out a massive amount of water that rose to form a wall. Both jutsu clashed with a hissing sound that grated on his ears as the fire prevailed. The fireballs continued on their path, while the water turned to naught but quick spreading steam. Noel was able to dodge them with ease, body twisting to allow the fireballs to miss him by a wide margin. The woman showed her creativity as the fireballs spun in the air, reorienting themselves to strike at her opponent from his blind spot. To exactly no one's surprise, the cheap trick didn't kill the S-rank missing Nin. He twisted at the last minute and spat out a tight, compressed lance of water that drilled straight through the fireballs, one after another. A ninjutsu master with little in the way of peers, was the language leader Sama had said to describe him during his introduction, and Sasori could see it. Clear as day. Noel lifted his hand, and all that marked the activation of his jutsu to Sasori's senses was a telltale feeling of static in the air. Niyujito dove to the floor with no hesitation, and where there had been previously castle walls behind her, there was now nothing but a view of the outside world. Again, there was static in the air, and again the woman jumped out of the way. Once again, where there'd been something, there was now nothing. "I've gotten much stronger, Yujito. Don't underestimate me," he said with laughter in his voice. 100 times 0 is still 0, Noel-chan. She smugly replied before closing the distance, not giving him the time to reply to her barb. He dodged out of the way of the first swipe. This time, however, with the blue chakra that surrounded her getting more intense, her speed has seen a notable jump. Where before, he might have had an easy time keeping ahead of her attacks, Noel was now thoroughly on the Blackfoot. It was all he could do to stay ahead. That was why, this time, he was the one to retreat from close quarters. He did it with style as well, planting his hands on the ground before thrusting at her with a mule kick that she blocked. In the same movement, he executed a swift backflip that took him out of her range. Even before he'd landed, there was a stream of pure blue flames heading for him. I watched as instead of forming multiple seals, he formed only a single one as his chakra output nearly tripled. The fire washed over him a second later, and when it all cleared, I was left with a view of my partner in his undersuit, and a clear cloak of lightning-natured chakra surrounding him. "You dare use that jutsu? After all you've done?" Yujito was the one who sounded furious now. "Not furious," Sasori amended, "apoplectic." The blue chakra surrounding her thickened as an intangible weight began to settle on the room. The fire shifted, moving into the appearance of a cat's head, before it swelled and began to rise from the floor as the rest of the Nibi's body began to form. "I don't know what organization you belong to, but you both die here and now," she said before she moved. He'd been wrong with his previous descriptions. She wasn't fast before. Now, this was speed. She moved faster than he could track, and both her and Noel clashed in the middle of the hall. The force of their bodies hitting each other was enough to cause a shockwave that sent everything that wasn't bolted to the ground flying. It also caused a spiderweb of cracks on the floor. Sasori could already tell that there wouldn't be much of a castle left by the time they finally finished with each other. The cracks spread as they hit each other again, with one tail of the Nibi slamming right into Noel's outstretched fist. With his cloak gone, Sasori could see the musculature that the Akatsuki cloak had hidden from view. Noel Yatsuki was absolutely massive, with a body that reminded one of the Reikage at their fittest. It was impressive how he'd managed to achieve such a constitution, especially considering the Reikage had genetics to help them get there. Sasori had needed to study the human body to a startling degree to perfect his human puppet project, and those studies told him just how much effort would have been required to build a body like that. Sasori enjoyed the view as both beast and man clashed over and over again. He could already tell that while he was putting up a valiant fight, his partner was already being pushed back, slowly but surely. Man was not made to strive against tailed beasts like this. He could already see what would happen soon enough, and began to execute his plan. Within Hirako, his fingers twitched with muscle memory, even though he no longer needed them so. He guided multiple balls across the room, making sure that everything was done when both beast and man were distracted. And then he pulled with his chakra, triggering the trap. Nothing happened. Nothing that either of the fighters would notice, at least. The poison that was spreading across the air was virtually undetectable. He might have been more hesitant about using this particular poison if he hadn't gotten to use the time they spent in close proximity to each other during the journey to help his partner build a resistance without his knowledge. Sasori watched the next clash between the two of them carefully as the tailed beast exerted itself in its combat with the smaller human. On an ordinary day, with things being equal, he wouldn't expect even a tailed beast as weak as the two tails to lose out to poison, but he hoped that with the exertion from engaging in combat with someone on relatively the same level of power would sway things in his favor even more. Besides, he'd read through briefings on Ryujito cover to cover, multiple times. She wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki like Killer Bee. She had a time limit to the transformation, and was limited in what she could do. According to Kumo's own intelligence, even, this wasn't a true transformation where the body of the human was replaced with that of the tailed beast, but her body was in there somewhere. They clashed again, except this time, the Nibi's tails overpowered her human opponent and slammed him right into the wall. The giant cat scoffed audibly and rested on its haunches, waiting for its opponent to reveal itself again. Sasori almost smiled as he saw what it was doing. When Noel flew right out of the wall like a bat from hell and slammed into another tail that tossed him into the ground, it was all he could do to prevent himself from bursting into laughter at the sight. The Nibi seemed keen on humiliating the human before her. He rose again, but it was only for the Nibi to rear back and unleash a roar that Sasori smartly prevented from affecting him by disabling his auditory function the moment the first hint of the sound got to him. With a lowly human body of flesh and bone, his partner didn't have such an ability and was sent right to his knees, head clutched right in his hands. Sasori couldn't hear, but from what he could see, the sound was torture of some sort. Noel, normally the stoic sort, was on his knees screaming, with blood leaking from his hands as it escaped his eardrums. Fascinating. The pain on his face was something of legend. In all his years of testing pain-causing poisons, not a single one had managed to get that kind of effect from a Jounin-level ninja with the training to match. Noel was finished. Sasori knew it. Even the poison hadn't been enough to make the man a match for the beast. It was a saddening fact, but there was simply nothing the puppet master could do about it. Instead, he decided to honor his partner's last words by allowing him to fall in combat with his pride intact. His puppets began to spread into the floor as he prepared himself to do battle against the mighty Nibi. His body dropped into the ground with the _subterranean voyage technique as he continued to see through Hirako's eyes. A puppet body came with hundreds of advantages over a purely human one. One aspect of that was that he could turn off vision in his main body completely and focus on seeing through Hirako's eyes. The files had said that the Nibi would be incapable of calling upon the mighty Baijidama as an imperfect Jinchuriki, but he was not going to test it with his life on the line. He was well aware of how incomplete information could mean the difference between life and death. He watched as the beast reached down. Not with its claws or tails, but with its mouth. It intended to eat the man, Sasori thought with a mixture of revulsion and intrigue. Fascinating. He wondered if he should poison Noelle's body now to see if it would have more profound effects on the tailed beast than the airborne poison that seemed to be doing a good amount of nothing. When it was about to snap its teeth around his body, Noelle lifted his head suddenly, and there was a strange feeling in the air. Not something he could perceive through Hirako, but even underground he could feel it. He watched as Noelle's armor, previously a calm blue cloak, began to spark and sizzle. Finally he shouted, probably much louder than he'd intended to, considering the busted eardrums. He caught the Nibi's teeth right in his hands, using his strength and that alone to prevent said teeth from turning him into dinner. He fought against the strength of the beast's jaws for a second or two before the jaws clamped down on thin air. He'd escaped, faster than he'd previously been moving. Storm release armor, complete, he said, with an audibly smug tone. Ha ha ha. He said it was impossible. They all said it was impossible. Of course, it was. Impossible for them. Never me. I'm better. This proves it, he said, going on about the seeming achievement endlessly. If Sasori's suspicions were correct, then the pride would be understandable. Nay, even expected. This was a new form of the lightning armor that matched nothing he'd read about the Reikage. First of all, he could not a single thing about the man's body within the cloak. It was like the lightning cloak had become his body. In the same deep blue color that marked his storm-release jutsu, this new form of the lightning cloak had a distinctively inhuman feeling to it. This time, when the man moved, the tailed beast was too slow to react. It was not even a blink to Sasori's eyes. All he knew was that in one instant, Noelle had been standing at least 100 meters away, and in the next, his fist was buried in the Nibi's flame-cloaked face. The Nibi did not move, the beast too strong to be shaken by the strength of the human, but it did feel the attack. At the very least, the speed had surprised the creature. When its tail swept out, trying to smash the one who dared lay hands on it, Noelle was gone. He dodged the barrage of attacks with ease, with movements that Sasori's eyes failed to track, all while weaving seals and humming to himself. It was disrespectful. And if it was designed to irritate the Jinchuriki, then it accomplished its goal. Every swipe of the twin tails tore through the ground now, tearing deep rents as the beast put all its strength into it. Nothing changed for Noelle as he dodged the attacks with ease. Eventually, the Jinchuriki gave up and lifted its head up. Balls of red and black chakra began to gather, and Sasori needed no other hint to know just what Noelle had foolishly unleashed on them all. The tailed beast was going to destroy the entire castle. Nay, the whole mountain. Just to take them out. He'd have been flattered if it wouldn't have meant his death. Always one with a backup on top of a backup, Sasori kept watching the fight through Hirako's eyes while his real body swam deeper and deeper into the ground at an angle. He was certain that by the time the attack landed, he would be well out of its radius. The puppets he'd already spread were of little consequence. Each one had a copy on his person already, and more back at the base. Nothing of value would be lost, and he knew the beast would be exhausted after the attack, so he'd have an even easier time taking out Niyujito. It was just a shame that his partner had to perish in the attempt. Through Hirako's eyes and ears, he heard Noelle burst into laughter. Laughter that his cloak converted into barely intelligible static. He disappeared from his previous position before appearing right in front of the forming tailed beast bomb. "Take this, bitch," he screamed as he completed whatever seals he'd been forming and threw forth his hands. Hidden jutsu, storm release, roar of the storm god, he screamed to the heavens as he executed an impossibly impressive jutsu. Hirako's eyes had been carefully calibrated to function in all forms of lighting, but this jutsu managed to blind said eyes for a second. The entire jutsu was a flash, as a veritable pillar of light slammed into the half-formed tailed beast bomb before destabilizing it and pushing it right into its creator. Sasori's retreat proved to be the right move, as the entire castle's foundation shook from the impact as it began to collapse. Hirako's feed ended as the puppet perished from the jutsu's blast radius. He'd better get that woman's body with him, Sasori said to himself in irritation as he kept swimming through the ground. That escapade had taken his number of Hiriko bodies down to 5. He'd have to make at least 2 more to replenish his supply and ensure he didn't run out anytime soon. He could already imagine the griping he'd get from that cheapskate Kakuzu when he'd send him the bill for the supplies and the new Akatsuki cloak custom-made to fit Hiriko's form. He did his best not to blink as they were guided down the waterfall and the twisting turns that marked the entrance to the village hidden in the waterfalls. He couldn't see a thing, bound as his head was, but what he could do was prevent himself from giving in entirely. It was his own little bit of rebellion. He could already feel that both his teammates were nothing short of indignant at the reality of the situation. Even when they were mere genin, they'd been the students of the Hokage and thus gotten to use the more dignified entrance that was made for visiting dignitaries. Those days were long past, though. The present situation, this insult was a representation of how far they'd sunk in the world with things going wrong and wrong. Perhaps also contributing to their indignity was the fact that they knew that the only reason they were being subjected to this was a power play. They were the supplicants here, and the ever-grasping council of the village hidden in the waterfalls would not cease to remind them of that. They'd spent months in the Fire Lord's court after recruiting Tsunade to their purpose, but they'd been forced to accept the reality that the man was going to equivocate and obfuscate until they got bored with asking him to pick a side. He could understand the man's position, however. Having been the one actually connected to the village in the past 10 years, he knew that the village and the daimyo had scarcely been more distant, and he probably wasn't too keen on meddling with an intra-village matter on the behalf of either side. If he ended up supporting the wrong side, the winner would have all the motivation to see him hang next to their enemies. But if he remained neutral, neither aiding nor hindering any side, then he denied the prospective winners of any legitimacy in attacking him. He was probably right. No village would have the audacity to kill a sitting daimyo. That was one way to ensure that the other 4 nations turned on you. It was expected at this point that the second a daimyo was killed, the other 4 would band together to do whatever was necessary to ensure that those who'd done it would never be able to get away with it. It was both out of a sense of familial duty, for they were all related in one way or the other, and a sense of self-preservation. If the death of a daimyo was met with serious consequences, then no one would dare. It was most of the reason the shinobi didn't just jettison the entire daimyo-led feudal system to replace it with a might-makes-right kind of approach that was in common within the shinobi villages themselves. The consequences spelt of a form of mutually assured destruction. Besides, the armies of thousands that each daimyo controlled had some minor role to play in the matter. They traveled, and he kept a good sense of Naruto's position next to him. It was one of the worries of traveling with Orochimaru. You had to make sure he didn't get much of an opportunity to give into his base instincts. He still remembered their first conversation with Tsunade all those months ago. Hey go away, she said, half asleep and slumped over in front of the table with an empty glass in front of her. They'd watched over the hours as the bar had emptied of patrons, but she kept drinking and drinking. Even the bartender had simply given up, handed the keys over to her apprentice, Dan's niece, and told them to lock up when they finished. It made me wonder how much she had already paid for them to get that kind of trust, Tsunade-sama? Said apprentice called, whispering into her ears while she just maintained her half-asleep posture. Those were the first words she'd managed to utter after having been rendered speechless by what must have been a sudden appearance to her. Yes? She said, at least speaking to Dan's niece in a much better tone than what she'd used when disregarding them, It's Jiraiya-sama, she said, pointing to him, and as if her skin was not already pale enough, it got even paler as she pointed at the man next to him. And Orochimaru, she said, making the idiot next to him burst into his ever-familiar laughter. If there was anything that would return Tsunade to wakefulness, it would be those words, and return she did. She bolted upright instantly, using reflexes that he would never have expected her to have while drunk, to leap to her feet and connect an uppercut with Orochimaru's head. It erupted into mud as he used a substitution to escape at the last moment, while Tsunade did not even wait to notice that her attack did not succeed because she never truly expected it to before she turned around. gathered her apprentice in her hands in a feat of coordination and strength that belied her drunken state as she jumped away from him at a simultaneously impressive and uninspiring speed. He was in front of her before her drink-addled brain could plot what to do next, and he rendered her unconscious with a quick usage of frog Q-might. Having some of the benefits of Sage Mode without even triggering the transformation had been pretty much the only upside to having Danzo take over their village. Apparently, when the Great Elders flooded his brain with Senjutsu to get rid of the Jinjutsu that had taken such a complete hold on his mind, and that had done wonders for his potential with the skill after he got off the combat high. Once he'd calmed down, he'd noticed that several of the benefits normally associated with Sage Mode had stayed over, even Ion his base state. The best part was that he now had access to perfect Sage Mode when he meditated on his own. Time to train the skill had been sparse with him having to move so fast to keep ahead of Danzo's plan, but he could taste the potential. Sensei being dead is almost entirely his fault, right? She'd said after returning to consciousness and being calmed down, pointing at Orochimaru. Sensei had decades of life left, even if that life would not have been as an active ninja. Danzo was the one who took that from him. He'd replied almost instantly. The only way Danzo would have gotten that opportunity was thanks to his damned invasion. I don't see why you can trust this man and work with him, Jiraiya Are we going to keep talking about me like I'm not in the damn room? Orochimaru piped out from the other side of the admittedly luxurious hotel room. Yes, where he said in reply, while Tsunade settled for glaring at him. Never mind me then. I'll just remain here trying to tempt your respective apprentices to my nefarious ways, he replied sarcastically, but remained content to sit in his previous position, next to a glaring Naruto and a skittish Shizune. How can you even trust him? She asked. That's easy. He replied, rolling up his left sleeve to reveal a set of seals that the uninitiated could have mistaken for extremely ceremonial tattoos. I got the idea from Danzo himself. Juinjutsu. He explained to her as she went over the script with a keen eye. This is stupid, Jiraiya, she said to him as she read through the seals to understand their meanings. It was not an extremely well-known fact, but each and every one of them had a more than passable understanding of the art. Tsunade was not known for it for some reason, and most people seemed to ignore the fact that she literally had one of the most impressive pieces of Fuinjutsu on her forehead. The strength of 100 seal did not come to bear that name by accident. She made the seal herself, designed after the seal that her own grandmother had borne to contain the Kyubi no Kitsune. It's necessary, he said to her. No, it's not. You don't need him, and going to this length to secure his alliance is the most brain-dead thing I've ever seen you do, she'd said with what he thought was worry in her eyes. He killed the very thought before it could rear into something ugly. He'd been down that road too many times to count. It only ended in one way. There was nothing but pain for him there. I disagree. I do need him. And I need you as well. Danzo killed Sensei. He has Konoha. He knew that with those last 3 sentences, he had her. He also knew that she was going to resist and make him work for it. But he knew he had her. She loved Konoha just as much as he did. Getting the team together had been for both selfish and selfless reasons. Yes, Tsunade was probably right. The two of them could probably manage what they needed to do without involving Orochimaru, but part of him couldn't deny the truth. He wanted his best friend back. And for the moment, it felt like he had that. What do you mean I should wait behind? Naruto asked with ever-present indignity in his voice. Gigi was my Hokage too, you know, he said, raging at the decision to keep him out of the negotiations with the Council of Taki. In truth, Jiraiya would have loved to have the boy tagged along for the experience so he got some actual context on just how things were when it came to the interactions between different villages and their interest villages, because he would never consider himself anything other than a ninja of Konoha. Even if she didn't know it yet, Tsunade was his Kage. They were merely in temporary exile while insurgents took control of their home. I mean, you should follow the nice lady to our living accommodations while we begin the negotiations, brat, Tsunade said, brash as ever. The decision was hers. He would not disagree with it. Not now. He agreed with part of the rationale, but felt that she was underestimating Nagaki. She felt that the Taki bastards would say something rude and then Naruto would be unable to keep himself from replying them in kind, leading to a breakdown in negotiations. She was giving him less credit than he deserved, but it was not Jiraiya's place to argue with his Kage. Whether she knew herself as such or not. But why? I promise to behave, he said, still resisting. Naruto, he said, stepping in. It was like mentioning the boy's name was the signal for things to begin to go wrong, as there was an explosion within the village. Suddenly, a girl came flying past them, with ethereal wings sprouted from her back. That was the Nanabai Jinchuriki, no doubt, he casually assessed as he turned to see a detached hand stretch out and grab the girl by the ankle before slamming her to the ground. He followed the line of black threads that connected the hand to find a man with a face mask and a dead-looking appearance to his eyes. Nothing took more Jiraiya's notice than the cloak of black and red that the man sported, however. Akatsuki. Kuku. Isn't this such a coincidence? Orochimaru cackled out loud, drawing the man's attention away from the Jinchuriki on the floor to their party of 7, the 4 of them and their 3 escorts. Most worryingly was the way the bounty hunter, for who else could it be but Kakuzu the Immortal, kept his eyes on Naruto. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune in the company of the Densetsu no Sannin, his voice had a rough quality to it. Like his vocal cords were made of sandpaper and not flesh and blood. With the information Orochimaru had given on the man's abilities, that would not be much of a surprise. Between the 4 of you, I can see 500 million ryo. Do well to die peacefully, the man said before he began weaving seals. Orochimaru wasted no time in matching him, seal for seal, while Tsunade took place as the tip of the spear with practiced ease as she ran forwards, taking all of his attention to her. Lightning release, false darkness, he said, before pointing his hands forwards and letting loose with a blast of lightning-natured energy. The jutsu did little as, with speed that would have caught most by surprise, Naruto appeared in front of Tsunade and clapped his hands. The gesture was more than enough to mark the trigger of a powerful wind-release jutsu that tore the lightning jutsu to nothingness as it continued towards the bounty hunter. His skin darkened a shade, and the barely visible blades of wind tore into his cloak without doing anything to his body. Tsunade wove around Naruto's form with ease as her speed quadrupled, smelling blood in the water. Kakuzu was barely able to lift his hand to block the attack in time, but that gesture proved fruitless as the force of the punch tore through his earth-release armor and ripped the hand from the body. Another person jumped at Tsunade from behind Kakuzu's form, trying to prevent her from getting her due. She never even looked at the flying body as it was consumed by flames from Orochimaru's fire-release jutsu. Jiraiya almost cried at the display of simple teamwork. This is what had made them famous, and it was good to see that it was not gone completely. He did his part by forming a single seal with his clasped hands. As Kakuzu tried to backpedal, he found his feet trapped in stone. Tsunade took great pleasure in the punch she unleashed on his midsection, tearing most of it to pieces. So that is Akatsuki? Nothing impressive at all, she said, turning away from her dead opponent to face him. It was in that second that she showed that all was not well with them. They were sloppy after so long away from the battlefield. Tsunade of old would never have turned her back on an enemy like that. Not even a dead one. People were fond of faking their deaths when they arrived at the battlefield, so they'd grown to expect it. That caution was nowhere to be found as the man who had been caught by Orochimaru's fire-release jutsu lifted himself from the floor with skin caked in charcoal and a crazed smile on his face. As he lifted his scythe to bring it down on an unaware Tsunade, Jiraiya began to move without even thinking. His hands formed a seal they hadn't formed in over a decade as their special substitution activated. Tsunade did not fight his jutsu as they switched places. He bent underneath the swipe of the scythe, and rose with the fury of a storm god himself. In his right hand lay his improved version of his student's technique. Otama Rasengan, he shouted as he slammed the grinding ball of chakra against the man's body. Unlike what his young apprentice favored, this was not the non-lethal version of the technique designed to blow enemies away. No, this was the meat grinder that had put Minato's name on the map even before the Flying Thunder God was a twinkle in his eyes. It lived up to the name the shinobi of IWA gave it, as it ground the man's body so thoroughly that the head popped off with a distinct sound. He deactivated the jutsu then. That was his mistake. In turning his attention to the one who had threatened Tsunade, he had removed his attention from every other facet of his surroundings. In keeping the Rasengan active for much longer than he needed to, he'd given his enemy the privilege of time. He felt a squeezing sensation right as he stood up, and it was the realization that there was a hand in his chest that kept him still. The three of you. You are scary. Especially the woman. Took 4 of my hearts with one punch. If I didn't start sending my earth heart into the ground after I got trapped, then I'd be dead now. A voice said in his ear, from right behind him. Jiraiya figured that was where the immortal part of the man's epithet came in. To think that it would be something as inelegant as having multiple hearts. One for each of the elements, Jiraiya suspected. He turned his neck to get a view of his assailant and felt the squeezing sensation around his precious organ intensify as the man squeezed. He was squeezing lightly. Perhaps he intended to use Jiraiya's life as a bargaining chip. He would never get to find out if that would have worked, as the man's own chest was stabbed clean through. Jiraiya could recognize the sword of Kusanagi anywhere as Orochimaru let go of the sword to hold onto Kakuzu's body, most especially the hand that was inside Jiraiya's chest. How careless of you, the snake summoner tooted as Tsunade rushed towards them. We've gotten rusty, he said as both of his teammates worked to put his body down and extract Kakuzu's hand from his chest. Stop talking, you fool, Tsunade admonished. Tell Naruto, I will always be proud of him, Jiraiya said, trying to come up with the perfect last words. It almost saddened him that he'd never thought to write his own last words ahead of today. Shut up, you idiot. You're not dying, Orochimaru said with a chuckle. I'm not? He asked, surprised. The bastard didn't cause anything more than superficial damage with that stun of his. Nothing I can't fix up in a few minutes, she said with a bright smile on her face. He wasn't fooled, though. The fact that it was going to take her minutes was a sign that Kakuzu had caused much more damage than she was saying. There were scarcely any things Tsunade could not heal in a matter of seconds. Especially when it came to his body. She was more familiar with it than he himself was, after all. Oi, Kakuzu! Come get me my body, they heard suddenly. Gaara of the desert. He smiled as he came to. That was precisely what he needed. A nap. Of course, he was still pissed that the Four Tails managed to knock him out so quickly, but that was water under the bridge. He had an idea. As he watched Han's body get slammed through a building by one of the Yonbi's massive tails, he completed the rest of the plan in his mind. It all came from a single thought he had as he fell into the Morpheus grasp. How is that so loud? For some reason, it had prompted his brain to begin thinking about sound. Sound is nothing more than a series of vibrations through a medium. In this case, the medium was the air. The funky part of it was that sound could change when it came into contact with different mediums. Like how Dosa's technique worked. It was fine over the air, but once it got into the ears, it began to mess up complex internal operations. The fact that something like that was possible with wind release gave him an idea. Could he use the wind to amplify the sound? Change the frequency? Could he weaponize something as simple as snapping his fingers? He had to test it, and where would he ever find testing grounds as ripe as this one? First of all, precautions. He lifted his hands to his ears and used a simple medical ninjutsu to deactivate his auditory nerves. He then tested it out by snapping his fingers. He could hear nothing. Good. The next step was trying to feel the sound as it traveled through the air. He clapped his hands. There was something there. Focusing all his energy and attention on trying to feel it gave him results quickly. His high wind affinity made it much easier than it probably should have been for him to feel the sound as it escaped his clasped fingers. It wasn't so much feeling the sound itself, as it was feeling it travel through the air. He corrected himself. He clapped again, to make sure he could feel it. He could. Feeling it wasn't the goal, though. The goal was manipulation. First of all, make it travel the air faster, he thought to himself. He clapped, and then when he felt the sound leave his fingers, he hurried it along, making it travel through the air faster. Perfect, he self-congratulated. But that still wasn't the goal. He wanted to give the Four Tails a taste of its medicine because that roar thing it was fond of pulling out was so fucking annoying. He clapped again. He could feel the sound. He could even manipulate where it went and how. All he now needed to do was sue out how to manipulate the frequency of the sound itself. He knew that the higher pitched a sound went past a certain point, the less detectable it became to humans and the more potential it had to annoy or irritate animals. Considering the Four Tails was a monkey, I assumed its frequency response was going to be somewhat similar to ours. I clapped again. Feeling the sound, but failing to manipulate it. It was fundamentally different from manipulating the air. I tried it again, and again. Working to make it work, but nothing I tried to do let me achieve more than I could just do. I then wondered if I could use the wind it traveled through to amplify the sound itself. In this, I was more successful. But only by the barest margin. I could tweak it a bit, trying to use the air to stretch it and expand it. But even that was negligible. It didn't fight me every step of the way, and so much as it just remained unchanged regardless of what I tried. Whatever changes I managed were minute. All of that stopped mattering as I saw something out of the corner of my eyes. I turned to it and almost gulped at the sight. It was a fucking tsunami. Not a small one, either. It was so big that it made what May had conjured back in our fight back then look like a kiddie splash. I lifted my hands to my ears to restore my hearing, and that it when I began to hear the cackling. I traced it to the surface of the tsunami. Even from this distance, I could pick out the black cloak with red clouds. Akatsuki. Kisame Hashigaki. Needless to say, I did the sensible thing. Where one went, the other would follow, and fighting Clankiller Itachi and the tailless-tailed beast at the same time was way beyond my pay grade. Either of those men was a Kage killer on their own, and I had no interest in being the one that proved it. So, I did the thing anyone with a brain would. I tucked tail and ran like the hounds of hell were at my heels. Not before leading a clone behind to watch the fight, of course. I still wanted the entertainment. When I flew above the cloud cover, I summoned more sand from my inventory to create a wide enough platform before I bit my finger and went through a familiar set of seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, I whispered as all the ninja who had joined me on this mission appeared on the platform in a puff of smoke. Not all of them, I amended, as I noticed that 2 backpacks had come without being attached to their owners. Report, I ordered sharply. Clone Gaara, because I know you want to see Itachi and Kisame get it done. It was like night and day. The difference between the battlefield before and after they arrived. Kisame rode in on a massive tsunami that quenched most of the lava flowing through the village before it crashed into the Four Tails. The tailed beast tried to evaporate the water with just its body heat, but that was insufficient, and then it was forced under. I almost choked at the sight. The Four Tails was in a physical battle, and it was losing. The second that Kismet managed to force it under the water with his water manipulation, the shape of the tsunami changed. The water that had crashed to the ground suddenly rose again before slamming into the larger mass. Suddenly, like it had taken seconds, there was now a massive dome of water over a third of IWA with the Four Tails right in the middle. It tried to scream, but just ended up swallowing water. It was then I spotted Kisame's form in the water. He looked even more shark-like than usual as he chased the creature as it tried to stumble out of the water. He was upon it before it could make any progress, and he latched on. I could tell that the fight was over from there. I turned my attention to the other fight. Han had recognized Itachi the moment the Uchiha had pulled up on him, and you could see it in how his approach to combat changed. He moved back from wide-ranged, massive attacks to a simpler style. When he and the Uchiha clashed in hand-to-hand combat, Gaara could see it from the very first punch. The difference between them was night and day. Even with the chakra of a tailed beast amplifying his strength and speed to levels that Gaara would never have been able to dream of, Itachi maintained a comfortable advantage over him. Every attack he made was foreseen and reacted to before the Jinchuriki could even dream of landing it. Han gained distance for a second or two before suddenly switching tacks and jumping right at the Uchiha with a massive burst of speed. Itachi dodged the dive with so much grace that it was like Han had been moving in slow motion, giving the dark-haired assassin all the time in the world. Watching Itachi fight was enough for Gaara to decide that they were wrong. All the people who had considered him a prodigy as great as the Uchiha clan killer had clearly never seen the man fight. His taijutsu was graceful. Not just graceful, it was perfect. Not a single strand of hair went where he did not wish it to as he demonstrated masterful control of his body. This was what the power of the Sharingan really was. He watched as Han struggled to lay a single finger on the agile Uchiha, and it was only because of the amount of attention he paid to the situation that he could tell when things suddenly shifted. Itachi moved backwards, and he brought his hands together for a few seconds, where he weaved seals so quickly that the only way Gaara was able to predict his next jutsu was because of his knowledge of the jutsu itself. He let loose with a fireball that was large enough to consume the Jinchuriki whole. Spinning his tails around himself, Han weathered the jutsu with no sustained damage, but when Itachi closed the distance this time, it was different. After their first exchange, against all rhyme and reason, Han opened his eyes for a quick second. That brief second of eye contact was all that was needed as the Jinchuriki suddenly went still. As Itachi looked up at him, the clone dispelled himself immediately. Chapter 47, Itachi is one scary motherfucker, Gaara said to himself as his clone dispelled itself, ending his stream of information from the fight between the Akatsuki and the two Jinchuriki. Watching that had taught him one key thing. As he stood now, Itachi and Kisame would run circles around him. It didn't matter whether he was one of the strongest active Kage or not. All that mattered was that the Akatsuki would kill him the moment they decided to get serious about him. Both he and Han had struggled to contain Son Goku, and Kisame had done it all with one maneuver. Tailless tailed beast, indeed. Han was one of the deadliest taijutsu fighters Gaara had ever got the chance of witnessing, and Itachi ran circles at him before catching him in Jinjutsu and ending the fight there. It would have been impressive if it weren't so scary at the same time. He zoned out of the conversations between his strike team as they flew back to Suna. The truth was that he couldn't bring himself to care about how their experiences in Suna had gone when his mind was consumed with one single thought: how do I get stronger? He knew that he wasn't born with the same benefits as demigods like Naruto and Sasuke. But the reason he'd stayed away from selecting either of those bodies was because he didn't want to have to deal with the destiny baggage that came with living either of those lives. Hagoromo had clearly been watching the reincarnations of his sons for a while, and the last thing he'd want was Ninja Jesus on his tail. Besides, Gaara knew the fact that his life would be less his own than it would belong to others was going to piss me off. Still, he had a plan. He'd said so for so long, and only held himself back from implementing it out of a desire to get to the upper limit of what he could achieve on his own. Sure, he wasn't there yet. He had leaps and bounds left to grow by before he'd be knocking at the door of his full potential. But he no longer had the time to let the slow march of progress take its course. For whatever reason, good or ill, the Akatsuki had made the decision to go after the tailed beasts earlier than they did in canon. If Gaara could be certain that Sasori would be the one sent after him, then he'd sleep easily, but the fact that Deidara was dead threw one hell of a wrench into things. The fact that he would not be certain who he was facing until they were face to face with him meant that he had to become strong enough to tell a lot of them to fuck off. Yes, that included pain. And so Operation Rebirth was born. 1 month later. "Are you sure about it?" she asked for the 7th time in the past hour. Gaara knew that she only did it out of concern for him, but that still didn't mean that he was blessed with the patience to deal with having his motivations and decisions questioned at every turn. "If I wasn't, we wouldn't be here." "Now get it over with," he replied tersely, patience long worn thin. In the months since he'd returned from IWA, Gaara had spent every spare second studying a single thing. The Sharingan. Kakashi Hataki's Sharingan, if we were being more specific. Well, more like Obito Uchihas, but there was no need to split hairs over such a minor matter. A month of study, and while I was nowhere near an expert on the Sharingan, I knew much more than I did at first. I was also pretty certain that the eye was not going to go blind by the time I began using its Manjikyu ability. My theory regarding how Obito could use his ability non-stop was that Hashirama's cells let him heal almost constantly from the Manjikyu's desire to blind itself. For myself, my plan was to let my new seal do the job for me. It wasn't anywhere near the strength of 100 seal that Tsunade had on her forehead, but I'd been working on it for a while now, and it was something to be proud of. Near-instant regeneration of the eye was the main function of the seal. The connection between the eye I'd be implanting and my chakra network would run through the seal first. The complex display of years of Fuinjutsu training sat on my forehead as an unobtrusive black dot. The blessed seal of Theodita. It had 4 key functions. Firstly was that it was going to act as a bit of a dam for my chakra. It had the passive ability to leech on my chakra reserves, taking the unused excess for itself, but just like Tsunade's strength of 100 seal, I could funnel my chakra into it as necessary. Its second function was that it could heal the Sharingan I was going to implant in my skull. How? Well, I had to rethink healing as a whole. When a healer healed, they encouraged the body's natural healing with chakra. That was why even after healing some wounds, scars would remain to show that the wound had once been there. A rare few, Tsunade and her apprentices among them, had the power to heal by promoting cell division to heal beyond the body's natural limits. That was more regeneration than pure healing, so to speak. There was a third, lesser known and rarely implemented means of healing that I was implementing with the Blessed Seal. Where other forms of healing pushed the body forwards, this one dragged it back. The Seal of Theodita had 2 functions to aid this one. It could scan the target completely, in this case, Kakashi's eye too. It could reject any damage or change done to the target, seemingly reversing the flow of time to return it to its original state. It wasn't an easy thing. The more damage the eye took at a go, the more chakra the seal required to pull off what it was doing. That was the key reason why the seal was still considered incomplete in its present state. Presently, it only fed on my reserves. My eventual goal was to acquire a cursed seal for study so I could figure out how the things managed to drag in nature chakra to power their functions. Once I had that, the Seal of Theodita would have a source of virtually unending chakra at its beck and call to ensure that nothing ever overcame its power and managed to damage the eye. Currently, according to my calculations, the seal could heal all the damage that consistent use of the Manjikyu's ability would cause, but would drain me to death if someone ever managed to slash the eye in half or whatever. Now, the question I got from Chio when I gave her the rundown was why wasn't I just using the seal for my entire body? The answer was obvious to anyone who looked at it for longer than a second. The seal returned things to status quo. If I used it on my body, then any gains from training would be turned to naught instantly. The final 2 functions of the Blessed Seal were that it could both power the Sharingan's constant drain with its chakras, so I left my reserves delightfully unmolested, and serve as a power source for ninjutsu if I ever needed it to. "Are you ready?" Chio asked, and I settled for glaring at her. She took that as my reply and her hands glowed green as she reached down and plucked out my left eye. I felt none of the pain as the numbing effects of medical ninjutsu kicked in almost instantly. She reached down again, and began the simple surgery to connect the Sharingan to my optical nerve and get it up and running. What really needed to be studied was just how Jujutsu worked in this world. For some reason, they were extremely easy to just plug and play. It was almost like they'd been engineered to be as easy to transplant as possible. That proved to be true in this case, as the moment the eye was installed and plugged in, so to speak, I could see right out of it. It was something to get used to. My right eye was leagues behind my left as the Sharingan rendered everything in a startling high definition. I could pick out specks of dust as they flew behind the screen we'd sanitized for the surgery. I could pick out the most minute expressions on Chio's face as thoughts ran through. It almost felt like I could just reach out and pluck the thoughts right out of her head. Thankfully, before I could succumb to the temptation to try, a blue screen overtook my vision. Notice, foreign intrusion detected. Player has implanted a Sharingan in his left eye socket. perception plus 10, wit tinkering plus 20, intelligence plus 5, jinjutsu plus 60, endurance minus 10. Underscore. I read through the notification and dismissed it immediately after, turning back to Chiyo. I assume that everything has gone according to plan. I said. See for yourself, she replied, tossing me a mirror. Staring across from me was my face as it had always been, free from marking or scar. The only difference was that where my right eye was a calm teal, the left was a fiery red, glowing with the passion that the rest of the world had learned to associate with Sharingan wielders. Perfect, I replied. Now, it was time to test this bitch out. Before that, though, what do you think of the formulas I submitted to you? I asked her. The idea is ambitious, but I am not so sure about the side effects and risk of crippling yourself permanently by going down that route. It's fine. While I was in the throes of your amnesia, I had an idea or two. I should be able to blunt most of the side effects with some further fine-tuning, I said to her. 20 extra points in wet tinkering was nothing to scoff at. I could already see dozens of ways that I could have been better, more precise, with transplanting the dead bone pulse into Shira. I could see even more ways of harnessing the explosion release Kekkei Genkai I'd stolen from IWA. Transplanting it to promising academy students would be just the tip of the iceberg. It took all that I had to resist the urge to collapse into uncontrollable cackling. Chiyo might try to kill me again if I did. Jiraiya of the Sannin. He wasn't expecting a parade or anything. Certainly not a festival or national holiday in their name, but he would have at least expected some more gratefulness on the part of the detestable Taki elders. They'd saved the village's sole claim to fame, and here they were being cantankerous old codgers he had Tsunade to thank for that delightful bit of phrasing. They'd left Orochimaru with Naruto and Shizune at the hotel room to avoid causing offense, and now the bastards left them waiting outside the meeting room. He could already tell that by the time the clock struck 12, signifying that they'd spent an hour waiting, Tsunade was going to break the door open and barge in. The patience she was presently displaying was impressive, but any idiot could tell it was wearing thin. Legendary Sannin? A head poked out of the council chambers 5 minutes before the clock struck 12. As they were literally the only ones in the waiting room, neither of them bothered to reply. Please come in. The elders will see you now. In an eye blink, Tsunade had covered half the distance between them and the door to the meeting room, dragging him along for the ride. Introducing Jiraiya the Gallant, one and only Toad Sage, and Tsunade the legendary healer, two of the students of Hiruzen the Professor, late third Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, the secretary said as they walked in. He almost preened at the flattering introduction. He stared across the table at the elders of Takigakure. Right from the beginning of the meeting, things had been set for failure. First of all, he hadn't noticed it at the time, but the announcer had failed to recognize them as the valid envoys of Konohagakure. Even worse, their obvious leader was spilling a bunch of bullshit that wanted to make Jiraiya pull out his hair and stab the man with it. The village leader in name only, Shibuki, was content to sit back and watch as they got insulted by his council of advisors. What a fucking coward, Jiraiya assessed in head. So what exactly are you saying? Tsunade asked, a clenched fist being the only sign of her very obvious fury. It took a lot of audacity for these village elders to do what they were doing. Pissing off S-rank shinobi with nothing to lose was a surefire way to end up in a shallow grave with a painful journey there. What I am saying in exact and unequivocal terms is that we cannot support you in this civil war of yours to supplant the Hokage of Konohagakure. It is only even out of respect for your previous deeds that we have not sent word down to the Hokage himself and agreed to take this meeting. The one who went by Hazuki said in a voice that made Jiraiya itch to separate his head from his shoulders. Have you not listened to a word we've said? Danzo killed Hiruzen. He's no rightful Kage of Konohagakure. You would be taking the right side in this, Tsunade said, arguing. She was always the more determined of them. Jiraiya could already tell that there was nothing they would be getting from here. Nothing useful, definitely. Just another rejection out of the near dozen they'd managed to stack up. We only have your word for that, and even if he did, he has still been confirmed as the Hokage by the daimyo, has he not? The same man asked again. So you will not be helping us, Tsunade surmised. Even if we could, we would not be able to. Shall we send dozens of our jounin off with you to die in an ill-thought civil war in exchange for nothing? Based on your promises alone? Surely you see that there is nothing we can do for you. Another council stepped in here, perhaps sensing that there would be no stopping Tsunade's fury if that idiot opened his mouth another time. Is that your word on this, Shibuki? She asked, turning to the actual leader of the village. Maybe you should ask one of the major villages. We really can't help you with this. Tsunade scoffed audibly and stood up. Jiraiya joined her. We will not be forgetting that Taki broke faith this day, she said as she turned to march away with him hot on her heels. So what's the next step? He asked her when they finally put some serious distance between them and the village government building that housed the council's meeting room. Under the shade of the great tree, he could not get as good a view of her eyes as he should have, but he could still see a glint in them. A very familiar glint. People always remembered him for being the prankster of the lot, but little who lived in their younger days could deny the existence of Tsunade's mischievous streak. We seek a major village, of course. One of the big 5. Or big 4, since we can't really head back to Konoha to look for help in overthrowing the damn Hokage. She said. He was about to reply to her when a tadpole suddenly appeared at the corner of his vision. That was the code that he and Naruto had developed for communicating with each other when they were separated. Back to the hotel. Now he told Tsunade before disappearing in a body flicker. Keeping to civilian speeds had been a concession made for the peace of mind of those who watched them, but after how that meeting had gone, he couldn't really care less about that. Especially not when Naruto was trying to get his attention. Logically, Jiraiya knew that it was not an emergency. The code they had for emergencies was a much more visible thing. No one would ever manage to miss Gamabunta appearing in the middle of a village. Nevertheless, they made it to the hotel in good time, diving through the open windows to land in Orochimaru's room in unison. His room was where both Naruto and Shizen had set up shop in their master's absence, since he was the most secure place to be in the village apart from aforementioned masters. I got a letter, Erosen and Naruto said at their entrance, already far more used to their antics than he'd been a scarce few months ago. Jiraiya, against his will, smiled at the nickname even as Tsunade chuckled and walked forwards to ruffle the boy's hair and pick up the letter. It's for me, you brat, he said on noticing the code in which it was written. Looking at the ink smudges on the edge of the paper, it was clear that this missive had been written with some amount of haste. It was also written in the most basic version of the coded language he used with his spies in Tsuchi no Kuni. What does it say? Tsunade asked, clearly reading something on his face as he read through the letter for the second time to make sure he hadn't made any mistakes in deciphering the code. He knew he couldn't have, so familiar was he with the code that he could have written it while half asleep and high on enough intoxicants to drug an elephant. Don't ask questions. But still, the news was just that surprising. He didn't answer until he had completed his third read, as he used this one to try to gather his thoughts so he could deliver the news in the most efficient way possible. The 5th Kazekage, Gaara of the Desert, led an attack on the village hidden in the stone. He maimed the 4th Tsuchikage, Kitsuchi, and in a fight against the village's Jinchuriki managed to cause the release of the Yonbi. Much of the hidden stone village was consumed in the conflict. The infrastructure repair costs are estimated to be in the billions of yen, he said briefly, not mentioning the bit about 2 men with cloaks of black and red being seen leaving the area with both of Iwa's Jinchuriki. He'd assured Naruto that he would have time to prepare, and there was nothing to be gained from making the boy feel unnecessary panic. He'd tell Tsunade and Orochimaru about it once they put him to bed. So what do we do next? The number of great villages we can seek out just went down to 3. Tsunade said, making Orochimaru scoff. I maintain that we don't need any of them. I have an army back in the Hidden Sound village that can help us with what we need. The 3 of us working together would make short work of that old cripple, he said, tone haughty and slimy as ever. I agree, but how would we match up against the 2nd Tsuchikage? Or the 3rd? Especially under Edo Tensei? It wouldn't be a fight, Jiraiya said with a long-suffering expression on his face. This was not the first time they would be having this argument. I doubt that whatever stooge he's had learning the jutsu would be good enough to bring them back at anywhere even remotely close to the peak of their powers. Besides, if you're so worried about that, you shouldn't have forced me to release the jutsu in the first place, the snake said, rising from his previously relaxed position on the couch to get in Jiraiya's face. The Toad Sage assessed the situation with an easy sigh before saying, I wouldn't have made you do that if you'd told me that Danzo forced you to teach the jutsu to his root agents, would I? Besides, that jutsu is an aberration, a mockery of nature and all that I stand for. I could not abide having it cast by one in my vicinity, he said, refusing to back down from his teammate. If you two are not going to fight it out, then you might as well step back from each other, Tsunade said, stepping in between them and defusing the situation with the ease that came from having spent decades as the only thing between the both of them in all-out combat. They heeded her orders and she smiled in satisfaction. If there was one thing she'd noticed in this team reunion was just how the dynamics had changed. Instead of Jiraiya being the one who constantly attempted to pick a fight with Orochimaru, it was the other way around. She placed the blame for that squarely on the seal that both men bore on the right side of their upper bodies. Not the seal itself, but how it got there. She hadn't gotten a real answer from either man, but piecing the brat's words together gave her enough of an idea. After Jiraiya released Orochimaru from Danzo's Fuin Jinjutsu, he had them both return to the Toad Realm. Freshly released, Orochimaru wasted no time in trying to claim his freedom and Jiraiya's life on the way to it. Everything she'd heard and deduced about that fight told her that it had been as one-sided as a fight could be. Already in that famed sage mode of his, Jiraiya unleashed the beating of his life on the snake summoner. Even when Orochimaru had been going for the kill and Jiraiya had been fighting merely to disable, the Toad Sage had handily claimed victory. After that, binding them both with the seal had been easy for him. Tsunade herself knew that if she and Jiraiya fought while going all out, then the Toad Sage would invariably come out the victor. While she'd spent years wandering the countryside, and Orochimaru spent the time on his sick experiments, Jiraiya had become the most successful active shinobi in Konoha history, completing hundreds of S-rank missions where most jounin failed to complete even one across their entire career. That experience had given him strength. Enough strength that the dead last from the academy was now the most powerful of them all. Their Hokage, she'd sworn. Both she and Orochimaru were in agreement on that one fact. Jiraiya, as the one who brought them together, had shown that he was willing to do whatever was necessary for Konoha's future. He was the one that the Jounin, Chunin, and Jinin of the village would lay down their lives for. He was the inheritor of Sensei's will of fire, whether he liked it or not. The question still remains, where do we go to seek for help? Jiraiya asked, getting them back on topic. If it's a choice between cloud, mist, and sand, then there isn't much of a choice, is there? And no, Orochimaru, sound isn't an option. Even with Stone's help and the element of surprise, you still failed to take the village, she said, shutting down her teammate's idea before he got to voice it a second time. He scowled, but the lack of retort showed that he understood. I still don't trust the Kazekage brat, Jiraiya said, needing no time to figure out her proposed course of action. I know. But we aren't exactly spoilt for choice. He already has reason enough to have a bone to pick with Danzo, and he's clearly shown that he's strong enough to hang with the best of them and come out swinging. He has strength, motive, and he's also young. He's the perfect choice. I know you think he'll be easy to manipulate, but trust me, Tsunade, there is something foul in those eyes of his. I don't care. We need help. He'll give it to us. Orochimaru, your vote? Temari of the desert 2 months later. Faster, she heard him bark out as he weaved around Shira's stabs. She scowled and opened both her hand fans to their maximum before sweeping them at him, causing a swarm of invisible wind blades to get sent at her annoying little brother. She hoped that being stuck in the middle of an exchange with Shira, he would be unable to dodge in time, but those hopes were all for naught as he leaned out of the way of one of Shira's bone blades before slamming a palm into her teammate's midsection before he could react in time. Shira was sent flying off, out of range of the attack, and Gaara merely smirked at her before he did the bloody impossible for what felt like the 70th time in this training session. He jumped in the air and contorted his body in such a way that not a single one of the invisible blades touched him. The glowing red eye in his left socket spun at them, as if it were mocking them. Kaishi heard from beside her and turned to see Kankuro with his hand on her shoulder as Shira and Gaara fought each other a few meters away. "Sharingan Jinjutsu?" she asked Kankuro, already knowing the answer to her question. Her brother settled for a nod as she scowled in annoyance. It was the 7th time she was getting caught like that, and even Kankuro, who often hid behind his puppets, had been caught a few times already. She'd thought that getting him to make the concession of not using his sand manipulation or any of his ninjutsu would give them anything close to a fair fight, but even that was not enough. The glowing red eye he sported as he fought Shira to a standstill using nothing but pure taijutsu was just the ultimate cheat code. Even with Shira's new ability to control his bones, it was all he could do to remain in the fight as Gaara refused to allow himself to be pressured by the older boy. Is this how the Senja felt? Fighting against the Uchiha? She heard Kankuro ask. It was probably a rhetorical question, but one that she still felt the need to answer. Very few Uchiha got as good with the Sharingan in their entire lives as Gaara has managed to in the past 2 months. Add to that the fact that his Sharingan is fully evolved where most Uchiha never lived long enough to achieve that, and you get a thoroughly different state of affairs. She explained, making him nod. From the moment Gaara had shown up at home with a different person's eye in his socket, she'd torn into all the information they had on the clan and their famous taijutsu. Not immediately, of course. She'd dedicated some time for chastising him for undergoing life-altering surgery without even so much as informing them of what was going to happen. They were his siblings, damn it. Not for the first time, Temari cursed her father for forcing Gaara to grow up without them. He never learned the value of family as a child, so focused and used to working on his own. He'd been confused as to why they'd been upset at him for not telling them. Yes, there was nothing they could have done to help with the procedure, but there was still some peace of mind that would come from having it be known to her that her brother would inform her whenever that kind of thing had to happen. Terrible situation or not, the implanted Sharingan had been one hell of a boon for Gaara's combat ability. She had no doubts that Gaara was one of the strongest people in the world even before getting the fancy new eye, but implanting it had taken his combat process to whole new levels. His growth was nothing short of explosive. She got the privilege of watching some of his Kenjutsu lessons with the ANBU commander, and the word lesson seemed to fit the situation less and less with each passing day. At first, they had been evenly matched, with the ANBU commander holding back by some fair margin. That margin had now more or less disappeared, and when they crossed blades, they did so as equals. It was a bit scary to watch how he could easily match and nearly surpass someone who had spent their whole life training the craft just with a few more lessons with those fancy eyes. Watching Gaara had made her realize one key thing. Itachi Uchiha needed an award of some sort. The Uchiha clan wrote truly too dangerous to have been allowed to live. Even if just a mere 10% of their number showed as much skill with the Sharingan as Gaara did, then they'd be in for a world of hurt. She watched as Gaara shuffled backwards, looking for all the world like he was dancing with his opponent to avoid the multitude of stabs that came from Shira's movements as he wielded bone blades that stuck out from both his fists, elbows, and chest. Shira's new Kekkei Genkai had also been another matter of contention. She couldn't believe that Gaara had somehow figured out how to transplant Kekkei Genkai and then used it on her classmate who had not a single drop of ninjutsu talent. For some reason, that lack of ninjutsu or jinjutsu talent had no bearings on Shira's ability to use the _dead bone pulse _. He wielded the powerful Kekkei Genkai like he was born with it. Being completely honest, Temari had never had many doubts about Shira being the strongest of them all, but that gap had grown in just a few months since he got released from the hospital. She looked down at her hands, and the fans clutched in them. Kankuro was shaping up to being a legendary seal master of renown. Shira had a Kekkei Genkai that allowed him fight almost evenly with Gaara, who had a Sharingan. Both her teammates were leaving her behind, and it felt like there was nothing she could do about it. Sure, she had her fans. Yes, Gaara made them to be legendary weapons on par with the legendary blades of the Hidden Mist, but a weapon would only ever be as powerful as its wielder, and she was thoroughly lacking in that regard. Her moments of reflecting prevented her from seeing the conclusion to the fight between them, but she heard the sound of bone breaking very clearly. She looked up and found Gaara holding one of Shira's bone blades to his neck with the latter on his back on the sandy floor. "You held back," her teammate grouched. Her brother merely smiled in return. "Using Jinjutsu on you when you have such little resistance or even potential for resistance felt too much like cheating, so I had to do things the old-fashioned way," he said while tossing the bone blade away before reaching down with his hand to help Shira to his own feet. Accepting the peace offering, Shira took the hand and was returned to his standing position almost immediately. "That bone sure did heal quickly," Gaara mused idly. "It was a clean fracture," Shira said, hand on his chin. "You stamped on it at an angle to make sure that the break would be as clean as possible. The bone probably began melting pretty much immediately after I landed on the floor," he theorized. "So, what do you think you did wrong?" Gaara asked, getting to her least favorite part of these sparring sessions. Whenever Gaara beat them, regardless of what restriction they placed on him, he'd add salt to the wound by insisting they went over their preferred strategies and the happenings of the fight immediately afterwards. "I didn't guard my feet well enough," Shira said, making Gaara chuckle. "No. To this eye of mine, you were full of openings. If you'd guarded your feet, I'd have gone somewhere else instead. What you did wrong was the same thing you've done wrong in almost every practice session in the 3 months we've spent working together on getting your combat up to snuff. You're reinventing your entire fighting style to take advantage of the dead bone pulse, and while I don't condemn you for that, you also have to realize that you can't use both fighting styles at the same time. You can't fight in the way you did before getting the dead bone pulse. The differences caused by 4 protruding bones on each of your extremities means that you have to switch things up a bit." She zoned out as Gaara got into more and more detail on taijutsu. Sure, she knew that hand-to-hand combat was a key skill for every shinobi to learn, but she'd never excelled at it. And she also couldn't deny the truth. Taijutsu bored her. It had too much repetition, too much effort required for even the most minute improvements, and nowhere near the amount of flair that good ninjutsu could display. Her other gripe with it was that she was shit at it, but that was neither here nor there. Gaara was calling her attention. "What I did wrong is obvious, I kept meeting your eye," she said, hoping with all her heart for him to just nod and move on after her admission of fault. "Wrong. Funny enough, what I used against you today was a trick I saw Itachi Uchiha use on the 5-tailed Jinchuriki back in IWA. You see, Han is, or was an experienced shinobi. He'd definitely fought more than a few Uchiha in his lifetime. He knew not to meet the clankers, yes, and yet he did precisely that. It's confused me for a while, but now I have a theory." Right before their eyes met, the Uchiha blasted the Jinchuriki with a fireball jutsu that the hardy Jinchuriki walked right through. It confused me. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out that the Gobi Jinchuriki would be highly resistant to fire release. Itachi clearly didn't have enough chakra to just waste it on futile efforts. So now I have a theory on how he did what he did and why. The fireball jutsu was both a distraction, a taunt, and a hook. He expected Han to walk through it. He anticipated it, in fact. That's why the fireball was laced with a jinjutsu. Not anything ambitious. Just a minor jinjutsu that made the Gobi Jinchuriki meet his opponent's eyes for a split second. It was enough to end the fight there. "That's what you did to me," she cut in, interrupting the tangent that Gaara had begun to go on after realizing just exactly what he was getting at. "Precisely. Unlike Itachi, I have the reserves to just spread my chakra all about my surroundings. And the best part is that since all you were looking for was Sharingan Jinjutsu, then you paid little attention to your chakra network when our eyes did not meet. Once I could get you to meet my eyes, however, there was little you could do about that on your own. Sharingan Jinjutsu is an effective, insidious thing. I don't even have to put in much effort to force you into a mental sleep. Or force you to replay a moment ad infinitum until you either realized, collapsed from mental strain, or got rescued by someone else," he said, rubbing a hand over the eyelid that now covered that red eye of his. When he opened the eye again, it took a phenomenal application of mental will to resist flinching at the sight. Yet, Gaara still noticed if the way his gaze on her softened was any indication. What else did you do wrong? He asked her, changing the topic and moving on. Temari sat still on the ground as she reviewed the fight mentally, trying to figure out where she could have acted differently or where she could have been more effective with her actions. I can't find anything else, she said to him, expecting some form of criticism or condemnation from daring to suggest that she'd only made a single mistake. Instead, his smile widened and he looked upon her with such fondness and affection that she felt her cheeks light up in a bright red. This was the first time he was looking at her like that, and he walked forwards to plop a hand down on her shoulder. Neither can I. You fulfilled your role with perfection. There's not much more that you could have done with the arsenal at your disposal. That does mean that we need to work to widen said arsenal, but that's neither here nor there. You were amazing today, almost the polar opposite of our brother who's trying his hardest to blend in with the sand, he said, turning his attention from her to Kankuro seamlessly. Your head wasn't in it today. Niji of the Byakugan. West, 300 meters, he said, identifying their quarry with ease. There was nothing that could hide from these eyes of his, and after Danzo-sama took him under his wing, that statement had become more and more true with time as his range expanded nearly constantly. On it, his partner said, moving in a blur of speed that would have made Rock Lee envious. He cleared his mind of thoughts of his previous team. Danzo-sama would not be pleased with thoughts like that popping up while they were on a mission, especially one of this level of importance. He tracked his partner as the younger boy ran through the trees while leaving almost no sign of his presence of passing. When he finally arrived right above their targets, he executed his movements with a fluidity that would have made Niji's previous self jealous. He jumped right at one of them with a kunai clutched in his right hand. His other hand reached into the shrunken pouch at his waist and tossed 5 of the throwing stars at the other. The tossed stars moved in such a way that it was nearly impossible for the Kusagakure Chunin to dodge them without abandoning his previous position and retreating. That retreat put him in no position to help his partner as he clashed with the Uchiha prodigy in a dance of furious taijutsu. Sasuke Uchiha picked apart the Kusa Chunin, making the man look like an academy student. Flashing red eyes tracked every movement as he kept his opponent on the back foot. Niji turned his attention away from that fight, the conclusion already decided by destiny, and sought out the last target. The third scout had taken a less direct route back to his home village, hoping that would hide him from the Byakugan. What utter foolishness! Niji decided on a path for interception and moved. In a matter of minutes, he'd caught up to the man. 8 trigrams, vacuum palm, he whispered, executing the jutsu seamlessly. The man, mid-jump, slumped down to the ground dead as the attack tore through his heart. I take it that you succeeded in the mission, their immediate commanding officer said in greeting as they appeared in the command tent and executed flawless salutes in unison. All around them, the tent was abuzz with motion as dozens of Chunin and Genin scrambled to perform various administrative tasks. Sending a whole nation to war was not the easiest of things to do, and required so much administration that it hurt even Niji's genius mind to consider. Yes, we did. All who saw the encampment now rest in the halls of Naraka, his partner, Sasuke, said. Niji leaned heavily on the emotional control that had been quite literally beat into him to prevent himself from rolling his eyes at his partner's need to use the most dramatic phrasing for every sentence. Niji was the Hyuga here, and Sasuke clearly had even him beat in terms of sheer dramatism. Perfect. We must be ready to move in the next 12 hours. Go get some rest and prepare yourselves. Your roles in the invasion are of paramount importance, the Yamanaka said, blonde hair flipping over his shoulders as he turned to the rest of the room after dismissing them. He was one of the few hundred shinobi that Niji had seen appear out of nowhere in the aftermath of Danzo's ascension as Kage and take up positions of authority within the village. If he gave the whispers in the wind any iota of serious consideration, then he'd believe the rumors that Danzo-sama had been in charge of some secret division of Umbu that were out of the control of Lord Third, and only after taking over the position had he decided to integrate them in the standard hierarchy. The idea was stupid beyond stupid, and he'd told Tenten so the moment she'd made mention of it. Lord Third was undoubtedly the greatest Hokage that Konoha had ever had, and it was ridiculous to suggest that he'd ever be foolish enough to allow a whole division of special operatives beyond his control. It was much more likely that Danzo was pulling his people from the more obscure areas of Konoha military and promoting them to replace the people that the previous Hokage had relied on. It was reasonable, as well. Niji he heard from beside him as he walked out of the tent. He turned to his new partner and teammate, Sasuke Uchiha. He grunted at him, waiting for the Uchiha to explain what he wanted. I'll be at the stream if I'm needed, he said before disappearing in a shunshin. Niji wondered why he'd been told. Did the Uchiha honestly believe that there was anywhere in the vicinity of the camp that he would have gone to that Niji would not be able to locate him in a matter of seconds? Putting the thought from his mind, Niji jumped upwards to one of the large trees that hid the camp from view. One of the commanding officers, a man by the name of Tenzo, with the rare ability to use the first Hokage's Kekkei Jinkai, had created the cover that their entire camp relied on. He was another example of commanding officers that had come out of the woodwork after Lord Fifth's ascension. It was a strange thing. To think that a Kekkei Jinkai as storied as the wood release would have managed to lay under the radar so thoroughly. Tenzo was no Senju, Niji knew this for a fact. Even as a branch family member, his lessons were comprehensive enough to tell him that there were no more Senjus beyond Tsunade, Hashirama's granddaughter. As a display of the kind of unity he wanted from the village, Lord First had enacted 2 policies for his clan that saw them more tightly integrated into Konoha than any other. First of all, Senju clan's women, more than any other, intermarried with the other clans, and even the civilians. At this point, virtually every clan that called the village home had some manner of Senju blood in their line. Not the Hyuga, but that was because of strict breeding requirements the main branch mandated to maintain the purity of the Byakugan. The second policy was that the Senju, more than any other, occupied the front lines when it came time for war. Not even the Uchiha had as many clansmen on the lines for the first 2 great shinobi wars. When the second Great War went as far as it did, it was Senju Genin that were sent out first. Famously on Lord Second's orders. Niji admired the selflessness and devotion, but the Senju clan was no more. Whatever he had against the main branch, he could not imagine a world without the Hyuga clan. I heard you and Sasuke would be part of the first charge, Tintin said as a manner of greeting. He acknowledged her presence with a nod, before thinking over her statement that was really a question. Indeed. Lord Fifth wants us to gain valuable experience fighting shinobi from a hidden village. As the village hidden in the grass is not one of the Great Five, even their jounin would be nowhere near as powerful as the ones from back home, he said in explanation, answering both unasked questions. But what I really can't see is why we're even doing this in the first place. IWA were the ones who broke faith during the Chunin exams and conspired with Orochimaru to destroy the village, and Suna were the ones who snuck their Kage into the village and blew up most of it. If we were going after either of those 2, I'd understand. But why are we going after Kusa? She asked, looking genuinely confused. Niji weighed his options. What he knew had been told to him in confidence, but he'd also never been told not to divulge the information to others. As a fellow Chunin of Konoha, did Tenten not have as much of a right to know as he did? IWA is gone. For the most part, at least. The Kazekage led a team of jounin there, and in a fight with both of Iwa's Jinchuriki managed to destroy the bulk of the village. They are rebuilding but aren't going to be a threat for years. Suna, on the other hand, are strong. The Kazekage fought off the fully manifested Yanbi without sustaining any injuries. It goes without saying that we don't want to risk fighting Gaara of the desert in the desert until our position is as strong as it could be. Taking Kusa is just one of the first steps in a longer war effort. We'll be in position to quickly advance on IWA if they prove a threat, and it also lets us warn Suna that we won't sit idly by while they make moves, he explained. Suna is in the entirely other direction, she said, and Niji struggled to find the words that explained why their actions here would matter to Suna miles away. He wouldn't have understood it if not for years of lessons with the clan, and now with Danzo. He looked at his old teammate's face, black hair framing dark eyes, and was saved from replying by a whistle. Change of plans, someone shouted at him from below. He acknowledged the summons and nodded to Tenten before leaving her side to the command tent. Chapter 48, The Genius Hyuga. He fought down the urge to scowl with the ease of long practice as he and his partner covered the ground between the forest and the walls of Kusagakure. Their goal was simple. They were to infiltrate the village and assassinate the head jounin of the hidden village, cutting off the snake's head from the get-go, so to speak. The problem with that, the reason he was annoyed, was that it was a marked departure from what the plans had previously been. In fact, it was such a sharp departure that there could only be one reason for it. This was a test. Danzo wanted to test them again for some reason. That irritated Niji. He believed that they were done with their sensei's seemingly never-ending barrage of tests. And now here was another. It was also annoying because Niji knew that the reason they'd not been informed earlier was purely to include the element of surprise into the rest itself. He had no doubts that Danzo had planned this out well before. The man hated rash and sudden actions with all the dictate a cat held for a bath. There was no chance he'd not planned this in advance. And if Danzo had planned this, then it was very likely that the commanding officers were more than aware of this aspect of the plan. Follow my lead. His teammates signed at him in one of the dozen variants of the Konoha sign language that Danzo had forced them to learn in the first weeks of their training. He watched him with sharp eyes, Byakugan inactive, as even the lightest application of chakra had a good chance of getting them caught. Kusa wasn't one of the Great Five, but they were still a hidden village at the end of the day. Sasuke ramped up his speed for a few seconds, and in a series of movements that would have confounded his Genin self, Niji's teammate reached the wall, planted one foot on it and then used that as his boost to begin running across the wall. He wasn't making use of chakra, purely relying on the momentum from his run across the ground. He spun in the air with one final boost before landing on the top of the wall. The guard there had no chance of sounding the alarm as Sasuke's kunai lashed out in a flash of light. The man fell to the ground, dead. Niji took a deep breath before running at the wall himself. He was not a fan of the directness of this approach, but there was little he could say to fault it. They were on a time crunch, and this approach might as well be the most efficient one with how things looked. Sasuke signed at him some more and then turned to the other side of the wall, sliding down the wall with his gloves and boots to slow down his descent until he was close enough to dismount safely. Niji followed his lead. The body would be discovered soon enough, but as night was just beginning to fall, Niji had a good amount of hope that it would be a while until they'd need to change shifts. Long enough for them to complete their mission, at the very least. Now, within the village, they could begin to make minor uses of their chakra. First things first, he activated his Byakugan to assure himself that the coast was clear, and they'd not been noticed. He felt his teammate do the same beside him. Once he was sure of their safety, his next action was aimed at locating the head jounin. Follow me, he signed at his partner, maintaining their unspoken agreement not to speak. They melded into the shadows and leaned heavily on their training to make the journey from the village's outskirts to the very center of it without being noticed. The Byakugan and Sharingan made it child's play for them to avoid notice. This was the power of Konoha's premier Kekkei Jinkai, Niji told himself. The center of Kusa's government was nothing when compared to the Hokage Tower. Not when it came to outer appearances, at least. Learned in the geography of all the other great hidden villages, it was easy for Niji to see where Kusa had diverted from the example set by their betters. Their Kage building, instead of stretching to the sky in a show of dominance and strength, the Kusa building did the opposite. For anyone without eyes like his, the building would be nothing to write home about from the outside. It was a bungalow in a sea of bungalows. Nothing special. Only the Byakugan allowed him to see that beneath the building there extended a complex network of tunnels that ran through most of the entire village. Instead of having the heart of the village be a skyscraper that stood as a bastion of the village's strength, Kusa had done the opposite. The minor village hid their heart beneath the armor of the ground. Is that the only entrance? Sasuke signed back after Niji informed him of the situation. Both of them kept at least a fraction of their attention on the bungalow and its highly unusual amount of foot traffic. Yes. We can't burrow either. Landmines everywhere, he replied to his partner, waiting for a reply. He didn't need to wait for long as Sasuke stretched himself out of the shadows for a second. If Niji had not been watching him, he might have missed the way his partner moved. Silently and quickly, he grabbed a hold of one of the men who was making his way into the bungalow and returned to their alcove with no one being any the wiser. When he let go of the man's mouth, he moved to scream but aborted the movement as his eyes caught Sasuke's. Sharingan Jinjutsu allowed Sasuke rifle through the man's mind as he asked question after question that the man answered. When he finished, he took the man's appearance and gave Neji a significant look. Neji copied his teammates' previous movements to get another man for their interrogation. Once they finished, he took the second man's appearance, and they made their way into the building. Gaara of the Desert. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been known as the Professor, the god of shinobi, for his famed knowledge of every jutsu within the village hidden in the leaves. Gaara would have tried something similar with Suna earlier on, but never could find the time and the energy. Now, adding the knowledge of IWA to that collection should have made the task much more daunting. But now, it seemed possible. Why? The eyeball spinning languidly in his left eye socket, of course. Obito Uchiha's Sharingan in Gaara's hands made a world of difference. He already enjoyed a photographic memory from his high intelligence stat, but the Sharingan could do much more than that when it came to accelerating the learning of ninjutsu. The ability to see how the chakra in his body flowed at every instance allowed him to accelerate the speed at which he picked up new jutsu beyond every expectation. With the Sharingan, he wasn't even obliged to commit himself to only focusing on the combat-useful ninjutsu as he strived to learn every single jutsu that both IWA and Suna had to offer. Do it again, he commanded the man standing across from him and watched as the IWA shinobi's chakra moved to combine both the lightning and earth releases to form the famed explosion release. A puff of smoke flew out from his outstretched hand as he triggered the jutsu while under the grasp of Gaara's Jinjutsu. It was a shame that the conventional wisdom turned out to be right in the instance. Everyone knew that the Sharingan could not copy Kekkei Jinkai, but Gaara had only gotten where he was by questioning those things that everyone thought they knew. In this case, they were accurate. He could see how the chakra natures merged, but attempting to repeat that phenomenon in himself was basically impossible. Over a week of continuous attempts with no progress meant that his time and energy would be better spent elsewhere. His wristband vibrated twice and he took a step back from the captive IWA shinobi. Hold still, he commanded with his spinning Sharingan focused on his captive. Gaara scowled as he reached down to his pocket and took out the bottle of pills he carried around before swallowing 2 of them. They burned as they went down his throat, but he took the terrible taste with naught but a slight grimace. He'd managed to tinker the perfect set of supplements and drugs for his purposes, but making them taste good was a whole different beast that he didn't even know how to tackle. Everything he tried or taught off was going to come with trade-offs in the form of increased side effects or reduced efficacy. The present side effects were already reasonably close to the limits that Gaara would be able to accept in return for the present set of benefits. Now, show me what earth-release jutsu you know, he ordered after he was sure the drug had gone down and would not be returning the same way it went. Jiraiya the Toad Sage, he strolled from the hut that he built for himself to the one that Tsunade resided in. That was their chosen meeting point for the time they'd be spending on Mount Maiboku. The decision was made that they would seek out the help of the Kazekage brat, but they could only do that when they didn't have any obvious weaknesses for him to take advantage of. He, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were the closest thing to a team of unbeatable ninja that existed in the world, but Naruto was far from that. Especially with Akatsuki on the prowl, taking the time to allow the young man acquire enough strength that the S-rank criminals wouldn't have an easy time of taking him, was a wise decision. Hiya, he heard the boy's voice echo from behind him. He didn't turn, knowing that both his apprentice and his familiar, Gamakichi, were being trained by Gamabunta in the Toad Taijutsu. Hopefully, a more formal taijutsu style would plug a lot of holes that he'd noticed in his godson's hand-to-hand combat. He walked forwards, coming up with the plan that he knew they would need with their approach of the Kazekage brat. As the only one with any personal experience with the boy in the context of not trying to kill each other, he was given point in deciding what their preferred approach would be. "Do you have something?" Tsunade asked as he walked into the room. "Yes. Yes, I do," he said, still unsure about what he was about to do. If his plan ended up being followed, Konoha would lose a lot. But it would be cutting off the arm to save the body. Not an easy trade. but one that was doable. Let's hear it then, the snake drawled from his position sprawled across the couch. He chuckled on seeing it. Tsunade bring a pair of toads to help her reverse summon some really nice furniture here had been just the kind of thing she would do. It was on the strength of the three of them being together again that he leaned on to make the decision he did. Before Sarutobi-sensei died, he made a deal with the brat. He gave him some land and some cash as payment for his role in the invasion. I find it doubtful that Danzo has lived up to that. We could promise him that. He pitched first. Won't work, Tsunade said first. Of course she'd noticed the flaw in this plan immediately. He probably views the payment Sensei promised him as something already owed to him. We won't get his support with taking Danzo out by promising to give him something that already belongs to him, she said. We'd be his only hope at getting it in the first place, though, Orochimaru posed, playing devil's advocate as he often did. Jiraiya missed this. Orochimaru playing devil's advocate instead of playing full-scale devil was a welcome return to status quo. Not if he wages war against Konoha. The border towns between wind and fire have never been so tense, he said. Why do we need his help, then? We let him wage war against Danzo and then we swoop in to take down the old fool when he's distracted. We don't need to ally with him to use him, Orochimaru posed. Because we only want Danzo gone. If we let wind and fire go to war, then there's a very real chance that much of the Leaf's strength will be lost in that war effort. If we manage to take over the village in that time, then it wouldn't matter. We'd have to navigate forcibly seizing power in the middle of a war. We'd either lose to Suna or be so badly crippled after beating them that Kumo will have easy pickings of us. Tsunade said, proving why she was his Hokage once again. I see. So what else do we even have to offer? Orochimaru asked, back to seeking the alliance with the young Kazekage. What would he want? Tsunade asked, turning to him. Land and money, definitely. But I doubt that the daimyo would be keen to turn even more land over to the land of wind. The original agreement with Sensei would be hard enough to get him to sanction. When it comes to money, I doubt we'd be able to pay him off enough without drying up the village's coffers in their entirety. The damage from Iwa's attack is bad enough, and there's also the damage he left behind on his way out. Those repairs won't be anything close to cheap. He said to them. You know something. Something else he wants, definitely. If you didn't, you wouldn't have brought this up in the first place, so spit it out. When he invaded IWA, my spies say he made off with dozens of Kekkei Genkai shinobi and techniques. We can offer him some techniques from the Scroll of Seals, he said, almost cringing from the looks both his teammates sent at him. Definitely not, Orochimaru said first. The Scroll of Seals? The same one that has instructions for Edo Tensei? Or the Flying Thunder God? That same Scroll of Seals? Tsunade scoffed. He's got no chance of figuring out Hiraishin. Both Minato and Lord Second were peerless geniuses. The Kazekage brat isn't close, he assured them. Be that as it may, we will not be the ones to give out the scroll of hidden techniques that generations of Hokage have contributed to. Well, I don't see what else we have to offer, Jiraiya said, looking at them. You said the brat wants techniques, right? I have an idea, Orochimaru said with a smile on his face that did little to comfort anyone. Mangetsu Hozuki of the Seven Swords. For this mission, he'd chosen to wield the Thunder Swords. It was the most effective of the seven to use against the tailed beast they sought to capture, and being limited to only of them meant that he had to pick based on the prey he would be hunting. He almost scoffed at the thought. The bitch had the gall to suggest that he wasn't powerful enough to keep the sword safe. Like he hadn't wielded most of them all on his lonesome. Winning a single battle with some bullshit genjutsu made her look down on him. Made her order him around like he was one of her dogs to be summoned and directed at her will. It irritated him. The fact that she'd sent her pet hunter Nin to summon him and then sent the mission assignment through a messenger instead of facing him herself had almost made him decide to damn the plan to the depths and kill the bitch right then and there. He'd wait though. If there was one thing he'd learned from his sensei, it was that waiting before having your meal could make it taste 1,000,000 times better. That was the goal here. He'd wait. And when the time came, he'd be the shark that got the last bite. "Are you paying attention?" the hunter Nin asked, getting nothing but a grunt from him. "This is a highly dangerous mission, boy. Mizuki-sama has made it clear that we are to attempt to use diplomacy to return the traitor Jinchuriki to the village. With the world going to the hells, we can't afford to not have a Jinchuriki. That means you can't attack him, boy. No trying to kill him," the pretentious bastard spoke. "And what then am I here for?" he asked, unsure of his role in all this madness. Mangetsu had never been a master of diplomacy. He'd honestly doubt that Kiri had anyone who could claim such a specialization. But that was neither here nor there. If he wasn't being brought on this mission to fight, then what the fuck had he been called for? Your uncle was the Jinchuriki's teammate for much of his time as a loyal shinobi. Reports say that the two of them developed some form of friendship and camaraderie over their years together. Your presence here is out of the hope that he refrains from attacking us or running away immediately out of respect for your uncle," the Cyclops explained, making Mangetsu want to slam his head against a tree. What kind of retard came up with that bullshit? "Be careful how you speak of the Mizuki boy." Cyclops had lost the little warmth in his voice, turning to pin Mangetsu with a dead stare from his single eye. Mangetsu, uncaring of what threat the old washed-up shinobi could present, marched on nonetheless. "For one, my uncle is long dead. Secondly, even if that wasn't the case, how is that going to matter here? That I'm related to a former teammate of his? It is not your job to question your superiors, boy. Stay quiet and do as you were told." That was the end of the conversation, and silence reigned. Just as Mangetsu would have preferred. "Utakata, Jinchuriki of the Rokubi," Cyclops said in greeting. Mangetsu resisted the urge to facepalm again. Was he the only one with a thread of wisdom in this entire catastrophe? If Cyclops didn't want to have a fight, then confronting his target right in the middle of his ramshackle hut was a terrible way to go about it. The man had foregone wearing anything that could have identified him as Hunter Nin, but had forgotten to pick up a new personality where he got the new clothes. Mangetsu could see the second that the Jinchuriki came to a decision. There was only one question that mattered in life, Mangetsu had learned in his decade as a shinobi of Kirigakure. _fight or flight, to no one's surprise and Mangetsu's eternal disappointment, the Jinchuriki made the wrong choice. It made as if to dive at them before jumping right through the window to the left. Neither he nor the Cyclops were foolish enough to jump through the same exit and made use of the open door. Mangetsu, through the corner of his vision, could make out the bubbles that flew through the window before he was tossed off his feet from the shockwave of the explosion behind him. He used the momentum to throw himself forward and wasted no time to continue his purchase once he found his bearings. Looking up told him that both Cyclops and the Jinchuriki had made good distance in his second of distraction. He wondered how the old man had managed to keep his feet considering Mangetsu had made it out of the house before him and he was closer to the explosion. Out of mind it went as he picked up speed to catch up to both of them while unsheathing the thunder swords from his back. "Stop moving, Jinchuriki. I don't want to kill you," he lied with a bold face. "Your voice sounds just like Senjetsu's when you lie," the Jinchuriki tossed back at him with a laugh. "Drats." Mangetsu shrugged before pointing the swords at his fleeing prey. He flexed his chakra and then fed it to the sword. Out of nowhere, he felt his footing get disturbed as his legs were swept out from under him. The attack missed and he was forced to watch the lightning sail right past his quarry. "No killing shots, idiot boy," Cyclops said from above him with a harsh tone. Mangetsu, however, was not paying much attention to him. Not when the lightning attack tore through several trees in the small forest they were running through before suddenly stopping. It stopped, and then it disappeared. With his vision no longer blinded by the light, he was assaulted by the vision of the strangest man he had ever seen. Black stud jeweler pierced every visible opening on his face. Even the most ridiculous civilians had not gone so far into the craze. Mangetsu wondered how he could ever have missed the man. Even surrounded by tress, the man was the most imposing thing in the forest. He put down his hands and Mangetsu was forced to remember just how his attack had turned into nothingness. It was like the jutsu had been absorbed for some reason. "Utakata, Jinchuriki of the Rokubi. Surrender," another voice rang out. This time, it was a much slimmer man with hair long enough to belong a woman. He walked forwards, not a care in the world. Mangetsu noted the similarities between both men. More piercings than he thought reasonable, along with the same black cloak spotted in red clouds. Was this some sort of entertainment troupe? The two men walked closer as another one of their fellows showed from within the forest. Dressed much the same, it was until they completely emerged from the foliage cover that Mangetsu was able to make out their eyes. It was easily their most distinctive feature, even though they all shared the same eyes. Purple eyes with concentric rings. Obviously a Dijitsu of some sort, but not one that Mangetsu had ever heard of before. That was enough to calm whatever tension he might have felt at the intrusion, however. The fact that there were more than one of them, sharing the same eyes but otherwise having distinctive features, meant that this was a clan of some sort. That was an assurance. There was no way a clan with a Dijitsu would have managed to escape Abe notice from the ninja world at large. Obviously, then the only reason he'd never been taught about them was because they were too weak to be worthy of a mention in any of his lessons at the academy. They clearly didn't belong to any major village. The headbands on their heads marked them as missing mean of the village hidden in the rain, and he doubted that if the village had produced anyone of note apart from the legendary salamander, they wouldn't have shouted it from the rooftops. Not knowing his opponent, instead of making Mangetsu wary as it did with the hunter Nin by his side, only served to embolden him. I don't know who you are, but this is private Kirigakure business. If you stay any longer, we'll have no choice but to disembowel the three of you as a matter of national security, he threatened them, desperately wishing for them to give him a reason. He'd missed the casual violence that came along with being a missing ninja. Even being a ninja of the old Kiri, under Yagura, had been much more entertaining. Unlike now, with that May bitch trying to keep them on a tight leash. Making them behave like foolish tree huggers with all that bullshit about teamwork and camaraderie. He blinked as the first of the men to appear let out a chuckle. It was a quick one. Barely even audible. Your impertinence amuses me. Begone, fly. You stand in the presence of a god, the second one to appear said, and then a hand was lifted in he and Ao's direction. He prepared to move before whatever jutsu was being formulated got past its first seal, but against his every expectation, he was suddenly sent flying by an invisible force. It was like he'd been swatted by an invisible, but gigantic hand. Both he, Ao, and all the trees around them sailed into the distance. It was only the activation of the hydrification technique that saved his life. Not for the first time or even last time, he thanked his father for the hours he was forced to spend working on the annoying jutsu. Even with his lack of talent with it, it had saved his life on several occasions. He reformed his body and searched for the Cyclops, unable to make out the man's appearance anywhere he could see. He'd probably been sent flying even further back, as Mangetsu observed that whatever had hit them had not stopped until a good kilometer or two. The trees were just gone, blown away with nary a care. What sort of ninjutsu could do that? It put whatever he could do with any of the swords in his possession to shame. Mangetsu was fine with consoling himself on the knowledge that he did not possess the Samahata yet. With that sword, he'd have had an easy time handling whatever ninjutsu got thrown at him. The sound of a series of explosions drew his attention to the fight that was building between the Jinchuriki and the three men. Utakata blew into that pipe of his, and a series of bubbles flew at his assailants. One of them lifted his hand, the same one that had sent him flying, and the bubbles, along with the Jinchuriki who made them, were sent flying. Both bubbles and their creator exploded into steam as the body proved to be a clone. What Mangetsu suspected to be the original ran right at one of the hidden rain, missing Nin from the edge of his vision. The Jinchuriki's attack was foiled as the blond man dodged without even looking, while the fatso by his side unleashed a powerful punch right into the man's midsection. The body swelled up and began to detonate as another clone, but this time, the fat man placed a hand on the body and it simply faded out of existence. Who were these guys? Mangetsu asked himself, unable to delude himself into believing that the men were of no consequence any longer. One with the power to just send hit flying with a wave of his hand, and another with the power to just touch shit and cancel it. Mangetsu hadn't failed to notice that the same man who'd gotten rid of his attack with the Kiba blades had been the one to stop that clone's detonation. The blonde one, seemingly the leader with the way he spoke for them, suddenly stretched out one of his hands and said words that Mangetsu strained to hear. Bancho Tenin. This time, the effects of the jutsu were not immediately apparent. It was not until the form of the Rokubi Jinchuriki flew down from above at an angle that Mangetsu deduced that it was some form of jutsu to reel in a target. He then figured that the Jinchuriki had used the distraction of the attack that got rid of Mangetsu and Ao to create two clones and escape the battlefield. It was expertly done, but apparently too little to get away from the trio. The fact that the third one was yet to do anything but scowl and look pretty put a considerable amount of wariness in Mangetsu's body. He had no doubts that he'd have to intervene eventually. Kiri couldn't afford to lose its Jinchuriki, and Mangetsu himself didn't have much interest in failing a mission because of some backwater bastards. Not knowing anything about one of them would be a pain to deal with, especially if he had a trick as amazing as the other two. The Jinchuriki flipped in the air even as he was being pulled towards the man, and then the world changed. Hatred, cold dark hatred, pushed down on Mangetsu's very being. When did he fall to his knees? He coughed, staring at the blood on the floor with no small measure of shock. What? A hand on his back was the next feeling he managed to isolate from what he roughly felt from in front of him. Calm down. It is the Bija's killing intent, he heard whispered into his ear as a rush of chakra filled his body and cloaked him, guarding him from the feeling. He managed to look up and noticed it was the Cyclops who was next to him. The veins on his covered eye bulged more than they ever had, as Mangetsu knew the former Hunter Nin was furiously making use of his Byakugan to scan their surroundings and the ongoing battle. Finally able to look up at the fight, he did so, and it was something else. Utakata's body was nearly impossible to make out in the mass of chakra that surrounded him as he tore through the ground at breakneck speed to assault the trio of men with the strange jujutsu. The leader stepped forwards and pointed a hand at him. Utakata was sent flying right as he made it to his target. The other one, the larger one, stretched out a hand that began to shift. It turned from a human hand into the barrel of some sort of weapon. Mangetsu was sure it was a weapon. The way the man wielded it, his posture. Everything pointed at it being a weapon, and a powerful one at that. As the Jinchuriki ran back at his quarry, the weapon was leveled at him. In a blink, Mangetsu's vision was covered by light as a beam of what looked to be pure chakra tore right into the six-tailed Jinchuriki. We will not let these men capture the six-tailed Cyclops whispered at him, making him want to look at the more experienced shinobi and ask if he'd gone mad. What would they do in this kind of battle? If this group succeeded in their mad plan of taking down a Jinchuriki who'd given in to the beast within, then they could keep it, as far as he was concerned. He said as much to the man, who wasted no time in smacking him across the head. Before he could retaliate and start a fight between them, they were forced to turn their attention back to the fight. The six tails had re-emerged from where the blast shoved him, and he looked pissed. Honest to God's apoplectic. Where the chakra that surrounded the Jinchuriki had been slightly translucent, it was now a thick miasmic red. It was too deep to even make out the person beneath it. By sight at least. By sound, there was nothing as loud and haunting as Mangetsu had ever heard in his life as the screams that came from the Jinchuriki. Louder and more pain than the poor folks who got into the custody of the Seven in their glory days had ever managed to get. It was something else. Bestial, primal, raw. When he moved next, it wasn't a true movement. It looked like he willed himself from point A to point B and simply got there. Only the rents that his movement carved into the forest floor making it clear that he'd covered the distance. He began with a swipe that the leader actually managed to get out of the way of. The next slash was parried by the one with the cannon arm as the hand morphed into a black rod with a sharp end. They exchanged blows in a furious dance of what could generously be referred to as taijutsu. Until one of the beast's five tails reached out and slammed into its opponent with all the force of a train. He grunted, only forced back an inch where Mangetsu would have been sent flying off the continent entirely. The one next to him, the long-haired one, moved to join the fight. As they double-teamed the Jinchuriki while the leader looked on. Where before the fight had appeared evenly matched, now that there were two of them, they were slowly beginning to overwhelm the beast. Mangetsu noted that where the long-haired one hit, the chakra shroud lightened a bit, but quickly dismissed it as a trick of the light. The six-tail shoved a tail at the large one that he caught and used as a grip to pick it up and begin swinging. Mangetsu was sure he had his mouth opened as he watched the man toss a Jinchuriki in their tailed beast mode into the sunset. Not so far, it seemed, as the six tails went flying before stretching its tails as it got close to the trees. It arrested its momentum and began to scream again. This time, the screams were much deeper, more savage. As balls of black and red began to gather near the creature's mouth as it lifted it to the sky. "Run," Cyclops said, and legitimately left Mangetsu behind. Over a decade as a ninja told him nothing good would be coming from this, and he wasted no time in scrambling to his feet and joining AO in hightailing it out of there. "Why?" he asked as he caught up to the older man. "That's a tailed beast bomb. The six tails is going to destroy this whole forest," he said as he intensified his speed. Mangetsu, through what he was sure was no fault of his own, was unable to stop glancing backwards to watch the attack being charged. They'd make it out of the blast radius, he figured. If the intended targets were to be the trio in the cloaks, then they'd put a ton of distance between them. Mangetsu watched as the ball of energy became complete. Before the Jinchuriki opened its mouth further and swallowed the attack. What? The next second, he was tossed off his feet for the second time as a blast of energy from the Jinchuriki's mouth created a shockwave that spread across the forest. The beam of destructive chakra tore through everything in its way to make it to the trio. And then, like it was a bad dream, the beam made it into part of the forest and just began to disappear. "What?" he heard AO say in shock from his position next to him on the floor. "He's just standing there with his hands stretched out and the tailed beast blast is getting sucked into something," AO said, not sounding sure of describing what his lone Byakugan saw. "He absorbed the lightning from the Kiba blades, as well," Mangetsu commented, thoroughly awestruck. It was in this moment that he realized that he was much out of his pay grade. This was the stuff of gods and legends. "Let's just get out of here," he said before he turned around only to come face to face with another man with the same eyes and same cloak. "Fuck me." Chapter 49. Turns out that when the going got tough, Cyclops could absolutely haul ass with the best of them. He covered the distance between them and the Dijitsu user in seconds, with Mangetsu doing his best not to fall behind. Cyclops leaned in with a stab of his kunai. The man weaved out of the way, letting the blade move past him. Mangetsu took a step before jumping into the air for a second. The air was a dangerous place for a ninja. He stabbed down with the blade held in his left hand. The Kiba sword cutting through the soft earth as the man moved backwards. Every movement quick and fluid. Cyclops moved back into the fight, lashing out with a high kick. Cloak Man blocked with a single forearm. Mangetsu flowed and moved around Cyclops to stab with the blade. A black rod appeared in the way to block his stab. Mangetsu smiled. A quick application of his chakra electrified the blade. He felt his smile die on his face as the electricity flowed into the rod and disappeared with no effect. He was forced to jump backwards as the same rod lashed out right at him. Cyclops remained close, stabbing with the kunai and transitioning to taijutsu attacks seemingly at random while the cloaked man weathered the storm, dodging or blocking all the attacks. Ox Snake Ram, he weaved the seals in quick succession before breathing out a torrent of mist, thick enough that he couldn't see anything farther than a foot in front of his face. He heard it as AO jumped backwards and disappeared into the mist. "Formation 2," he whispered into the mist, knowing the Cyclops would hear it. Standard procedure was to enhance your hearing the second the Kirigakure no Jutsu was activated. The Hunter Non would not have forgotten that. He quickly tracked down the position of the cloaked man. Cloak 4, he decided to call him. He was standing in the mist, unmoving. How silly, Mangetsu thought. He would not be the first to try something so foolish though. Hoping he'd be able to see the attack coming if he focused all his senses. Ridiculous. 8 points: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, subclavian artery, kidneys, heart. Each one will kill you. Where shall I strike at? He asked rhetorically, projecting his voice into the mist just as his elders had taught him. He felt the form in the mist shift for a second and smiled besides himself. Dead. He body flickered through the mist and stabbed right at his opponent's heart with both blades. Somehow, his opponent dodged by leaning backwards until his torso was parallel with the ground. Before Mangetsu could swipe downwards and cleave him in two, Cloak's legs lashed upwards. He felt the kick force him backwards and took the pain with nary a grunt before disappearing into the mist again. He felt another presence in the mist as he heard a pop of displaced air. A large fucking presence. Kuchios? He scowled within himself and surrounded his body with chakra in preparation for what was to come. The Kiba blades, held at both his sides, flashed with power. He electrified the entire mist for a few seconds and then dove at where he knew his opponent would be. Paralyzed, he was sure. He dove. The next second he felt something slam into his body and he was sent flying backwards. He struggled to hold on to consciousness as he felt his head begin to leak blood. This was bad. Very fucking bad. He felt the wind around him stir as his mist was blown away. A single jutsu, he surmised. He rolled around, struggling against his body's natural desires all the while. He managed to open his eyes only to be met with the sight of Cyclops engaging in taijutsu with Cloak 3, the leader. He could see that it was no fight. Especially as Cloak 2 joined in on the fight. Cyclops was the premier hunter Ninkiri had ever produced. But even he couldn't face up against the two of them at once. They sandwiched him between them. He took a punch from one that knocked him right into the path of the other to receive another hit. He didn't stand a chance, and Mangetsu almost breathed in thanks when they finally put him out of his misery. One of those strange black rods punched through Cyclops' throat as he jumped right at Cloak 2. He pulled himself deeper into the stab to grab a hold of the man with what was undoubtedly the last bit of his strength. He formed a single-hand seal. One that Mangetsu could recognize everywhere. He would never be able to tell if it was the blood loss from his head injury or the shockwave from the explosion Cyclops triggered that tossed him into unconsciousness. Head Jounin Mabuki. She weaved out of the way of a sudden strike that had been aimed at her heart, wondering for a second how the situation had gotten so bad. She'd come to work today, expecting another droll day where she had to read report after report from spy after spy. Since IWA had been basically taken off the map by the Kazekage, not a day had gone without her being forced into 1 or 10 meetings. Sometimes, there were even meetings that would be scheduled to take place simultaneously with her being shuffled from place to place. Trying to figure out how they could take advantage of the fall of one of the 5 was not an easy thing to do, and they had a lot of thinking and talking and planning to do before anything could come together. It was in between meetings, moving from one to another, that she had caught a glimpse of him. A clerk, nothing more than a paper pusher, his appearance told her. But the way he walked in between the members of the class around her had been suspicious. It was that suspicion that made her alert enough to dodge the stab that struck out of her as the man transformed from into a child with 2 fingers stretched out and aimed at her heart. The gentle fist, her mind supplied with time to dissect the stance he had taken. Konoha were making a move, it seemed. But sending a child to do this? She'd have thought that when they eventually came for her head, that it would be Sharingan no Kakashi or the green beast that would be sent for her. One child, and as she dodged out of the way of a sudden katana swipe that would have cleaved her head from her shoulders, she amended the thought. 2 children would not be enough, she thought to herself with an inner chuckle while signing at her guards to go fortify the village's defenses. This was most likely a distraction, and if Konoha thought they would find Kusa to be easy pickings, then they'd be proven dead wrong. They'd learned a lot from the Third War, and even if most of their plans were geared for an IWA invasion, they'd be just as effective against Konoha's scum. She moved backwards, taking step after step to angle herself in such a way that she could keep an eye on both children in her crosshairs. That was when she noticed something else. The second boy looked very familiar. Scarily familiar. Anyone who had ever had the displeasure of running into Uchiha Itachi wouldn't have any difficulty recognizing his little brother. You look identical to him. You're like a mini Itachi, kid, she said, and then the boy roared at her words before charging her. She couldn't even figure out what had prompted the sudden stupidity. A sword swipe came for her head. She leaned backwards. Expert chakra control allowed the few sparks that branched out from the blade to hit her with no effect, seamlessly channeling the lighting chakra into the floor. The boy's teammate was not far behind. She backpedaled to avoid 2 quick swipes while preparing for a harder fight than expected. A more rewarding one, definitely. In both their heads lay eyes that would be of paramount value to Kusa. Even better, keeping them alive would give her own versions of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans in time. Wouldn't that be one hell of a way to ascend to Big 5 status? She went on the attack, dropping a senbon into either hand from within her sleeves. The Hyuga boy danced well, dodging out of the way of her first stab, but falling prey to the second that hid in the shadow of the first. His form burst into the smoke of a well-executed substitution as she channeled chakra through her body to take hold of the lightning release jutsu that hit her and direct it to her palms before she fired it right back at the Uchiha boy. He dove out of the way, giving away the shallowness of his skill with the element. Oh, how she would have loved to clash with the boy's sensei. The famous lightning cutter had to be one hell of a jutsu. She was one of the few in the world that had cut a lightning bolt before, and she knew it wasn't a mean feat. Her hands met for a second before she stomped her foot on the ground. The Hyuga boy was sent flying right back out of the hole he dug in for himself. Subterranean voyage will not work during combat with a stronger adversary. Anyone stronger than a Chunin knows how to detect and punish it, she said. The Uchiha, Sasuke, she remembered from the reports, ran at her. He aborted his run at the last second and jumped backwards while grunting. She smiled to herself. Not completely stupid then. He weaved a familiar set of seals that she matched at the same time. Fire release, great fireball jutsu, they said in unison. His ball, bigger than hers, was the first to give way when both jutsu hit each other and exploded in a fiery conflagration. The Hyuga tried to take advantage of the chaos to rush at her, but she tossed both senbon at him, forcing him to change the angle of his approach. When he finally made it to her, she was the one with the advantage. His thrust was avoided with contemptuous ease. She jabbed at him. Once. Twice. He dodged both. The small fireballs the Uchiha sent at the both of them hit naught but air as she slammed into the Hyuga and tossed him backwards while dodging out of the way. You have terrible teamwork, she said with a rueful smile. Weren't Konoha ninjas supposed to be really good at that? That was why her sensei had tossed her aside, wasn't it? Sent her back to the core. And you talked too much. The Uchiha thought he was smarter than he really was. She turned in time to dodge out of his stab before kicking him in the face and sending him backwards. Your speed, strength, chakra, and reactions. They're all Chunin level. Together, the both of you have no chance against me. Gamer of the desert. The Sharingan was the ultimate cheat code. Like it was just so easy. Learning, fighting, thinking, it made everything that would have previously been hard, or even slightly difficult, almost playfully easy. For example, learning techniques. The Sharingan was known as the copy will for a reason, but what I'd learned was that it wasn't just a copier. Like the Jujutsu had 2 basic abilities when it came to understanding techniques or movements. First of all, there was the basic copying ability. It came as a result of adding the Sharingan's photographic memory with the preternatural chakra control the eyes could enable. Just by witnessing a technique being performed once, the Sharingan would let its user use it with the same level of proficiency that it had witnessed. Of course, it had limits. I couldn't do something to copy a technique that required more chakra than I had. It wouldn't work or would just kill me. I also couldn't copy a technique that required more chakra control than I had available. The Sharingan enabled preternatural control, but only in certain ways. For example, when I copied the Mud Bullet Jutsu, I didn't have to concentrate to manipulate my chakra to carry it out. The Sharingan did it for me. But it didn't give me better chakra control on its own. When I watched Chiyo perform the mystical palm, I didn't automatically gain the ability to perform it with the same level of expertise, since the reason her version of the jutsu was so good was because of her highly trained chakra control. The moment my control would get good enough, however, I'd get to skip the years of trial and error and small iterative improvements to being able to use the jutsu at her level. The second way the Sharingan enabled copying was even arguably the more broken form of the ability. Understanding. The Sharingan allowed its wielders to understand things. With this eye, the workings of the universe became clear to me. I saw how chakra flowed to cast Jinjutsu on a target, how it moved to trigger ninjutsu, and even how it leaped from end to enhance certain taijutsu styles. Every part PF it was laid bare before me, and that meant I could understand it. It didn't do shit for Kekkai Jinkai, but for every other form of ninjutsu, I could understand how the jutsu themselves worked, and even alter them as needed. That was why my skill with Jinjutsu grew so quickly. The Hidden Sand Village had a strong population of Jinjutsu users, and having the experts ply their craft before my eyes made it ridiculously easy for me to learn the tricks they used. With how powerful the Sharingan itself was when it came to illusions, having the expertise of people who had spent decades learning the craft to rely on meant that I grew by leaps and bounds. So quickly, in fact, that Jinjutsu had gone from that ninja art I never bothered with, to forming an essential part of my arsenal, especially when it came to fights against those weaker than me. Kazekage-sama. A message from the barrier Kormabuki said as she walked in. I turned away from the scroll I was ravishing with my eyes to look up at her. She'd changed a lot in the past year. Just as I'd grown, so had she. The only difference being that where my growth was accelerated by drugs and supplements, hers was mostly in terms of behavior and not physical. She now wore proper office clothes instead of the scrubs favored by off-duty doctors at the hospital. Appointing her as my right-hand woman years ago had been the right choice. The only choice that had made any sense, and it showed. She was loyal to me, helped me keep the factions in the village in line, and did all that while being one hell of a secretary. She was basically half of what kept Suna running, even as I devoted hours every day to my projects. I would probably have faced a coup for my less than outstanding leadership skills if I hadn't been such a great Kage where it counted. The money from IWA had gone to erasing much of the poverty in Suna. Social programs funded by Iwa's war chest had been uplifting the economy. The best part was that I could control a lot of the adverse effects of splashing cash everywhere. Inflation, for one, was easy to control. I just had to implement some reckless economic policy that was easy to make in a dictatorship where I had absolute control over what was made, how it was made, and where it was made. Buying all the food brought into the village and selling it at chosen prices was just one prong of a comprehensive social welfare program funded by Iwa's immense wealth, grants from the daimyo, and income from bounties. I opened the scroll and ran through it with my eyes before smiling. A year ago, I'd have hesitated at what the message could have implied. Conflict against two of the legendary Sannin and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki at the same time. The thought filled me with excitement. I didn't know why they'd be picking a fight or what they hoped to achieve with it, but I hoped to have fun and see how far I'd come. They were good, he thought to himself, watching them traverse the desert. It was obvious that Naruto was the first-timer in their bunch, but even still his movements were practiced and smooth. None of them were as good as those who saw the desert as their home, but their attempt was passable. He flexed his chakra and dispersed in a rush of sand, only to coalesce into his physical form right in front of them. Naruto was the only one to react, jumping backwards and lifting his hands warily. His stance was clean and polished. Definitely better than what Temari could remember from when he fought her at the Chunin exams, but that had been almost 2 years ago at this point. He had to be much stronger. Maybe even strong enough to present a threat. Jiraiya-san, I assumed that freeing you from your Kage's Jinjutsu would be enough to guarantee that you'd never attempt to attack me and mine, again I said, projecting my voice while maintaining a light and airy tone. I couldn't care less for his motivations or what particular brand of insanity had infected him with the desire to face me in the desert. That's not what we're here for, Tsunade was the one to reply. Really? And what are you here for then? He said, walking forward and dropping out of his combat-ready stance. It was a feint, and they all knew it. A subtle Jinjutsu made the spinning Sharingan in my left eye appear to all as a calm teal. The same shade as the eye that matched it in my right socket. We have an offer for you, Jiraiya said, taking the reins of the conversation once again. Tsunade did not hesitate to smoothly hand them back to him. An interesting dynamic. Well, I don't have all day. Begin speaking, I said. Your manners have taken a sharp nosedive. I see. Tsunade glared at him for his words, and when I did not reply, he thought for a few seconds before speaking. Danzo is a false Kage who broke faith with you. We will help you get into Konoha and assassinate him. Alright then. So it seems like you both aren't fans of the guy who killed your sensei being the next Hokage, but what does that really have to do with me? What does all this have in it for me? Danzo broke faith with and attacked you. He almost killed you and orchestrated an attack on your daimyo. He even broke the agreement you had with the third Hokage. You have as much reason to want to see him dead as we do. Do I? The only reason I have to see him dead is the whole not living up to the agreement I had with the old man thing, but apart from that, bygones can be bygones. If you want my help with the coup of yours, you're going to have to grease my fingers, I said to them with a leer. Truthfully speaking, I didn't like Danzo one bit. I'd honestly have preferred it if he wasn't the one in charge of the closest threat to me, but after taking IWA off the board, I had substantially more leeway in negotiations. Danzo and his horde of Edo Tensei shinobi would always be a threat, and that was the only reason I was even listening to this, but that didn't mean that I couldn't play hard to get. I'd fuck them either way, just had to make them work of it a bit. You don't see how Danzo is a threat to everyone? He is expanding the leaf even as we speak. I know him, you don't. His idea of a peaceful world is one where the entire world flies the flag of the hidden leaf. If you think he isn't going to set his eyes on your village sooner or later, then you're dead wrong. He said, stepping forward. I matched him. We were now looking at each other, eyeball to eyeball. My growth spurt meant I wasn't feet shorter than him, but Jiraiya was a giant of a man. Even so, he towered over me and looked down upon me with a sneer on his face. I ached to cleave his head from his shoulders for the affront. Let him come then. Let him take the world and let him come for me, and he will find the ninja of Suna ready to tear his intestines from his stomach and cast his ashes to the wind. I am much stronger than I was when he failed to kill me. Even as the three of you stand, I could kill you all without breaking a sweat. All I had to do was attack before Jiraiya got the chance to summon the toads and use Sage Mode. Naruto would not be a threat. Tsunade's strongest attacks were all blunt force. A sand body meant blunt force would do nothing to me. They'd die, and they'd do it quickly too. That was just the power that a year of training and the Sharingan had given me. Sure you could, kid. The Toad Sage's retaliatory snort made me take half a step forward. There wasn't enough space between us for a full step. I could feel his breath on my face now. That was how close we were. Enough with the dick measuring contest, Tsunade barked out. Jiraiya, behave yourself. He took a step back and I turned to her. We will pay you. For a million Rio, she said, making me bark a laugh. I raided the coffers of IWA. I have more money than I know what to do with. You know what I want. We both know what I want. The land deal you had with the third. We'll honor it. She said, making me scoff instantly and dramatically. You can't pay me with what you already owe. Try again. I said. We can't offer you any more land without the daimyo. So you have to offer something that matters to me. I want techniques. I've heard tales of Konoha's fabled scroll of seals. You might as well ask to see me naked. Is that on the table? Nice try. Something else. She said. All right then. I want him, I said, pointing at the Kyubi Jinchuriki, making the boy jump backwards in shock. What? The main character of this story shouted, looking at me askance, and then turning to his menders when neither of them made any attempt to defend him from my gaze. We don't engage in slave trade, Jiraiya finally said after letting the boy stew in his shock. Not like that. I want to study his seal. And I want to do it for at least a week. I said. I could see them mulling it over. And then they turned to each other, Jiraiya and Tsunade, and began making hand signs. I memorized everything with my Sharingan, but it wasn't a code I'd ever seen before. It didn't look to be something based on the standard Konoha code or even that used in any of the other villages. It was also very contradictory. Their body language should have given something away, but they'd used the same signs in what my eyes told me had to be about 5 different contexts. It was maddening. Okay. We've come to a decision, they said. 3 days with the seal. That's all. And 40 million Rio. I added. What happened to money not mattering? Doesn't mean I don't want a shit ton of it, I said with a shrug. I stared at the seal. I'd been unable to make heads or tails of it just from my first look. The first day, the only thing I noticed was that the 8 trigram seal wasn't a Uzumaki make. It wasn't an Uzumaki design, and that threw me for a loop. Sure, it was spirally, and definitely had some echoes it shared with the script I'd been studying for years now, but it wasn't the same. There were too many variations and alien additions for me to even claim that it was Uzumaki script with an accent it couldn't have been. It was more likely that Kushina had taught Minato the Uzumaki script and he'd gone ahead to remake it with his additions and changes. That was new. By the second day, I was sure that Minato was the kind of genius that no one would ever be able to match up to. I could tell now that I'd also been scammed. Jiraiya and Tsunade had had little problem allowing me have access to him because they'd known that there was little to gain from it. Or at least, there would have been if I didn't steadily see my Fuinjutsu skill leveling up as I studied more and more of the seal. As more and more of it began to make sense to me after 3 days of careful and continuous study. The spirals were very Uzumaki-esque. And while 10 minutes ago, I'd thought them a stylistic similarity and little more, now I could see the functional similarities. They didn't perform nearly as many diverse functions as they did in the Uzumaki script. Instead, they did one simple thing. They dictated how chakra flowed from the seal. 3 spirals and a triangular formation around one large spiral. The large spiral did one simple thing and did it well. Any chakra that tried to make its way out of the seal without flowing through one of the other 3 spirals was sent slamming back into the seal. Quite painfully as well. That explained how Naruto hadn't ever been influenced by the Kyuubi in childhood or even immediately after. Stay still, I muttered as he began shivering. It's cold, he replied, referring to the seal brush and ink that I used to mark out parts of the seal for me to pay attention to. Stick it through, kid. I'm older than you. I'm taller, so what does that matter? I replied, shaking off my hair to pin him with a stare from my Jinjutsu eyes. Well, that's enough, I guess, I said after 5 more minutes of study and being unable to gain anything from it. I'd copied the seal down into my scrolls so I'd study it further when my Fuinjutsu skill was more developed, but now I was certain that what I was about to do wouldn't have any adverse effects. Good, Jiraiya said with a chuckle. I see you didn't get what you were expecting. His smug smile made me incredibly pleased with myself for what I was about to do. Well, the time I negotiated isn't up, is it? I said, pinning both of them with a look. Before Jiraiya could react, I turned to Naruto and grabbed him by the neck, forcing his eyes to meet mine. The Jinjutsu covering my Sharingan dissolved as it spun wildly to go beyond the boy and into the seal. Darkness. Darkness, and then light. Red light. From one glowing ominous source. The Kyuubi no Kitsune. The water on my feet did nothing to hold my attention, so focused I was on the massive beast in front of me. It was malice incarnate, dripping with it in a way that I'd never seen anything be able to. What do you want? He snarled, in a voice that reverberated through my bones. Just came to test a theory, Fox, I said with confidence I didn't truly feel. My Sharingan, I met his, and he went silent almost instantly. It was like instinct. My eye saw the tailed beast, transformed to its Manjikyu version and captured it in Jinjutsu instantly. Jump, I commanded, and the fox did exactly that. In one massive moment. It bent its knees, before uncoiling them in an instant and sailing through the air for a second before it all came crashing down. Good, I said to myself, sure that the tailed beast wasn't faking being caught in my Jinjutsu. Now, give me your chakra, Fox, I commanded as I stepped forward, opening the second seal I'd placed on myself. Not the blessed seal that healed my Sharingan, but a more simple seal based on the strength of 100's ability to store chakra separate from the main chakra network. The Kyuubi whipped a tail towards me, and I smiled as it went through the first spiral, purifying the chakra of much of its malice. I accepted the chakra and allowed it flow into my seal, mission accomplished. The Rasengan that Jiraiya came flying at me with exploded in midair as I thrust my own hand forward and matched the rotation of his chakra from the opposite direction. He was tossed back while I kept my footing with a quick application of chakra. I let go of Naruto and allowed the boy drop to the floor. Don't do anything stupid. The boy is alright, I told Jiraiya, waiting for his better sense to come through. He stared at me while walking forward. Naruto stood up and wasted no time in running backwards towards his guardian. What was that? Jiraiya barked. I was testing something out, I said to him in reply. Testing what? Tell me the truth, I didn't like his tone. None of your business. Our business is concluded. You have lived up to your end of the bargain, I will fulfill mine. Stay in your quarters. We move out in 48 hours, I told them before collapsing into sand. I was confident they wouldn't do anything stupid. Yes, Naruto had seen my Sharingan. But that didn't matter. Even if Jiraiya would know where I'd gotten it, he'd either have the common sense not to bring it up or Tsunade would knock it into him. I put it all out of mind. It was time for me to meet with destiny. Ichibi no Shukaku, I thought to myself as I walked into the chamber that had been set aside for this precise purpose. It was the same one that Bunpuku had been imprisoned within before being sealed in the tea kettle. I knew that there was no chance of this going wrong. I wasn't as unprepared as I'd been the first time, and this time, I even had the Sharingan on my side. Furthermore, I wasn't going to be meeting the Ichibi on my turf, I'd be going to Seal to seek him out. I pulled up my stat sheet, acknowledging that Jinjutsu had gained 3 points from my successful ensnaring of the Kyubi no Kitsune, before looking at my meditation skill. 72. That was the number that floated next to it. Ceaseless practice and preparation for today had paid off. And even better, once I hit level 70, a notification popped up, telling me I could now enter the seal that connected me to the Shukaku at will. Enter seal, I proclaimed out loud, and instead of a dark sewer, I found myself at the beach. The beach? I turned to look at the tailed beast and found him on an island. A small island, floating on the water. Now that I thought about the water, I realized just how much there was. Shukaku was contained in an island that looked just large enough to fit him if he stayed still, and from what I could tell about Fuinjutsu and what I knew about my seal, that water would scald like acid if any of his body fell into it. Worst was that since he was contained in the seal, he had to remain in his true form and couldn't shed any mass to make his situation more comfortable. You bastard, he screamed right at me, but I ignored it as I commanded the sand on the beach to lift me up and take me towards him. Very comfortable with using the power I gave you, aren't you? He snarked, making me smile. A wide, savage thing. You know there are many ways to subdue a tailed beast. By far the most comfortable for both parties would be me sitting with you to talk you down and build a friendship with you so you worked in my interests. Shukaku scoffed, and I mentally joined him. We weren't ever going to succeed with that. Shukaku was much too insane, and even if the seal's construction forced him to be docile as he could be, he would still never listen to anything I had to say. That was exacerbated by the fact that I had neither the time nor the interest to attempt to talk no jutsu my way to perfect Jinchuriki-hood. Instead, I'd be cheating. That's the most comfortable for the both of us at the same time. The most comfortable for me? Well, that's this. Obey, I laced the last word with chakra as my left eye began to spin. His eyes met mine, and where there had been previously 2 black pools of malice, I saw mirror reflections of the Sharingan in my eye socket. I didn't need to have him perform any tasks like the Kyubi. He was mine. I could feel it. And then, I began working on altering the seal. If I wanted anywhere as good a deal as what Naruto had with Kurama in the anime, then I had work to do. Chapter 50. Orochimaru had never considered himself to be an extraordinarily complicated person. In fact, he felt that his goals had always been simple and easy to note. Learn every jutsu in the world was an ambitious goal, but a simple one. Make sure no one can kill you before you achieve your main goal was another simple goal. Time spent dead, in captivity, and then under Jinjutsu had helped him see through the folly of his ways. Not his goals, of course, but in his intended process. Why had he spent so much time and effort going about things in a way that even he had known was less than optimal? His goal had been learning every jutsu, even Kekkei Jinkai, in the world, so why had he built up a village and then invaded Konoha? Sure, Hiruzen was a thorn in his side, but the old man hadn't gotten close to affecting his operations in a decade. Even better, old age would have killed him eventually without Orochimaru ever having to lift a finger. As for the Sharingan, there was no need for it. Sure, Itachi had shown just how strong a Sharingan could be, but that was but one prodigy that had come from a clan of hundreds. If the Sharingan was so great, why had they not been able to prevent their slaughter at the hands of a 13-year-old? Even if it was everything he believed it to be, there were more efficient ways at acquiring one. He'd known that Danzo had kept more than a few in storage. He wasn't Kakashi Hatake. He could implant a single eye without crippling himself. Even Kakashi Hatake's famous eye would have been an option if he ended up choosing not to go after greedy Danzo for whatever reason. Besides, there was still the realization that the only jutsu the Sharingan would help him with learning were the kind of jutsu that he already found laughably easy to learn. The true gems Kekkei Jinkai would still remain beyond his grasp. Time spent alone and thinking had revealed the real source behind his illogical pursuit of Uchiha Sasuke's wounded pride. He wanted to take Itachi's brother as revenge for the disgrace he'd received at the man's hands. But now, he realized that his goals were beyond such petty emotions. He had bigger fish to fry. That was why he was going along with this scheme of Jiraiya's for the time being. The cursed seal the Toad Sage had bound the both of them to was an interesting and intriguing bit of Fuinjutsu, but nothing that couldn't be worked around with the right frame of mind. He walked into the room and flexed his killing intent to draw order to the place. Suddenly, creatures that had previously been attacking each other stopped in their tracks. He beheld them, and resisted the urge to shudder at what he had wrought with his own two hands. These abominations. They weren't human anymore. There was a reason he had them cast aside to prisons all over the land and far from his notice. Out of sight would be out of mind. Kneel, he commanded, and every single one of them dropped to one knee instantly. If not for their less than suitable appearances, this would have been the ideal workforce to build his village atop. They had seen the worst of him. They knew to fear him, and they knew it intimately. He never had to threaten them to secure their loyalty. Their minds came up with threats more inventive than he could ever have. Back to your cells. You will not move until I have need of you, he said, and then swept away, trusting that his orders would be obeyed. He had promised Jiraiya an army for when they needed to make their assault on Konoha, and he would deliver on that promise. He'd at least help his old friends gain their village back before he betrayed them for the last time. The seal on his forearm scaled his skin in warning, but he ignored it with ease. It was a careless thought, however. He was lucky that the seal would only alert Jiraiya when he broke it, and it took its due from the both of them. Kabuto, he said, stopping in his tracks at the entrance to the hidden base. His former protege phased out of the wall as if it were not even there. Master, he said, dropping to a knee. You have done well in my absence. He praised, and just as the boy looked up at him, he filled the cavern with lightning chakra. Kabuto's screams echoed across the space, making a smile spread across his face. When he was sure that the message had been sent, he deactivated the jutsu. Kabuto's body fell to the floor, limp and smoking. Anyone else would have been long dead from that kind of treatment, but he could already see the brown burnt skin beginning to fall to be replaced by more normal skin. I know you can hear me. It was bold of you to attempt to take the reins of Odagakure in my absence. But never forget that this village, this land, even you, are all mine. Do not overstep again, Kabuto, he said. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Good. Now I have a mission for you. Sasori of the Red Sands. Red clouds over a still dawn, he said, using the words to activate his sleeper agent within the hidden waterfall village. The nondescript Chunin suddenly turned and stabbed his fellow border patrol officer in the neck, holding onto the body until the man was well and truly dead. What are my orders, Sasori-sama? He asked. Take us into the village, Sasori replied, gesturing to himself and his partner who had somehow not yet gotten himself killed. Right away, Sasori-sama he resisted the urge to wiggle from discomfort as they passed through the waterfall tunnel that led into the village. It was the same entrance all shinobi of the village used, so it gave him no cause for concern. The only issue is that he'd never learned to swim. Growing up in the desert didn't afford one with much of an opportunity to learn a skill like that. He had to assign much of his agency to his brainwashed spy, and if anything went wrong, he'd entirely be at the mercy of another. When they finally surfaced, he smiled with relief. He showed none of it through Hirako, however, remaining stoic and composed as ever. So this is where Kakuzu and Haiden met their ends, his partner commented, and Sasori resisted the urge to scoff. The so-called zombie duo had proven that nothing was truly eternal as they died in combat against the reunited legendary Sannin. "Take us to the girl," he ordered, and his spy began to lead them. The entrance was deep in the shadow of the great tree that covered the whole village, but the girl apparently lived even closer to the village center. Kakuzu's failed attack had led her to being moved into the same building that housed the village leader. "So how do you want to play this?" Noelle asked as they began to move and their cloaks began to cause a stir. It would only be a minute before they ended up surrounded by waterfall shinobi. Weaklings, one and all, but annoying in large numbers. Destroy indiscriminately. "Maybe that. We'll draw the Jinchuriki to us before we even have to get to her," he replied, hiding a smile. This jutsu of his had helped him take over a whole country. What was a small village in comparison to that? His estimation turned out to be wrong. It took almost 2 minutes, and right in the middle of the group of shinobi that surrounded them stood a girl with green hair and wings of pure chakra sticking out of her back. "Surrender, Akatsuki scum. We have you surrounded," one jounin said. He'd be last to die for his audacity, Sasori decided. Watching his friends fall with no resistance would. His thoughts cut off as the man's body was suddenly cleaved in half. Noelle had disappeared in the space between seconds and had cut the man in twain with a knife hand. Sasori scoffed inwardly. He'd gotten much faster at activating that lightning armor of his. More and more shinobi poured out of the woodwork as he noticed the circle that surrounded them getting wider and deeper. He fished out a familiar scroll from his robes and deactivated part of Hirako's paneling to allow chakra flow from his core into the puppets once he unsealed them. "You will get the privilege of dying to my greatest technique," he told them before Hirako's tail tossed the scroll into the air. "Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets," he said as the puppets suddenly appeared in the sky. A few of the shinobi took steps backwards, but he just smiled in anticipation. This was going to be fun. He spread his attention through all his puppets and they blurred into motion. At the same time, Noelle flickered and appeared in the middle of a group of waterfall jounin. "Fu the Nanabai Jinchuriki, they're endless," she said, with stress in her voice as she grabbed a hold of another puppet and ripped it in half. It managed to scratch her, but Shomi could deal with the poison. Those two things, their seemingly endless numbers and the poison, were the things that made this puppet army so dangerous. She floated in the air and considered trying again. Every jutsu had a weakness. With this one, it was obvious. The man in the center of the storm who directed the puppets. The only problem was that the second she went after him, she found herself surrounded by dozens of puppets. And even Chomei had struggled with dealing with that much poison, so she'd been forced to bail from the attempt. Even worse than the puppets causing chaos was the man wrapped in lightning cutting a bloody swathe through loyal shinobi of Takigakure. "Show me," she said out loud. "Yes?" she heard within her head. "Can you ramp up a bit?" "We need to deal with glowing spark pants over there," she said gladly. Her inner voice spoke out. She felt her body become filled with strength as she saw everything through a red tint. She knew that if she looked behind her, then there would be 5 wings floating behind her back and each one would be a glowing red. 6 tails were the best she could muster and control, but doing that would be overkill since she could only maintain it for about 5 minutes. Not nearly enough time to deal with both men. After she lost it, she'd be out of the fight for good. 5 tails were preferable. She turned towards the man in the lightning cloak and dove right at him. He sensed her coming and turned, but it was too little and too late as she crashed into him and shoved him into the ground before pushing his body along the ground for a few feet. They came to a stop when his feet were able to plant themselves into solid stone and halt their momentum. He moved his hands from where they'd been trying to pry hers from his cloak and instead thrusted a punch towards her face. She smiled savagely and shoved her head into his knuckle instead. The headbutt had no effect on either of them, but it shocked him for long enough for her to remove a hand from his cloak and use it to punch him in the midsection. He was driven even further into the ground. As she prepared another attack, she found it blocked by a wall of black. "I still have some use for him," the puppeteer's voice spoke out. Behind him floated a face she'd seen in a much older bingo book. The same one that had the last mention of Kakuzu. That was the third Kazekage. "No, she's mine," Sparky said with a raised voice before lifting himself out of the hole she'd punted him into. He reached down and unbuttoned the cloak he had around his body, revealing a form-fitting outfit similar to the standard uniform for Kumojounin. She smiled at him while inwardly scoffing. She'd almost killed him in one swoop. If he thought they were equals, then she'd be sure to disabuse him of the notion. Red chakra around her, she flew at him again. This time he was fast enough to block the first punch sent for his head. She used her flight to increase maneuverability as she swept through the air and sent an axe kick right for his head. He crossed both hands above his head to block the kick. The ground around them shattered. She pushed off him in an incomplete black flip that had her face to face with him for a second. That was all the warning he had before she flew right into him. Arresting her momentum the moment she hit him, he was sent flying. She banked to the right to avoid a group of iron spikes that had been sent to where she'd been. She turned back to the third Kazekage with a snarl on her face. What was he doing here? How was he even alive? She flew right at him, dodging all the spikes and blocks that rose in her way. She shifted and flipped to crash into him with a kick. Another iron sand wall appeared in front of her. It didn't even shift with all the force she put into it. She flipped again to come face to face with the shield and shoved a bunch of Komiai's chakra into her fist. "Eraser blows," she said, forcing a dent into the shield, but little more as it remained in place. She changed course, sailing around the shield in a swift bank before flying at the man himself. Closer to him, she realized that everything was not as it seemed. His skin wasn't skin. Not really skin, at least. It was some sort of resin or glue that covered wood. He was a puppet. A puppet of the third Kazekage? A human puppet? What the actual fuck? She was so confused that she didn't notice the 2 cubes of iron sand about to slam into her from either side. Not until it was too late, at least. She turned to either side, and despaired. She wouldn't make it out in time. Both platforms were too large. She started flying up, accelerating to her peak. It wouldn't be enough, she knew. Or she thought. Suddenly, there was someone in the trap next to her. Shibuku. He held her hand and threw her upwards, the extra boost being enough for her to escape. Not him though. Both cubes separated to reveal nothing but red. He'd crushed Shibuku to nothing. Shibuku. Her first friend. Her only friend. Her everything. "I'll kill you." It took her a second to realize the guttural scream had come from her as she saw red. Sasori of the Red Sands. Well, that isn't ideal, he thought to himself as 7 wings formed behind the Nanobite Jinchuriki. The red chakras surrounding her thickened until it became too dark to see through. Her eyes, previously a brilliant orange, were just a bright white. The creature across from him breathed out a fine mist that exploded in a bright light. He felt his optical sensors overload from the stimuli. While recalibrating them, he shifted to his chakra sonar for perception. It was barely in time to move the third Kazekage away from being crushed to pieces by an overpowered blow. The wind force from it still tossed the puppet backwards a fair bit. He took advantage of the distance and withdrew what remained of his puppet army from the battle against the Taki shinobi and sent them at the greater threat. He had each one emptying their poison stores in gaseous form as they fought against the Jinchuriki. She still had to breathe, even in this state, didn't she? His hypothesis seemed to fail as she fought through the army with almost no noticeable slowdown. These creatures were beasts. He commanded the third Kazekage to join the fight again. Multiple spikes of poisoned iron sand slammed into her side. They failed to penetrate the thick chakra surrounding her form, but it was enough of a distraction for one of the puppets to get close enough to shove a hand towards her face and unleash its entire poison stores at point-blank range. She ripped it in half all out instantly, but the damage had to be done. She was slowing down. More attacks from the third Kazekage and more poison kamikaze runs from his puppets had her reeling and thrashing from place to place. She was struggling to keep up. Of course she was. And now, his partner just had to ruin everything. He saw Yatsuki before he intervened and rightfully pulled his puppets away from her. His hot-headed partner crashed into her form from behind. They flew towards the ground, but then the creature's tails reached out and began to wrap around his neck. His chakra output skyrocketed as he went into the second stage of the lightning armor. He grabbed the tails around his neck and pulled them off as the Jinchuriki began to weaken. HR punched it in the face once. Twice. It tried to reach out with a blow. He dodged to the side and hit it with 2 quick jabs to its midsection. Tails reached up, and failed to grasp anything but air. Another series of punches sent the Jinchuriki stumbling backwards. It was a systematic disassembly. He fought the Jinchuriki in quick taijutsu that sent it reeling. Nothing it did could work, and each of his attacks hit with devastating strength. Sasori was unsure it would have been this easy without his poison slowing it down meaningfully. Hyuga Niji. He had never been so thoroughly outclassed in his life. He and Sasuke had thrown everything they had, all their jutsu, their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu prowess were displayed to the limit, but it only ever succeeded in making the woman across from them chuckle and ramp up her own power to match. Now, they had given it all they had and were on their last legs. He knew the only thing keeping the Uchiha standing was the pride he held. The indomitable pride that would never allow him all to his knees and give up. Foolish pride. Niji resisted the urge to smirk. He was much the same, after all. Too blinded by his pride to give up, Sasuke weaved a set of 5 seals much slower than Niji had ever seen him top it. The fireball he sent flying after the woman was about to the size of a beach ball instead of the cottage-sized balls Niji knew he was capable of when he got into the groove. She merely leaned to the side to allow the jutsu pass her by, and then faster than Niji could perceive, she appeared in front of his teammate. She tapped him on the forehead with a single finger and he fell to the ground, unconscious. "Your turn, Hugo," were the last words he heard before succumbing to unconsciousness. He woke up in a tent. A familiar tent. It was the same one that the medical nin had set up all those weeks ago for treating the wounded. Across from him was a bed that contained his teammate. Sasuke was still unconscious, more or less dead to the wall. Niji tried to stand up, only to find that his body was essentially paralyzed with pain. Every part of him was exhausted. A medical nin entered the tent and rushed to the side. The glass of water she offered did little to quench his thirst, even if it was heavenly in its refreshing properties. It took him 3 glasses to stop feeling like his throat was screaming at him with its soreness. What happened? He cursed himself for the stutter. What was that? Captain Fu found you and your partner unconscious before he engaged the Juzugekure head shinobi. He killed her, of course. And now here you are. We've taken the village, and are moving even further inland. She replied, with her glowing hands placed on his chest. Can I speak to him? He asked. He needed to know what was going on. He needed to find out why they were moving further inland. Surely that couldn't mean what he thought it did. If it did, it was against orders, and also completely insane. Sure you can. He said I should let him know the second one of the 2 of you wakes up, she replied while standing up, done with her diagnostics. I'll go get him now, she said as she walked out of the tent. Further inland had to be a mistaker from her part. Maybe she hadn't understood the marching orders that she'd be given. Niji was certain of it. They were to take grass and return home. Those were the orders he and Sasuke had been given. They were Danzo's students. If anyone would be getting fake orders, it wouldn't be them. Captain, he said in recognition as the blonde-haired man walked in. He made a token attempt at a bow. The man was still his superior officer, after all. And given that he'd killed that woman while both Neji and Sasuke had put in their best efforts and failed to land so much as a scratch against her. "Hyuga Neji, you failed the mission assigned to you," he said. "Kusagakure's head Jounin was much more powerful than we were led to suggest," he replied, indirectly suggesting that it had been the fault of the man across from him. After all, where else had they gotten their intelligence from? "I agree. She was only a few steps below the level of a Kage of one of the Great Five. I dare say she'd have killed me if my own partner had not been on hand to help," he said with a chuckle. Niji's face didn't crack at the terrible attempt to create some sense of camaraderie. "The nurse said something about moving further inland," he commented, trying not to sound accusing. "Yes. After taking Kusa, we received new orders." "New orders that directly contradict the old orders?" "Precisely. That is the way of things. Some personnel were reshuffled across the army. We had some new assignees and some old assignees were returned to the village. I am now in complete control of this battalion, and our orders are to take the land of rain or die trying. We will secure another avenue into Sunagakure," he said, and Neji was confused out of his mind. "Didn't we already have a way into Suna, the land of rivers?" he asked. "After the Kazakage's assault on Iwa, the land of rivers solemnized a treaty with the land of wind. Shinobi of Sunagakure now operate with impunity across the land of rivers. Our agents already report that multiple outposts have been built across the nation. Attempting to attack Suna through that avenue would be costly and stupid. We'd first have to dislodge the village's existing presence in the land and then replace it with our own before pushing into the land of wind proper. We'd be bled dry of both men and resources if we tried that. We get ourselves stuck in a protracted conflict with Suna in another nation, and give Mist or Cloud a target for their rapid militarizations," he said. Some thought had clearly been put into it. Neji couldn't see why they needed to go to war with Suna in the first place, but that was not his place to comment on. What he could comment on was the chosen tactic. "But attacking through the land of rain means we'd have to contend with Hanzo the Salamander. Last I checked, we don't have 3 Kage-level ninja to hold him off this time," he posed. "Hanzo the Salamander is dead. Godame-sama is certain of it. We only have the Shinobi of AIM to contend with. Prepare yourself, Hyuga Neji. Amagakure will be ours by the end of the month." It was a hard march. Once he was cleared by the medics, Neji was expected to join in on the march across the land of grass. Ninja armies move differently from samurai or other conventional forces. First of all, they moved quickly. And secondly, they moved in spurts. Spurts of high speed matched with long periods of stillness as they waited for the scouts ahead of them to plot the best routes and for the reserve behind them to cover their tracks. A ninja army had 2 priorities, speed and stealth. In most situations, it was unacceptable to even consider allowing one to suffer in favor of the other. Generally, if speed was prioritized over stealth, then something was very, very wrong. The wars among shinobi were known as secret wars for a reason. There was the unspoken but very binding agreement to ensure that as much of the war as possible was kept from civilian notice. That was why even during times like this, the Konoha Mission Office worked just as usual. Business first. War later. He scouted forward a few kilometers at a time with the aid of his Byakugan, making sure that nothing untoward was awaiting for them in their approach. They were still within the territory of the Land of Grass, so it was unlikely that they would meet anything more than the little token resistance that had been outside of the village Ian patrols when they had taken it, but that was no reason to get sloppy. These practices would become even more essential once they crossed the border right at the edge of his vision. He returned to the main group and relayed his findings to Captain Fu with quick sign language while Sasuke stood next to him. Silent and sullen. He'd been in a mood ever since he woke up. Neji could accept that there were shinobi out there that he'd be no match for. Not for a while, at least. He'd had the pleasure of watching the battle between Gaara of the Desert and the Tsuchikage during the invasion of the Leaf, and he'd been confronted with his limits. Both men had expended more chakra than he had in his whole body with just Pon Jutsu. He'd learned then and there that Kage were gods among men, and since the Kusa head Jounin had only been a few steps below that, he could stomach the loss. Not his partner, however. Sasuke remained committed to his foolish pursuit of a man who stood on the same level as Kage. An S-ranked criminal. Uchiha Itachi had been S-ranked at 13. Uchiha Sasuke didn't even qualify as mid-Jounin level at 15. It was harsh, but true. He wouldn't point it out. Discretion was the better part of valor in the end, but he did know that he'd thoroughly disabuse him of the notion if they ever got the chance to face Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke would be lucky to be a stumbling block in the path of a monster like that. Fu nodded at his report and then signed for them to continue their path. Neji and Sasuke were the tip of the spear for much of the run, using their Jujutsu to make sure that the path was unmolested. Redundant since they'd already scouted ahead. But no one could accuse Captain Fu of lacking in caution. Quite the opposite, to be honest. When they arrived at the border, it was clear without any markings. It was like there was a barrier demarcating where the land of grass ended and where the land of rain began. At the edge, it was even more unnatural. The way the rain began right at the edge of the border. And it wasn't even a soft drizzle. It was the kind of rain that pelted you with enough force to be mistaken for hail. Neji had placed a hand across the border to make sure the rain was as real as it appeared. And it had been. I'll take point hence. You and your partner should move to the reserve. You still aren't at 100%, so expecting you to face off against the border patrols would be cruel, Captain Fu said with a smile that was so painfully fake that it would have failed to even fool Hinata. He walked with an even more sullen Sasuke to the back of the line as the army marched into the land of rain. They were forced to slow down their run to account for the unfamiliar geography as other members of his clan scouted ahead with their Byakugan to make sure they wouldn't fall into any traps as they marched into the village's territory. Amagakure was only a few dozen kilometers from the border, so they'd be able to make it to the village's shadow by the end of day. In hindsight, it should have been obvious that they were walking into a trap. No border patrols, no traps or mines, or anything. A village that had lost its biggest and only deterrent wouldn't have been so lax with their security. That was why when one of his cousins called their attention to a figure floating in the sky, Neji felt his heart drop into his stomach. He had a bad feeling. A feeling that got even worse as the figure floated downwards to reveal a hauntingly beautiful woman with white wings that looked to be made of paper spread out from her back. Fu called out orders as a single fireball was sent flying at her. The jutsu washed across the paper wings but failed to have any effect. The look on the woman's face. Neji didn't need his Byakugan to see the disdain she regarded them all with. That should have been the second sign that things were going to go wrong. But it was until the paper wings spread out fully and began to pepper the gathered unit with paper shuriken that it sunk in for the rest of the army. Not a single shuriken hit its target, but that mattered little when they began to explode at random. Screams of pain echoed across the field. Sasuke weaved seals just as most of the army did. All long-range ninjutsu sent at the woman failed to connect as she flew around them like they moved in slow motion. All the while, her own attacks landed with devastating effect. Neji couldn't believe his eyes. A single person was fighting an army, and they were winning. But that wasn't the worst thing to happen. A man suddenly appeared in their midst. Neji was one of the first to notice him. His cloak of black and red standing out even to his Byakugan. He was too slow in sounding the alarm, however. The man slammed a single hand on the ground, and with a massive puff of smoke, creatures began to appear. First a pair of giant dogs as large as any boss summons Neji had ever seen. Next came a massive caterpillar that reared up before slamming on the ground, crushing quite a few shinobi under its bulk. After that came a chameleon. Only Neji's Byakugan allowed him to see the invisible creature as it moved through their lines, causing chaos with every step. A bird-like creature followed that took to the skies immediately. The summoned creatures caused a massive distraction as the woman's paper bombs continued to fall uninterrupted. A shuriken flew at him, but he sent it to the side with a quick gentle fist tap. It exploded a fair distance away. By his side, Sasuke's eyes were wide as he watched the entire army being massacred by two shinobi. Neji knew there was only one thing to be done. He wasn't a coward, but he knew there was only one thing to be done. This was a failed effort. He grabbed his partner's arm and made a single gesture. Sasuke hesitated. Perhaps that hesitation would have cost him his life in a different world. Here, Neji just turned to retreat and dragged him along for the ride. He could still see the army in disarray as another man in a similar cloak appeared and sent half the army flying just by lifting his hands. By the time Fu sounded the retreat, they were already a fair bit away. Neji figured that since a retreat was sounded at the end, they wouldn't be deserters. Either way, he watched as one by one, every single fleeing member of the battalion sent into the Land of Rain was killed. Some of them died in groups. Some made it farther than others. Some died to paper shrunken falling from the heavens. Some died to summon animals. Some died from being sent off their feet by waves of invisible force. Some more died to strange canisters that a third man fired from his arm. Some died quickly. Some died slowly. They all died, in the end. Neji and Sasuke ran like the hounds of hell were at their heels. Even when they crossed the border back into the land of grass, they didn't stop. Neji had to deactivate his Byakugan to conserve chakra and still they didn't stop. They ran until their legs felt like they would fall off, and even further. He could barely see in front of him when they ran into the land of fire. All he remembered was collapsing in the hands of a man with a scar across his nose. Sasuke had collapsed earlier on. The darkness of shinobi. He stared at the letter in his hands. The missive that a Chunin had nearly run himself to death crossing the land of fire in hours to deliver to him. Part of him wished to decry it as a lie. Forgery. But the code that he himself had invented stared at him on the page. The code that he'd taught both of his new students. It was written in Neji's cold and precise writing. The flowery script that Hyuga preferred cast aside by a man who had no loyalty to clan over village. An entire battalion. 2,000 loyal shinobi of Konoha led by one of his own personal guards. Dead. Aim. The Land of Rain was a gift that never stopped taking, it seemed. The descriptions of the shinobi that had committed the massacre made his teeth grind. A nasty habit. But one he'd taken it up more and more after he'd taken up this hat. The thing he'd looked forward to for so long. Oh, how Hiruzen laughed at him from beyond the grave. A perfect plan. Years of waiting. Decades of putting the dominoes in place. Making sure that every contingency was taken care of. And then when he finally let the first domino fall, his delicate house of cards blew up right in his face. First was failing to kill the Kazekage. The brat deserved the hat clearly. Especially after the daring first attack on IWA. He had acted just like a Kage then. Bold, decisive, and effective. A shame that he had not been born in Konoha. A bigger shame indeed that their own Jinchuriki had been so useless. Useless under Hiruzen, and now missing under his rule. Not missing. Taken. By Hiruzen's accursed students. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Nothing would have given the old monkey more joy than watching them begin to work together again. The fact that it was against him probably made Saru even happier. But at the end of the day, those were just minor irritations. His plan had been going ahead even despite the failures. But now there was another wrench in the wheel. Akatsuki. Sometimes he wished he could visit his past self if only to smack some sense into him. Those children should have been assassinated as a matter of utmost priority. But instead he'd chosen to leverage their lives for a closer relationship with Hanzo. He'd taught that in helping the man dispatch one enemy of Konoha, then he could get close enough to him to dispatch another. It had been a perfect plan in his mind. Two birds with the same kunai. A foolish plan in hindsight. The brats Jiraiya taught had lived. Lived and become S-rank shinobi in their fullness, it seemed. A woman with paper techniques that had killed hundreds. Multiple shinobi with purple-ringed eyes. The Rinnegan. If he never saw that accursed Jujutsu again, it would be too soon. His memory took him back to that day as a cold feeling ran down his spine. That monster. He would never forget it. the abomination that the Rinnegan user had summoned in his despair. If such a creature was going to be used to levy war against Konoha, then measures had to be taken. Steeper measures than before. He took a scroll out with a quick movement and began to move his brush across his. He wrote with quick, sure movements, never hesitating over a word. Think twice, Act 1, he recited his sensei's words as he wrote the order for both his students to be transported back to Konoha once they were cleared to be moved. Another scroll ordered a medical squad to be sent out to their position on the border. Niji had been well enough to draft the missive himself, but the fact that Sasuke was still yet to regain consciousness was a worrying sign. After writing out both orders, a quick application of his element dried out the ink and he gestured for the rude shinobi who waited in the shadows of the office to send both to their recipients. He stood and began to walk for his next target. "How is it coming along?" he asked, staring at the boy across from him. His pale skin appeared unhealthy in the dim lighting of the tunnel within the tunnel. The most secret part of his already secret root base. "Very well, Hokage-sama. The jutsu should be only a few weeks from being operational," he said. "That is unacceptable, Sai. Unacceptable. This jutsu is vital for Konoha's security. Do you understand?" "Yes, Hokage-sama. But I cannot learn the seals any faster. Forgive me for my failings, Hokage-sama." Danzo scowled. He could not fault the boy. The Edo Tensei was the culmination of decades of study from his sensei, the greatest Fuinjutsu master the world had ever seen. It was a testament to the boy's genius that he was even able to decode the jutsu after only a year of single-minded focus. But it wasn't fast enough. It would never be fast enough. The enemies were already at the metaphorical gates, and that had a likelihood to stop being metaphorical the more time they wasted on this. He sighed. He had to. This was one situation where he had to break his own rules for the good of Konoha. He formed a simple ram seal and focused on the seal he knew was inscribed on the boy's scalp, beneath his hair and covered with a jinjutsu that forced all to divert attention. "Fuin, Kai, release," he said, and he slumped. Danzo sighed again. He hated having his time wasted. He poked the boy with his cane. A poke, not a stab. All the same, he rose from the floor jolted to wakefulness. "Hokage-sama? What happened?" "Nothing. Look at the seal now and tell me how long it will take for you to decipher and replicate the technique he ordered." "Oh! This is easy, Hokage-sama. I'm almost done. I'll have it down by the end of the week," was the reply. He smiled, even while inwardly fearing that he created another problem to solve the one in front of him. But that was the weight of the hat. It was the burden he bore as Kage. He turned and retreated from the cavern. Edo Tensei would solve all his problems. Chapter 51, Lariat, he screamed as they smashed into each other. For the first time in a while, their strengths were equal. B wasn't holding back or not giving it his all to avoid harming his big brother. I smiled. It was a short, brief smile in the end. B overpowered him in one swoop and he was sent flying right back into the steps of Unreikyo. He got back to his feet with words on his tongue, but they stilled as he looked at the tails floating behind B. There were 6 of them. He'd gotten him up to 6 tails finally. "Well done, big bro," B said. Even 10 portability abandoning his ridiculous rapping at the achievement. I wanted to puff up, to swell with pride. But he remembered. 6 was a long way away from 8. And even worse, this was only in the version 1 cloak. The second version of the cloak was even stronger, and still had toxic properties. He was nowhere near that level. It's not enough, B. I need to get stronger, faster, better. And I need to do it fast. There's no rush, big bro, don't rush. Fool ya fool. Who are you calling a fool, B? Better not be me. His brother let out a sound that definitely wasn't a whimper and turned around to flee. No running from the Iron Claw, B. Come face your punishment like a man. She stared at the report with no idea what to do. 2 years ago, it was rare for her to come across a situation she was incapable of solving. Now, it happened every other day. Ao was dead. The Byakugan in his skull was gone. Somewhere in between Mangetsu being retrieved and his body being brought back, the Byakugan had gone missing. It had just disappeared. Those were 2 assets gone. The 6 Tails was taken by a group of men with black and red cloaks. Akatsuki, she'd learned. Mist had no Jinchuriki. No Byakugan. And a dead former Umbu commander, to boot. There was no way this could be described as anything less than a total clusterfuck. Even worse was the report from their operatives in Cloud. The village was militarizing. Ramping up even more than they already were. Considering Cloud was almost always on wartime levels of militarization, going even beyond that made one thing clear. They wanted to attack. And they were going to do it soon. This wasn't sustainable in even the most vague terms. She had to come to terms with that fact. Cloud would wage war by the end of the year, at the very latest. Her best analysts claimed that the present militarization could only be supported for a few months before they actually had to declare a target and attack. If she were a more hopeful woman, she would deceive herself that there was some other target in Cloud's mind than her own village. Decades of spinsterhood had beaten the hope out of her, however. It was for the best. Hope was an expensive commodity in the shinobi world. She had to be realistic, and if she were in the Reikage's place, there would be no other target on her radar. Everything IWA had that was worth something had been taken by the Kazekage in his attack. Even if there was benefit to be gained, the Reikage was a prideful man. He wouldn't want to be a jackal picking over the carcass of prey killed by another. Konoha was too strong, right now. They were also actively ramping up their own military to support their charge across the continent and help in the Cold War with Suna. Suna was in a desert under the rule of a man who had desert in his literal name. No one was stupid enough to attack Suna. That only left Kiri. And if she was being honest, they were only a bit stronger than they'd been in the heights of Yagura's madness. She was doing her best, but things took time. Time that it was clear they would never get. Training swordsmen, getting bloodline clans to return their members to the ninja force, getting their economy back on track, figuring out the situation with the daimyo and ending that clusterfuck before it built up to another civil war, and another million things were all on the agenda. Even if there's 7 of her, she still had no chance of getting things on track before they built up into disaster. She wargamed it in her head. What would happen if Cloud invaded tomorrow? How would they do it? By sea, obviously. They had the biggest fleet and would use it to send shinobi right at her doorstep. She could probably force them to make sure in Nagasaki, but beyond that? She had no chance. What would happen after that? They'd either clear it island by island, or make a straight rush for Kiri's core. The latter would probably appeal more to the Reikage's personality, but it would be the wrong move. Kiri wasn't like the other villages. You could have the Kage Tower and still not hold the village. Power lay in the islands. If he moved straight for Kiri, they could take him out with guerrilla warfare. Death by 1,000 needles. Cut him off from Kumo, destroy his ships, starve him on the island, things like that were well within Kiri's playbook. However, she couldn't assume that he'd fail to take all that into account just because she wished he did. There was every chance that he was thorough and surgical about it. Tear apart island after island. A mad rush for Kiri would only be essential if he didn't have the manpower and quality for a continuous push. She knew he did. One Kiri shinobi might be worth 3 clouds, but it wouldn't matter when they had them outnumbered 10-1. Every calculation she ran had her coming out the loser if Cloud waged the war with any intelligence. She couldn't bet the entirety of her village on the hope that their enemy would be stupid. She needed an alliance. She needed someone strong to stand with her. To give Kiri the illusion of strength to ward off their enemies. Her first thought was Konoha, but she remembered Ao's words: Danzo Shimura is the last person you should ever trust. He is called the darkness of the shinobi world for a reason. Invite him in and he won't leave. Ever. That wasn't an option. She'd rather surrender to I than Danzo. IWA was an option: 2 weakened villages coming together to equal one strong one. The only problem was that might make the Reikage even more likely to test his mettle against them. Take 2 for the price of 1. She would give them good odds against the Reikage, but it was still 50-50. Those were fighting odds, not deterring ones. The only other option was a man she didn't have the best relationship with. Suna was strong. Strong enough that she knew that if they worked together, Kuma would fall. Her operatives in the village were also clear on one thing: Suna was on the ascendancy. Gaara of the desert had somehow become a Fuinjutsu master without peer. Everything in the village was enhanced with Fuinjutsu on some level. Their ninja were equipped with weapons she could only vaguely imagine. An alliance with a power like that would be just what the doctor ordered. The only problem: he destroyed an island. A minor one, but still a whole island. He was part of her village's weakness, even if a minor one. But at the end of the day, between Shimura Danzo and Gaara of the desert, there was only one choice. But was there? Her mind betrayed her by asking. There was another option she hadn't even considered: Akatsuki. The organization of S-ranked missing Nin. Sure, they'd taken the 6 tails, but there had been no guarantee that Utakata would have ever come into the fold. Perhaps the source of her problems would help with the solution. Perhaps allying with them was just what she needed. And even better, Kisame Hashigaki was a member. Returning the most powerful of the swords to the village was another benefit. The best part was that the fact that they weren't a major power of their own meant that the alliance had every chance of being an equal partnership, that she would have eminence Indiana. It had to be done. Mei Terumi never noticed the red eye in the shadowy corner of the room that spun menacingly. Its wielder smiled with sadistic pleasure before disappearing without leaving a trace for any to find. How do you want to approach this? He asked the 2 S-ranked shinobi sitting in his office as he stared out through the glass window at the view of Sunagakure in all of its newfound glory. We have an associate who will lead an attack on Konoha's walls to draw out as much of the village as possible. Jiraiya will get us through the barrier, and we take out whatever Danzo has in store before separating his head from the rest of his body. Associate? I asked, giving them a serious look. It was ridiculous that they would even consider that I didn't know who exactly they were speaking of. Yes, an associate of ours. Orochimaru, you mean? My father's killer, I said with faked outrage. If Orochimaru hadn't killed Raza, then I might have been forced to do the job myself. Our teammate, yes. We trust there won't be a problem. A problem with you working with my father's killer and expecting me to do the same? Why the hell would I have such a thing? The sarcasm in my voice was biting. Well, you're going to have to stomach it. That's the way of alliances. For a spy master, Jiraiya was terrible at negotiating. I'll kill him, I threatened. As if you could, he scoffed in reply. I visibly bristled, making to stand up. He matched my motion, until Tsunade placed a hand on his arm. Nobody will be killing anyone. Whether you could or not. We ask you to forgive Orochimaru's actions in much the same way the village hidden in the leaves is saying nothing about the eye spinning beneath the hair or yours. We know when Kakashi was killed. It was well during our alliance. We are willing to forgive the fact that you broke faith with our sensei in exchange for this small allowance. She said. Raza was a Kazekage. My father. Both things are not equal, I said. Fine, then. We will ask for a moratorium. Stay your hand on any action you intend to take against him until Konoha is freed from Danzo's rule. After that point, the 3 of you are free to duel to your heart's content, she said, and I smiled at her negotiation ability. She believed if I picked a fight with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I would lose. I could see where that kind of idea might come from, but I wasn't the same person that almost lost to Rashi. I wasn't even the same man I'd been when I used the Sharingan to hypnotize the 9 tails not too long ago. Having a tailed beast under my full control was one hell of an equalizer. We leave at dawn tomorrow, I said, silently accepting her proposal, not expressing the fact that I knew I'd come out better in that exchange. Raza mattered little to me. I'd have to kill Orochimaru to maintain my rule, as it had all begun on the premise of killing the snake the first time around, but that was just business. Jiraiya was annoying, so I would be legitimately pleased if he decided to stand next to his buddy. They'd both die. The two older ninja walked out of my office and I faded into sand, returning my chakra to the boss. The seal was an interesting thing at the end of the day. Endless hours of work, altering the seal I'd already made ahead of time to include the things I learned from the 8 trigram seal had been a pleasure. It was the kind of thorough academic work I could sink my teeth into. It was perfect. What was not perfect was the pain of actually removing my old seal and replacing it with this new one. Drawing a seal on yourself was not easy. Using a clone didn't make it much easier either. The chakra networks being virtually identical could have all sorts of wonky effects. Fuinjutsu was like that sometimes. The best metaphor I'd been able to think of was that Fuinjutsu was identical to programming, except you were programming reality itself, and every once in a while the rules of mathematics would change slightly. You just had to be sensitive enough to tell in which situations you'd be working with a completely different set of rules. If not, well, there's a reason there are so few Fuinjutsu masters kicking about. Anyone talented enough had a fair chance of killing themselves before they made it to the level where that danger was virtually gone. As an Uzumaki, halfling that I was, I had the unique luck of just knowing what would work and what wouldn't. It was almost like genetic memory. It was the thing that told me designing this seal with anything less than 64 prongs would not work. Fuinjutsu wasn't entirely programming, there were several symbolic elements that had to be taken into account. Jyogo Fuin worked because it had 5 prongs, 1 for each element. The 8 trigram seal worked because it had 8 prongs, 1 for each gate. The seal I was creating would only work with 64 prongs, 1 for each of the body's major tenketsu. The prongs would then be centered on the gates. The seal I intended to create was only a fraction more complex than the 8 trigrams, but it would be a whole order of magnitude more complex. And what would the seal do? Everything. Everything. Firstly, it would finally shield my mind from the Ichibi. I'd only get into his head if I wanted to, and he had no chance of getting into mine. Secondly, it gave me unfiltered access to his chakra when I wanted it. Even better, it also gave me another funnel for chakra from the Ichibi. I created 2 outlets for chakra to leave the seal. The first was for tailed beast chakra. Pure unfiltered tailed beast chakra. It would allow me access the version 1 and 2 states and all that, but as the Jinchuriki of the weakest tailed beast, it wasn't much of a force amplifier when used like that. When used to power my already impressive ninjutsu arsenal, however, it meant that I could use whatever jutsu I wanted at whatever scale with almost no chance of running out of chakra. It also let me make tailed bass bombs. That was only a theory for now. I was yet to try. The second outlet would function to let a second type of chakra out. Natural chakra. Yup. All the tailed beasts knew about nature energy. Rifling through Shukaku's mind was easy as he was under my jinjutsu. He knew how to gather and stabilize nature energy to make nature chakra. That was what the second outlet was for. I tested it with a small amount at first and found that since he already did the hard part of mixing the nature energy with his own chakra, then I could use it as I pleased. Sage mode for free was one hell of a benefit. Constant sage mode as well. I saw no reason to give Shukaku more space to move, and under Jinjutsu, he'd basically be a source of infinite nature chakra. It was perfect. The third purpose I added to the seal, and the most difficult, was the ability to power my blessed seal of Theodata. That meant that the extra chakra was being sent into another seal. My very own Byakuya seal powered by both tailed beast and human chakra. Since tailed beast chakra made regeneration easy when it wanted to, I could achieve more with less, so to speak. All these functions in a single seal, along with all the basic functions of not letting the Ichibi out, and all that meant that the seal was bound to be incredibly complex. Even more complex was the last secret I added in. The Byakuya seal I created was partitioned. One half of it was for healing, but the other was to simply store as much tailed beast chakra as possible. It had a failsafe in that if it ever detected that I had spent more than 2 minutes without having any of the Ichibi's chakra in my system, then it would pump it into my body. It was my failsafe for if the Akatsuki ever did manage to take me out and unseal my tailed beast. It was unlikely. More than unlikely even. I was certain I was the strongest shinobi in the world at the moment, but that was only if everything was as it had been in the anime, but judging by Danzo's acquisition of the Kage hat on the back of an army of Edo Tensei shinobi, then it was very possible that I'd fucked up the timeline beyond all recognition. In that case, I just had to be prepared to deal with whatever came for me. Ready and willing to do whatever it took. Finally done with drawing the seal on my still and very naked body, my clone stepped back to allow Inasa, the head of the seal corps, activate the seal. It was the easy step. He just had to front the minuscule amount of chakra needed to get the gears spinning, so to speak. He walked forward, slammed the hand on my stomach and screamed, "Fuin." With that word, everything changed. In the shadows of the village hidden in the leaves, they stood. They stood waiting and watching. Orochimaru had promised. He'd promised, and she trusted him to deliver. That sentence was insane in her mind. That she would still put her trust in Orochimaru after all he'd done was impressive. But that was what I mean to be in the same team as someone. From 6 years old, she'd lived with and surrounded by the two of them. They were as much her brothers as Nawaki had been. And wasn't that one hell of a mindfuck? Really put that crush she'd had on the snake in their early years into perspective. Luckily, she'd outgrown that particular madness quickly. Any second now, Jiraiya said, cloaked from view by his Maisegakure no Jutsu. He boasted that he was the greatest user of the technique under the sun, and she was beginning to believe him. This was one hell of a cloak, and the fact that she had to legitimately focus to tell him apart even when she knew he was there was something else. Naruto was by her side, cloaked in his inferior version of the technique, but there was little chance anyone with any possibility of spotting them would show up here. It was an intentional blind spot in Konoha's defenses that Sarutobi-sensei had left for his own use. They heard a massive crashing sound, and took it as the signal it was. Jiraiya ran up to the wall and weaved a key of 12 seals that temporarily disabled the sensing barrier around this part of the walls. She jumped clear over Konoha's high walls with Naruto underarm, and the Kazekage joined her in her jump with his weird sand transformation jutsu. She'd noticed the changes in him. There was a confidence in him that hadn't existed when he'd first greeted them at his village's border. Good. He'd needed to face down Danzo and whatever tricks and traps he had waiting for them in there. Karen Uzumaki. Is she outside, Conan? She heard a weak voice ask from within the room. She waited with a tingling feeling running down her spine. Within the room was the strongest chakra signature she had ever felt in her life. They had even more chakra than Orochimaru-sama at the peak of his powers. The Conan lady was strong and scary enough, but the fact that she answered to someone who was even stronger, and thus scarier, was doing things to her mind. She was sure that the only reason she hadn't passed out from the fear running through her was because of how the chakra signature felt. It was dark and menacing, for sure. But it was also a lot of things. It was resolute and determined like nothing else she'd ever felt. Whatever that person wanted, they wanted it bad. Bad enough that they'd give everything, she suspected. But the one silver lining was that the chakra signature was familiar. It felt like home. She'd only felt this twice before. Once with her mother and the other with the blonde kid that had been on Sasuke-kun's team. Both of them had been good people, trustworthy. She had faith that this would be the same. Not like there was much of a choice in her hands in the first place. It was either have faith or give in to despair. When the woman with the paper jutsu had appeared at the hideout, she'd almost had a conniption at the power in her chakra. She was as strong as Orochimaru-sama was. And she showed it, slaughtering every single one of the formerly imprisoned cursed seal abominations Orochimaru had made with ease. Her paper shuriken sliced through skin that was supposed to be as hard as stone with ease. After a display like that, when the woman had instructed Karen to follow her, she had no way to say no. There would be no outrunning someone who could fly, and even though she pretended that Karen had the choice to decide not to follow her, her chakra did not lie. Karen would have been brought here whether she wanted or not. It was just more convenient to include the illusion of choice. It was something Karen couldn't do much about, so she took it on the chin and adapted. The same way she'd adapted when the Kusa-nin killed her mother and expected her to replace her. The same way she'd adapted when Orochimaru-sama saved her life and decided to use her in much the same way the Kusa Nin had. Well, not much the same way. He'd been a notable step up. She just hoped this ended up being a step up as well. Send her in, the weak voice said, and the woman was at the doorway in less time than it took Karen to realize she was the one being referred to. Go on in, she said with a smile on her face. A smile meant to disarm. It had the exact opposite effect, because she could feel the sharpness in the woman's chakra. She could feel that she didn't want her to go in. She could feel that the woman was almost completely on edge. She'd kill her in a second if she misstepped. Come in, cousin, she heard the weak voice again. This time, it was addressing her. She walked in, shocked. Cousin? When she came face to face with the source of strong chakra, she wanted to curl in on herself. What was this? A man, emaciated as all hell, with rods sticking out of his back, connected to some sort of device. She could feel how his chakra was sent out by the rods. They were acting as chakra transmitters. Powerful ones. The receivers weren't all within her range, but she could feel two of them. They were higher on in the tower. This was some sort of basement level. Uzumaki. Karen. That is your name, right? She nodded, not trusting her mouth to speak clearly in the present situation. Good. I am Uzumaki Nagato. Your cousin. Her mouth dropped open. It wasn't possible. All the Uzumaki were dead. Mother had told her 1,000,000 times when she hoped and prayed that they would come and save them from Kusa. When she laid awake at night despairing at her mother's screams of pain. The nights when they would return her mother to her, tired and on death's doorstep, and then somehow return to take her in the morning. All those times. She wished for some Uzumaki to save her. There were none. You're lying, she said without thinking, overcome by such fury that her red cheeks were no concern to her. That her hair rose in on itself, animated with her chakra. You're a liar. She said for emphasis, on the edge of screaming. Never, he said in reply, removing one of his hands from the device it was in, and stretching it out to her. She felt his chakra. She felt the truth in it. Chakra never lied. He wasn't lying. See, cousin? She damned her stutter 1,000,000 times. Why? It didn't matter that he was her cousin. He was just like the rest. She knew why he brought her here. Yes. Karen Uzumaki. I searched and sought after one who shared the blood for decades. I found a few, but none like me. None like us. A pure-blooded Uzumaki is a rare thing these days. I am happy to meet you. Where were you all this time, then? Where were you when my mother died? She wanted to ask. Here. Kusa hid your existence well. It was only Orochimaru's death and our subsequent dismantling of his operations that allowed us find any mention of you. If I had known about you earlier, I would have spared no means to see you freed and brought to my side. An Uzumaki alone in the world is a terrible thing, he said. Once more, he was telling the truth. He only wanted her because she was family. She wanted to cry. She was already crying, she amended as the first sob left her lips. She folded in on herself with a hand on her chest. Weeping. Family. She had no idea how long she remained crying for, until she felt arms wrap around her. Weak, bony arms, but arms all the same. She felt his chakra cloak her. The way it covered her completely. She sunk into his grasp. She memorized the feeling with all her strength and held onto it, hoping it would never leave. Hoping it would never stop. She'd told herself that it was impossible. That there was no way anyone would ever want her for who she was, rather than her ability. Kusa hadn't. Orochimaru for sure hadn't. No one had. Not since her mother died, and not since Sasuke-kun saved her with no idea of her ability. Not until now at least. She'd thought it was a trick, some sort of long con to get her to drop her guard and not watch out for what she was sure was coming. The whole thing about being family, she was sure it was a trick to get her to heal him. And he sure did need healing. Nagato Uzumaki was sick. The only thing keeping him alive was the Uzumaki family vitality and his massive and dense chakra. The problem with that was that both things were too busy keeping him alive that they didn't have the room to heal him. That was where she thought he would have expected her to step in and help him, but she had learnt that he actually didn't seem to care about being healed. They'd spoken about her ability before. He knew about it for sure. He was also intelligent enough that she knew he'd have figured out that her ability could help him. There were few things she couldn't heal. Whatever he'd done to himself wasn't one of them. But even as they spoke about her ability, his interest was almost entirely academic. He was more concerned with using the ability to trace her family tree and figure out just what branch of the family she'd spawned from rather than worrying about using it to heal himself. Part of her wanted to ask, but she wasn't sure she'd like the answer. That was what she told herself for years. She looked across the library. There he was. Not in person, of course. In the form of one of his puppets, his paths. She deduced the jutsu a while ago. The chakra rods acted as receivers and transmitters across long distances. He sent chakra through the rods, and his puppets used that chakra to carry out his will. Said will was also transmitted with the chakra. He could also feel and see everything his puppets did. It was a much better technique than what Suna had, and this was a much better library than any one she'd ever been in. Nagato had told her that he had gathered the greatest collection of Uzumaki texts in the world, and she was beginning to believe him. Even Orochimaru hadn't been able to get any scrolls on the adamantium sealing chains, an ancient technique of her clan and arguably the most powerful, but Nagato had nearly a dozen. She read them all, devoured them, really. She could do it now, she felt. Focusing on her chakra for a few seconds was rewarded with a single glowing chain making its way from her back to wrap around her arm. She didn't know any barrier techniques, so the sections of the scrolls that went on about using the scrolls as an avenue for using fuinjutsu techniques like that didn't really apply to her. She stared at the chain. So focused on it, that she didn't even notice the puppet move until it was right in front of her. She eeped and the chain disappeared into nothingness as the chakra maintaining it slipped past her guide. Beautiful work, Karen. Nagato spoke through his puppet and she smiled at him. Maybe it was the joy of getting the technique down, or maybe her curiosity had finally gotten the better of her common sense, but she turned to him and asked, "Why haven't you asked me to heal you?" She asked. He stared at her with those ring purple eyes of his. She could feel the weight of his gaze through the puppet. "I don't need you to," he finally replied, and if there was one response that threw her for a loop, it was that one. "What do you mean?" "I've seen your real body, Nagato. Your chakra can only keep you alive for so long. You need a healthy body." She retorted. "Yes, at present rates, I will be dead in the next 7 years. But that matters little. I would have achieved my goal by then," he said in reply. "Surely, you can't be serious." "I am." And that was the end of the conversation. It took her a week to find Conan, and gain the courage to speak with her. It had gone from a situation where she feared being used and wanted only for her ability, to realizing that the one person who wanted her for her had a clock on his life, and she could help but he wouldn't let her help. Part of her had wished that he'd turn out to be some sort of asshole or something. Something that would make this situation less scary. But he wasn't. He was a visionary who saw the world in his own way. A man who wanted to build a world where suffering like what happened to her mother would not exist. A world of shared pain leading to shared understanding. When she explained her worries, she hadn't expected the infuriated look on the woman's face. Hadn't expected the woman to question her over and over again on whether she was sure she could heal him. And when the woman was satisfied, she collapsed in paper. That night, she hadn't seen any of Nagato's paths around. She didn't see Conan either. In fact, she saw neither of them for a week, until she was suddenly accosted on her way to the library. "Follow me." "Nagato has seen the error of his ways," was all the woman had said. That sentence brought no small amount of joy to Karen's heart. They took the stairs down to the basement level, and there Nagato was. He looked even more tired than usual. In fact, he looked positively exhausted. When his eyes fell upon her, it was almost like he was looking through but not at her. She wondered what it was like. What she looked like through those eyes. The eyes of God. "Help him, please," Conan asked, while Nagato remained silent. Nevertheless, when she walked forwards and placed her wrist in front of his mouth, he obediently bit down. Almost immediately, she felt a drain she'd never felt before. But even as her head began to lighten, and her feet began to become unresponsive, she noted the changes that began in him. It started with his hair. Down from his roots, his hair darkened from the dead gray they'd previously been to the same blood red she'd shared with her mother. His body also changed, swelling and shifting. His thin frame filled out in no time. When she felt his healing complete itself, she fell to the floor, exhausted. The voice that screamed her name was much stronger than it had ever been. She smiled, even as darkness encroached on her vision. Chapter 52. I had seen a lot of stupid things in his lifetime. But he had never seen stupidity like this. One Kiri Jounin tried to spear him through with a water bullet, and he returned the favor by dodging the slow jutsu and shoving his arm straight through the man's chest. This was so stupid. He couldn't believe that one of his fellow Kage would authorize something so guaranteed to fail. 50 Kiri Jounin had infiltrated Kumo in the cover of the dark. They'd sought to use the nighttime to carry out a series of attacks across Kumo's core infrastructure. Unfortunately for them, Kumo was not a foolish village. One of them had been spotted, the alarm was raised, and now here he stood. 7. He heard B's voice as he shattered a man's entire chest with a single lariat. I smiled. He was ahead. 9. He replied, as he grabbed one Jounin by the head and separated said head from the man's body in one movement. He tossed the body he'd been holding by the ankle at another shinobi. He watched Darui end the skirmish by electrocuting the last man to death. He turned to the group of shinobi that had come along with him, noticing that even though they had won, the Kiri cowards had made them bleed for it. For every 3 Kiri nin they killed, one of his had fallen. Looking at his shinobi laying dead on the floor brought rage to Ai's heart. Rage like he'd never felt before. Draft the letter to the daimyo, he said, not sure who exactly he was talking to. Kumo goes to war at sundown tomorrow. Dusk was the earliest he'd be able to mobilize his village's fearsome war machine to carry out the assault on Kiri. They'd been preparing for it ahead of time, but this was a massive acceleration. An acceleration that he knew would cost his people more lives over time. Her head felt like she'd used it to test the solidness of a frying pan. A dozen frying pans, she amended as she tried lifting it up from the pillow. Where was she? To see you awake, Karen, a voice rang out. Not a voice she recognized. Not even a name she recognized. Who's Karen? She felt a hand on her head and then something at her lips. She obediently opened them up. The liquid that passed down her throat settled a pain she hadn't even noticed. She felt her head begin to lighten over time as she kept drinking. She was Karen Uzumaki. And that voice. It was familiar. Different and stronger, but she knew it. Cousin Nagato, she tried to say, but only ended up choking on the water that was still flowing into her mouth. There was laughter around her. She felt some of the water splash on her body. She also felt chakra caress her for a second before she was dry as ever. She opened her eyes to see her cousin's eyes staring right back at her. Not through a puppet this time. He was standing right above her. Standing on his own power. She tried to commit as many details about him to her memory. His red hair. Oh, how much it looked like ours. She wanted to touch it. She did. It felt so silky smooth and perfect. Part of her was jealous. She laughed. He laughed with her. What a ridiculous thing, to be jealous of how soft his hair felt. She noticed it then. His laughter. Not stopped by coughs or short and raspy, but long and deep and full. She decided that it was the most beautiful thing she'd heard in the whole world. What would she not give to protect that laughter? It worked, she said. The smile in her voice was audible even to her own ears. He smiled back. She loved how full his cheeks looked. She had to remind herself that she hadn't known him her entire life, but it did feel that way. He had family. And she'd helped him. She couldn't help Mom, but she helped Nagato. It worked, he agreed with a smile. She couldn't tell you what started it if you asked. She had no idea. All she knew was that between one moment and the next, she'd burst into tears. She felt his hands wrap around her and she just enjoyed the feeling of sobbing into the hands of family. So what do you plan on doing next? She asked him. They were in the library now. It had been a week since she healed him and it still brought a hitch to her throat, being able to see him alive and well. Walking under his own power. He looked so much like her mother. Looking over at him, he was so calm. So stress-free in a way Mother never got to be. He was reading a treatise on Uzumaki barrier techniques. It had gone way over her head when she tried to peek in on his reading, but for him it was light reading. We will work on acquiring the remaining tailed beasts. As much as possible. The plan must continue as scheduled. The war between Mist and Kumo will be to our benefit in this, he said. Akatsuki. That was who he referenced when he used the word, we. A collection of rogue ninja all as strong as Orochimaru was. So how is that going to work? She asked. You really want to know? He asked, pinning her to her seat with his gaze. There was something there. Something serious. Something foreboding. But Karen had never been praised for her caution. Yes. I do, she replied. All right then. Come along and don't say a word, he said, standing up from his position. She followed him and noted that they were taking a route through the building that she'd never found even during all her explorations. She noted how he moved his chakra in unique formations, dispelling jinjutsu so subtle that only her mind's eye of the Kagura allowed her to feel them. Beyond subtle jinjutsu, however, there were several hidden panels that required special actions to open. She wasn't certain whether he was joking or not, but there was apparently a corridor that they could only walk down if they did so with one foot up and a hand on their stomachs. Needless to say, it was a complicated path that took them somewhere she couldn't even recognize. They were at the top of a massive cavern, overlooking a meeting. She almost gasped as they entered the cavern and the chakra signatures within were revealed to her. Only the fact that she was right next to Nagato, whose chakra was as strong as all of theirs combined, made her keep some semblance of calm. He gestured for her to follow him as they overlooked the gathering of powerful shinobi. She noticed one of Nagato's puppets, Deva, at the head of the group, with Conan by his right-hand side. He spoke to them in a tone that brokered no disobedience, she noted. Toby has engineered a war between Kumo and Kiri to keep both villages occupied and out of the way as we move for the Hachibi Jinchuriki, Deva said, and the rest of the gathering just nodded. And Zetsu? He asked next, turning to another creature in the Akatsuki cloak that served as their uniform. What do you have for me? I can't spy on the Kyubi Jinchuriki while it remains in the hidden sand village, but before it entered, the word was that it was going to be attempting an attack on Konoha with the Achibi Jinchuriki in tow. The plant creature with two halves spoke next. That plays well into our hands, does it not? The hunchback one said next. It should. 2 fish, 1 spear, Iwai Itachi? The big one that stood next to Sasuke's lookalike spoke out with a sharp smile. Precisely Sasuke's lookalike Itachi, his psychopath brother replied. Toby is a good boy, the one in the mask said for some reason, and the big blonde one just scoffed. I want in on the attack on Cloud. That's all that matters to me, big and blonde said. I must have misheard. Conan replied, pinning him with a sharp gaze. Because it surely could not be that you think you have the final say on the assignments, she continued, ever loyal and keen to keep order in the group of S-rank shinobi. It shocked Karen that such a thing could be said in a way that wasn't entirely ironical. There was order here. No fighting, just ribbing and traded words, but no fighting or all-out chaos. Yes. Yes. Of course. I just wanted to say that I would be very happy to end up being sent on that front, is all. No need to threaten to big out the big guns again. Big and blonde, shockingly enough, was the one to step back from his staring contest with Conan. Again? That was a strange word choice. Karen began to suspect that Nagato had sewn something to show him the pecking order. The smile on his face also hinted at that. She reached out and pinched him, making his smile widen. That is Noel Yatsuki. He was a mouthy little one when he first joined. I challenged him to spar and beat him 7 times and healed him each time only to beat him again. It was a very good way of forcing a message into his head. He answered her unasked question with a smile. Now, pay attention. It's time to lay down the law, he said, as Deva coughed down below. The plan is simple. Sasori, Noel, Tobi, and Zetsu will carry out the attack on the hidden cloud village and secure the Hachibi Jinchuriki. As for the Kyubi and his escort of Sannin, Itachi, Kisame, and Konin will be more than enough to deal with that. I will handle the Kazekage single-handedly, he said in a flat tone that got nods from the entire gathering. She felt their chakra signatures, noting that they all felt quite pleased with the grouping. Even Sasuke's psychopath brother was much happier with his placement than his straight face would convey to anyone without her ability. With that settled, dismissed. Obito Uchiha 4 weeks earlier, so you are the one they call Madara, huh? He resisted the urge to reach out and pop his brain like the overgrown melon it was. What an impudent fool to speak to him in such a manner. Orochimaru's servant. Give me one good reason not to cleave your foolish head from that useless body of yours, he replied, already irritated to have been summoned for a meeting like this by Zetsu of all creatures. The same thing I promised our monochromatic friend. An alliance. Ally your interests with that of my master and we will deliver the rest of the Jinchuriki to you. Obito could not help himself. He laughed. What a foolish serpent. Orochimaru had played this joke on him once before, and it had gotten him nowhere. What use do I have for you and your master? Akatsuki is well placed to acquire the remaining Jinchuriki. In case you haven't been counting, only 3 of them remain out of our grip. He replied instead. Part of him wanted to see what Orochimaru would offer. Perhaps it would be entertaining enough that he'd take it before killing this useless servant. The remaining 3 are easily more dangerous than the other 6. No one knows quite how strong the Kazekage is. All you do know is that he was able to fight a fully transformed Four-Tails one-on-one, and that he was capable enough to kill the 3rd Tsuchikage of all people while sealing away reanimated copies of the 2nd Tsuchikage, and both the 1st and 2nd Hokages at the same time. Needless to say, only fool would underestimate his strength with all the time he's had to grow into it. Killer Bee, the 8-Tails Jinchuriki, is perhaps the most powerful of all tailed beast containers. He is a perfect Jinchuriki that has perfect symbiosis with the beast within him. Even 3 of your strongest Akatsuki members going after him together would struggle to win. And then there is the 9 Tails. Uzumaki Naruto is a wildcard. And not because of his personal strength but because of the people who protect him. If it was a fight between what remained of the Akatsuki and the legendary Sannin, I'd struggle to find many who'd bet on your Akatsuki, he replied. Now, Obito did not laugh. It was a concern he had as well. Itachi's loyalty was suspect, and he had doubts that Nagato would be willing to do what needed to be done when the time came. In truth, the Akatsuki had managed to carry out their mission relatively unhindered and unmolested, but he had doubts that they'd be able to keep that track record when it came to contesting against the monsters that remained. The Kazekage was also a huge blind spot in their planning. Sure, the One-Tails on its own could not be that much of a threat, but the bastard had gone ahead and stolen his left eye from that bastard Kakashi. As if it wasn't enough that he'd stolen Obito's kill, he'd gone ahead to compromise one of Obito's most dangerous jutsu. He couldn't be sure if he'd be able to figure out how Kamui worked if they interacted one-on-one, but he was reluctant to risk it with someone who was often considered to be a genius on par with Itachi. Living up to that moniker, he'd also somehow figured out a way to block Zetsu from accessing the hidden sand village. That meant they had no idea what he'd been planning. After he was joined by the Sannin duo and the 9 Tails, they'd essentially become blind to the activities of 2 of their targets. It was a messy situation all through. And of what help can you and your master be? He wasn't still going to bite the snake's poison offering, because he knew that there was nothing good to be gained from that course of action. Edo Tensei. You've seen how dangerous Danzo could become with an imperfect version. We've figured out and perfected the jutsu, he said with a slippery smile. A smug smile that said he knew that the bait he offered was too juicy to avoid biting. Very promising. Now listen carefully, Snake. Longing, Rusted, Furnace, Daybreak, 17, Benign, 9, Homecoming, 1 inch, he said, taking pleasure in how the upstart went still on hearing the first word. At the end of the sequence, he dropped down to one knee. I am yours to command, my lord, he said in a robotic tone. Perfect. Obito thought to himself. He owed Sasori one for that code. To think that Orochimaru would send his subordinate to negotiate with the Akatsuki without taking steps to make sure that he was beyond influence. But that was the difference between arrogant Konoha prodigies and the rest of the shinobi world, he figured. Are you capable of executing the Edo Tensei Jutsu? He interrogated. Yes, master, the boy demurred in reply. Good. Now listen and do as I say, he said, coming to a plan in his mind. All the pieces were falling together in his favor. The disputed island's unruly eye. He looked around his people with pride. There were no more disputed islands after their push. This was now the territory of the Land of Lightning, he told himself. Like his father before him, he was leading the people of Kumo to war. The tip of the spear against which no enemy would manage to stand. He'd already proven that by taking over the islands in record time. They'd landed their ships to reinforce their already existing garrison on the Isles, and all they had to do from there was take over the Kiri installations before they could send word back to the main village's force. Or at least, that was what they wanted Kiri to think they'd intended. Did it go according to plan? He asked his second in command as he landed next to him. Darui took a breath before he spoke this time, perfectly. The Chunin was giving the right amount of leeway to pull off a daring escape. We made it hard, of course. Had to sell the ruse. But there's little chance he won't manage to make it back to his village before his wounds become fatal. They'll hurt like a bitch, but they look worse than they really are. I nodded at him. For such a quiet man, Darui had a sharp mind beneath his head. It was why I was so comfortable leaning on him in ways that he wouldn't have with anyone else. It was also why, if not for the mess with the Atsuki boy, Darui would have been guaranteed to succeed him. It was such a shame that his student went on to be such a disgrace to Kumogakure. They weren't Konoha. They could not have a Kage whose student had betrayed the village. It would create a terrible precedent and set a miserable example for the rest of their people. The displacing of Kumogakure was her greatest strength, and any challenge to that could not be tolerated or allowed to continue to exist. So now we just pause and wait, he said to his subordinate, who nodded at him. He turned and walked into the stronghold that was being rapidly fortified. The goal right now was simple. Make sure that Kiri committed the best of their best to the defense of these islands and the prevention of a future attack on their main islands. As if I would be so foolhardy. Sure, he'd win. But he'd have to drown in so many of his own shinobi's bodies that it would be a Pyrrhic victory at the very best. That was the point of this plan. Take advantage of the existing impression that he knew he had among the wider shinobi world by committing to a very public expansion of his village's military prowess. Make every attempt to sell the impression that he was gearing up for a full-scale attack on the capital of Kiri itself, and then launch a softer attack against the disputed lands. The point of this attack was to let one or more shinobi return to Kiri with word of the attack. And even more importantly, word of his presence here. He had no measure of this Meitarumi, the new Mizukage, but he'd be highly impressed if she managed to make it to that position whilst being a complete idiot. She'd know that if she wanted any chance of stopping him here and preventing him from landing an army at her doorsteps, then she'd have to mobilize in person with all of her strongest shinobi. That was the point of this whole attack here. Draw them out, defeat them on neutral ground, and then move further to Kiri's mainland. That was the strategy, simple, efficient, and deadly. Just like he liked things. It ended up taking close to 16 hours for Kiri to mobilize and begin their attack. He had retired to bed for the night, focused on making sure that he was well rested for what would be coming. It was the sound of screams that woke him up. Not any random screams, however. The screams of his own men. He steeled himself at the sound. Some of his people would die today, there was no way to avoid that. But the goal was to lose hundreds and spare thousands in the long run. This would be the war to etch his name with that of the legends. He stood up from his bed and placed his bracers on. He considered putting on his cloak as well, but decided to spare it the inevitable destruction it would face in battle. He smiled at the thought of how proud Mabui would be at his decision-making. His thoughts were going astray again. Just like they always did when he knew battle was coming. He smiled. When was the last time he felt this way? He didn't need to spend a second thinking about it. Minato Namikaze. That was the last man to put this feeling in his stomach. He walked out of the room he'd taken for his own and noted a mist drifting towards him. Enhanced by his native lightning release, his brain noticed a million things at the same time. He noticed the two Chunin down the hall and their slumped positions. He noticed the dryness of their skin, the way they slumped with almost no resistance. He noticed all that while the mist floated his way and made a snap judgment. He activated his lightning cloak and dove through the wall right before the mist reached him. He landed on the grass and noted his men in combat with the Kiri attackers. They hadn't been caught by surprise like he feared, so they were doing a good job of resisting the counteroffensive. He prepared to join his men when he noticed a flash out of the corner of his eyes. He turned and sliced through a stream of lava with a lightning-coated knife hand. Unruly eye. You've truly lived up to your name, the woman said as she approached. Mei Terumi. Her beauty lived up to every report he'd read. They said her face was enough to make a man question his will to fight, and he agreed. By her side was a boy he did not recognize. He did, however, recognize the blades he held, the Kiba blades. He felt his smile sharpen at the sight. It had always been a shame that Konoha held the Raijin no Ken and Kiri, the Kiba blades. No village deserved the legendary blades of lightning release more than his own, and now an opportunity to claim them had come his way. Perfect. I have searched high and low for those blades, boy. And now the gods deliver you into my hands as an act of providence, he said, ignoring Mei to address the boy who wielded blades he had no right to. Keep yapping, old man. I'll shut you up sooner or later. By the way, the name is Mangetsu Hozuki. Don't forget it, he said before swiping the blades at him. I stood still and allowed the lightning bolt from the blades hit him before channeling the energy to enhance his cloak. A trick he'd picked up as he got better and better with the cloak in his fights with B. Hozuki, huh? He shoved the information in his mind while preparing himself to be confronted by the hydrification jutsu sooner than later. It would be a stupid move, but I had faced enough stupid opponents in his time to learn that nothing was to be considered out of limits for the truly desperate. Besides, if he ended up getting caught by surprise and killed by the technique, then it wouldn't be stupid, just genius. That was the difference between stupidity and genius at the end of the day. The woman weaved some seals and sent a massive stream of lava into the air that rained down on him. Pulling a small bit on his reserves, he dialed up the defensive aspect of his armor for a second to allow the lava hit him with no effect. After that, he decided he'd had enough of being on the defensive and dove at them. The boy stepped in front of his Kage in an admirable show of bravery, but it was too little and too late. As he tried to swing his blade in time, I stepped into his guard and shoulder-checked him backward. He stumbled, losing his footing, and I wasted no time. He moved in further before he could regain his footing. He placed one hand on the boy's shoulder, pulled him closer, lifted him over his head, swung with the motion and slammed him backwards into the ground in one movement. The woman's attempt to lash out at him with a water spear failed as he dove under it. Multiple lava balls came next. He weaved between them. She jumped backwards. He tried to catch up to her. Another boy came out of his blind spot wielding a blade that swelled as it was surrounded by glowing blue chakra. I grabbed the blade with his lightning-covered hand. The swing stopped dead. This fight is a bit beyond your level, he told the boy, but only received a confused look. He mentally facepalmed. He was speaking too fast for any to comprehend. He shrugged, pulled on the blade. The boy broke the rules all swordsmen were taught to follow and let go of his sword. I leaned out of the way of the swing of a massive mallet. Another boy had joined the fight. Another Hozuki brat? The boy's arm swelled as he swung the attached axe at him. I caught the blade just as the previous one. His mind flashed to the briefings on Kiri's legendary blades as he saw the boy smile and prime the mallet. He rested, tightened his grip on the axe, and wrenched his arm to the side. The boy was torn off balance. He punched him in the stomach, hearing the satisfactory sounds of bones giving way beneath his strength. The other boy had retrieved his blade in that time and swung it across the air. Several arrows of pure chakra flew at Ai, but they were child's play to dodge. He chased down the coward Mizukage. How shameful! Hiding behind children. Her fingers snapped into a seal as she fired a massive fireball at him. He dove through it, trusting his armor to be enough. She'd seen it coming, and he was faced with a ball of lava on the other end. He took a deep breath and ramped up his armor to take the hit. The lava parted around him as he continued his chase of her. He reached her and wasted no time to clasp his hand around her mouth before she could breath out her next technique. Wreathed in stone, her fists lashed out at him, but he took the hits and pulled her closer before forcefully slapping her neck. With that movement, lava began running down his hands as the clone dissolved. He swallowed the instinctive scream at the scalding metal and took his stance again as he was beset from all sides by the three children and their Kage. He prepared to dive when he noticed someone appear at the battlefield from the corner of his eye. Reikage-sama. Word from the mainland. Akatsuki is attacking Kumo. He heard the words in slow motion, each word more devastating than the last. Akatsuki. B! Explain yourself, Dodai. He wanted to shout, but the words were swallowed. They would be too slow. B needed him now. He turned away from the upstarts and made his way towards Kumo. One of the boys appeared in his way with another blade in his hand. I hadn't the time for that. He moved through the fool's guard and cleaved his head from his shoulders. Sound the retreat. To B! He commanded Dodai and began to run. Chapter 53, Sakura Haruno. The Leaf hadn't felt like home in years, she thought to herself as she walked past the stadium that had held the Chunin exams that had changed everything. Sometimes she wished that she'd done what she really wanted to do on that morning of the first exam and just stayed home, pretending to be ill. Naruto and Sasuke would have been furious with her, but she'd probably still have her team with her. Not the way things were now. Kakashi-sensei was dead, killed in Iwa's attack. Naruto was gone. The Hokage said he'd been kidnapped by the legendary Sannin Jiraiya when he betrayed the village to join his former teammate, Orochimaru, the creep that had marked Sasuke and killed the third Hokage. Speaking of Sasuke, he was still a shinobi of Konoha, but he might as well have been as gone as Naruto was. Hokage-sama had recruited both he and Niji-san for special training. It meant that her team was essentially gone. Without a team, she'd floated along for a few months until Kurenai-sensei had recruited her into her own team. After Akamaru had died in one of the multiple explosions the Kazekage had left behind to sabotage the village, Kiba had retired from life as a shinobi to run the hospital and his clan's kennels, and the Genjutsu mistress had needed another number to complete her team. Sakura could not lie, being in the team with Hinata and Chino was much different from being in Team 7. In some ways, it was better. Training was actually training and not just their sensei tossing them at mission after mission and then tossing them a bone whenever he got the mood. Kurenai-sensei actually went to the effort of making sure she knew what they each needed to get better and worked to make sure those things happened. Every training session was well planned ahead of time, and they didn't stop until they accomplished the objectives for each session. For Hinata and Chino, most of their training was in strategy, application, and teamwork since their clans handled most of their education, but Sakura didn't have a clan. Neither did Kurenai-sensei, so she could relate to her, at the very least. And she'd used that to mean that Sakura's training got to be different from the others without anyone complaining. For the first time, it felt like Sakura was the special one in the team, like she was the priority. And she made sure to live up to that. Every Genjutsu Kurenai-sensei taught her came easy, and she made sure she went beyond just learning them to mastering them to Kurenai-sensei's high standards. Even now, Kurenai-sensei was already joking about not having anything left to teach her. She fiddled with the zip on her Chunin vest as she quashed the urge to feel pride in her ambitions. There was a reason she took this route every day. Right to her left was a massive pyramid made from sand. It was a monument to the Kazekage's power that he could place such a structure in the middle of their village and still not have it removed after over 2 years. The fact that there were people out there who could do things like this made her very aware of her place in the world. She wasn't even as strong as a Jounin yet, and Gaara of the desert had been killing Jounin since he was about 8 years old. Her thoughts left her as the distinguishable sound of an explosion going off sounded across the village. She would recognize that sound anywhere. She looked around her for the damage, and noticed the smoke coming from the Hokage Tower. The entire top 2 floors had been destroyed in one fell swoop. There was a massive popping sound, even louder than the explosion, as multiple giant snakes reared over Konoha's walls. She almost fell to her knees. Scratch that, she did actually fall to her knees. Not again. Not again. She wanted to cry. Suddenly, there was someone by her side. Stand up, Sakura. Let's go. You remember the protocol, don't you? She heard from beside her. Whose voice was that? She couldn't recognize it. She really couldn't. She focused on the words instead of trying to place the voice. They were right. Whoever they were right. Protocol as Chunin was to respond to the most immediate threat. That was the attack at the gates. She stood up, forcing her hands on the ground to push herself up. She could see him now. Ayaraka-sensei? She asked, shocked. He looked so different. Like he'd aged a decade in the past 2 years. The academy had been blown up. He was one of the few who had managed to survive, but his entire class had died from the attack. Of course, he wasn't in a good place. Let's go, Sakura, he said to her with a painfully fake smile on his face. She nodded. She couldn't break now. Her name is Sakura Haruno. Last of Team 7, under Jounin-sensei Hatake Kakashi. Chunin of the village hidden in leaves. She would not fail. She jumped with him onto a rooftop, and out of the corner of her eyes, she was something strange. Like a heat mirage. There was just a moving spot where the light wasn't passing through properly. What could that be? She thought to herself. Come along, Sakura. Why yes, Ayaraka-sensei, she replied, figuring it was probably the tears in her eyes messing up her vision. She jumped after him, and they made their way to the wall much faster than she'd ever had to move within the village. When they landed at the wall top and looked over at the other side, she felt her stomach fall to her feet. Oh God, she heard Ayaraka say, and she very much supported the sentiment. Stretching out beyond their walls was an army. Not even an army of shinobi. Monsters. She noted a creature with gray skin and a wooden bat slam into the village's gates with monstrous strength near the front of the line. Ayaraka-sensei, Sakura-chan, over here, she heard, and turned to see Choji's large frame waving them over. Gaara of the desert. My blood was boiling. That was the best phrase I could find to describe the present situation as I stared at the 4 men in front of me. Danzo Shimura was ignored. He was a non-entity. All that mattered was that some way, somehow, the reanimated bodies of all 4 of my predecessors stood before me. In anger, I'd torn through the jinjutsu that covered my eye from view, and I saw them with my vision tinted with blood. Danzo Shimura is a dead man. And also an impossible man, because this should not have been possible. I had the crypts locked. There were round-the-clock guards. The 3rd Kazekage, maybe. His body had never been in our custody in the first place. But the rest. No. It shouldn't have been possible. And the fact that it was, meant that something had gone very wrong in Suna. How? I asked. He'd gloat and tell me how he did it. I knew he would. That was the one thing you could trust villains to do. How not? You think yourself so clever. So wise in all your tricks and precautions. But did you ever take a second to consider whether the one you trusted above all else was worthy of that trust? Gaara of the desert. A monster in all but name. Did you really never wonder why a girl with no visible motivations for doing so would strike up such a fast friendship with you? Not once? He asked. His tone was invariably smug. Mabuki, I said without even thinking. She was one of his. Of course, she was. Oh. Is that the name she uses there? I know her as Operative Desert 47. It reeked of it. Self-satisfied smugness and arrogance. Find the caster of this jutsu and make them stop, along with your efforts to get the umbu and whatever else on your side. I've got this, I said to the three behind me. We don't follow your orders, Jiraiya was quick to object, ever the idiot. The only working brain in their dysfunctional trio pulled on his arm and began to walk out of the Hokage building, Naruto by her side. Like I'd let you, Iron Sand reached out to the retreating trio but made no progress as I slapped it aside with an even larger tendril of sand from my gourd. I am to be your opponent, I said, smiling at the four previous Kazekage for a second before turning to Danzo with a straight face. Don't be ridiculous, Gaara. Run Raza was the one to speak this time while I spun out of the way of a series of wind bullets from the first Kazekage. For those who do not know me, I am Gaara of the desert, your successor. 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. I will be returning you to rest, I said to them. Lord 5th, this is a bold attempt and I do agree with Lord 4th here. You are undoubtedly powerful, but to defeat all four of us? Preposterous shaman said, and I just smiled at him. He had no idea the forces at play here. My eyes spun with force for a second before I looked at Danzo. Kamui, I mentally said, snapping his head from his body and sending it to the Kamui dimension. One improvement I noticed between my jutsu and Kakashi's was that I didn't need to spend so much time gathering chakra in my Sharingan to make use of the jutsu. The blessed seal of Theodata did all that for me. Now that the interloper is gone, let us dance. I said to the four of them, and we moved as one. I took pleasure in crashing through the tower with my sand as all four of them chased me down the building. Fighting them in an enclosed space would have been too stupid to countenance. When I reached the bottom floor, I came to a sudden stop and noted that the first Kazekage was the closest to me, being the fastest of the lot. I sent a wave of sand at him that he crashed through. He made a pushing motion at me, and I blocked the invisible blast of wind with a compact sand shield. The Sharingan revealed the tricks of his jutsu to me in moments, and I nodded as I ran right at him before the others could interfere. He was more than happy to engage me in taijutsu, punching at my face, and hitting nothing but air but being forced to move out of the way of my own retaliatory swipe with my blade. Dark Sister hissed through the air as she came close to cutting through his wind armor. His eyes flashed as I set her on fire and made to stab him through the head. A wall of iron sand blocked my attack before it could land, and I smiled before amping my chakra output and rendering the magnetic material inert. I was forced to cross my hands to block a kick that still sent me flying right out of the building. Raza tried to encase my flying form with golden dust, but I ripped through it with my own sand. The second Kazekage ran right at me, and I made a simple choice. He was the biggest danger, so I took him out of the equation. Kamui, I intoned. It was difficult to lock onto his moving form, but his slower speed made it easier than it would have been with the others. To seal off an Edo Tensei creation in the dimension, it wouldn't be enough to take just half their body. I ignored the fists that punched through my chest or iron weapons that stabbed me into the ground, not moving until the second was completely sucked into the Kamui dimension. The other three rushed at me, but I screamed in exertion, and enjoyed watching them fly away from the shockwave caused by the red chakra around me. A full Bijou transformation. I felt Shikaku's crushed mind interact with mine for a second before I more thoroughly pushed him into the back seat. Unlike the last time the Ichibi grazed Konoha, the sand came from within me and not the outside. Sand with black markings that resembled seals as I transformed into the one-tailed demon raccoon with a roar. A giant wind bullet ripped through my newly formed arm. I stared at it for a second. It was comical. How I could tell that something was missing, but not feel it necessarily. My arm was gone. But it was still there. With a flex, the arm returned, creating itself anew. I tilted my head, it was so much bigger now, at the approaching group of 3. I had suspicions when I saw the sand you wielded, but I refused to believe it. To think a beast like this has been allowed to reign as Kazekage. Lord Fourth, what were you thinking to appoint this abomination as your successor? I decided quickly that I did not like the first Kazekage. Sand moved according to my will even faster than before. It rushed at my opponents from all around them. I could see the first form a single-hand sealbird. The encroaching sand was scattered to the winds. It was still within my control, however, and I lacerated their bodies with the thin strands of sand Heath so helpfully created for me. Not all of them. The first wind armor left him unscathed from the attack, and he merely scowled in my direction before weaving another seal. I reached out to the wind bullet rushing my way and commanded it to dissolve before it could hit me. Shukaku was the desert. Not just the sand beneath it but the winds that stirred the sand as well. The look on the first face brought no end to my amusement. That is my son, Lord First. A Jinchuriki who dominates the power of the Ichibi. To think that you have attained such power, Gaara. I was right in the end, he said with what seemed to be a proud smile on my face. If I were more naive, I'd think the pride was directed my way, based on my achievements or whatever. But I knew Raza. His journals had given me an unmatched insight into his mind. I knew all he felt was pride in himself for choosing to do what he did. Sacrifice his wife and unborn child's future out of a misplaced sense of village loyalty. Regardless of his words, though, he lifted his hands and commanded a massive amount of golden dust to raise itself from the ground. Massive, but not nearly as much as he had used to defeat Shukaku according to the Tanuki's memories. It made sense, however. Where would Danzo and his tools manage to find and sneak out that much golden dust? This was probably all the dust Mabuki had been able to steal without rousing my suspicions. The thought still brought no small amount of rage to my mind. I was no longer seeing red like before, but there would be a reckoning, I knew. And beneath the anger, I knew, was fear. I'd left Mabuki with administrative control of the village. Chio was the one nominally in charge, but Mabuki basically had carte blanche. I'd given Danzo's tool the keys to my village. Oh, what a fool I'd been. I felt the gold dust sink into my sandy body and begin to weigh me down. Even with the volume he had at his disposal, Raza could still be problematic. Or at least he would have been problematic if all his techniques were not known to me. I weaved my chakra through and around his. I strangled his hold on the golden dust and destroyed it with my own magnet release. The Sharingan was one hell of a tool. I shifted the golden dust around my form, adding veins of gold to my body to make for an even more intimidating appearance. You all left journals behind. Do you think there are any techniques known to you that are not useless before me? I said to them. It wasn't an idle boast. The first attempt to catch me with another wind jutsu was ignored as I tore the jutsu apart before it had even fully left me. There was a reason the second had been the one who I had sent into the Kamui dimension. He was the most dangerous of them all. And maybe he'd fuck with Obito a bit on my behalf. I felt a huge mass of iron sand sink into my side. Do you not learn anything? I asked with a sneer that must have been truly ferocious on my new face. The iron joined the gold. I had the magnet released just as the rest of them did. But mine was stronger. I had more chakra, and the benefit of a Sharingan to aid in welding it. I commanded my sand arms to reach for them again, and this time only Kage 1 and 3 were able to dodge in time. Raza was a hair's breadth too slow, and I caught him in my grip. He breathed in and spat out a highly compressed blade of water aimed at my head. What head? The attack hit nothing but air. I reformed my head with a nasty smile and took pleasure in tossing Raza into my mouth. I chewed him and swallowed, using Shukaku's natural Fuinjutsu script to inscribe a seal on my stomach. A simple seal, but more than enough to keep him out of trouble with no one able to interfere. The other two tried a pincer attack. I ignored the first as I tore every jutsu he sent apart without even looking at him. The iron sand third sent at me was matched with my own combination of extremely dense sand, golden dust, and iron sand. Needless to say, I won. I wrapped him up in a seal of his own and tossed him into my stomach. And then it was time for the first. Your greatest claim to fame is defeating the Shukaku. You are nothing compared to me, I said to him before I tore apart his wind armor by overpowering his chakra with a flex of will and then swallowed his awestruck body. With all three of them sealed, I brought them out of my stomach with a quick vomit, and then formed more elaborate seals on them before the temporary ones could dissolve. This time, I decided to grace Konoha with another Grand Saiyan mausoleum, but this time, I did it right over the ruins of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade would have to pay quite a hefty price to get me to move any of them. I took a second to admire my form before I deactivated the transformation, feeling the sand flow right back into my seal as the gold dust and iron sand fell to the floor around me. The transition took only a few seconds, and I enjoyed being at a more normal size for a second before I felt my body freeze in place. Interesting. I could not move my body at all. It was like there was something hijacking the connection between my brain and my body. It was not physically restraining my body, just making it impossible for me to move. So this was the Nara Shadow Possession Jutsu. Well done, Shikamaru. I heard a voice that I'd hoped never to hear again. The man walked out from the shadows and came face to face with me. Gaara of the Desert. Such a powerful Jinchuriki. You will be an excellent addition to Konoha's strength, he said, and took out a seal brush and ink to begin drawing seals on me. I would have scoffed if I had the control over my body to do that much. Still, I could feel the jutsu. I could feel the use of yin energy. I began to cycle my chakra flow and work on breaking the jutsu. He is fighting my hold, Danzo-sama, the boy said. And then I felt the jutsu deactivate. I wasted no time. With a single swing, I separated Danzo's head from his body. I turned to look at the pineapple-haired boy. There was a strange intelligence in his eyes. Dangerous. I hadn't broken that jutsu. He'd released me. And not just that, he'd made certain Danzo was well in the process of working his craft before he distracted the man with the false warning, and then he released me in the perfect position to kill the man. Cage side? I could appreciate the concept, at least. I ran for his brother's life. He ran faster than he'd ever had before. He took his lightning armor to its second stage, and even past that to the stage B had helped him create. The third stage of the lightning armor. All to cover the distance between the disputed islands and Kumovikure. His shinobi were nowhere to be seen. He lost them with his speed a long time ago. He knew how this must have looked to them. To be abandoned by their Kage for another. But B was not just his brother. B was the Cloud's single greatest military asset. Only 3 villages still had Jinchuriki, and of them, B was the most powerful and experienced. He was a massive part of Kumo's poised dominance for the future, and I could not lose that. In the face of that kind of consideration, everyone, even I himself, was expendable. B had to remain safe. Had to remain to cement Kumo's strength and position at the top. And then the thought came that he should not be worried, and that B was stronger than even him, so what use would he be in this coming fight? He scowled at the suggestion. It was wrong. There were 9 members of the Akatsuki, their intelligence had taught him. Each of them was S-ranked in strength. That was enough concentrated power to tear down a country. That was enough strength to bring even B to his knees if he had to fight them all at the same time. Threats like Clankular Itachi and the tailed beast could not be brushed aside as minor considerations. Even worse, there was still the unknown leader. The one who had brought all those monsters together and kept them on a leash. That was the figure I truly feared. He would not allow his brother face a person like that alone. He heard a faint sound behind him. Like that of a cannon going off, but he ignored it. He had only one focus now, and he was reaching it. The mountains that marked the village hidden in the clouds came into view, but they did not bring him the peace and joy they normally did. He was heading straight to Unreikyo. He arrived with a clap of thunder and thanked the heavens that lightning armor allowed his brain to operate as quickly as his body moved. He took stock of everything around him. The 4 shinobi surrounding his brother's form and erupted into motion. He jumped right at the one with the mask, but felt his fist hit nothing but air where there should have been a masked head. He passed through the man's body. Jinjutsu? No. His chakra network wasn't the slightest bit disturbed, and his chakra armor should have made Jinjutsu impossible in the first instance. It did not matter. There was no lack of targets before him. He could see the traitor right there. Die! He screamed too quickly for any ears but theirs to comprehend as he noticed the boy in the lesser lightning armor that Darui's insanity had allowed him to learn. He thought himself Ice equal and dared to move to match him in battle. Ice's first punch shattered his guard instantly. What a fool! To challenge a stage 3 lightning armor with this disgrace was an insult. He did not allow him to retreat, choosing to grab him by the black and red cloak he wore and pull his body closer. In the same motion, Ice's other arm was stretched out, and he blurred into the collision. Lariat the traitor folded into the attack and fell to the floor. Wounded but not dead. I would fix that. The others moved in pitiful slow motion. The needles one shot at him failed to so much as pierce his armor. In this state, he was more lightning than armor. And he proved it. He picked up the traitor by the throat and took great pleasure in funneling pure lightning release chakra into the brat's body. The screams were beautiful. When his skin had darkened to the point we could have passed for cousins, I tossed him over his shoulder with a smirk. His arrival had given B a reprieve from the situation, which he could tell had been continuously deteriorating. Another of them, the puppeteer, was killed instantly, crushed between two of Gyuki-san's powerful tails. The one in the mask turned to face him and I noticed the red eye floating in his skull. Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi? When did he start wearing a mask? I wondered. Suddenly, there was a rift in space and two men were in front of him. One of which he could recognize. Father? He asked out loud. But no! That was not him. His father was dead. I had seen the body himself. He'd authorized the payment to those greedy rock bastards to get the corpse back at the end of the day. Besides, that body was not his father's. There were marks running through it. Almost like it was made of cloth that did not fit quite right. Despite all that, however, when the body rushed at him, it was with the lightning armor. He answered the challenge and crashed into the imposter at the midpoint. Crashed with all the momentum moving his large body against the fake, and yet he was the one being tossed backwards. B's tails rushed for the fake but failed to grab hold as his father's imposter rushed at I. I punched out, intending to end the fight quickly. The facsimile of his father's armor did not budge. Almost as sturdy as the real thing, then. Another punch from this fake threw I into the steps of the temple, and he looked up to see a pose he never expected to see in his life again. A flat palm staring at him before it began to fold. Only one outstretched finger remained. One-fingered hell stab. Who was this who thought they could replicate his father's jutsu? Who dared? He scowled and increased the output of his armor again. He went beyond the peak he'd hit before, empowered by his rage. He crossed the space between them faster than his enhanced brain could fully process. He stabbed into the imposter's chest with a savage grin. He felt the body give before him, but only for a second. The next second, he felt nothing but a hand poking out from his back. He looked down to see the imposter's hand going into his chest with half of its body missing. How? That would be the last question he ever asked. His strength quickly left him. He took a step backwards, and then another. When his body hit the ground, he did not feel it. The last thing he ever heard was his brother's raged scream. And so I, the fourth Reikage of Kumogakure, breathed his last. His brother soon followed suit. Chapter 54, To defeat Danzo, two things had to be done. 1. The man himself had to die. 2. Those loyal to him had to be either killed or co-opted. With what she had come to learn about how Danzo trained his operatives, she was forced to accept that the latter was not much of an option when it came to them. And then there was another group of people who would have to deal with to secure Danzo's fall. The elders. Sarutobi-sensei's teammates. Those old fucks had been part of the reason Danzo's rise in Konoha had been so smooth, and she had no doubts that they were fundamentally supporting his rule. That was why Orochimaru had been dispatched to deal with them. Even with their age, they had still been students of the second Hokage, so SH hoped he exercised an acceptable level of caution when it came to dealing with them. But that was beside the point. She leaned out of the way of a blade that tried to separate her head from her shoulders and stepped into the wielder's guard before lashing out with a punch. She felt bones give way before her fist as the man was sent flying backwards, dead. Her, Jiraiya, and Naruto, against a collection of well-trained secret operatives beneath Konoha. It wasn't even close to a fair fight. She spied Jiraiya and his student out of the corner of her eyes as one used his white mane technique to wield his hair like a club, bludgeoning everyone who got close. The other weaved seals continuously to deal with everyone who attempted to attack them from a distance. She didn't trust Orochimaru farther than she could throw him, but she had to recognize that he was a far better teacher than most gave him credit for. He'd turned the brat into something of a ninjutsu powerhouse. She felt someone drop to the ground before her and leaned out of the way of the gentle fist strikes the boy sent her way before she attempted to punch down at him. He jumped backwards in time to dodge, but she followed through with the movement and slammed her fist into the ground, sending those who had been trying to surround her flying off their feet. I am Hyuga Niji. I will be your opponent. She almost scoffed at the idiot. It pained her to see one so young brought in on Danzo's mess. You are dead. Nothing more, nothing less, she replied to him. Instead of waiting for him to come at her, she covered the distance between them in less time than it would have taken him to blink, and then grabbed a hold of his head with his palm. The next to come at her was forced backwards as she used the Hyuga boy as a flail. In her next movement, she snapped the boy's neck and dropped him to the ground, limp. Another came at her with a cloud of insects around him. Aburame. She held her breath a second to ensure that no insects used that way into her, and then drew her chakra upon herself like a shroud. She hardened the shroud like Sensei had taught her to and then covered the distance between her and the masked shinobi. He dodged out of the way of her first punch, but missed the follow-up. They always missed the follow-up. She heard the sound of chirping birds and bent her head just in time to dodge an attack that had been aimed at separating said head from her neck. She stared at the eyes behind the mask. Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke then. She moved to deal with him, but before she could complete her approach, there was someone between her and the boy. Someone infinitely more dangerous. His black cloak with red clouds made him even more recognizable than his gleam-ing red eyes and sharp aristocratic features. Their eyes met for an instant, and she snapped the genjutsu he tried to place her in less than a second. Dangerous, she thought. She ran right at him, and unlike every other man here, he did not move to run from her when she came. Instead, he stood his ground and allowed her to come. Foolish. She lashed out with a punch to his head that he weaved out of the way of, and he retaliated with a kick that she was forced to block with both hands. She grunted at the impact. He had to have a good grasp of chakra enhancement because there was no way this wisp of a man was strong enough to kick like that. He pulled his leg backwards as she aimed to take advantage of the fact that his balance was off. One leg in the air was no way to fight. 2 punches were sent from her at razor speeds. Both were dodged as he completed his lean backwards and turned it into a backflip. As he flew through the air, he sent a series of shuriken at her. Stomping the ground with her feet forced a wedge of stone to cover her form and absorb the attack. She took 2 deep breaths and jumped around the stone wall she'd made. She formed a single-hand seal as she noticed him weave a few of his own. His great fireball traveled across the space between them with impressive speed, but she needed her chakra just as Uncle Tobarama had taught her all those decades ago. Water release, water bullet. The water release technique was smaller than the fire release jutsu as she did not have a strong affinity for the element. It mattered little, however. It was enough to force a path through the fireball for her to run through, and run through she did. They clashed in taijutsu again. This time he was the first to attack. A kunai held in his right hand failed to stab into her shoulder as she leaned out of the way of the attack. The same kunai almost cut a line through her neck, but she was quick enough to punch at him and force him to abandon the attack with his dodge. He jumped backwards, and this time she followed instantly. Jumping into the air, she lifted one of her legs and brought it down first. Instead of dodging out of the way, he crossed his arms. She smirked. The fool was dead. She felt her leg make contact, but unlike what she expected, there was no reaction. She used his arms as leverage to turn her motion into a backflip to avoid the small but sealess fireball he sent her way. She noted the cracks moving along the floor with a scowl. He'd redirected her chakra at the point of impact and funneled it down into the ground. Dangerous. She sensed a massive buildup of chakra to her side and turned to see Jiraiya running at her with his student wrapped in his mane. Probably a good idea to run, Haim, he said to her, and she looked behind him to see a massive tidal wave of water making its way to them. A tidal wave being ridden by a recognizable blue-skinned man with a very recognizable blade in his grasp. Of course, they moved in groups of 2. She joined Jiraiya in his run as they sought a way out of the root tunnel. That much water down here could drown them if they weren't careful. Left, right, they ran down the hallways chased by the water. Instead of reducing as they went further, it felt like the water mass was increasing. And not just that, it was gaining on them. She scowled and tried to place their position in the village. These tunnels were just repurposed versions of the old evacuation tunnels she had played in as a child. She noted a familiar bit of stone where she had formed 3 marks with her kunai and scowled at the memory before jumping up towards the roof of the tunnel with her fist cocked. She primed her chakra and released it just as she struck the smooth stone above her. Everything above her exploded outward and sunlight raced into the tunnel. She felt herself get caught by Jiraiya's hair before she could fall back into the tunnel as he jumped outside along with her. She heard the water rush down the tunnel, past their previous positions, and nodded to herself. Hopefully, nothing would remain of the markings her younger self had made all those years ago. T+O with a heart around the letters wasn't the kind of thing she wanted to see again. Now on the streets of Konoha, she turned to the left expecting to see the tower she'd spent much of her childhood playing in but was faced with only a giant sand pyramid. That rat bastard, she snarled to herself. And then she heard the sound of an explosion further in the city. It was pure pandemonium. The entire village was in total chaos, and she managed to trace the source of the disturbance to 2 men. 2 men with similar red hair and a seemingly similar lack of regard or care for keeping the village standing. One of them had come here with them and was ostensibly on her side. But she knew that he'd take whatever advantage over their village he could get to cement his village's place at the top of the totem pole. An enemy they had to pretend to be friends with. She hated politics. But she did respect his strength. And so it was strange to watch him engaging another man in taijutsu and for it to seem like the other man was even the one winning. Nagato? She heard Jiraiya ask in shock. Just like her, he was looking at the 2 men. So he recognized the other man. Nagato. She tried to remember where she had heard the name before, but Jiraiya kept talking, this time at a whisper. I know I saw Conan earlier, but for even Nagato to be involved, that means that, he said to himself, trailing off as we watched both men barrel into and through a flat building as they traded powerful blows. The Kazekage was technically superior. Anyone could see the fight and come to that conclusion. But that was proving not to matter as much as Gaara of the desert would have otherwise hoped. The red-haired man, Nagato, was proving to Abe's speed and strength just a shade beyond that of the Kazekage, and even worse for the young leader, he had to deal with a body that shifted without notice. Where the man once had a hand, now appeared a cannon, and Gaara did not even flinch at the transition, almost seeming used to it. The cannon fired off at him, and he merely tilted his head to allow the attack pass him by and continue on to tear through both buildings that were behind him. After that interruption, they returned to trading blows. Nagato punched at Gaara, sending him a few feet backwards, and as the sand user ran at the other man, a blade appeared in his hands with nary emotion. Not a blade she recognized, so the silver lining was that it wasn't stolen from them. On the other hand, it was a beautiful and well-crafted, so it was a shame that she wouldn't get to claim it from him. Both of them clashed blades with a ringing sound as Nagato unveiled some sort of metal rod from thin air. She would have continued watching the fight from a distance if not for the disturbance in the air behind her. She turned around and was met face to face with two people dressed in the same black and red cloaks as the one fighting the Kazekage. Akatsuki had come to Konoha, and they had come in force. "Where is Uchiha Itachi?" she asked, noticing that the clan killer had not joined the rest of his cohorts in their journey to the surface. "He has some business to deal with. Will be more than enough to take the Gaki with us," the blue-skinned one replied. Kisame Hashigaki, the tailed beast, she remembered from Jiraiya's briefing. She turned to Jiraiya and found him glaring daggers at the one with purple hair. That was the Conan he had been whispering about, then. She would leave him to handle his personal business on his own. There was no point in her intervening in that. Not when she was about to have her hands full. She just hoped he didn't do anything stupid. Well, they had Naruto with him to handle that. Speaking of apprentices, she hoped her apprentice was dealing with her part of this mission. She leaned forward an inch, and that was the only warning the monster of the mist got to put his blade between himself and her. She pushed off the ground with a precise application of chakra and smashed her fist right into the bandaged blade. "Cha!" she screamed, and increased her force to power through the defense and send both man and sword flying. She turned to her teammate and said, "I'll handle that one." And then she was off, jumping in the air to meet her opponent who had been sent across the village. She found him half buried by the building he'd crashed into, but beyond that, he was relatively unscathed. "That was a good one, old woman," he said, standing up with his grip on the weapon. She just tilted her head to make it clear how little his words had done to impress her. "Really? Old woman?" Of all the insults he could come up with, a dig at her age was just the least inventive thing he could think of. The body in front of her dissolved into water, and then a blade smashed right into her form, tearing it apart to reveal nothing but splinters from her own substitution. He thought himself smarter than he really was. With his position unveiled, she covered the distance separating them in seconds and aimed another punch at him. This one, he managed to dodge. And then he came at her with the blade. Samahata. One of the 7 legendary swords of the mist. She'd never had the pleasure of facing a user of this particular blade, but she was more than familiar with how it worked. She dodged underneath the swipe aimed at her head. Mid-motion, the sword came to a sudden stop and then dropped itself right onto her form. She quickly placed a hand on the ground and pushed herself to the right, allowing the weapon slam down where she had just been. She rolled along the ground for a few meters before stopping her momentum and pushing off the ground to dodge away from a water bullet that carved a line into the stone road. She danced out of the way of the next 2 attacks he sent, and then squatted to avoid a stream of high-pressured water that cut through the building behind her. She really hoped Shizen was doing her job because she'd be pissed if this fight ended up killing even more citizens of Konoha. She reared back her fist and slammed it into the ground, disrupting her opponent's footing. That was all the opening she needed to blitz him and land another powerful punch to his midsection this time. She felt the bones break beneath her feet as he flew off into the distance. She chased further, knowing that things had never and would never be that easy with shinobi of his caliber. She was proven right as she found him waiting for her at the point he'd been tossed to. She spotted the handle of the blade retracting from being wrapped around his hand to the shape of a normal blade handle. So that was how he'd been doing it then. Because she'd known for sure that her first attack had to have done some damage. "You hit hard. Let's see how hard you hit in the water," he said, and then began to ease seals. "Nope," she told herself and then jumped right at him. He abandoned the seals in favor of lifting his sword to block her attack, and then she felt it when her fist impacted the blade. It was like she was suddenly hit with a wave of dizziness. She felt drained. She could feel it in her chakra network. Like half of it was just gone at once. Her opponent smirked, and then brought his sword to bear at her. She jumped backwards. At least, she tried to. She was too slow. A second later, she was on the ground and could feel several weeping wounds all around her body. "For a second there, I'd feared that you were somehow able to resist Samahata's drain. Just needed a second to kick in, I guess," he said with a smirk that she felt the urge to wipe off his face. What was going on? She forced herself to her feet, ignoring the lightheadedness. Surely, the blade couldn't drain that much chakra so quickly. I can already see the thoughts written right on your face. You wonder how it's possible for me to drain your chakra quick like this. I'll tell you, since you're already about to die anyway, Tsunade Senju. They call me the tailed beast for a reason. Even without Samahana, I have enough chakra to compare with a tailed beast. That means that from the day I got her, she has been feeding on my chakra consistently. That gives her one hell of an appetite, you see? Samahana never gets full. But she can get starved. When we first clashed, I hadn't anticipated your power, so I used Samahana in her normal state, and you managed to overpower me. But then I decided to dial things up a notch. You see, since all the chakra in Samahana is mine, I can have her return it at any time. And that makes her very empty, and just at the edge of starving. Bye-bye, Tsunade Senju, he said, walking towards her and raising the sword. She swallowed and forced her body to cooperate with the limited amount of chakra she had. She lifted herself backward on her hands and used them to boost her jump. She landed on her feet and began to rack her mind for a solution. A solution that she wouldn't be getting the time to think up as he ran right at her. She took up her stance and dodged out of the way of the first swipe, and then stepped backwards to avoid the next two. The fourth one was a downward slash that he overextended on. She took the chance, dodged out of the way, and then stepped into his guard before he could bring the sword around. She lashed out with a punch and timed the explosion of her chakra to perfectly coincide with the second her fist landed. Thwack! The punch landed on his chest. Beyond the dull sound, there was nothing to show for it. Samahana came around, intent on encircling her. She looked at the shark-like weapon and jumped upwards to avoid the trap. There was nothing she could think of. No way to avoid the creature's chakra drain. If even his main body could absorb chakra just by virtue of being connected to the sword, then there was no way to fight against him while avoiding the drain. Who says you need to avoid it? A voice in her head that sounded suspiciously like Uncle Tobarama whispered. It was the same voice that helped her come up with all her best plans. Samahana could absorb chakra. Absorb, not nullify. That was important. Kisame Hoshigaki claimed the blade had no limits on its capacity, but she knew that could not be true. Her granduncle was the smartest man to ever exist, and everything he taught her about chakra told her it was impossible. Everything had a maximum. The question now became, would she be able to find it? Kisame said he had the strength of a tailed beast, but she could sense his chakra. Not nearly as much as the 9 tails in Naruto. It was about twice as much as what Naruto had when he was drawing on 4 tails of the 9 tails chakra. Each tail scaled exponentially, so that was only about 6 tails worth of chakra. Did she have that much? Not right now. But in her seal, probably. She'd funneled all her extra chakra every single day for close to 3 decades uninterrupted. She hadn't had to open the seal since the end of the Second War. Thinking of how much time had passed since then almost gave her a headache. Either way, she could feel how much chakra she had in there. More than she'd ever sensed before. Enough? Maybe. It would have to be. He started walking towards her again, and she closed her eyes for a second while forming the ram seal. Strength of 100 seal, released, she intoned. It was like night and day. Jiraiya had asked her once what it felt like. She'd told him that she couldn't have described it to him. It was like being God. It was like being God, and not God at the same time, if that made any sense. She could feel immense power welling up within her. Released all into her body, she had more power in her now than entire tailed beasts, and all that chakra was hers to control and use to her desires. The only problem was that it hurt like a motherfucker. What prevented her from feeling like God was the pain that spread through her body. So much pain. She asked Mito once about it. Why it hurt her, but not the older woman. The answer had enraged her, but she understood it. She was no Uzumaki. Only a quarter of the way there. She had more Senju blood in her than Uzumaki blood, and it showed. It showed in that her body simply wasn't built to hold this much chakra. Any other person would have taken the unspoken warning for what it was and never bothered to open the seal again, but Tsunade had more stubbornness in her than good sense. Enough stubbornness to come up with 1,000 healings. Her greatest jutsu. If only those who honored her knew that the jutsu had originated as nothing but an initial workaround to a problem that the seal's creators had never even foreseen. Someone having enough chakra to use the seal to its peak, but not the body to handle pushing things that far. And so she created a way for the chakra from the seal to be instantly converted to medical chakra within her body and heal every single injury that came from her body trying to tear itself apart with the chakra. Is having more chakra supposed to scare me? She heard his voice, but paid him no heed. Too concentrated on feeling out her body and the way things had changed. More strength than she had ever possessed in her life before. Enough strength to kill the man before her, she was sure. Not going to answer? Then I'll make you. He jumped at her with the sentient weapon leveled at her head. Before, they had been around the same speed. She'd been faster, but not by much. Now, he was just so slow. It felt like she had forever to decide what action to take. She jumped and met him midair. The shock on his face took forever to form. She stopped waiting for it and punched him in the chest. Beyond the physical impact, he did not move. They both landed on the ground. She committed herself to her next course of action with a determined smile. This time, she was the one to move after him. Whatever movement he planned was too slow. Nothing but the decision to move was visible on his face by the time she reached him. She punched him in the chest again. She felt Samahata pull at her chakra. She did not resist. Punch after punch. She lost count after 100, but she was sure he would not have even been able to tell the first dozen apart. That was the speed at which she operated. She felt like a genin again. Executing punch after punch on a wooden post under Sarutobi-sensei's watchful gaze. If he could see her now, she was sure he would be wearing that thin-lipped smile of his. The same one he wore when he saw them solve a problem in a way that worked, but still wasn't exactly what he would have done. He could probably think up a dozen ways to have defeated this particular enemy without resorting to such brutishness. But she wasn't him. Her arsenal was much more limited than his. This was her only resort. Chakra absorption meant that no part of her admittedly shallow ninjutsu repertoire would be any use against him. It also meant that her strength would fail against him, no matter how it was applied. Perhaps a decade or two ago, she might have risked facing him in taijutsu bereft of chakra enhancement, but she was being realistic here, and those days were far behind her. And that did not even take the healing factor the blade enabled into account. Her first plan of just tossing rocks at him until she managed to kill him with a shot would have failed. Both because of the healing factor, and the fact that this man was also a skilled shinobi in and of himself. He was not a mediocre with only a single trick to his name. He was S-ranked in every meaning of the world. It took 600 punches for her to begin to feel that the blade's rate of absorption had begun to slow. It was nigh unnoticeable, but she was keeping a careful eye on her chakra, and her nature as a medical nin made it easier for her to notice such things. It wasn't definitive proof that her plan had any chance of succeeding, but it was enough. Enough to add more resolve to her punches. She felt the next 1,000 punches land before she noted that the chakra from her seal had reduced to just a quarter of what it once was. And where before Kisame had relaxedly taken every punch with a smirk, she could now see his struggle to escape her. That was another sign. "What are you doing, woman?" She heard his voice. It was panicked. She saw him about to form a seal with one of his hands. "No!" she commanded. Without even completely intending it, she reached out with one hand and grabbed hold of the hand that was not holding onto the blade. She felt the blade struggle to pull at her chakra, to drain her. Pathetic. She crushed the hand in her grip in one squeeze. "Enjoying the way the bones felt as they turned to nothing but powder beneath my grip." The sword tried to flood him with chakra to heal him. She wondered if it could do both. Absorb chakra and heal at the same time. It started, and she maintained her grip on his crushed hand, using it to drag him closer to her and unloaded a full power punch into his chest. She felt it now. Only part of the chakra in that punch had been absorbed. Not all of it. The sword was failing. She punched again. Same effect. And again. She felt bones break and repair beneath her fists, but the speed was nothing to write home about. Nothing when compared to her mitotic regeneration. She punched again. That one landed. Fully. She heard a strange sound and looked to see the sword audibly groaning on the floor. It had separated itself from its master. She turned to him. He was so racked with pain that he was barely even conscious. With a heaving punch, she tore his head from his shoulders. Chapter 55. Have fun with this, and also, in case you haven't checked out my other story, 1000 Hands, then please do so. It's set in the Naruto universe as well and is an SI into an OC grandson of Hashirama with a Hyuga mother. I guarantee you'll love it. Gaara of the desert, Jinchuriki of the Ichibi no Tanuki. I looked around me, counting the people who surrounded me. Not people necessarily. I'd hesitate to use that word to refer to the glorified puppets that were the 6 paths of pain. It was an impressive jutsu, yes. Even more so to people like me who understood just how puppeteering worked. At least Suna puppet control. He could use this jutsu of his from miles away. No chakra strings, no way to get access to him unless you had Sage Mode as on your side. Jujutsu were just fucking cheating, man. I looked between the animated corpses, counting them. 5. That means one was missing. One with a power that I wouldn't know. I knew the one in the center was Tendo, but that was as much as I remembered from the anime. Wasn't the one who summoned shit a woman? They all seemed to be male to my eyes. Was that the one missing? The bald one. That was Shirato, right? I remembered the panel of him opening his head to fire some powerful cannon from the series, so that had to be him. Was Jigakudo long-haired or short-haired? And Nintendo? What about Gakido? There was no way for me to tell without fighting them and finding out. I turned to the boy beside me, and noticed him slowly inching his way, so he was hiding behind my form. Smart. I wasn't about to let him get killed. I'd quite liked his character from the anime, and I liked the way he betrayed his Kage. Something about the plan just reminded me of myself. Surrender yourself to me, for pain has come for you. All voices spoke as one. Creepy. Do people normally get scared when you do that? I asked with mirth in my voice. This was fine. This was perfectly fine. Pain was a threat I'd spent years worrying about. In a lot of ways, I'd spent more time worrying about him than Madara. I had 1,000,001 plans ready for the second he showed himself through these puppets of his. I could deal with him. I just had to find the last one. I summoned Dark Sister to my grip with a single movement and smiled at the silence my words caused. Do you think yourself amusing, Aunt? Tendo asked alone this time. Not really. I just find this entire thing very comedic. There's a bug I'm chasing, but I can spare the time to deal with you first. So which one of you will feel my blade first? I pointed my sword right at Yahiko's body when I said that. I felt very confident about this fight. I'd finally figured it out a month ago. The seal that made this entire thing a formality of a fight. And then I had both Senjutsu and Bijou mode to lean into if the seal failed. I doubted it was likely. The only reason I wasn't already attacking was that I needed the 6th one to show up. Either that, or I needed to know for certain what each of them did. If the 6th one turned out to be the Naraka path, Jigakudo, then all my efforts could wind up being for nothing because he'd be able to bring the rest of them back to life in virtually no time. You will die for your impudence. Normally, this is only a duty to me, but I will enjoy ripping the tailed beast from your body. Tendo said, and the rest of them moved in on the attack. First things first, I turned behind me and pushed Shikamaru away, sending his body flying into my sand mausoleum that stood where the Hokage Tower once did. Sand from my gourd poured over his position to hide and protect him. The one from the left reached me first. I bent down to avoid a powerful punch. When I rose, it was with the intention of slicing through his hand with my blade, but the hand of the large bald man transformed into a blade that clanged against my own. Shirado. It was good to have confirmation. I jumped backwards to prevent being pincered as the next one appeared on the scene with a metal rod in hand. The metal rods could mess up chakra control, I remembered. Good thing I wasn't planning on getting stabbed by them in the first place. I reached out to some iron sand around me and forced the mass to slam into both of them as they jumped at me. One of them placed a hand on the sand, and I felt my control over it disappear as it collapsed into a useless clump on the floor. Gakido. 2 down, I thought to myself. I ran at Gakido directly. He would be annoying since most of my arsenal was ninjutsu, and he was the one who could make all of that useless. Another one jumped and landed between me and Gakido, slamming its hands on the floor. The rhino with purple ringed eyes appeared in a puff of smoke and wasted no time in running right at me. I jumped in the air for a second or so, allowing the beast's charge to miss, before I stopped myself and landed right on its head. Funneling chakra into Dark Sister, I stabbed down with the blade, allowing wind chakra flow to extend it far enough for it to go straight through the creature's entire brain. I pulled the blade out, deactivating the wind flow as the rhino began to fall to its death. Another puff of smoke appeared, but this time I dove right in the middle of the dog's 2 heads, allowing them to snap at thin air as they failed to get at me before I was in front of Chikishoto. The body jumped backwards, and I feigned chasing it before suddenly shifting my lower body into sand and allowing to carry me past the animal path and right at my target. Gakido swiped at me with his black rod, and I blocked with Dark Sister, before making a single movement Dragon had taught, using the blade to disarm him of his own. Pain had clearly failed to study Kenjutsu properly. I moved before any of them could interfere and rushed it with a flood of chakra-enhanced speed. In less than a second, Dark Sister was in his skull. You know more about my technique than you should, Tendo spoke now. There was a malice in his tone that wasn't there previously. He was pissed to see one of his own killed so easily. The others swarmed me to force me away from the body, but I covered it in sand as I jumped backwards with it. They landed at my previous position. Universal pull, Tendo said with an outstretched hand. I felt it then. An irresistible force pulling me towards him. Me and the sand coffin containing one of his most useful paths. I flooded my body with Shukaku's chakra and manifested his seal around my arm before I slammed them on the sand coffin as it flew towards him. As for myself, I wrapped my entire lower body in hyperdense sand that didn't let me move an inch. Suddenly, one body jumped to join the others. Over its shoulder was a familiar old body. I guess I wasn't the only one out for Danzo. With that question answered, there now stood 5 of them before me. Pain stared at the sand coffin containing one of his bodies, careful not to touch it. Too careful. Too cautious. I guess Zetsu had been watching me for a while. Shame. I made the thing explode either way. When the smoke cleared, I was unsurprised to find the rest of the path standing unscathed before me. All 5 remaining ones. I will enjoy finding out where you got the information you have, Tendo spoke, and I smiled. Chikushudo slammed its palms on the ground again, summoning both a giant panda and a centipede at once. The panda hung back, while both the centipede and dog charged at me. I could remember from the anime that the dog had some Hydra-like power. I just couldn't tell whether that related to splitting its body or its head if it was damaged. It didn't matter either way. I would just deal with so thoroughly that neither would be an option. Without even moving, I commanded the sand all around me to rise in one big wave that threatened to swallow both creatures and then envelope the rest of the paths. I felt the sand scatter to the winds against my will in the face of Tendo's almighty push. But that didn't matter. His technique had a cooldown. Mine didn't. My sand was too scattered to gather before they would be upon me, but thankfully my dear father had been kind enough to leave behind an appropriate amount of golden dust. Enough golden dust to encase both creatures completely. I clenched my fists, intoning out loud, magnet release, golden shower, golden dust squeezed in on itself, crushing both creatures back to the summoning realm. I wasn't going to let the other paths of pain get at me, as I just made a cross symbol with my hands. 2 shadow clones formed behind me, and then they both jumped away. Whatever aid you summon will share your fate, Gaara of the desert. You are a powerful shinobi, but you remain just that. A shinobi. I myself am a god, he said grandiosely. The anime really understated how much Pain enjoyed hearing the sound of his own voice. I reached into my seal for Shukaku, to find that he had gathered a sufficient amount of nature energy, and then I did it. I allowed the natural energy flow into my body in the only form in which I could use it. I wasn't a sage. Far from it, in fact. But that didn't mean that I couldn't use Senjutsu or Sage Mode itself. The idea came from Orochimaru and his cursed seals. Shukaku was the originator of cursed seals in general, either way. So I had him gather nature energy for me. When I'd first tried just introducing that energy to my system and then consciously balancing it out with my own chakra to form Senjutsu chakra, I'd failed woefully and almost got myself killed. In the end, I decided that it was too risky to attempt to learn it with the time I had, so I allowed Shukaku to balance the nature energy with his own chakra to create Senjutsu chakra, and then that chakra was what was pumped into my bloodstream. It took all my stats to a previously unseen level, removing most of my limits, and making me more powerful than I'd ever felt. It was even better than taking Shukaku's power into myself and executing a Bijou transformation. And in my own admittedly biased opinion, it made me the coolest looking sage out there. The same curse marks that covered Shukaku's form now covered mine. They contrasted heavily with my pale skin and red hair. And then my eyes. The right one turned from teal into a bright yellow that I knew would glow in the dark. While my left eye remained with the Sharingan in the center, but it saw itself brighten just a shade or two, and it gained an additional tomo. One that looked like a curse mark. Transformation complete, I could feel Pain's movements without even looking at him. I could feel the plan he was forming to tighten the noose around my head. I reached up and caught the punch aimed at my head by Shirato. He strained against my grip, but I did not allow him to budge. I dragged him into me and lashed out with a devastating headbutt. A headbutt he met with glee. His body strained before my strength, but he was doing a good job of holding on for the ride. 2 more arms formed at his side and punched into my face quicker than I could react. The punches met a brick wall. I didn't budge with Senjutsu enhanced durability. I lashed out with a return punch of my own, enjoying the feeling of bone cracking beneath my fist. The hands in front of my face began shifting into cannons. I felt another path running towards me with an outstretched arm, thoroughly covering my only viable path of retreat. Good thing I wouldn't need to be retreating in the end. I couldn't sustain Sage Mode while shifting my form into sand for some reason, so I had to pick a solution different from my first instinct. In fact, I ended up going with the option I almost never chose when it came to Taijutsu overwhelming force. I just wasn't strong enough against most opponents to risk it. Now, I was. I slammed my head into his. Once, and then twice. He stumbled backwards and I used the opportunity to separate our hands and allowed Dark Sister appear in my left hand. I split the first cannon in twain as he leveled it at me, and for the second, I pretended to be caught by surprise and allowed him to fire. Of course, there was no discharge from the cannon. It was completely blocked by iron sand. The arm and much of Shirato's midsection blew up from the accumulated power. Thanks for the idea, Shino. I thought with a laugh before I pressed in to take advantage of my position against Shirato. It jumped backwards, allowing the panda to cover its retreat by smashing down on my position with a giant hardened punch. A punch that I caught above me. Sage strength was no joke. It felt like I could lift the panda. And I did. I grabbed a hold of its knuckle, and instead of merely stopping his punch from landing, I heaved and tossed him into the air. I weaved 2 hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind release, sand buckshot. My sand ripped through the panda, enhanced by wind release, to the point that it just ignored the creature's hardened skin and sent it back to the summoning realm. I felt it then. The second the barrier went up. I also had proof of it from one of my clones, who popped to send the message back to me. The effect was almost instant. All 5 surviving paths of pain froze in place. They didn't move. and one by one, they fell to the floor. Not keen on wasting time to find out what Nagato would do after losing touch with all his paths, I walked up to one and plucked out the black rod in its nose. I would keep that for sensing Nagato later. With that done, I got to work on preparing them for sealing. I'd prepared a special kind of storage seal that rejected all intrusion of external chakra once it was active. Instead, the scroll had a timer set for 72 hours and would release whatever it contained once that time was up. That meant there was no way Nagato would be able to interface with them while they were sealed. In 72 hours, I'd be back in Suna and Nagato would be very dead. It was just the way of things. I had my final clone drop the barrier once I finished sealing the bodies up. I also took custody of Danzo's body as well. There were still a few intact Sharingan on that body, so Pain had somehow managed to kill him without Izanagi coming into play. That meant I had a few Sharingan in my custody, as well as Shursui Uchiha's Manjikyu Sharingan and Hashirama cells on top of that. I'd come out the undisputed winner of this whole mess. Now I just had to find Nagato and pluck the Rinnegan from his skull before seeking whatever poor fool Danzo saddled with Edo Tensei, killing them, and then putting Orochimaru down for good to bring this entire mess to an end. A perfect ending. I walked out of the range the barrier had once covered, heading towards the outskirts of the village to begin tracking down Nagato. At least that was the plan. The second I jumped into the air, I felt something slam into me. Something large. And definitely invisible. I allowed the force push me to the ground, and reached out for the invisible creature with my sand. With a hold on it, I did not foresee its mouth opening and a red-haired man jumping out with a black rod aimed at my heart. Sage mode still gave me ample time to react, however, and Dark Sister met the rod in a clash of sparks. Whatever chakra I tried funneling into her to increase her cutting power failed to find purchase against whatever strange metal then rod was made up of. My eyes met his. The purple ring gaze of the Rinnegan was narrowed as Nagato looked at me with visible irritation. Like I was a persistent stain on his boot that he couldn't find a way to get rid of. You killed my paths. Some sort of barrier seal that prevented chakra from entering into it. That means you knew how my technique worked. With no idea of anything, you knew enough to defeat my technique. And just now, you were surprised to see me. Not surprised to see me in general, but to see me healthy and attacking you. You knew of my former state. Your eyes give you away. No lies can survive the gaze of God. Tell me, Sabaku no Gaara, was it Madara who prepared you to face me? What? He wasn't joking. I could tell from his face that he was actually serious about the question, and that was the fact that made me laugh out loud. A fact that did not please him at all. Lips pressed into a thin grimace, he raised one hand right at me. He didn't utter the words, but I felt like my entire body had just been swatted like a fly by a fly swatter as I was thrown backwards by the gravitational force of the Rinnegan's Deva path. I flew through building after building as much of my surroundings were similarly battered. Nothing managed to penetrate my skin thanks to Sage-enhanced durability, but it was one hell of a trip. When I finally came to stop, I found him looking at me from above. He was just floating in the air there. I'd actually forgotten that the bastard could fly. The thought of standing up did not cross my mind before he pointed his hand at me again. This time, the force was much more effective, pushing me deeper and deeper into the ground. Basically forming a crater out of my body with me at the very epicenter. How annoying. After the attack had finally run its course, I wasted no time in getting the hell out of Dodge and jumping out of the crater. I remembered the detail from the anime. 5, 4, 3. I tried to count in my head, but I suddenly felt a force pulling me right at him. The fuck? I still had 2 seconds. I twisted in position. At least his gravity powers allowed me to do that much, and brought Dark Sister to bear. The blade flashed out once I reached him, but he leaned out of the way, allowing me to pass him by and activated another almighty push, sending me to the ground once more. Fuck. Fuck everything. At least, this time, I could tell the attack was much weaker. I rolled out of the way of a follow-up and sent 2 shuriken from my inventory towards his eyes. A single hand seal turned 2 shuriken into dozens. He flipped his hand out again and sent the shuriken flying back where they'd come. That was what I was waiting for. I jumped through the hail, trusting Sage Mode to prevent me from getting hurt, and got close enough to him that I was able to see his eyes widen in shock. It mattered little, however, because he raised a hand. Surely, almighty push, couldn't be spammed like that. I was right, in the end. But I failed to consider that he had half a dozen other powers to choose from. His arm became a fucking missile launcher. Fuck me. Sand poured from my inventory, covering me entirely and shielding me from the explosions. I sent the same sand reaching for him, careful to avoid his grasping hands, but he just almighty pushed everything away with his Deva Path power. That was the most annoying ability he had. It hadn't given me a second to think. A second to even panic about how the fuck he was somehow fully healed and how I'd caused that to happen. I decided to blame Danzo in the end. Everything was Danzo's fault, one way or another. I pulled more sand out of my inventory. I made a platform to stand on since I couldn't transform in Sage Mode for some reason, and I sent more and more sand at Nagato. Whatever he did, more sand came. He summoned a crane since his powers only allowed him to float but not fly and maneuver. He dodged out of the way of the sand, and when it got too close, he pushed everything away. The only problem was that it only took me a few seconds to get the sand back. And even worse for him, his pushes were getting weaker. It couldn't be a chakra thing, I knew. So it had to be some sort of hard cap on the power. I could tell when he finally crossed the threshold between irritated and pissed. He stopped using his gravity powers and instead focused on the crane, trying to get it to outfly my grasping tendrils. Foolish. I had sand aplenty. And thanks to some things I'd learned about magnet release and how it related to my own powers, I could drop the density of my sand as I wished to make it move even faster. I even had Inoki's super heavyweight boulder technique to help. I kept a hand on my platform and made sure that I had contact with the sand chasing him. It all flowed from my inventory into the platform and then separated in 2 large masses, connected to my platform by separate tendrils that chased him through the sky. Sensing himself getting bogged down, he turned his missile launcher arm towards the approaching sand again. I created pockets within the sand, allowing the sand to swallow and choke down the individual missile heads without sending everything else into a disorganized mess. He transformed his other hand, sending multiple salvos of missiles at me. Kakashi's Sharingan easily tracked each one as they flew through the air and moved my sand in accordance. He stood still for a second as his arm transformed again, and I took the chance. _Kamui_ I aimed to remove his head from his body, but the second the jutsu began, he snapped his eyes right to me and reached towards the origin point of the space-time distortion with one of his hands. I felt the jutsu vanish with a massive chunk of chakra. Kakido. He'd absorbed it somehow. Fuck. I kept my sand chasing him, and finally struck gold. A tendril that I'd split off from one of the 2 large masses latched onto his crane's leg, arresting his momentum. The rest of my sand wasted no time converging on his position. He jumped off the crane and began to fly under his own power. He'd turned his legs into jets that allowed him to fly under his own power. He turned to me and lifted both hands. Every sense I had immediately went haywire. Chapter 56, have fun with this. Also, in case you haven't checked out my other story, 1000 Hands, please do so. It's set in the Naruto universe as well and is an SI into an OC grandson of Hashirama with a Hyuga mother. I guarantee you'll love it. All the sand I had chasing him raced back towards me. I funneled large swathes of my chakra into the sand to increase the density of the ultimate defense magnet release applied to my sand. It allowed me to control the destiny of the material. I was using it liberally. Enhanced in effectiveness by Senjutsu chakra. Even with that, I felt it would not be enough. So I pumped chakra into the sand once more. Inoki's super heavyweight boulder technique came to me easily. The sand now weighed a whole order of magnitude more than it already did. Shinra Tensei, I heard Nagato proclaim. He was aimed at me. Me, and the village behind me. I knew that if I made my shield any larger, then I risked leaving it too thin and risked my own life in the same vein. Konoha would know pain in the same way it had in the other universe. The more things changed, the more they remained the same. I felt the gravitational force of the Almighty push strain against my shield. The irresistible force versus the immovable object. What happens when they clash? I wondered. It seemed I was going to find that out now. It pushed, and pushed, and pushed some more. I strained, maintaining the shield. I couldn't see Nagato. I had no idea what he was going through now. But I could see the village behind me. Everything had been pushed away by Nagato's singular attack. Where once was a village, now was a crater. Most of the stronger shinobi had survived, but most of the village's infrastructure was gone. I had done a lot of damage to Konoha. I didn't care much for the village, in truth. But this kind of indiscriminate destruction was senseless. Completely senseless. I felt rage build in my chest. And then the gravitational force gave out. It was spent. I bent my shield around me to give myself a look at the man of the hour and noted that he looked exhausted. Nearly slumped over on himself. Ridiculous. You arrogant fool, my sand reached him this time. What chance did he have of outrunning it? He tried reaching down to drain the chakra from the tendril around his leg. A fool. I commanded the sand to begin spinning him around the sky. And then I slammed him into the ground. Right at the center of the crater that had once been a village. This is senseless. This kind of destruction. Wasteful. Achieves no purpose. That is what you are. He picked himself from the ground. I walked up to him. He tried a punch. Foolish. I leaned out of the way and kicked him in the stomach. Too slow. You think yourself some sort of great liberator. Some chosen one. But you are nothing, I said. He tried to pick himself up. Already on his arms and knees. I ran forward and kicked him in the stomach, making him fly for a second or two before he crashed into the earth again. This time, he prioritized taking me down. He pointed an arm at me. An arm turned into a plasma cannon. I watched him charge up the attack for a second before I grabbed the arm with my sand and crushed it. He screamed. I enjoyed that sound. His screaming. What have you done with your life, huh? What has your life's mission been? Nothing useful. You sought the tailed beasts. You thought you could use them to power a weapon so powerful that you'd create world peace by using it once. What a fool you have been, Nagato. I reached him again. I picked him up by his Akatsuki cloak. He sprung his trap, growing a hand from his chest to grab at him. Sand was in the way. Before he could absorb the chakra in the sand, I threw him to the side again. You think you have any idea what the Gedomazu is? You think you were chosen with those eyes of yours? Newsflash, boy, those eyes were never yours. He looked up at me. He didn't believe me. Fool. Never yours, Nagato. Those eyes belonged to Madara Uchiha. He implanted them in you as a baby and expected you to use them to achieve his goals and then bring him to life with the rebirth. You thought yourself a player in the great game, Nagato. But trust me, you are nothing more than a pawn. And I'll be taking those eyes. I said. He realized the threat in my voice and began to crawl backwards. Trying to run? From me? How disgraceful. Are you not Pain of the Akatsuki? Let me show you a thing or two about pain. My sand grabbed a hold of him, keeping him mummified. I thickened the sand by several layers. He could absorb the first few layers, but there had to be a limit. And even if there wasn't, I had enough time to get this done. Please move and scream as much as possible. This will hurt, I promise. My hand glowed a malicious purple as I commanded the Senjutsu chakra running through my Tenketsu to form a chakra scalpel. I walked forward. I hadn't even reached him when he began to quiver. He knew I had him. I'd have expected you to face your end with more dignity. How disgraceful, Nagato, I scolded with a laugh. He struggled and strained against the sand. He was absorbing the chakra, but not fast enough. I placed one hand around his chin to hold his head still. Next, I struck with my left hand. The Rinnegan was about to become mine. Everything. Nothing. No opposition would matter after all this. But instead of soft flesh, I felt my hand gripping nothing. There was a chain around my elbow, I noticed distantly. Distantly because it was deadening my chakra. Not draining it, just not letting me use it. Leave cousin Nagato alone, you monster. The words had come from the same woman the chains were connected to, multiple chains. All around my body, I observed a very familiar red-haired teenager, Karen Uzumaki. So that is how you did it, eh? Nagato? I thought to myself, barely able to feel my body being tossed into the air as she ran past me and right at him. I landed on the ground and rolled for a second or two before coming to a stop. I groaned as I pushed myself off the ground. At least without the adamantium sealing chains on me, I could feel my chakra again. I could feel the senjutsu power flowing in through my seal and balancing itself with my own reserves. Reserves that were steadily approaching the point where they would begin to be considered critical. Standing, I looked towards their last known position. It wasn't a surprise to find them enclosed in a barrier. A barrier that was being steadily maintained by a swarm of chains in different positions. I just walked towards it, took out Dark Sister and planted her in the ground before making a chair out of sand for me to watch from. I'd read about this precise technique. I had nothing that could break open the barrier without draining me heavily in turn. A tailed beast bomb would do the trick, but I'd have to drop Sage Mode and also abandon all the Senjutsu chakra Shukaku had been storing on my behalf in order to use the pure tailed beast chakra I needed to pull off the transformation. From what I could tell, her healing had already taken Nagato back to 80% of his max power. He would be at full power by the time I tore down the barrier, so what was the point of exhausting myself in trying to accomplish the futile? After all, what would be the point? They dropped the barrier one way or another at the end of the day. Temari of the desert. She woke up to the sound of explosions. All around her. For a second, she thought she was dreaming. She had to be dreaming. Gaara had seals all over the place. No one could invade Suna. But when she felt her chakra and reality itself, she accepted that it wasn't a dream. And after that, she was off like an arrow from a crossbow. She pushed herself off her bed in a second and only stopped to pick up her fans on her way out of the room. She cared little that she was still in her pajamas. Any who dared attack Suna would find themselves too busy being cut to shreds to comment on her attire. She met Kankuro, also jumping out of his room at the same time as her. They needed to exchange no words as they covered the stairs and the distance to the front door in seconds. Their home was at the center of the village. Gaara had had it built himself. A new home. He claimed that the Kazekage must rule from the middle and could not live at the edges as they had before. The village was also much bigger, so their old home had become part of a market district with all the redesigning that was going on. They came out to a village in chaos. Thanks to Gaara's streetlights, Suna had not known darkness at night for a long time, but this was different. So much of the village was in flames that it was beginning to feel like they were in daytime. With a massive heave, she brought her fans to bear, swiping them at the 3 buildings close to her and releasing a vacuum wave that turned off the fires in front of her. At least that was good. Kankuro's puppets moved across the buildings, bringing out the inhabitants and rescuing them while she marched forwards to find more fires to put out. She trusted that Kankuro would follow behind her the second he could. She rounded the corner of the block and found nearly a whole street on fire. Grimacing at the chakra expenditure she was sure to incur, she pumped her reserves into the fans and swung once more, releasing winds that sucked the oxygen from the flames and killed them instantly. She marched further into the village, and then there was someone in front of her. Gaara's friend, Mabuki. Temari-chan, do you have any idea what's going on? Are we under attack? The girl sounded panicked. Of course she was. She wasn't a real shinobi. A medic who hadn't seen the field in years. Don't worry yourself, Mabuki-san. Everything will be all right. Just stay here and heal whoever you can. I'll continue putting out fires. Temari never asked what the woman was doing on this side of town. Never asked where she'd even appeared from. So intent on helping those in need, she turned her back and began running towards the street's exit to the next danger point. She never even heard Mabuki throw the senbon that was aimed to end her life. Instead, she was forced to turn around once she heard the thunking sound of a needle sinking into wood. She spun around and saw Oni standing right behind her. She jumped backwards for a better view and saw her brother commanding Kaijin to swing his giant cleaver at a dodging Mabuki. "Kankuro, what are you doing?" she shouted towards him. "She tried to toss a senbon in your neck the moment you turned your back." "She's either an imposter or a traitor," he said with more seriousness than she was used to hearing from him. But she could not doubt him. Because how else would Mabuki, who barely managed to pass the Academy's physical tests, be dodging out of the way of one of Kankuro's biggest puppets with such ease? She weaved between two slashes of Kaijin's cleavers as she ran forwards, jumping right at the puppet. Its chest compartment opened itself, unleashing a hail of senbon that ripped through her. A mud clone, Temari realized with disappointment. But that was short-lived, as she soon had bigger problems. There was a kunai at her throat. "Temari!" Kankuro screamed, worried. "Don't move, doll boy, or you'll be the one to explain to Gaara of the desert why his treasured sister is a head shorter when he returns, if he returns, that is." Kankuro stared at the both of them. But he was obediently still. Beyond tilting his head as he watched her be held hostage, he was as still as a statue. She knew he was doing his best to hide his panic. She was terrible at hiding hers, she knew. Mabuki was a traitor. She had betrayed their village and now she was holding her hostage. But in truth it was not her present scenario running through her head. It was the fact that this would break Gaara. Her brother, her Kage. It was not so long ago that he was distant from everything and everyone. It was not too long ago that he did not seem to care about a single thing. But then he'd opened up. Someone had managed to reach him. And now that woman was turning out to be a traitor. Would he even be able to believe them? Mabuki was the one he trusted above all. The one he asked for advice. The one who spoke with his voice as far as the village was concerned, and he was absent. That was what made this entire thing make no sense. Watching Kankuro's fingers so closely, she could see at the moment his pinky finger moved. So could Mabuki, it seemed. It just came down to who was faster. The woman behind her pulled backwards with her kunai, aiming to slit Temari's throat. She managed to break the skin, but just barely. Kankuro's puppet was faster. From beneath them, the ground exploded and they found themselves bundled into the midsection of Kankuro's puppets. With her footing thoroughly ruined, Mabuki was unable to do more than break her skin. She then felt the woman slump behind her. This particular puppet was thoroughly laced with one of Kankuro's more fast-acting poisons. The puppet body opened up and she met the worried eyes of her younger brother. She didn't resist the hug he bundled her into. "The ghost of the Uchihan, nicely done, Kabuto," he said as he used Kamui to appear into the cave. His next words froze in his mouth as he looked at the state of the cave. More particularly, the people in the cave. The man in the red armor was undoubtedly Madara, he knew that for sure. The woman with the red hair was also easy enough to spot as an Uzumaki. And then there were more red-haired men in the cave. Men who were weeding seals. He couldn't spot Kabuto, but his senses knew what a bad situation this was. "Kamui," he tried. For the first time, his Manjiku's ability did not avail him. He tried again. Tried to force space to sunder and take him with it. The Kamui realm was a place he knew more intimately than any other, and for the first time, it had shut its doors to him. The red-haired men were chanting in unison as they weaved more and more seals. Now that he could see them better, he noted the marks that identified them as reanimated shinobi. "Kabuto! What is the meaning of this?" he called out, trying to locate the smarmy boy that had set this trap for him. "Up here, Abito," a voice said. He looked up and found the snake standing atop a familiar clay construct. "Diodara's technique? What have you done?" he asked, trying to stall for time. Nothing much. You see, it always annoyed me how everyone in this stupid world underused the most powerful technique of them all. Why use Edo Tensei to make people fight for you? I mean, I understand the concept. Immortal soldiers are one hell of a buff. But why the hell did everyone ignore the technique's power to gain knowledge? In front of you stand 7 of the most revered Uzumaki clan heads. I have had them working for days to create a seal that undoes your technique. In this cave, space will not bend to your will, Obito, he said. You fool. Longing, rusted, for dash. That hasn't worked on me for a very long time. Try another trick. Kabuto said, seemingly unaffected by the words that Sasori had assured him would put the boy in a trance. He'd been tricked, he realized. Was Sasori in on it, he wondered. He would find the answer to that sooner or later. He turned towards the cave wall, intent on breaking through, but his fist met only a shimmering, glowing barrier. It was only then that he realized who the red-haired woman had to be, Mito Uzumaki. The Shodia's wife. Famed for trapping even the Nine Tails with her powerful barriers. He watched the barrier fully form to enclose both he and the reanimated body of Uchiha Madara. Kamui was still not working. He should have moved to kill the Uzumaki first. Or even just interrupt their jutsu. He barely had time to consider his options before his mentor was upon him. He dodged under the first swing of the powerful gunbai. He could wield the weapon with just as much skill as his mentor. That meant he knew just how to fight against it. He stepped into the man's guard where most would have stepped backwards and aimed a stab at his head with his kunai. Madara dodged the stab with a simple lean out of the way and then brought a knee up to his chest. He wheeled his chest into the Kamui dimension and then aimed a stab at the man's eyes again. His thoughts blacked out as he was sent flying from the kick. Fuck. No Kamui, he realized again. Foolish. His entire fighting style had been built around a single technique. Without it, he was beginning to realize that his options were much more limited. He formed a tiger seal and breathed out a literal torrent of flames at his mentor. Uchiha Madara, also using the tiger seal, breathed out flames that put his to shame, overwhelming his attack and continuing towards him. Obito jumped all the way to the other side of the barrier to avoid the attack. Madara chased after him. His mentor fought in a way Obito had never experienced in his life. He was thoroughly overwhelmed. Whatever he tried failed as Madara dismantled his taijutsu step by step. It felt like fighting Kakashi again. Not entirely. Kakashi was slower. Kakashi liked to lord his superiority over him, so he fought much slower and took him apart step by step to show the gap between them. Madara didn't seem to care about anything like that. He just fought. He was better than Obito. Much like Kakashi was, but instead of taking things slowly to drive that point across, he pounded the lesson into Obito's head with quick savagery. Obito dodged out of the way of a punch only to take a vicious backhand to the side of his face. He tried to kick him to gain distance, but Madara pushed against his kick, forcing Obito's leg back to the floor with pure strength and then punched Obito in the head again. Half his body was white zetsu, so he healed quickly. Quicker than everyone he'd ever seen, but with taijutsu alone, it felt like Madara was going to overload his healing factor. How annoying. He jumped backwards, barely avoiding a punch that threatened to take his head off, only for him to freeze suddenly. There was a kunai in his neck. Genjutsu. He flared his chakra, and the Madara he'd been fighting disappeared in place of another who was standing right in front of him and had a kunai driven into his neck. He tried to back off, gain distance to heal, but Madara did not allow it. He stepped even closer, driving the kunai even deeper and completely severing Obito's head from his body. He took a deep breath. That was a close one. He was lucky he had that spare Sharingan in his skull. Madara's eyes panned over to his new position, and he did not look impressed. No one there seemed even slightly surprised. Kabuto, the damn bastard, just stood there watching with a smile on his face. Just to drive home how outmatched you are, let me show you something, the bastard said and formed the ram seal. Before him, Madara began to swell with telltale purple chakra. Susanoo, the specter of death. Obito saw his life flash before his eyes as the top half of a Susanoo body formed before him. He tried his best, running forward, trusting that Madara would not be able to form the legs in such a tiny cave and trying to use his mobility to his advantage. It was pointless. The chakra construct brought its hands together for a second, and when it separated them, it was with several discs in its hands. They tore through Obito's body, moving too quickly for even he to react. Again he returned. He could not see a thing. Blind in both eyes. He tried to sense his surroundings, but it was pointless as he felt a blade pass straight through his chest. Rin, he muttered to himself as he felt the breath leave him. He'd failed her again. The barrier opened and both he and Nagato stood before each other once again. Except this time, Nagato had the numbers advantage with Karen by his side. "Are you going to send her away? Or is her blood going to be on your head?" he asked, pointing Dark Sister right at her. It was not an idle threat. The woman had already cost him victory once before, and if it came down to it, he'd kill her without blinking an eye. Spilling innocent Uzumaki blood was not what he had in mind when this fight started, but if that had to be the way of things, then that was that. "Karen," Nagato said, and she nodded before fleeing south in a body flicker. He tracked her until he was sure that she'd retreated a respectable distance. I considered briefly using her as a hostage but removed the thought from my mind as quickly as it had entered. Nagato was not the type to care about hostages. I knew his ilk. "Are you ready to dance again?" I asked, taking my stance. With time to stockpile even more Senjutsu chakra and think things through, I had quite a plan ready for him. He raised his hand, and I felt the irresistible force as it tossed me and everything behind me backwards. That body dissolved in smoke, revealing itself as a clone as I jumped out of the ground before him and attempted to shorten his height by a head. I left with only a few strands as he ducked underneath the attack. From that position, his hair shifted form to turn into a series of blades that I had to dive backwards to dodge. Missile arm came back, and he took pleasure in firing the entire payload right at me. Unable to retreat in time, I forced my sand to cover me, amplifying its density by several orders of magnitude. The missiles hit and failed to even knock loose even a single grain of sand. I brought the shield down, allowing the sand to part around my form as I jumped right at him with Dark Sister raised. Another almighty push sent the clone flying. I appeared at the other end of the wasteland we battled within and tossed my completed jutsu right at him. Wind release, Raisin Shuriken. He turned to it and raised his arms to use Gakito's absorption ability. It worked, and I body flickered to right behind him and prepared to cleave head from shoulders with Dark Sister. Another hand formed from his shoulder with a black rod in its grip and blocked my sword cold. "There's no way you're getting any leverage from that position," I commented, displeased by the clear unfairness of the situation. He was just clearly cheating at this point. Still, we were close to each other, and he hadn't forced me away yet. I risked removing my right hand from Dark Sister and moved to place it on him. He noticed what I was doing and formed another hand out of his back to grab mine by the wrist. I forced through, pushing Senjutsu enhanced strength to the maximum as I strained to complete the movement. Just one seal. I just needed one seal on him, and it would be over. "Almighty push," he commanded right as my hand was about to touch him. I swallowed as I was sent flying without even the time to brace myself for the impact. I tore through the air like a bullet from a gun until I felt my body slam into one edge of the crater. The lack of much in the way of buildings to arrest my momentum was proving to be as much a boon as it was a detriment. I could see Nagato from all the way across, and that meant I could hurt him. I crossed my fingers and formed two more clones. All three of them must race down the distance between us as one. His missile arm came up again, but none of the projectiles managed to fly further than a few feet before my sand appeared in their path and contained them all. My first clone weaved a series of 5 seals. The other weaved 7. I weaved 3. This was the first true triple-element combination I'd ever come up with. It started simply, Earth Release, Rising Earth Dragon, Lefty commanded. The earth heeded his will, rumbling and quaking as it sundered itself from the rest of the ground and unleashed itself with the roar of shifting earth and then slammed down towards our target. The next element came from Raiti, earth release, sludge of the underworld, an original jutsu that I designed a bit after Jiraiya's own arsenal with his toad oil. The sludge was designed to be extremely flammable. The clone to the right aimed perfectly and covered the stone dragon with it as it continued its path towards our target. My own jutsu was a much simpler one. One that I'd practiced with so much that I'd been able to reduce the number of seals to the 3 most essential ones. Katon, Karyu Enden, the fire dragon bullet flew through the air while I took in a deep breath. I did not need any seals for this. The wind release, great breakthrough, passed from my lips like a storm from a teacup. It hit the fire dragon and did just as it ought. Kakashi's eye allowed me to get the ratios perfect to 0.1%. The wind amplified the flames but maintained the shape transformation. The fire dragon swelled by several orders of magnitude before slamming into the very flammable stone dragon. Everything erupted in flames just as it was about to hit Nagato. Absorb this, you arsehole, I thought to myself as I allowed the clones to dispel. He raised both his hands and used his gravitational power once more. This time, I refused to be denied. The dragon still responded to me. I commanded it to resist, to keep going. I fought against the push of gravity for seconds, seconds that passed by with all the speed of hours. And then it was not enough. My dragon was sent flying backwards, destroyed to naught but loose stone, but that had been part of my plan. My body flickered into Nagato's guard. He hid the fact that he had not fought with this body for long well. Sometimes I even found myself doubting what had to be the reality. He adapted well to using all his powers as one. But as I'd noticed with his use of the Gakido and Shirato paths earlier, he always hesitated. He should have used Tendo the second I got close, but he spent seconds hesitating. He simply didn't think of it. More used to fighting as 6 bodies instead of 1, there had to be more issues to be spotted. Undoubtedly, one of them was that he just wasn't as sharp after using an almighty push. I'd noticed it, but this was the first time I got the chance to take advantage. My body flickered in, ignoring the warning bells that rang in my head, and swung my blade, aiming to stab it through his chest in one go. The blade passed through with no resistance, but when our eyes met, I knew that I had made a mistake. He pushed himself in further into my blade and grabbed a hold of my hands. Behind him, a ghostly specter appeared. A large demonic head with a Finnegan in each eye socket surrounded by purple flames, darker than the eyes that had called them forth, stared me down. I could not describe what happened. All I knew was that in 1 second, my tongue had been safely in my mouth, and the next, it had been spontaneously enlarged and pulled across the room into the grip of the King of Hell. Please tell me that's not a tongue, I thought to myself, shuddering at the thought of tonguing such a hideous creature. I'd never even gotten to kiss anyone in this life. How do you know about my technique? I heard Nagato's voice ask. What a silly question, I thought, and then I felt the grip on my tongue tighten. The King of Hell was pulling. The pain was indescribable. Like my very essence was being torn from me, inch by inch. Chapter 57, Mitotic regeneration was the only thing that had saved her life, she knew. Her legs had been broken in more places than she could count in one go. Her stomach had been torn open by a flying piece of debris, and her entire right arm had been crushed underneath a falling building. But that was not the pain that tore at her. 1 second the Kazekage and his friend in the Akatsuki robe had taken their fight to the skies, and the next there was nothing that remained of her precious village. She would not cry. She did not have the tears left in her, but to see her grandfather's dream brought low like this broke her heart in the way 1,000 dawn could never. It was at this moment that she realized that she had the same disease. The disease she hadn't hesitated to identify in Sarutobi-sensei, and Jiraiya, and Dan, and even Orochimaru in one form or another. The love for Konoha that went beyond everything else. Except in her case, it had taken her losing it for her to come to terms with it. The village was gone. A crater was all that remained. The Hokage monument still stood, but that was a cold comfort at the end of the day. Her teammates. She decided they were the ones she'd look for first and foremost. They would have a plan. Some way to join the fight that still raged above them. Because God's help her, she was going to make sure both of those men answered for the damage done to her grandfather's village. With much of the village gone, she had an easy enough time feeling out Jiraiya's chakra signature. He was slumped against a boulder. His arm was bent at an odd angle and there was a piece of rebar going straight through his midsection. Naruto was by his side, looking relatively unscathed by what they had just endured, and frantically worrying over his sensei. She decided to hurry to them before Naruto got a bright idea into his mind, like trying out medical ninjutsu. She body flickered in their direction. It took her 2 usages of the technique before she appeared by their side. Bachan! Naruto sounded more excited than ever to see her. She ruffled the boy's hair and leaned down to work on her teammate. The only body she knew better than Jiraiya's was her own. She had an easy enough time putting him back in one piece. Most of the damage had been superficial in truth. Even the metal that pierced through his midsection had done a good enough job of missing anything vital. The only issue that was really apparent was the concussion. Naruto hovered over her, watching her every action with interest and worry. She already assured him his sensei would be all right. Such an untrusting boy. What of the Akatsuki member you were fighting? The woman? Oh, her? After the red-headed guy flew up fighting desert guy over there, she just left. Turned into paper and flew off, he explained. She nodded, not even bothering to question the unique ninjutsu. She'd seen it all during the war, and it seemed that this generation was dead set on proving that thought to be wrong. New techniques were now a dime a dozen. Did you see anything of Orochimaru? Erosenin said we should go look for him, and we were heading there when the village blew up. She nodded, finished up with healing the concussion, and began waiting for him to regain consciousness. She blinked as Jiraiya stormed to his feet upon regaining consciousness. That was certainly more vim and vigor than she'd seen from her teammate in a while. She thought the perpetually impatient Jiraiya had been killed by the weight of old age and the decades that had passed since they'd known each other. Let's find Orochimaru, he had said after thanking her profusely for the healing. As if he needed to. The 3 of them moved through the wreckage of her grandfather's dream. She knew she was talking it hard, but between the deep breaths Jiraiya took as they passed every dead body, which thankfully didn't happen too often, and the silent tears streaming down Naruto's face, it was clear that those with her were taking it even harder. Orochimaru should have been towards the west end of the village, but it was to the east. Jiraiya led them with a frown on his face. She knew that he was allowing his cursed seal to lead them to its brother, which Orochimaru bore, and that could not have been without toll. Cursed seals carried that name for a reason, and she swallowed the urge to slap him upside his head again for the decision to make one. Finally, they found her teammate. If Jiraiya had been in a bad state, then Orochimaru was worse. It was like the explosion had caught him while he'd been ejecting his body using that strange substitution of his and left him stuck in that stage. Half his body was fully out of the old shell while the other half was stuck within. The only issue was that the old shell was crushed underneath a building. That's disgusting, Naruto let out, and she chuckled. Yeah, people have been saying that about Orochimaru for a while, Jiraiya joined in. This time, her chuckles were drowned out by full-blown laughter. All 3 of them were laughing. It took a while for them to stop, and she quickly got to work. The operation to recover his legs should have taken a while, but she was still brimming with chakra from her cursed seal release, and she was done in a few minutes. Orochimaru gained consciousness halfway through her procedure and only began to move once she gave him the all-clear. Thank you, Tsunade. But I assure you I had it covered. We could see that, she said, causing the original trio burst into laughter at the memory of how they'd found him and Orochimaru to stare at them perplexed. Either way, we have one Rinnegan welder to tear a new one. Indeed. Such a fascinating jujutsu. I've fallen victim to the repulsive attack before, but to think it could cause such havoc. Fascinating. Keep it in your pants, Orochimaru. We're destroying those eyes when we finish, Jiraiya said with a severe look on his face. The kind of look that made even Orochimaru reluctant to argue. Go look for Shizune, Naruto. The rest of us will see to our _ally_ and his friend. The stress she placed on the word ally made it clear she had only one thing in mind for Gaara of the desert. I want to come along, Bachan. Konoha was my village too. Is. What? Is your village? My grandfather's dream was more than a series of buildings. It is the people. The will of fire. That is why I am sending you to Shizune. If everything went well, she would have evacuated most of the village to the safe zone. If that's the case, I want you there keeping them safe. I am entrusting you with my grandfather's dream the same way I entrusted you with his necklace, Naruto. Can you do that for me, Naruto? Yes, Granny Tsunade. I'll keep everyone safe. Databao. He screamed before jumping off towards the Hokage mountain. Good thing he's still so gullible, Iwai. She ignored Orochimaru's words and the guilt she felt for lying to Naruto. Game faces on, everyone. This fight will be stepping into his undoubtedly S class, she said. Personally, she was beginning to find that the S classification was beginning to become insufficient to describe the monsters that were showing up in this generation. Gaara of the Desert was the single deadliest man she'd ever seen, and that seemed to be a position that the Akatsuki leader seemed keen to take from him. Jiraiya weaved a series of seals, and she noted that Ma and Pa appeared with a much larger puff of smoke than would be expected for summons of their side. They wasted no time climbing onto his shoulders, and he clapped his hands together for a second. Orochimaru watched the entire thing with a visible thirst in his eyes. Between 1 second and the next, Jiraiya changed. Where he'd once been a strong river to her senses, he became an ocean. So much chakra that she struggled to comprehend how he was balancing it all without bursting at the seams. Kukuku. Keep it in your pants, Orochimaru, she said, echoing Jiraiya's words, but the levity was gone. Let's go, she relented, and pushed down on the ground with all her strength before jumping towards where she could sense the fight going on. She landed and noted that Jiraiya had appeared a fraction of a second earlier than her. Interesting. Orochimaru appeared a second later and looked to be irritated. She looked at the fight and noted that the Kazekage's tongue seemed to have been dragged out of his mouth by some invisible object. He had his blade in the Akatsuki leader's chest, but it was clear that he was the one who had lost. Looking between her teammates, it was clear they were all in agreement. They would allow this play out. At least, that was their plan until a mighty green blur appeared right behind the Akatsuki leader. Dynamic entry, the blur screamed out as it spun through the air before slamming a single powerful kick into the Akatsuki leader's head. The arrival of Might Guy changed everything. The Kazekage fell to the floor gasping for air, but seemed to be well into his recovery already, pushing himself up to his feet. Akatsuki's leader was similarly on his way to his feet after taking a kick that would have killed most men in one swoop. I am Konoha's green beast, Might Guy. You must answer for your actions, foul villain, he said, facing the Akatsuki leader off. The man, on getting to his feet, almost seemed to scoff at Guy's appearance and instantly dismissed him. A fair assessment, but one that was going to get him in all sorts of trouble. XXXXXX Gaara of the Desert. Getting my life randomly saved by Guy definitely wasn't something I had in my bingo card for the year. I pushed myself to my feet, not really hearing the word that the man had just said, too busy trying to come to terms with the fact that I'd almost died. Nagato had almost killed me right there and then. Just one touch, and it was almost over. That thing had a grip on what I suspected to be my soul because I couldn't make a single move while it had me. Almost the same way Orochimaru had been when Hiruzen got a grip on his with the Shinigami in the anime. It also made sense considering the weird relationship this universe had with souls and mouths. Hadn't those Sage of Six Paths tools been able to seal away souls with words or something like that? That definitely involved the mouth as well. How unlikely was it that the mouth acted as the portal to the soul? If that was the case, then when that creature had me by the tongue, that really was death I was seeing. Guy jumped right at Nagato, moving so quickly, it was clear that he was taking this seriously. He came shooting backwards just as quickly as Nagato was able to use his almighty push in time. I took advantage of his distraction to flood his position with sand that I used to attempt to crush him. Another almighty push sent my sand flying, but Guy was right in its wake. He was in range of Nagato now. The man manifested a third hand to block Guy's kick, and had to add a fourth to block the kick that followed the first one almost immediately. The man was like a storm. A storm that was sent flying backwards again. Came on, sixth gate, gate of view, open he pronounced, and his body was suddenly surrounded with an aura of green chakra. When he moved this time, only my Sharingan could track him. Nagato dodged out of the way of the first attack almost by instinct, but the next punch sent him flying. The body dissolved into water. A clone substitution. The real body appeared off to the left, standing on the ruins of what had once been a massive apartment building. He pointed both hands at my Guy and sent a series of missiles flying at the man. I flooded my sand with chakra and lifted it up to block the missiles. Guy swept around the entire mess with amazing speed and kicked the Akatsuki leader right in the chest. Once again, the body dissolved into water. When he appeared again, he was close to where the Sannin were standing, and the three of them wasted no time in attacking him. Jiraiya was right in front of him instantly and weathered two punches from arms that grew out of the man's midsection, and countered with one of his own. Nagato did not take the attack well, sent flying onto his back. He rolled with the punch and used that momentum to dodge Orochimaru's follow-up grasping snake. He pointed his left hand at the three of them and sent them flying backwards. That left him wide open for Guy's attack. He bent underneath the kick and slammed his hand into the ground. A puff of smoke, and the next thing I saw was my Guy caught in the pincers of a giant crustacean. The creature drove the man down into the ground and opened its mouth, sending several water release techniques right at him. He smashed through the pincers that held him, as well as the water release severing wave, and landed a powerful kick against the crustacean's carapace, breaking it open. The creature dispelled itself instantly. Nagato was busy facing off with the Sannin again. He jumped backwards from Orochimaru's snakes, forming a black rod that he stabbed into Tsunade as she came at him from behind. The body puffed in smoke, and she appeared from his other side, lashing out with a powerful punch at the back of his head that he barely caught by manifesting an arm from his shoulder. He pointed his left hand, now a chakra cannon, right at Jiraiya's position, and forced Orochimaru to retreat to guard him with a summoned Rashomon gate. He kept his grip on Tsunade and tried to return the favor by stabbing her in the stomach with his black rod. She kicked out, snapping the rod in two, and brought her leg back down in a downwards kick that slammed Nagato's head into the ground. He formed a one-handed seal as he fell, and the earth parted around him like water as he used the subterranean voyage technique. I funneled my own chakra into the ground, planning to crush him, but he sensed it and shot out of the floor. He stared all around himself. He probably saw how this was completely unsustainable for him. I'd been more than a match for him on my own, and with the Sannin and Guy on my side, this wasn't even a fight anymore. Just a jumping. He turned to me with thinned lips and formed a single seal before spreading his fingers and raising his cupped left hand to the sky. Planetary devastation, he intoned, creating a black superdense mass that flew upwards, attracting everyone in the vicinity. He turned to the floating dense ball and began to gather his chakra for one massive jutsu. Attack that ball. That's the only way to disable the jutsu, he said to the others before he spread both his hands in front of him. It was time to show off another one of his unique techniques. The first step, rotation. It was built on the same blocks as a different technique. The one that was part of Minato Namake's fame. Next came power. This jutsu was greedy. Far greedier than the Raisin Shuriken that he used almost casually here. This jutsu was enough to take out all the Senjutsu chakra he had in his body in one go. After flooding the technique with power, he moved for containment. This jutsu was not going to be a sphere, but the tip of a drill. The idea was for it to be similar in shape to the conical-tailed beast bombs that the 10 Tails had favored. And then he went for the coup de grace. He flooded the jutsu with both wind and fire release at the perfect 7-to-3 ratio that created scorch release. He hadn't spent his time with the sealing core just teaching them. He'd made sure to be on the lookout for a very specific woman who had been able to give him enough guidance to perfect the elemental release that made her sensei famous. With all that, He held the jutsu in front of him with nothing but his chakra. Sage art, dragon meteor, he proclaimed, and fired the technique right at the hyper-dense ball. He noted that the others had just about ignored his instructions and were doing their best to fight against Nagato, even while the planetary devastation wreaked havoc around them and drew them into its grasp. Thankfully, his technique had been enough. More than enough, in fact. It slammed into the first layer of stone that had built around the black hole and burrowed inwards before reaching the core of the technique and then exploding. The explosion was beautiful. It felt like the sky itself was on fire. Fire of so many colors. Green, blue, red, orange, shades swam above them in a dance. He smiled at the sight. He'd never seen the jutsu do that in particular, but he'd also never unleashed it with that much chakra before. Speaking of chakra, he felt his body collapse to its knees, feeling a strange lethargy from the lack of senjutsu chakra. Shukaku did his job shortly after and had him standing again, but it was an interesting weakness of his seal, he noted. Once he ran out of senjutsu, he was pretty tapped out. He returned to looking at the fight between Nagato and the 4 Konoha shinobi, and now that the planetary devastation had been destroyed, they were having a much easier time of cornering the man and forcing him to do drastic things to cope with their numbers. He never got the chance of using his more esoteric abilities, as whenever he stayed still for even longer than a second, one of them would be upon him. And then whenever he tried to isolate one to deal with them, the others would intervene. I did not envy Nagato's position. I also recognized that I could find myself in his place sooner rather than later. Especially when they finally finished with him. Orochimaru's snakes shot from his sleeves at supersonic speeds and wrapped around Nagato's arms. 2 other hands formed from the forearms of his existing arms and cut the snakes dead before they could bite. In that time, both Jiraiya and Tsunade had closed the distance from opposite ends, both punching at his head from either side. Their fists stopped in midair. They struggled against the gravitational block, but were quickly sent flying by the almighty push. A move that left him vulnerable to Might Guy. The man appeared like a shadow from the ether, and kicked Nagato in the chin, sending him flying. I resisted the urge to pronounce sweet chin music. While he was in the air, Guy punched against the air multiple times. Nagato raised his hands almost by instinct, trying to absorb the ninjutsu he thought was coming his way. Unfortunately for him, Might Guy was not a ninjutsu kind of guy. The fireballs made of pure friction slammed into Nagato and sent him flying back into the ground. My body flickered right next to him as I noticed his wounds were possibly fatal. He lifted a hand to attack me, but I crushed it in my grip. With that hand still in my grip, I punched him in the face. Once. Twice. The others surrounded the both of us. I would not allow them to interfere. This time, I felt the chain before it got anywhere close to me, and Dark Sister moved to clash against the indestructible Kekkai Genkai of my mother's clan. The chain flew back at her. Before she could do anything else, I absently blew a breath in her direction. I amplified it with wind release to turn it into a massive wind bullet that would have atomized her. Against all odds, Nagato managed to lift his other hand. It wasn't aimed at me, so I allowed him use the almighty push to dispel the attack aimed at Karen. So that's your weakness, huh? The one thing you care about. Fool, I pronounced before pulling him towards me and smashing a headbutt into his head. And then I let go of his hand before grabbing his head in both hands. I strained and heaved with all my strength. He screamed under my ministrations, but sooner than I'd expected, I began to feel give. With a sickening squelch, Nagato's neck broke. And with another, louder one, I separated his head from his body. A head that went into my inventory immediately. The Rinnegan was mine. As for the body, I pointed 2 fingers at it and immolated it in seconds. It all happened too quickly for those who surrounded me to interfere. I turned to them with a smile on my face. Are we doing this or not? I asked. I tried to project an aura of confidence as I regarded the 4 people in front of me like they were stains that I could wipe off my boots. It was giving them a bit of pause, too, that was perfect for my purposes. I thought over my options, trying to come up with a means of escape. This was not a fight I could win. Jiraiya in Sage mode was already one hell of an opponent on his own. Then there was Tsunade with her Byakuya seal released, and Orochimaru always had his own unique brand of bullshit at the ready, and I would be disappointed if he didn't already have something at the ready to counter my sand. But the Sannin weren't the greatest threat. The greatest threat was the man who stood apart from them all and regarded me with open rage in his eyes, my guy. If he declared the situation dire enough, he could open the 8th gate. Sure, that was a death sentence for him, but there was no chance in hell that I'd survive that. I didn't have 10 tails empowered healing on my side. Even worse, I could feel the state of my reserves. Nagato had not been an easy opponent, and I'd fought 4 Kage before him. It seemed that my luck had run out because Guy closed the distance in seconds after doing a bit of thinking. I leaned out of the way of the kick by the skin of my teeth and slammed him with a rush of sand from my inventory. I piled even more sand on top of him, amplifying the density to the nth degree, before I was forced to dodge out of the way of a stream of oil. Oil that ignited to encircle me in a wall of flames. How interesting. There was an explosion and Guy rose out the chaos with a visibly thicker aura around him. Another gate opened, it seemed. The 7th. One away from the 8th. And I wasn't even certain of surviving this one. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were weaving seals. Tsunade was doing the same. Guy was jumping at me. It was like it all happened in slow motion. I gathered all the sand I had around me. Added more and more sand from my inventory, imbuing everything with as much chakra as I could and drawing seals on the sand while I did so. This was going to be one hell of an attack, I told myself. And when I'd completed my shield and braced for impact, nothing happened. Nothing at all. Was it some form of trick? Get me to drop my guard and then take me out then? I formed an eye outside my sand barrier and noticed that the world was tinged with red. It was a familiar barrier. Someone had enclosed me in another barrier to protect me from the attacks. Who? Karen? Unlikely. I allowed the sand part to open a hole for me to poke my head out of. I looked around me and noticed that the Sannin, and even Guy, looked as surprised as I did. Panning over to the corners of the barrier, I found red-haired shinobi at each corner. Red-haired shinobi I didn't recognize. Red-haired shinobi who bore the distinct scarring of Edo Tensei. I apologize for interrupting your passionate battle, but I couldn't let you kill the Kazekage here and thrust the world into even more chaos. His siblings would accept no peace unless he lived. A voice spoke out. A voice I didn't recognize, but someone else did. Kabuto? Orochimaru asked, looking around, trying to find where the voice had come from. When he showed himself finally, he came out of a rift in space. A very familiar vortex-like movement. He stood on top of a clay bird, with 2 men on either side of him. Obito and Deidara, I recognized quickly. Kabuto looked, well, he looked like Kabuto. White hair, tall wiry frame, glasses, and cocky smirk. His skin remained a pale shade, but not white. Not snake-like, or dragon-like as he would boast himself as in the anime. He was human for all that meant. But the people by his side? Deidara and Obito? They were reanimated. They bore the classic markings on their bodies that marked them as reanimated shinobi. Edo Tensei. The gift that never stopped giving. If I ever got the chance to meet Tobirama on the other side, I'd tear him a new one for inventing the jutsu in the first place. There were just some lines that should never have been crossed. Or if they had to be, then they'd best die with you and leave it at that. Oh yes, Orochimaru. Pardon the absence of honorific, but I have come to quite enjoy my recent emancipation, he said, looking at his master. I guess former master would be more fitting for the present situation. The situation began to make some sense to me. For some reason, Kabuto had joined the Akatsuki and was using the Edo Tensei to further their aims. The only part one could not understand was how Obito was still alive. I didn't consider him much of a threat in light of the countermeasures I designed specifically for him, but that did not mean that he wasn't one hell of a shinobi. Who else out there could have killed him? Maybe the Sannin? But I'd had 2/3 of them with me for a while, and they'd have mentioned killing a man posing as Madara. Guy definitely hadn't done it. I couldn't see a world where he succeeded in that without opening the 8 gate, and in that case, I didn't see any reason why Obito would not just have Kamui away and allowed his clock to run itself out. No. Only 2 people could have killed him. I didn't do it. That meant Nagato had. I could see it happening. There wasn't any chance that Nagato had ever trusted Obito much, and he probably took the chance to kill him once he was healed. Lost in my thoughts, I did not hear the words that Orochimaru returned to his former student in their entirety, but I did get the vibe. It was more of a "what do you mean, how dare you, what are you doing here" kind of thing. "What do you want?" I asked, cutting off the snake Sannin. My situation remained just as perilous as it had been before. But there was a distant glimmer of hope. The hope that came with opportunity. Kabuto had a ton of shinobi here with him. Each of them was functionally immortal. Even if he was committed to taking me on the Akatsuki's behalf, he'd have to fight the Sannin and Guy as well. That meant that there would be a lot of chaos. Chaos could be useful. There was room in chaos. The same thing every 2-bit idiot in this cursed world wants, of course. Peace. Well, not just peace, more than that. But you'll have to come to the summit to find that out for yourself. He said. What are you talking about? Jiraiya cut in. I am Kabuto Yakushi, leader of the Akatsuki. Well, technically I'm the only living member, but that isn't really much of a problem for me. As you can see, he punctuated his last sentence by gesturing around himself to the multitude of Edo Tensei shinobi that surrounded us. And I am here to invite both the Hokage and Kazekage to the 7-party summit I have called at the Land of Iron. He said. 7-party summit? Well, there are 5 great shinobi villages. More like 1.5 at this point, but that's beside the point. The pointed look he gave to our surroundings emphasized that he didn't consider Konoha as one of the great nations anymore. A fact that made Tsunade visibly flush. I have the tailed beasts. All but 2. The summit will take place in 2 months at the Land of Iron. All Kage must attend, and abide by my terms, or I will turn the power of 7-tailed beasts against their village. No village will stand against that might. Especially not as diminished as you all are. Yes, all. Kazekage, that includes you. My heartbeat went still. My breath froze with it. Kabuto continued, heedless of the feeling his words had woken in me. Heedless of the clone that formed itself outside the barrier and began to fly eastward. Homebound. What terms do you speak of? Orochimaru hissed. His rage was audible. Beyond attending the summit, I require that every village agrees to honor and protect a ceasefire. You are not to attack each other in the time until the summit. You are also not to get any foolish ideas of attacking me at the Land of Rain. Trust me, I am well fortified. The last word seemed to be some sort of cue for the Edo Obito at his back. Out of his eyes came a horde of shinobi. Previous Kage, legends, powerful shinobi one and all. But the one that got my attention was the man at their forefront in his customary red armor. Madara Uchiha. He had his eyes closed, but when he finally opened them, I felt my stomach drop to see the ring purple of the Rinnegan. Assuming that I am understood, you may leave now, Kazekage. Your people need you. All thoughts of Madara flowed from my mind almost instantly, as visions of Suna in ruins flashed in my head. My sand rose to my will as I discarded Sage Mode for a more efficient mode of travel. My body broke into a flood of sand grains, and I took a hold of the winds with my chakra and forced them to carry me home at extreme speeds. Chapter 58, Have fun with this. Also, in case you haven't checked out my other story, 1000 Hands, please do so. It's also set in the Naruto universe and is an SI into an OC grandson of Hashirama with a Hyuga mother. I guarantee you'll love it. He returned to a village in a much better state than he had feared. As he flew down to the Land of Wind, all the while regretting not spending any energy on time in trying to reverse engineer the Flying Thundered or even a basic teleportation seal of his own. He knew it was illogical. He could have spent every day for years working on it, but without a base to work off of, it would have been the work of decades of intensive effort. It hadn't been worth it to him then. Not by any means. But that had quickly changed with the realization that he had no way to get back to his village when it was in danger. Some way, somehow, he had come to care for Sunagakure. It was his. The massive skyscraper made with glass that he had blown himself with his sand and fire release, the farms that he designed bespoke climate alteration seals for, the rich marketplaces that he'd had to spend hours negotiating with merchant after merchant to get them to adopt. The sewer system he had banged his head against for weeks until he managed to create a system where every drop of sewage was repurposed to water that was funneled into an internal cooling G system for the city. All that and more. Just as much as Hashirama had built Konoha, he had built the new Suna with his own hands. His knowledge, efforts, and creativity went towards making life as easy as possible for his citizens. And already hard people used to hardship, they came to love him for every innovation, and he could not lie that he felt the same. With every problem of theirs he took on, he'd come to learn that he cared for them even more. And with Gamer's mind a thing of the past with Shukaku in his control, there was nothing stopping him from losing himself in that feeling. Just as wholly and completely as anyone else would have. So when he arrived to find that only parts of it had been burnt in fires that Tamari, Kankuro, and the Jounin had had an easy enough time stopping, he was happy beyond words. But he was also confused. He raised the issue up with his siblings instantly, and Tamari had explained it away by saying they probably caught onto her before she could do anything too dangerous. But he knew Mabuki. He also knew the amount of trust he'd placed into her hands. She could have poisoned the water that his grandfather provided at subsidized prices. She could have ruined any of the dozen delicate sealing matrices that kept the village running. He'd blessed her with access that went beyond the pale for a personal assistant to any Kage. She had the power to cause untold harm, but she hadn't. He couldn't explain it away with classic small-minded incompetence that came so easy to people, because he knew Mabuki. She was sharp, and smart, and intelligent. She knew how to get things done, so he was certain that there was something more going on here. And his curiosity would not let him leave it be. So of course he had to visit her in their prisons. He walked in to find the place just as he had expected it to be. Not every aspect of Sunagakure's operations had seen his attention or influence. He could admit with some form of shame that he had a tendency to focus on the exterior much more than the interior, but that was a feature and not a bug for the most part. The only problem was that he was finding the holding cells to be one of the last remaining echoes of Raza's era as Kazekage. He would have to get to it sooner or later. Probably after he came up with a strategy for dealing with Kabuto, and had this conversation with Mabuki. He also had requests from his grandfather he had to see to keep the water coming in and a few things to deal with to make sure the village was back to running at full capacity, but the prisons would get his attention eventually. All traces of Raza would be extinguished from his village. It was a vow. Open the door, he ordered the Chunin guard that had followed him to this particular cell. The prisoner is very aggressive, sir, the Chunin said. Gaara just tilted his head at the man, giving him a very unimpressed look. Now that he had his full attention on the man, he could see a line of scratch marks that ran from his collarbone downwards, mostly hidden by his shirt. Interesting. The man stumbled over himself as he moved to open the door. He seemed to have forgotten just who he was speaking to. If every single prisoner and guard in this facility came at him at the same time, they'd still fail to land so much as a scratch on his person. So the insinuation that he somehow had something to fear from a single prisoner was ridiculous. When the door was opened, he walked in smoothly, not allowing any of the hesitance he felt show in his movements. He was Gaara of the desert, 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure. He was indomitable, invulnerable, and inevitable. Right foot, left foot. Gods, had he ever really had to think so much about moving before? He caught sight of her the moment he walked into the cell proper and felt a flash of rage overcome him. His sand moved to his will before he even made any conscious thoughts. It picked up the Chunin guard and slammed him against the cell wall before holding him there. What is this? He demanded, never taking his eyes off of Mabuki's form. She looked terrible. Bruised all over, and bleeding from at least 2 open wounds. Nothing, sir. His sand squeezed. He could hear the man's bones begin to squeak. No, no. Just roughed her up a bit, sir. Me and a few of the boys. It's standard practice for traders, sir. And I assume that is how you got the scar on your neck. Still staring at her, not able to take my eyes off of her form. Yes, sir. She's a bit of a feisty one, sir. How many of you raped her? Raped, sir? Nothing like that, sir. Just punishing the traitor. You see, I saw red at those words. Names. Give me names. Now, I demanded. No response. I turned around, feeling a strange sensation on my sand, and found that the man I'd been speaking to had been reduced to nothing more than paste in the wall. Well, that was new. I stared at my stats screen for a second, noting that the gamer's tag toggle was stitched off. Just as it had been since I'd tamed Shukaku. This was one of the first times I was getting comprehensive proof that my ninjutsu and such was a bit affected by the switch. Well, that and my nonsensical decision to gloat to pain instead of killing him when I could have ended things then and there. Only the fact that both Rinnegan eyes remained in my custody kept me from beating myself up about the foolishness. What have they done, Yo-Yu, my friend? I asked, leaning down next to her and placing a hand on her body. The diagnostic came easy to me. From there, I began to work. Using chakra to heal everything which could be healed by chakra, which in her case was most of the damage. I'd kill every single other person who had laid a finger on her. As I healed her body, I began to notice the signs that Mabuki truly had never been who she'd said she was. The seal on her tongue was the first to appear to my senses, and I took great pleasure in tearing Danzo's inferior cursed seal apart before having a brief debate on whether I should replace the seal with one of my own. In the end, I decided to make the cursed seal of honesty a temporary one rather than a permanent feature. In the course of healing her, I also disabled a large amount of dead man switches and kill switches around her body. There was even a kill switch that had been placed on her that would have killed her if she ever allowed anyone to notice the seals around her. Danzo had really covered his bases here. The work was so good that I was actually beginning to feel more impressed than angered at the actions. He was an inferior sealing practitioner by every metric. His seals took me minutes at the very most. But there were so many of them that it still ended up being the work off hours. Much of that was spent trying to figure out which seal tied everything together and contained the matrices that enabled all the seals to work in harmony together. It had part of every seal in her, so hopefully disabling it had meant that I could have stopped there, but my inner perfectionist would not be satisfied with mere deactivation of the seals. I had to destroy whatever legacy Danzo had within my four walls. Gaara? Mabuki asked, jolting away and pushing off of the bed to drag her body away from me. Why did you do it? I asked her the second she woke up, / that wasn't the question I had in mind. I wanted to ask about the bastards that raped her. I wanted to ask about Danzo. I wanted to ask about a million other things. I had no choice. Danzo-sama gave an order, and I could not refuse. She froze. How? Did you say his name? Every seal he had on you is now gone. She looked flabbergasted. Shocked beyond belief. She said so, I just smiled. You've seen me do things with seals that we all thought were impossible. Top, you truly think that the seals that decrepit old bastard made would have been anywhere complex enough to even act as a stumbling block? I asked with some amount of exaggerated confidence. The 2 points I gained in Fuinjutsu from twanging his seals apart have taken me into the high 80s, so I was now at the level that there were probably few seal masters in Uzumaki history who could claim to have ever been on my level. To put it in perspective, I had Fuinjutsu mastered up to the same degree as Hiruzen Sarutobi had ninjutsu. I could do things that no one alive would have any chance of understanding. Jiraiya prided himself on being a seal master. The best things he had Orochimaru could cook up would fall apart before me. They didn't count as rivals. Not even as colleagues. You still haven't answered my question. I probed further. Mabuki's gaze fell to the side, unable or unwilling to meet my gaze for any longer. I already told you. He ordered it. I had to. You saw the seals. I saw the seals, indeed. And as much as I believe Danzo to have been stupid, I doubt he ordered you to set the village on fire, beginning with the part of the village that housed most of the Jounin and was most likely to be saved. I asked. He ordered me to use my access to sabotage the village. I interpreted my orders as I saw fit. There was a smirk on her face then. I was right. So you were trying to get caught. Of course. Your siblings are wonderful. But they'd have stood no chance if I was trying. But that still doesn't answer my real question. Why did you do it? You're asking about spying on you? Hiding it? All those things? I had no choice. Danzo ordered me to join Suna's medical program so I could steal research on Suna's infamous poisons for him, but then I met you. I sent it back in my report and he ordered me to endear myself to you by any means necessary. It was just a mission. But it became more at some point. You were so lonely. Just like I was. I was lonely as well. When you graduated from the academy and left to continue going on missions, I thought it was done. But then you became Kazekage. And you appointed me as your secretary. I wanted to say no. I knew that Danzo would have me use the position to betray you, but I could see how lonely you were when you made the offer. I just couldn't do it. So I worked for Danzo, but I helped you as well. I kept him from trying to assassinate you and helped to foil some of his less important plans, but I Cupid not openly work against him. When he ordered me to destroy the village, I fought against the orders with all I had, and that was the best I could do. I nodded at her words. Her voice never cracked as she spoke. It was clear, robotic, and monotone. It showed the root training that she'd done so well to hide for so long. Enough on that. Give me the names of the guards who touched you, I asked, not able to keep the part of my brain that demanded vengeance silent any longer. Do you assume they gave me their names while they did what they did? Like one of them took off my shirt while saying hello, my name is Hiro? She snarked. I flushed at her words, unable to come up with an adequate reply for her sarcasm. Well, luckily for us, they were that stupid. I can give you a list. But on one condition. What? I want to kill them myself, she said. The joyful girl I remembered from the Med-Nin Training Academy was nowhere to be found. In her place stood the cold Danzo-trained root operative. I can agree to that. So what is going to happen to me? She asked. Well, I ought to fire you at the very least. But the only issue with that is that I cannot let it be known that my secretary was a spy against Suna's interests and I never noticed. That kind of thing tends to ruin people's estimations of their Kage, you know? Besides that, the elders would take any chance to pry whatever power they can from me. Having one of my own turn to be a traitor would be a coup they would not hesitate to take advantage of. I explained. So you will keep me? Quite a few people saw me light the fires, you know? Yes, that is problematic. My present plan is to just say a Yamanaka that worked for Danzo managed to use a hidden entrance from my father's time as Kazekage to sneak into the village and take over your body. No one will buy that. They will. I even have a body to show them. So you expect us to believe that this Yamanaka snuck into the village beneath everyone's noses, took over the body of Mabuki-chan here and then used her body to set fires across the village and no one was able to find the Yamanaka until you arrived and then found them and killed them and now their body is here before us and Mabuki-chan is now freed from their control. Chio recited the long list of bullshit that I'd spent the last hour weaving before Suna's council with a look on her face that said, you have to be fucking joking. I kept the placid smile on my face all the while and nodded. She knew I was lying through my teeth. Most of the council probably had bullshit detectors strong enough to tell that I was lying through my teeth, but what they did not know was why. So they blinked and grinned and had to bear it. I smiled at the fact they could nothing but wonder what was going on. At least, I was certain they didn't think I was a traitor or something, so they were unlikely to do something drastic to get to the roots of thing. It meant Mabuki's influence within the village would be curbed as well. I wouldn't need to spend all my time wondering what she was up to or watching over her activities when I was going to have the entire council doing the job for me. Even better, they couldn't act too overtly because one of their own had adopted Mabuki as a ward, so they had to be careful in that as well. Causing problems for them was one hell of a pastime. Now, we need to move on to the reason I called this meeting in the first place, I said, killing my smile to show that the subject matter was going to get more serious. All around the table, various members of the council straightened up and sent their full attention to me. As you must know, I led an attack on Sunagakure no Sato in pursuance of an alliance made with a rebel faction comprised of Tsunade and Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin, and Konoha's greatest weapon in the person of Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, aimed at deposing Danzo the traitor from his position as 5th Hokage of Konoha. The alliance was projected to pay off in the form of substantial land grants within the Land of Fire, millions of Ryo in cash, as well as access to Konoha's legendary scroll of forbidden techniques. The mission went smoothly. I fought the 5th Hokage briefly, and then the leader of the criminal group, Akatsuki, stepped in. He was a dangerous shinobi with the power to bring all 9 S-rank members of the organization to heel on his lonesome. And he killed the 5th Hokage before trying to do the same to me. We fought. I won. Much of Sunagakure no Sato lies in ruins due to the fight, I said, enjoying the way they twitched at every bombshell that I dropped on their shoulders. The ensuing discussions between myself and the new Hokage, Tsunade of the Sannin, were interrupted by another individual, Kabuto Yakushi. He displayed mastery of one of Sunagakure's forbidden techniques, the Edo Tensei, and displayed reanimated bodies of several dead shinobi of legend, one of them being the famed Madara Uchiha himself. He claimed to only be interested in discussion and announced the convenance of a 7-power summit at the Land of Fire between leaders of the 5 major villages and himself, as the next leader of the Akatsuki. I said, laying down the facts. Surely you do not intend on honoring the invitation. It is preposterous for someone like that to dare command the Kazekage to attend at his pleasure. Hiroshi spoke up. He was a new addition to the council, as I tried to expand it beyond the collection of old farts that attended my father and his predecessor into a group of relatively younger folks who could relate with Suna's new direction. Still experienced, the youngest inclusion was in his 30s, but young enough to not be improperly attached to the echoes of what Suna used to be. Or to not be so attached that they opposed the new direction out of nostalgia, to be more precise. He claims to have custody of all the tailed beasts captured by the Akatsuki. Considering the 9 tails, 8 tails, and myself were the last 3 according to our intelligence, and Kabuto himself has claimed to have captured the 8 tails, then anywhere from 6 to 7 tailed beasts could be sent our way for refusing the invitation. I don't know about you, but there's little I can do in the face of 7-tailed beasts at the same time, I said simply. It was the truth. 7-tailed beasts was a death sentence. I'd escape and move all my attention and intentions to evacuating those I cared about if such a threat was levied against the hidden sand village. There was no chance of me defeating something like that. Even if I did manage to transplant Nagato's Rinnegan in time and mastered it to the same level that had taken the man decades and months, I'd still have little chance of taking that on. Even if I managed to capture Naruto and steal the 9 tails and place it under Genjutsu, I still gave myself low odds in that fight. Especially since Kabuto had Edo Tensei in his side. He had Madara, Deidara, and Obito. Those were just 3 I knew for certain. Then there was what I suspected to be the Dead Seal Masters of the Uzumaki clan. He had all the cards. It stabbed at me to admit it, but he had me in a position where there was little I could do beyond play his game and hope for the best. I had to hope he slipped up somewhere and then take advantage of that. 7-tailed beasts? Can anyone even control such a force? Tsuyashiro asked. There's little need for control when he could just point them our direction or release them in our vicinity, Chiyo sniped back. I agreed with the woman. Kabuto, one way or another, had Madara under his control. I had no idea how he was doing it, but he had maneuvered himself into a position where he had the world at his feet, and the entire continent for the taking. I knew the meeting he called was going to be for nothing else than to threaten all of us in the same place. But it did open a glimmer of opportunity. Do you know what he could want from this meeting he has called? Another asked, directing the question at me this time. Nothing good to be certain. Will you be honoring this audacious request? Ebizo asked, easily getting to the meat of the matter. I must. There are no other options before me. Either go and bare my neck to this fool that thinks he can dictate terms to the sand, or resist and have 7-tailed beasts at our gate. Assuming there was some way to reach a consensus with the other Kage to oppose his terms completely, then we could cooperate on a resistance to deal with the threat he poses, but that is unlikely at best. Unlikely? Surely the other Kage will understand the threat being posed to the status quo here. For a criminal organization like Akatsuki to dictate terms to the Royal Five would be madness. Jinpei burst out. I chuckled at the thought. He was the youngest here, a master of agriculture with a green thumb like no other, but woefully inexperienced when it came to matters like this one. Even at the best of times, the five have been a contentious lot. This is nowhere close to the best of times, Ebizo said, giving me a look out of the corner of his eyes. Why do I feel like you're insinuating any of that is somehow my fault? I shot at him. In the last 10 years, you have destroyed an island in the mist, destroyed several landmarks in the leaf and been involved in the destruction of the village itself, destroyed the hidden stone, and caused the death of 2 of its previous Kage. The number of dead Kages that can be traced to your actions is an astounding 4. A number that never ceases to beg your belief, Chiyo replied, looking unimpressed even as she rattled off an impressive list of achievements. 4. Anoki, Kitsuchi, Hiruzen, Danzo. It's perfect that you've managed to keep your murderous tendencies limited to the elites of our immediate neighbors. She replied to my query with sarcasm dripping from her mouth like venom. For the last time, I didn't kill Hiruzen, I asserted. Of course, Kazekage-sama, the fake demure note in her tone made it clear that she didn't believe a word that dropped from my lips. Beyond the point, we must come up with a strategy. Our first option is to send letters to our closest allies among the other ninja villages to harmonize foreign policy and strategies before the meeting begins. I started. What allies, Kazekage-sama? Inasa asked, looking actually confused. What do you mean? Our allies. Surely we have some, I started sure, but trailed off when I realized that I wasn't actually personally aware of any alliances we had. Fubuki-san. Please educate us on the state of our alliances, I said, turning to the counselor that my father had used as what was essentially his minister of foreign. Old man seemed to quiver under the gazes that turned to him, but when he rose and spoke, his voice was strong. There are no alliances, Kazekage-sama. None at all? That's impossible. It very much is. Under Yandame-sama, the village had alliances with the land of rivers, the land of grass, the land of steam, and the land of fire, as well as a basic trade treaty with the land of stone. Since Godame-sama took the hat, however, these alliances have withered. Withered? How did that happen? Lack of attention, Kazekage-sama. The trees with both Konoha and Iwa perished violently, but the others had slower ends, roughly falling apart due to a lack of maintenance on our ends. Lack of maintenance? What precisely are you employed for if you cannot do something so simple? I tried, my lord. But your secretary rebuffed any attempt I made to see you on the matter as you were busy. I made multiple attempts. The delegation from the Land of Rivers came into the village to discuss renewing a water supply contract, but your lordship was occupied with the raid on Iwagakure for the period and was occupied further upon his return with medical concerns. There was nothing to be done about it, my lord, he said, and I had no choice but to sigh. Mabuki. I couldn't even blame her entirely. I'd been negligent, that was the truth of it. And it was a scary truth. For what else had I been neglecting in my search for building the strongest village possible? There is nothing to be done about it then. We will make attempts to repair the relationships, but we must proceed without them for the time being. That means that we must proceed alone. The details for the meeting are yet to be communicated, but assuming that standard protocol is observed, I will be taking 2 guards with me. For that role, my brother Kankuro and my secretary Mabuki will suffice. I said. Kazekage-sama must take powerful jounin with him to secure his safety. Fubuki shot up to his feet at my words, like why choice of guards must have been some personal affront to him. To what end? I could kill every jounin in this village at the same time without breaking a sweat. What would they add to my security that I cannot add to myself? Every kage must be escorted by powerful jounin, Kazekage-sama. It is not merely for protection, but also to act as a message to the other villages. The Reikage did not travel with his brother for years because he needed to lean on the protection of the Eight Tails. Chiyo added in. I see. So it's all posturing. Everything is posturing, my lord. Ebizo replied in his sister's stead. Of course, it is. But is there any message stronger than the fact that I have my family united behind me? That the sons of Raza stand as one? I agree with your point, Kazekage-sama. And if this were a normal meeting, then I would support the idea wholeheartedly, but the truth being danced around by my fellow counselors is a simple one. This meeting is too dangerous to risk both you and your brother. We have every condolence in your strength, but feel it would be safer if you were to go with someone a little less essential. Tsuyashiro was the one to give that cold take. I stared her down as she spoke, but she did not back down. Looking around, I could tell that most of the others were in agreement with her. They nodded to the words they hadn't the courage to speak from their own lips. What a village. Fine. I will take Dragon to guard my back. Chapter 59, have fun with this. Also, in case you haven't checked out my other story, 1000 Hands, please do so. It's also set in the Naruto universe and is an SI into an OC grandson of Hashirama with a Hyuga mother. I guarantee you'll love it. I soared in the air, using my sand as a platform as Mabuki and Dragon remained behind me as silent sentinels. We had a charming moment that was very shonen-esque, with the whole village showing up to see me off as I journeyed to the Land of Iron for a summit with the potential to determine all their fates and that of their descendants, or even if they'd ever get to have any. Even the daimyo had come all the way to the village to see me off. He'd also made the decision to enter into a special sealed chamber that would isolate him from the rest of the world. Obviously, the plan there was to jinjutsu the attendants and then dispel the clone immediately. Spontaneously having the daimyo disappear whenever I needed the extra chakra was harder than it had any right to be, and was definitely something that would get caught on eventually, so this was a useful workaround. Even better, it fit in with the personality of a paranoid, spoilt noble. Have the skilled head of the shinobi village you allow to exist in your land spend his time building you a place with complete safety to keep you isolated from the dangers that could show up suddenly, instead of getting ready for the mission itself. It was a masterstroke. We'd even managed to get rid of the guards. All I had to do was sell them some bullshit about the seal not being able to function in the face of chakra signatures stronger than a certain level. No one with any sense wanted to mess with fuinjutsu beyond their kin, and the daimyo was obstinate enough that the guardian ninja had no choice but to allow it, howbeit begrudgingly. But that was only one thing I'd spent my time on. The rest of it was spent trying to get my left eye to the required level to be a game changer. I'd fought myself regarding implanting the Sharingan, but so many things told me that it would be a terrible idea to do it right before a summit like this one. First of all, Kabuto could see it as a threat. If he decided to take me out right there and then there was still little I could do. I'd fight like all hell, but I'd lose. It galled me to admit it. After all my efforts, there was still someone out there too dangerous for me to face. And the most annoying part was that it was not even his power. Edo Tensei. Leaning on the strength of those who ought to enjoy their rest as a crutch to survive one's own mediocrity was just so pitiful to me. Too pitiful for me to even consider with any measure of seriousness. The fact that Kabuto had done nothing to deserve his power beyond some grave robbing was annoying as all hell. But he would not find me easy prey, I vowed. I'd take him with me if I could, and if I couldn't, I'd find a way to make the rest of his life a pain. But that was only if the worst happened. This meeting could easily be as much an opportunity as it was a danger, and that was what I had to work with. I had to work with the hope that this could turn into the best-case scenario. Peace in my time. I could not deny the temptation that came with a prospect like that. So much had been wasted in war. So much more would be wasted if things continued as they had. Sure, Konoha was basically tapped out with most of their village in ruins, but Kiri had a strongish army. The same was true for both Kumo and Iwa. There were threats to the north, south, east, and west. This summit gave me the chance to rebuild a lot of the bridges that I'd personally torn down. If I could go back in time, I'd do well to slap my younger self over the head a few times. I had no idea if it was Gamer's mind at work, but he really had the belief that every problem could only be solved with indiscriminate amounts of violence and escalation. There was no reason to actively order my shinobi to seek out shinobi of the other nations whenever they could and either kill or capture them for my study. Sure, it had given me information on the training practices of the other nations. Information that I'd use to take Suna's academy to the very next level. We had the same nutrition schedules that Kumo used to make their shinobi so physically powerful, the training secrets Kiri used to increase lung capacity, Iwa's peerless endurance training, and the cocktail of drugs that Danzo used to make his root shinobi so bloody dangerous. All of it brought together and enhanced by my Fuinjutsu, wet tinkering, and Chiyo's nearly peerless genius when it came to the human body. Hopefully, in a year or two, we'd be pumping out Chunin-level shinobi with consistency after only 3 years at the academy. And then we'd go even further with time. Time. That was what I needed and didn't have. I could take on the world in a decade and win. I just needed everyone to wait a fucking decade. We cut through the air with virtually no resistance. Something as simple as shaping the air in front of me to reduce our wind resistance, drag, and still allow us to keep warm throughout the flight was easy to me. Peerless chakra control matched with a shit ton of chakra. When we entered the land of iron, there was a noticeable shift in the atmosphere. The ground that sped in front of us was white instead of green. I'd chosen to set off on the day off the summit because we could make the travel so quickly. The downside of that was that as we zoomed towards the three lions, I could spot signs that all the other Kage had arrived. Not a problem since we still had an hour or two until the meeting proper was supposed to start, but I could only hope that the others hadn't made any deals to cut me out of things, since I was basically a common enemy. The only ones I'd done nothing to piss off were Kumo and Iron. And chances were that my shinobi had done a good enough job in my stead. When we arrived at the building that had been set aside for the meeting, I did my best to set us down on an out-of-the-way spot before we stood and made our way to the entrance itself. It was an impressive structure, carved into the sides of the mountain itself. Made even more impressive once one considered the fact that the samurai of the Land of Iron did not use ninjutsu. They could work chakra for sure, but the fact that this was not the product of earth release, but man-made ingenuity, made it all the more impressive. It would have been par for the course in my own world, but something about this world seemed to reduce my standards. Kazekage Dano. Welcome. The other Kage are waiting in the waiting room. You can join them or move to the room set aside for your use. A reedy man with long black hair hastened to greet me once I arrived and began reeling out options as his companions made to collect identification from my guards. Please escort me to my fellow Kage. I let the statement hang, asking for his name. Hiroshi, Kazekage Dano. Then escort me to my fellows, Hiroshi-san. It is this one's pleasure, he replied as he began to walk into the giant hall. From there, we took a multitude of turns until we came to a set of double doors. The mountain stone did a good job of muting the signatures of those within the building, but now in front of the door, I could feel them clear as day. Strong, powerful signatures. Not as strong as they should have been, as I expected. This was probably going to go down in history as one of the weakest crop of Kage in history, but that was fine by me. I commanded a gust of wind to push the doors to the side as I strolled in. My presence cut through the conversation as there was a rush of silence that went through the gathering. I took note of all of them. Tsunade in the red robes of Konoha, Orochimaru and Jiraiya by her side with glasses in their hands as they stood in a circle, Mei in her blue, looking resplendent as ever with a familiar swordsman at her side, and another that I could not quite recognize, for Iwa. There was Kuratsuchi who met my gaze with eyes that looked like burning coals. The rage was strong in that one, and she had two Iwa jounin I didn't recognize by her sides. Kumo was the real surprise. Was that Darui? Seeing him in the room made me freeze in my steps. Kazekage Dano the Mizukage was the first to say anything to even acknowledge my presence. The rest were content to stand and watch us as we began to speak. Mizukage Dano. How have you been? I apologize for that mess all those years ago, a complete misunderstanding, I'm sure. And by the way, please call me Gaara. I plastered a false smile on my face and allowed my charisma to kick into full gear as I approached her with arms spread to show I wasn't a threat. She matched my approach as we met in the middle and clasped hands. Oh, never mind that. The island ended up gaining from that. Our fight got rid of a lot of the problematic topsoil, exposing a more nutritious subsoil. Sure, we lost hundreds, and are devastated about that, but that land now feeds thousands, she said to me, making my smile become just a little more genuine. That is good to hear. But you yourself? How was the transition? I had a hard enough time adapting to taking the mantle up, and I was doing that without a civil war to consider. I can't imagine how much harder it must have been. In the beginning, yes. I had to deal with some of those who had been loyal to Gaara above all else, but now everyone in the village agrees with my rule and the mist prospers. In fact, this is one of the former loyalists, she said, waving her hand towards one of the men at her side. Not Chojuro, the white-haired one. Gaara, meet Mangetsu Hozuki, she said as she waved the young man forward. The man nodded at me, as opposed to the bow that would normally be expected from one in his position. Mei was smiling all the way, acting like she wasn't noticing the disrespect, but there was a gleam in her eyes. A test. Of all the boring things, a bloody test. Lovely to meet you, Hozuki. Hozuki. Same clan as Genjutsu Hozuki, I assume I said, removing my hands from Mei's grip to stretch one out to him for a handshake. He reached out with his own hand, but before we could touch, he suddenly dropped to one knee. He was shivering, as the entire room stared at us with shock. I could feel Mabuki's consternation from behind me, but I knew this was the right thing to do in this case. My charisma skill gave me some hints on how to navigate the situation, and that was telling me to lean in and not shy away. Oh, I appreciate the gesture, but the proper bow to a foreign Kage isn't nearly so deep. Stand, I said to the man, even as I pressed down on him with the full might of the Achibi's bloodlust. It was actually a testament to his skill that he had not fallen unconscious, even if he looked like he was already well on his way there. I could understand it, with the exception of the 9 tails, Shukaku probably had the most nasty killing intent of any of the tailed beasts. His insanity gave his a flavor that none of the others could quite emulate. From the corner of my eye, I could see Chojuro reach towards his blade, but Mei placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. I was right then. Please stand, Hozuki-san, I said again, reiterating the words, while still pressing down on him. His second knee gave way, and he was now in a full bow. Oh dear. Whatever is the matter, Hozuki-san? I asked, enjoying the way I could hear his bones creak under the pressure. I patted myself on the back for the decision I'd made to spend the last 2 months working on my control instead of trying to add new abilities to my arsenal. I was stronger than Nagato when we fought. Going over the fight multiple times in my head made me sure of that. I was just terrible at bringing that strength to bear, and that was what I needed to work on with the time I had. I think he's gotten the message, Kazekage Dano, Mei finally said, getting the message that I would not be releasing him until she intervened, and realizing that the longer she went without stepping in, the more face she lost in front of the others. Oh, I agree, I said, alleviating the pressure and allowing the man to finally rise to his feet. He practically scurried away from me to stand next to Chojuro. All the while, he was still shaking. A lot has changed, then. In the time since we last fought, she probed. Quite a lot, I assure you, I said, making my left eye spin with my words. I didn't bother placing her under Genjutsu. She was a Kage. If she had the guts to meet my gaze, then she definitely had the skill to break whatever Genjutsu I could place, with this stage of the Sharingan, at least. I can see that. I have changed as well. I internally scoffed at her words but made sure to allow none of the disregard I felt for her show on my face as I nodded to her. In canon, She'd been the weakest of the 5 by some margin, and while I had the feeling Darui was the one that would take that title in this group, it was only because of his weakness and not his strength. Well, that was certainly a fiery start to things. A voice spoke out, and all our heads snapped to the balcony. I felt a cold sweat form on my neck. I hadn't sensed his presence at all. Please let us proceed to the meeting hall. Our host already awaits us, and since we're all here, there's no need to delay further and risk even more excitement, Kabuto said before a hand appeared from thin air and grabbed onto his shoulder. He disappeared in a vortex of displaced air almost instantly. They ended up taking seats along a long table, a seat reserved for Kabuto at the table's head, something that caused no small amount of grumbling. The fact that the man had been the one to call them in but still wasn't present made it clear that he wanted to arrive last as some sort of power play. How pitiful. Gaara noted his seat, with the Mizukage on his right, and the Reikage next to her. He was as far away from Kabuto as the tables allowed, and he smiled at the fact. Clearly, the man was wise enough to know that having a Fuinjutsu master in close proximity would be stupid. He sat opposite the head of the Land of Iron, who had Tsunade next to her, and then Kuratsuchi was the last one to round off that end of the table. He took his hat off his head as he noticed the others' head down and placed it down on the table right in front of him. In a blur of movement, Kabuto occupied the seat at the head of the table, and by his side were 2 men. 2 familiar men. Madara Uchiha was to be expected, but Naruto Uzumaki was not. He stared down the room with a blank gaze. The kind of blank gaze that showed that he had his will thoroughly suppressed by the Edo Tensei. The fact that Madara was much the same made something clear. Any attempts to kill Kabuto would not be tolerated. Without him, we'd have to deal with Edo Madara, and Edo Nagato, and who knows what else. Edo Obito was already confirmed, as was Deidara. It was simply too dangerous. In a second, he'd made it clear beyond doubts that he had us all in check. Good to see we're all here. Now we can begin, he said, placing his own hat down on the table. The fact that the hat was a plain white with no sigil in much the same way his robes were was a statement of some sort. I was not nearly hopeful enough to believe that it was a statement of surrender. If only the gods could have made us so lucky. First of all, a question. How? I asked, interrupting whatever he had planned. It was a valid question, and the curiosity was burning. How what, Kazekage-dano? First of all, how did you get Nagato reanimated? I destroyed that body with my own 2 hands when I killed him. I started. That was easy. He left enough DNA in his partner's body and I had an easy enough time splicing his own genetic material from the fetus. There were audible gasps around the room at that. Tsunade looked disgusted, Orochimaru intrigued, and Jiraiya took a step forward before his partner placed a hand on his shoulder. Mifune looked like he had heard nothing as he just closed his eyes, and the other Kage looked noticeably sickened. You're a monster, Kuratsuchi said. I know. I agree with you. I am a monster. A monster without equal. I have done terrible things. I have stared into the abyss for so long that it became a mirror. I have journeyed to the Pure Lands to pluck souls from the Shinigami's grasp and place them under my will. I have improved upon the second Hokage's jutsu to the extreme level. I am a god amongst men. And it was all for one goal. Peace. Peace? You call this peace? Is it not? Tell me, Tsuchikage-dano, would you all have come to the same table without my threats? Kazekage-dano, tell me, would you have ever stopped until the world raised your banner? Would your shinobi? No. I know the nature of this world. It was to kill, steal, and pillage, until nothing remains. We shinobi would have done that for eternity. And you can solve this? Darui looked doubtful. I can. I can change you. That is why you're here. All this yapping sickens me. Lay down your terms, boy, and we will decide whether to kill you or not. Tsunade's threat was matched by her placing her hand on the desk and squeezing. The mighty wood creaked in her grasp as the men behind her joined her in staring down Kabuto. Well, this got interesting quickly. Oh, I doubt you'd succeed with that. I give these two men behind me good odds in a fight with all of you, and trust me when I say I have a lot more where that came from. Your terms, Kabuto. I prefer Ichikage, Kazekage Dano. But I do get your point. The terms are simple. All 5 of you will submit. Here and now. You will pledge your villages to a new federation. An empire, so to speak. I will be the head of the empire, and I will rule from Amigakure as the One Shadow. What do we gain out of this? Peace and prosperity. The Akatsuki have funds aplenty, and so do I. I will invest in each and every one of your villages. I have the best seal masters from Yuzushiogakure under my aegis. I will have all your villages brought into a bright future powered by sealing scripts that put what you have to shame. Imagine being able to communicate across millions of miles in seconds. Imagine being able to travel from Kumo to Suna in less than a day with high-speed rail lines. All this and more, I offer. At the low cost of our way of life, I snarked. Don't pretend like you were all that attached to the shinobi way of life, Kazekage Dano, he riposted, and I took the point with a shrug. What'd you get out of this, Darui asked. I get to achieve my dream of bringing peace to this world. And after I invest in all your villages and get everyone up and running at maximum efficiency, I'll expect a return on investment. Let's say a 10% profit kickback annually. 10% might as well ask me to blow you while you're at it, Kuratsuchi muttered, and I struggled to swallow my laughter at the comment. I can see how that might seem extreme, but I promise a minimum of a 50% profit increase in every village if you follow the measures I suggest, he said next. Bold words. Yes, but I can back them up, I promise. Think about it this way. Right now, you have to charge a price high enough to ensure you make profits, but low enough that your clients don't go running to other villages. If you all work together to harmonize and raise prices while implementing my efficiency measures, then your profitability will be amplified. You want to form a cartel of hidden villages. Precisely, Mizukage Dano. And all of it under you. Equal partnerships don't work for the 5, Kazekage Dano. You need me for this to succeed. You need someone with the big stick to ensure that anyone who deviates from the plan gets put back in the line. I can promise you real, long-lasting peace. He said. No, Tsunade said. What? We've heard your offer. No. Well, I like to believe you do not speak for everyone here. Let's put it to a vote, shall we? Sure, the answer remains the same. She looked confident. Mifudano, if you would? Kabuto said, turning to the samurai lord. Yes. I will call the titles, and the bearer can choose to either vote yes, no, or abstain. He said with a cough before looking up at each of us in turn. What happens if you lose this? I asked, turning to Kabuto before Mifune could begin. Then I will rain down death and destruction upon whatever remains of your villages, and when I finish, you will all fly my flag. This is nothing more than Plan A. Please begin the vote. I will proceed in the order in which you arrived at the summit. Hokage Dano, Mifune called. I vote no, she said instantly. Reikage Dano. I vote no. Akatsuki has caused Kumogakure immense pain. It is only because of the threat of facing the tailed beasts alone that I even bothered attending this, Darui replied, turning to Kabuto with hard eyes. Mizukage Dano? I vote yes, Mei said almost instantly, making the entire room turn to her with narrowed eyes. Mifune coughed before proceeding. Suchikage Dano? Kuratsuchi was silent for a second, her hair covering her cold dark eyes. You said you'd rebuild our villages? Pay for it? She asked instead of voting, turning to Kabuto after the silence stretched for a few seconds. Yes. Yes, I will. I'd restore the Hidden Stone Village to better than it was before the Kazekage got to have his way with it. Then I vote yes. The shock in the room was palpable, but Tsunade was still smiling smugly. I had the last vote, and she was probably certain that she knew how I'd vote. I thought I knew how I'd vote as well. No. Let Kabuto bring the best he had. I would have both Leaf and Cloud on my side. The Sannin, Guy, Darui, that was a powerful team. But Kabuto had so much more. Without Stone and Mist to help, what were the chances? With both Nagato and Madara by his side, there was no chance he didn't have the other tailed beasts under control already. 7 tailed beasts, Madara, Uchiha, Nagato, Obito, Deidara, probably most of the Akatsuki as well. And who knows who else? Assuming he had the same roster as he did in canon, then that meant legends like Hanzo the Salamander, the Gold and Silver Brothers, the previous Kage, and much more. In canon, they'd only won because they got lucky. What were the chances I'd manage to hit this Kabuto with the Izanami? What were the chances I'd even get the chance to fight him one-on-one in the first place? He was careful about avoiding being alone from what I could see. And with the arsenal he had, the risk was just too great. We were already here. He had access to the Kamui to bring his army here. Obito being under his thrall also lost me one of my greatest trump cards. Kamui. Could I win? I wanted to say yes. I really fucking wanted to say yes. Kazekage Dano? Mifune called, and I realized that it was the second time. The entire room was looking at me. 2 choices. Risk it, or bide my time. 5 years. In 5 years, Suna would be able to take on the world and win with me at her head. I have some conditions, I said, turning to Kabuto. The room suddenly heated up. I'll hear them, Kazekage Dano. Suna is the strongest of the 5 right now. We don't need your help. I don't want you sniffing around or poking your nose in my shit. I'll kick you your 10% with no complaint. And abide by whatever pricing rules you dish out, but you don't touch my shit ever. I said to him then, enunciating the words slowly to drive the point home. That works for me, but don't be surprised if you find yourself begging for my help when your village gets left behind by the others, I scoffed in reply. I vote yes. Chapter 63 years later. It was a masterpiece, I decided. A bloody masterpiece. The final perfected seal. I knew it was perfect because on completing it, I received a notice from the system that Fuinjutsu had finally reached level 100. Staring at it with the eyes of a Fuinjutsu god told me there was nothing to be improved in it. It would work and do everything I intended. Precisely and perfectly. I looked out of the window, enjoying the view of a new and improved Suna. Once Fuinjutsu got into the 90s, I started being able to do whatever I really wanted with the skill. That was why there was now a giant park near the middle of the village. I didn't need to rely on enclosed buildings as a crutch for climate-altering seal matrices anymore. I could just create barriers and work my magic from within there. It was all better, much better than it had ever been. Children born in the last 5 years would have no memory of a different Suna. They got the privilege of growing up in paradise. A paradise that was so perfect that it was easily the top tourist destination in the elemental nations. Kabuto's rail project meant that we had civilians and even a few genin from the other villages coming here on a regular basis to holiday or even just for a weekend getaway. There was a ringing from my desk, and I felt my body freeze almost instantly. It flew like it took me an eternity to find my shirt and put it on. That alarm meant only one thing. I disappeared in a flash to the penthouse floor of the new and improved hospital. Chio, I said with a rising panic as I noted that there were doctors scrambling around her bedside. Her condition is deteriorating rapidly, Kazekage-sama, the man that I grabbed by his coat to ask what the hell was going on, said to me as he ran around to place a drip into her hand and begin refilling whatever the medication was. I stepped closer to her rasping form and noticed the way her eyes came into focus as she felt my chakra wrap itself around her. I told you no, she said, her voice stronger than it had been in months. You did, I agreed with her. I'm not healing you. Just surpassing the pain and giving you some extra vitality so you're not so weak. Don't worry, it's all temporary, I told her with some consternation in my voice. I could not put words to the feeling that ran through me as I watched her, the woman who had been so much to me in this world. Her wrinkles were more pronounced than they'd ever been. Those scars that marked the passage of time over her face and drew lines across her visage that were once testaments to her fight against time now stood as monuments to her defeat. "It's not your fault," she said. "I know. You're the one refusing treatment here. Everyone I knew is dead, Gaara. My brother is gone. I am all the remains of my era, and I am so tired," she said. I nodded at the words, even as I wanted to disagree. She was right. She had fought for longer than anyone else in the village. Asking her for any more would have been ridiculous, but still this felt like a betrayal. "I am so incredibly proud of you. This village, this paradise on earth you built is beautiful, and thank you for letting me watch it happen over the years as greenery overtook the brown that scared my eyes as a child." Her voice sounded so old in that moment. It sounded distant even as I heard it come from a woman seated next to me. "Thank you for being the Kazekage Sunagakure needed. Thank you for leading her well. Thank you for choosing peace when war was all you had known. Thank you for being my grandson." The last one made my eyes snap up to hers even as she began to close them. I placed her hand in mine as I felt a sorrow that was beyond words come over me as I felt her life force begin to leave her. She was dying, and I could fix it, but there was nothing I could do about it. "She's gone," Kazekage-sama, one of the doctors said, like I could not feel it for myself. Like I did not feel the moment her body lost its battle with time and gave way to a dozen minor illnesses that I could have healed with a snap of my fingers and as much effort as it took me to blink myself awake. I put her hand down as I disappeared from the room into my office. The second Hokage's flying Raijin had been one of the last pieces of Fuinjutsu to yield itself to my attentions as I grew from the low 90s to the peak of Fuinjutsu mastery. I stared at the seal again and closed my eyes for a second as I realized that Chiyo would not be here to help with this next transplant. She'd marveled at the Rinnegan just as much as I did when I first took Nagato's head out of the inventory and freed the mythical eyes from them. Since then, we'd both studied the physical and metaphysical properties of the eye until we understood every bit of how it worked or every bit that yielded itself to direct observation of this form. Neither of us had been comfortable enough to consider cutting the eyes open, but my _wet tinkering skill had given me quite a bit to work with. That, combined with a total mastery of Fuinjutsu, had led to the creation of this seal. I called it the Zentai seal. It was to be everything. It would do everything that I'd previously needed multiple seals to do. Everything would come together in one. One seal. Whole. Complete. All. "Are you ready?" my clone asked. I just shrugged at his words as we began to walk down the hallway. I'd created a special training chamber for myself a year ago. Kamui gave me access to only the Kamui dimension, but consistent practice with it gave me the building blocks I'd used in creating my own dimension. I wasn't sure if I truly created it or just discovered it, but the subspace played according to all the rules I'd set when drawing up the seals. We approached the door and pushed it open as one before dropping in. It was grassland. Just flat, plain grass stretching across to infinity. Not a true infinity, but a functional one for all intents and purposes. I'd had a clone fly in one direction as far as he could, and it took him hours to figure out that he was being looped back to where he came from upon reaching some arbitrary point. Still, it was a large pocket dimension, and more importantly a closed one. If it wasn't when first created it, then it was now. A seal matrix woven into the very earth prevented any space-time ninjutsu from accessing this place apart from the single portal that I created at first. This was my place. "Do it now," I told my clone as I turned around and took a seat on the stone tablet that a different clone had left behind as a joke. For a joke, it was an unusually well-made one. With the right combination of seals, he'd made the tablet chakra inert. Nothing. No chakra could affect it. He'd carved the whole thing with sand and then etched the seals into the surface. Even a tailed beast bomb did nothing to the stone as it stood there, completely unscathed and inert. That made it the perfect receptacle for complex seals. My clone walked forward and placed a hand on my stomach. I gasped as I felt his grip on the seal that kept Shukaku within me. Fuin, Kai. Ichibi no Shukaku. The one-tailed demon raccoon. A creature made of sand and spotted with curse marks along its frame. Angry, spiteful, mad, pained, haunted, and for some reason right now, still. I'd removed the genjutsu placed on him, expecting him to lash out and come at me. Expecting to have to pacify him in one way or another. Instead, he just stared down at me. For some reason, that made me even more wary. Ichibi? I asked hesitantly. I knew the tailed beasts were sentient and had some manner of intelligence. I wasn't sold on the human-like aspect, but I could appreciate that they were intelligent in their own way. Just not as intelligent as we were. Human-like intellect with that sort of power? There was no reason why they should not have ruled the shinobi world as gods. Call me Shukaku, Gaara, or should I say XXXXX? My heart stopped. It actually did. For a second as I felt myself be seized by panic. I'd not heard that name in over a decade. Not since I was born in this world. Not since I'd cast it aside to take up the mantle of Garra of the desert and abandon whatever connected me to that past life. How do you know that name? My clone found its voice first, but I agreed with the question. I have been inside you for so long, have I not? But our minds were separate, I instantly disagreed. For a time, yes. The seal the old woman placed to seal me in you had no such feature, but your gamer's mind kept us separate. And then you turned it off to place me under genjutsu. Since then, while you kept me suppressed, I had full access to your mind and thoughts. He said in a gravely voice that somehow still managed to be more light than I'd expected from a being of his size and appearance. And so you're less angry and generally insane because of that? I flashed a glare at my clone as he asked the question. Sure, I had little doubts that we were strong enough to handle the weakest of the tailed beasts, but that was still no excuse to piss off someone who wasn't even interested in fighting us. It reminded me too much of my younger self, when I was keen to solve every problem with my fists and chakra, and never even thinking of alternatives. There was no reason for me to let Raza die so early. He could have acted as a shield to allow me to grow in my strength. It was not inevitable that he would have invaded Konoha. He'd only done it in canon because of our nation's situation. I could have talked him out of the entire meeting with Orochimaru if I'd just given him my ideas for a better Suna ahead of time. So many things could have been prevented in the first place. Yes. I have spent years in your head going through your thoughts and living your life. In some ways, I am as much you as you are. Huh? Yup. Yup? I echoed with a feeling of trepidation building in my chest. Indeed. At the speed of thought, I have experienced every memory you have within you, from both lives, more times than I can even count. At first, it was to hurt you. As insane as I was, I somehow thought viewing your memories would give me some kind of a way to hurt you. I raged against them. Screamed, howled, cried, whatever I did, none of it worked. Slowly, I began to feel myself becoming more and more sane with time. And then, I gave up on trying to hurt you. It wasn't working. I kept watching the memories on loop, though. At that point, it was simply an excuse to avoid boredom. Boredom is the real killer at the end of the day. Over even more time, it stopped being boring and things began to stick. I experienced every memory from your point of view, not as an unbiased observer, so bits and pieces of your personality started to leak in. With millions of repetitions, there was nothing I could do to resist the gradual creep turning into an avalanche as your personality suborned and overcame what remained of mine. He said, but he didn't sound angry. He sounded pleased, instead. And you're not angry at me for that? Of course not. Maybe I would have been if you released me a year or so ago, but I've got to experience every second of your past, and now even your present from your point of view. I've seen you at your worst, and at your best. I've felt your pain, and your sorrow, and your triumphs. All that you are, I am. Or all that you were, rather, since you've released me. All right then. This is going to take some getting used to, but just to clarify, are you going to blow me up when my clone here begins to start applying the seal on me? I asked. Well, that would be a bit counterintuitive. There's about a quarter of my chakra left in you to keep you running, so why would I kill you and lose that? I'll wait for you to be done with your seal so you can give me what is mine, and I can be on my merry way. And you're sure you won't be coming after me for anything? Revenge for the Jinjutsu, maybe? Perhaps I would have in a different world, but no. All I ask is that you release me to wander the earth but build me a suitable nest close to the village. I have a taste for civilization and I hope you won't deny me that. And what's in it for us? Another sharp look was sent to my clone at that. For some reason, since I'd perfected the actual shadow clone jars that meant we weren't all connected to the same mind, they'd begun to act up and show their independence more and more. When I take the 1/4 of my chakra left in you, I'll leave behind a bit of it and bless you with my cursed seal ability. I could just take it, I replied. Well, I know you won't. That's not the kind of person you are. Not anymore, at least. I took a good long look at the tailed beast, and in a decision that was probably going to count as one of the more reckless things I'd ever done in this life, I chose to say fuck it and let it happen. You know what? Deal. I said. Deal. The tailed beast with a lot more sentience than I'd foreseen said. Now back off so we can do this. He nodded, and began to look around the plains, making it clear that he wasn't intending on disturbing us. I laid on the tablet again, and my clone began to draw the seal down. Fuinjutsu was many things in one. An art, a science, and both at the same time. But if there was one thing it took above all else, it was symbolism. This seal took that to the maximum. In this world, the most powerful numbers on a symbolic level were 3, 5, and 8. 3 for the basic states of matter. 5 nations, 5 elements, 5 shinobi village. There were so many things built up on the number that it was no wonder it was the more powerful between the first two. 8 was special because it was 5 and 3 put together. So what did I do with my seal? I leaned fully into it. I had 8 sets of 5 seals drawn onto 3 sets of 8 to form the matrix, and then added another 5 sets of 3 to pull everything together. I couldn't just make everything 8s because while the seal would be powerful, it would not flow. Flow was necessary. Flow, control, and finesse. This was going to be a very delicate seal because of all the moving parts that would be involved and the delicate nature of the seal in and of itself already. After all, nature chakra was not something to be played with, and this seal was going to give me the power to make it my bitch. After an hour of drawing, we finally got to the next stage of the plan, and I resisted the urge to shiver as my clone held my eyelids open and prepared to take out my right eye. It was time to finally implant Nagato's Rinnegan. Only one eye, however. All my studying and tests had shown that there was no real advantage to integrating both eyes, and since the Rinnegan wasn't the flat upgrade to the Sharingan that some would have expected since both eyes fulfilled different roles, I was going to be keeping my Sharingan in my left eye. Basically, I'd be pulling in Obito from the beginning of the war arc. Except I didn't have Hashirama cells to handle the chakra drain for me. Instead, I was going to have to get a bit creative. Hence, the seal. It was a masterpiece. Complete and total. I forced myself to think about it instead of the pain I felt as my clone removed my eye and began the delicate surgery to replace it. That scene where Madara just took Kakashi's eye and plugged it in with no hesitation was complete bullshit. Sure, this world didn't have things like organ rejection for Dijitsu as they seemed to be compatible with every eye or eye socket regardless of things like shape and size that should have been limiting factors, but they weren't still as easy to plug in as Madara had depicted. Either the scene was BS or the body of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was just made different. Either way, the surgery was necessary for me. I would have one Rinnegan and one Sharingan in each eye. Both eyes were going to drain tons of chakra even in their base passive states, but that was a sacrifice I would have to make. Psyche. That was where the seal came. Multiple parts of the seal were dedicated to passively pulling in nature chakra with no limitation. That meant that after this, my body was basically always going to be in sage mode, and my eyes would not drain a single drop of my chakra. Yugo's Kekkei Genkai made with Fuinjutsu, essentially. Except for the fact that it was better. Better how? Filtration. I didn't have access to Hugo's cells, not really. But sending shinobi into the land of rice had yielded fruits eventually. We had quite a few test subjects with Orochimaru's cursed seals on them. Breaking down the cursed seal and how it worked told me all I needed to know about Hugo's clan Kekkai Genkai. It took nature chakra in with no filtration system. Orochimaru's cursed seals had filtration systems, but they were so basic and bare bones that they might as well have never even been there in the first place. Mine had a more robust system. Not just aimed at filtering the volatility that came in with the chakra, but the chakra itself. Dedicating a team of some of the smartest strategists in the village to come up with ways to defeat an imaginary opponent who had my seal at their disposal had given me a lot of possible situations to safeguard against. One of which was chakra poisoning. One of them had come up with the idea of designing a poison aimed at nature chakra itself that would poison the person without them even noticing. It was purely theoretical, as nothing of the sort had ever even been attempted before, but it was a scary enough theory that I had to prepare for it. The gathering and filtration of nature energy was an important part of the seal, but it wasn't even close to the full thing. I had another matrix dedicated to automating the mixture of my chakra and the nature energy. This was the most complex. There was a reason why Sage Mode required one to sit still and focus for minutes on end to gather enough energy to trigger the transformation. It was because sussing out the precise ratio of human chakra to nature energy to form Senjutsu chakra was a task and a half on its own. And then there was the actual mixing process. I designed a seal that would essentially act like a computer program. It would know exactly how much chakra I had at all times, and know exactly how much nature energy my seal was letting in. And then it would decide how much of it to mix to form Senjutsu chakra and run this process multiple times in a second. It was easily the most energy-intensive and complicated part of the seal. Apart from that, there was also the part of the seal that functioned like my old blessed seal of Theodata. This seal was special in how finicky it could be, so I had been forced to remove that seal to place this one. It was why I'd unsealed Shukaku in the first place. It would direct chakra to both my eyes to keep them powered and then heal them at a consistent rate. That would ensure I could use them both at full power while still avoiding the blindness of the Manjikyu. And then there was the final bit of the seal that pushed the Senjutsu chakra directly into my chakra system and kept me in Sage Mode consistently. Altogether, it was perfect. That was why I called it the complete seal. It would not permit any other seals to be placed on my person, and that was a worthwhile sacrifice. It was perfect. My clone coughed to signify that he was done with the painting of the seal and the required transplants, and I braced myself for what was coming. He slammed his hand down right on my stomach and screamed, "Phewan." I felt the ink all across my body light up at once as I got the influx of memories from the clone dispelling. I had no idea how long I slept for, but I did know that when I woke up, Shukaku was curled in on himself sleeping. I took a deep breath in and then one out before I opened my new right eye. The Rinnegan was everything I expected. I couldn't see things with the same clarity as the Sharingan, but that only applied to things not made of chakra. A being like Shukaku had all that he was laid bare before the sage's eyes. The eyes that revealed all things indeed, I thought to myself with a smile. Pushing off from the stone tablet was easier than expected as I felt myself sail through the air for a few seconds before I instinctively stopped my motion with a gesture. I was floating. No sand. No weight manipulation. Just me looking at the draw of gravity and saying nope. This was going to be so fucking awesome, I decided. Turning towards the exit, I felt the temptation to step out to check how things were going. But then another part of me just wanted to stay here and test out my new eye and body. I felt my arm turn into an actual chakra cannon with only a quick application of my will, and it was clear which part would win. Chapter 61, The Ichikage. "You know, I thought it would take you much longer to try this," he said as he walked into his office and found a very familiar body sitting right in the chair that he called his. The Ichikage, in his 4 years of rule, had been forced to face many problems, a practically infinite amount from 4 of the great 5 villages. Konoha had tried to secede twice. Kiri had needed to be quelled after the Jounin led a coup against their own Kage for capitulating to his demands. Both Kumo and Iwa had needed billions of ryo in repairs. And he'd been forced to step in with his own people once the dissatisfaction had got to unsustainable levels, and then after they received their aid, they tried to press their independence. So many problems, so many solutions he'd been pressed to find. But one village had never stepped a toe out of line. Gaara of the desert had turned out to be a man of his word at the end. They abided by the quotas, they followed the pricing structure he laid down, they paid their taxes on time and never skimped a real. Their accounting practices had been a work of art, and copying the basics fit was the only thing that even allowed him to exercise what seemed to be a modicum of control over the ship he was steering without running mad entirely. The good behavior was a warning sign on its own, however. Shinobi were naturally greedy creatures, and not a single one of them would bend a knee with no intention to rise again. To make it worse, the man who sat before him was just like he was. "Really?" he asked absently, opening his eyes to regard me with them while spinning a very familiar kunai in his hands. The eyes drew more attention, however. A Rinnegan in one, and a Sharingan in the other. The Ichikage would almost have been afraid if he did not know that he had two shinobi on his roster with one pair of Rinnegan each, and when it came to Sharingan, he had quite a few. "Yes. At first, I did expect you to pull something before I entrenched myself in my position, but after those first 2 years passed, I began to expect that you'd be more cunning and circumspect about things. Only come when I was at my weakest possible state or you were at your strongest possible state. Considering I can no longer sense the Ichibi's chakra within you, then the latter is not true, and I know for sure that the former is not," he said, walking forwards and taking a seat right opposite his own. He'd play ball with whatever this asinine attempt was. "Yeah, I can talk all about that, but I would prefer if you answered a question of mine first. I figured out what happened to Sasori, and Noel, and the rest of them, and you said enough that I have a very good idea what happened to Conan. But what happened to Uchiha Itachi? It's a bit of a shame that I never got to face him myself." "Uchiha Itachi, huh? Well, it's simple really. I came across he and his brother having a fight to the death in the crumbling ruins of Danzo's secret root base, and decided to introduce both of them to an ancestor of theirs." "Madara, then?" "Precisely. It's a question I've always had since the first time I watched the anime, you know? Who would win between Itachi and Madara? I got to watch the fight, and I wish I could say that it was close. But Madara was something else, man. We think we're strong in the present day, but the things Madara could just do casually were something else. Both brothers went in together, and they both died all the same." The Ichikage noticed the way his rival's eyes widened as he revealed the thing they had in common. "You're an insert as well, interesting, explains a lot to be sure." "Yes it does. Well, I could tell you were an insert from the beginning. Pretty much from the second Gaara of the desert began behaving dissimilarly from his canon self when there was nothing I'd have possibly done that could have done that, I had a pretty good idea. And the Raisin Shuriken was also kind of a dead ringer for an insert's jutsu if we're being honest." He stared at him with no flinch in his body after his words. Like he had no reaction at all. That in and of itself was a reaction. With snake-like eyes, the Ichikage watched the man who had set all of this in motion as he began to digest what he understood had happened. "So you're not from the world, just like me," he finally said, making the Ichikage smile and nod. H had looked forward to this day for so long. When he could finally meet someone like him, an equal. A fellow human in this world of characters. A god, so to speak. I should say that explains a lot. Over the past few years, I've spent many a sleepless night trying to figure out which one of my actions could have fucked up canon so severely," he said next, looking like he was gearing up to say more, so the Ichikage allowed his rival to speak. He'd won, after all. He could at least afford to be magnanimous in victory. "But that doesn't answer my main question. How in the hell did Madara not just kill you the second you summoned him?" the redhead asked, throwing the Ichikage off with the way he smoothly moved away from the topic of both of them not being native to this world. "Oh, that was easier said than done. The first time, I barely managed to dispel the jutsu in time once he turned to me with aggression, and it was clear the attempt to crush his will hadn't worked. I could have done like Orochimaru and settled for summoning him at half or even a quarter of his power to make him easier to control, but my inner perfectionist would not allow it, and how could I when you were making history as the youngest Kage of all time? I had to really study the jutsu and break it down to its basis components before my experiments could succeed. At first, I managed to summon him without his ego, but I found that that version proved to be a pale imitation. More powerful than me for sure, but not as strong as could have been. In a fight between that reanimation and a reanimated third Raikage, he lost woefully. So I had to go back to the drawing board. There was something in the ego that made shinobi as powerful as they were. Beating my head against it didn't work as it should have, so I got the idea to recruit help. I summoned some Uzumaki clan heads after raiding Uzushio for what remains I could find. That was almost a failure on its own as well here. He stopped for a second as the thought of how he'd almost carelessly got himself killed came to mind. But I managed to run across the remains of the most recent clan head completely by accident, and then summoning him was easy enough. He managed to resist the control of Edo Tensei, but removing his ego was acceptable because I did not need him to actually fight. No, I just needed knowledge. And knowledge he had. He helped me open the other tombs, and I summoned more and more under my control until together we remade the Edo Tensei at its core. Now, I have a variant of the Edo Tensei that operates a lot like the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It allows me to split my own ego and imbue that into the summoned shinobi. It's much harder to maintain than the standard jutsu, so I only used it for Madara and Noritoshi Uzumaki. Noritoshi Uzumaki? The maker of the death masks. He was the very first of the Uzumaki to solemnize their relationship with death and invent the Reaper Death Seal, he explained. So that explains Madara, then. Now that we're done talking, shall we begin? He asked, standing up from the chair and beginning to stretch. The Ichikage smiled and prepared to humble the upstart. I leaned backwards, enjoying the way I felt my back move with the rest of my body. In my fists was a strength that I had never been capable of before. Sage mode was something else, and I'd spent the last 3 days at the Waterfall of Truth, gathering as much Senjutsu energy within my body as possible. The seal made it easy to gather even more on the move. But the point of going to a natural energy hotspot like that one was the quality of the stage energy. Not all natural energy was equal, just like I'd theorized, and that was proving to be true. Some shit just hit different. When I crossed the distance that separated me and Kabuto, it was like I had moved even faster than my eyes could track. Everything was a blur. Regardless, Kabuto managed to bend around the attack, openly gaping at me as the shockwave from my punch shattered the wall behind him and continued until it broke a hole in the tower's frame. This isn't going to go how you expect, I told him as I caught the snakes that shot out from his sleeves in my grip and squeezed them to death. He formed another hand seal, and nothing happened. I chuckled internally and stepped farther into his guard. Once again, he tried to run, but this time, he found that gravity itself would not allow him to move as he was pulled towards me. I grabbed him by the neck and slammed him against the ground, meeting his serpentine gaze with mine. He had some form of snake sage mode going for him, but we weren't even close to being equals. He was a soft weakling who hid behind the greater dead to exert his influence while I stood at the precipice of the shinobi world. I'd fought all comers and proven myself to be their better. None could match me. Another hand seal, and this time, I actually could not stop myself from laughing at him as nothing happened. What have you done? His voice gasped out. Leveled the playing field. You see, I had a good time planting seals all around this city you call yours. A seal matrix aimed at one simple thing. Call it a modification of the Reaper Death Seal if you would, but all it does is that it separates the soul from the body for a second. Just a second. For beings like you and I, living human beings, it's too short a period to be noticed. For reanimated shinobi, however, that split is enough to separate the bond that connects them to the host. Cleaves it irreparably, you know. An anti-Edo Tensei seal. How fascinating, he said next, now beginning to look unbothered within my grip. I guess I have to give you a good fight then, he said, before going limp. I stared at the body in my grip, noting that the chakra in it was gone. All gone, and all at once. How? Some sort of body switching technique? but I hadn't seen any seals. Hadn't even felt his chakra move in the way it would have for using a jutsu. To be safe, I smashed through his head with my fist, enjoying the way the gray matter clung to my glove. I put it down and got up next, turning to the other wall where I could feel the buildup of chakra. "Madara?" I asked, when the body burst through the concrete wall and began to stare me down from on top of it. "Not quite. Kabuto, then. I much prefer Ichikage-same, Kazekage-dano." Once again, I felt myself burst into laughter against my will. Part of me wants to know how you did this, but the rest of me doesn't really care and would just like to kill you now. You will try, and you will fail. We dove at each other at the same time, and I took some pleasure in noting that even with this body, I was still faster than he was. My roundhouse kick crashed against the arm guards of the Uchiha Patriarch and sent Kabuto flying backwards. Stretching out my arm, I turned Matt's right hand into a chakra cannon that smashed right into the space he was flying towards. With these eyes of mine, I could see the Susanoo form before the cannon hit and sent him flying back even further. He flew out of the tower and landed right on top of a duplex. I jumped right after him and was forced to switch out the Azura path for Greta as I saw him send several chakra arrows at me from his Susanoo. I absorbed all of them, and without letting the chakra into my main system, I cycled it into a different jutsu and opened my mouth to breathe out a powerful hurricane that blew apart the building Kabuto was standing atop, and much of the surrounding fixtures. The Susanoo remained undamaged, but that was a temporary problem. Still in the air, I opened my inventory and practically dumped a desert's worth of sand atop his form. I could feel him struggling against the sand for a bit, but I upped my chakra output to prevent him from moving at all. Of course, it only lasted a second, as the purple construct grew beyond its ribcage form into a full spectral giant that was easily the size of the tower that Kabuto had claimed for himself. I took note of the way the construct's form thickened and became even more complex, adding armor and weaponry to its construction. "How does the perfect Susanoo look in person, Gaara?" Kabuto's voice came from Madara's mouth at the crown of the construct. I just shrugged. It wasn't that impressive, to be honest. This had formed many a nightmare for me in the past few years, and now that I had to look at it in person, I could see a million ways to deal with it. Opening my inventory again, I took out a series of kunai that I threw at Kabuto's armored form. I watched his Sharingan cycle around to track each of them, and I teleported to the flying Raijin marker on the one to the left, and then switched over to the right as his blade flashed upwards to attack me. I landed on top the armor and placed both my hands upon it and began to absorb the chakra that formed the Susanoo. The blade came towards me next, but sand flowed from the ground beneath us and grabbed a hold of the construct's arm, keeping it stationary. The Susanoo went through a visible regression, moving from the armored form to the naked giant, and then down to the only top half before returning to the ribcage, and then nothing. It was just me and Madara face to face. He ran at me, trying to get a punch off. I ducked around the fist and grabbed a hold of his neck before lifting him into the air for a second and then slamming him into the ground in a choke slam. I felt for his soul within the body, and took great pleasure in dragging it out. This was the first time using this particular path, so I gasped as I felt knowledge flood my mind. Who Kabuto had been, what he had done, what he planned, I had all that information now. Enough information to know that this would have been a much harder fight if I'd waited another year. And now became the time to decide what to do next. My fellow Kage. I am Gaara of the desert, 5th Kazekage of the village hidden in the sands. I have been many things to all of you, an ally, an enemy, a pest, a destroyer, a savior, a protector. A million things in one, and often at the same time, as well. We have had our differences, and I cannot deny that I have caused a good portion of them. Today I do not write to you as a would-be conqueror like I once would have, but as a liberator. The one under whose yoke we all suffered, Kabuto Yakushi, is now dead, and at mine own hand. The village hidden in the rain, and the land of rain which he had once administered as personal fief is now declared a protectorate of the village hidden in the sands. We are shinobi. I know that as you read this now, there are thoughts forming in your head. Thoughts of war, conquest, and maybe even revenge against me for the past wrongs that I have done each and every one of you. Maybe you even think of reclaiming the tailed beasts that now rest under my protection. But there is only one thing I can assure you of. If you break this peace that now exists between us, I will grind your village to the ground. I no longer seek to conquer all that is under the sun, but that position can change if I am stirred enough. To prevent that, I advise that each and every one of you takes their freedom with both hands and uses it to better the lives of their people. If you must wage war, then do so amongst yourselves, for my involvement will only lead to death and suffering for whoever is foolish enough to court it. But on the other hand, we can move past our violent and warring nations. Kabuto Yakushi, for all his faults, has shown us the way to a brighter, more profitable, and more prosperous future for each and every one of us. We can continue to pursue the framework of cooperation which he has laid down for us and move forward in lockstep, together. Your choice. Signed, Gaara of the Desert. That's the end of this tale. Thank you for watching and being a part of this experience. Make sure to check out some of the other series on the channel. Thank you and goodbye.